This guy just accidentally bumped into a girl at school. Unexpectedly, he got frantically pursued by her. She kept demanding that he become her boyfriend, no matter where he went. She tagged along like a dog thief chasing a Sheba. When he got bullied by thugs, she didn't hesitate to jump in and confront them face to face. Knowing the guy was in a tight spot, she didn't say much, and immediately whipped out her phone to transfer 100 mil. A true beautiful sugar mommy and a lucky student. The dream scenario for all the single bros out there. But Young Jin is a serious young man. I might be handsome, but I'm not easy. His rejection made Lee Hisu suddenly coldly revealed that he was about to kick the bucket. Turns out that day when Young Jin bumped into Hisu, she accidentally dropped a death card. The card he unknowingly picked signaled that he would die today. Since you're going to die anyway, why not just give this body to me? Having said that, her eyes suddenly turned a crazy blood red. Hisu immediately grabbed his hand and yanked him towards her. His arm was squeezed so tight. It felt like it was about to snap. No matter what he did, he couldn't pull away. Young Jin looked down at the puddle at his feet in horror. Reflected there were many ghostly hands clutching his arm tightly. At this moment, Su had transformed into a giant female demon, looking at him with hungry eyes. Haven't even asked her out for dinner yet. How the hell am I about to become her dinner? Who is the guy that said she doesn't eat meat? Step out here and talk if you're not scared. The guy got the scare of his life, used all his strength to yank his hand free and fled immediately. The demon immediately chased after its body. Despite being huge and heavy, its speed was as fast as the wind. Just as the demon was about to catch him, it stepped on a banana peel and fell flat on its face. Truly protected by the ancestors. Seizing that chance, Young Jin managed to hide in a narrow gap between the buildings. The demon behind him could only scream furiously in madness. Just then, light appeared at the end of the path, only a few steps away from him. But suddenly, the sound of something being torn apart rang out in the night. Without noticing, Young Jin had lightly lost one arm to it. The demon also paused for a second, in shock, looking at its hand holding his arm. Its rage rose to the extreme. Looking at the body it was supposed to have possessed. With bloodshot eyes, it hissed screams that tore through the night. My new body. Young Jin lay trembling, his body growing weaker. The demon had now approached, its voice cold as if hissing through its teeth. If I can't have this body, then I will devour you whole right now. Having said that, the demon roared, opening its giant mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to finish him off. However, just as Young Jin closed his eyes accepting his fate, the sound of rustling footsteps running on water suddenly rang out. It was the white dog he had picked up earlier today. Flashback to this morning. When Young Jin went out to throw the trash, he saw a stray dog, burying its head digging, searching for food, watching it happily gnaw on a leftover scrap that had probably spoiled ages ago. He instinctively felt a bit nauseous. Young Jin turned away, threw the trash bag in the bin, and intended to leave. But for some reason, he still looked back at the dog eating so deliciously. A feeling of pity suddenly rose in his heart. Then he walked into the convenience store to buy a sausage, returned to the area, held the sausage out in front of the dog and called softly. It looked up at him for a moment, then immediately snatched the sausage and ate it ravenously. Young Jin reached out and gently patted its head. Eat up, don't dig through trash anymore, okay? Saying that, he stood up and left, leaving the dog still looking bewildered. It ate half the sausage then suddenly spat it out, looking up at his receding back with silent gratitude. When the sun set, he returned home and saw that dog still sitting stubbornly at the trash pile. Young Jin stood still looking at it for a long time, thinking, that dog has been there since morning, why is it still here? Finally, he decided to ignore it and walked inside. A few minutes later, the first raindrops began pattering outside the window. The rain got heavier and heavier. The image of the white dog huddled out by the trash pile kept haunting his mind. Unable to bear it, Young Jin finally ran out and brought it back. He carefully wiped it down and dried its fur. As soon as it was free, the dog shook itself, splashing water all over Young Jin. It looked up at him as if asking for permission, then jumped straight onto the bed, curling up comfortably. Young Jin laughed helplessly. You're just taking over my house like that? He went to get it a bowl of water and some sausages. Seeing it lie still, he asked, not eating? Guess you don't like it. No sooner had he spoken than he saw it scampering over, burying its head in the water bowl, drinking greedily. After drinking, the little dog approached, sniffing at his leg, then timidly put a paw on him. Seeing Young Jin didn't object, it got bolder, stepped right onto his lap and curled up in his arms. He stared wide-eyed at the tiny creature that was naturally occupying his space. I didn't say anything, so you just climbed all over me, huh? Back to the present, when Jin was about to be finished off. The white dog quickly rushed in, lunging at the demon. While it was still bewildered, not yet understanding what was happening, a streak of white light flashed by. The demon's limbs were instantly sliced into pieces, making it scream in extreme agony. Within the white smoke, the dog transformed into a tall man, holding a sharp greatsword in his hand. Jin opened his eyes slightly, witnessing it all in a blur. He saw someone standing in front, protecting him. It was a guy with long hair wearing gold earrings. He turned back to look at Jin, who was gasping for air, and wished him a happy birthday. My nephew. But before fainting, that sentence was the last thing he heard. That person's hand reached out towards him, gradually filling his entire vision. Some time passed. When Jin opened his eyes again, everything was still blurry. Gradually, the light and images became clear again. He realized he was lying in bed, sweating like he'd taken a shower. So hot. He exhaled and wiped his face. The sticky hand made him exclaim in surprise. Wow, so much sweat. Jin fumbled for his phone. The screen lit up with a bunch of unread messages. The latest message was from Song-gun. Are you dead? What? He shot up in panic. What time is it? Jin hurriedly grabbed clothes to change. Damn it, when did I fall asleep yesterday? Suddenly, he froze. Memories of last night flooded back like a torrent. He immediately held up his arm to check. It was still there. He tried clenching and opening it, still normal. A sense of relief spread through him. But right after was extreme confusion. What exactly happened? Remembering the girl from before, a name flashed in his mind. Right. Lee Hisu. Suddenly, the sound of the phone ringing from his homeroom teacher pulled him back to reality. At the schoolyard, a janitor was complaining. Why does this annoying machine keep getting unplugged? Don't know who keeps messing with it. Meanwhile, Jin was hurriedly running to school. Panting as he ran, he thought, Lee Hisu. Will she come to school? Entering the school, he wiped sweat from his forehead and sighed. The scene was peaceful under the blue sky. He sneakily walked down the hallway, looking around. Up ahead, he heard two friends of Su talking to each other. Hey, why is Lee Hisu acting so weird lately? I don't know either. I really need her to read tarot cards for me today. Jin carefully peeked into the classroom and was startled. Hisu was chatting happily with friends. What? She looked completely normal. He suddenly hesitated. Should I ask her directly about yesterday? Just then, two close friends appeared right behind him. Coming to school right at lunchtime. Could only be a delinquent. Hey, why didn't you read our messages? Making us worry for nothing. He came to school just to find his girlfriend immediately. See? Truly a delinquent. No, it's not like that. Jin hurriedly defended himself, stammering. No, that's not it. Yesterday, wait. His words choked up when he met the gaze of Hisu from inside the classroom. For a moment, the two looked straight at each other. What about yesterday? His friend pressed. Seeing Jin stay silent, the group of friends started teasing and making things up. This bastard pretended to go home, but actually went on a date with his girlfriend. Instead of answering, Jin suddenly crouched down, hiding under the window ledge. What are you doing? One asked. The other two burst out laughing. Oh, just eye contact and you're that flustered? I'm not jealous at all, really. Jin's face darkened with fear. He crawled awkwardly on the ground, trying to stay out of sight from the window. How pathetic, one remarked. Throughout the afternoon class, Jin couldn't concentrate at all. He couldn't recall. He was sure he had been seriously injured. He looked down at his intact hand again. A big question kept drilling into his mind. But what happened after that? How did I get home? An image of a demon mask kept haunting his mind relentlessly. What the hell happened? It would be great if it was all just a dream. He hurriedly checked his phone. The only proof that last night wasn't a dream was still there. A notification of a 100,000 won transfer from Lee Hisu, accompanied by a note. If not accepted within 3 days, the transaction will automatically cancel. What is this money for? Jin muttered. He hesitated, wondering if he should message to ask. But then decisively put the phone back in his pocket. Whatever. As long as she's okay. In the teacher's office, the homeroom teacher anxiously asked Jin. Are you sure nothing's wrong? Yes, I just overslept. She sighed. Have you eaten anything yet? Yes, I have. Alright, if you're okay, go to class. Finish up and go home early. Jin obediently stepped out, not forgetting to close the door. He slowly walked down the hallway, glancing at the clock on his phone. Already 2 p.m. So he had missed almost all of today's classes. Just as he stepped out onto the school grounds, Jin was engrossed in looking at his phone, when a head popped out right in front of him. Hi. Jin jumped back, his heart pounding. Hisu hurriedly explained. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I heard some friends say, you went to the teacher's office, so I came out here to wait. Oh my god. The class bell has rung already. Is stalking others your hobby? Jin was still recovering from the shock. Can't you act normal for once? I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. Hisu stammered. About yesterday. Hearing this, Jin instinctively looked around the schoolyard warily. Completely deserted, not a soul. Damn it, there's no one here. Hey, he said stiffly. Let's go somewhere more crowded to talk. It's not that I'm scared. But just in case you suddenly attack me again. No, it's not like that. I was possessed by a ghost back then, Hisu hurriedly explained. What? What? Jin frowned, his face full of skepticism. It's a long story. First, let me apologize for hurting you. While Hisu was trying to explain, Jin's gaze suddenly froze. Something was very wrong. He pointed at a green object nearby, coldly cutting her off. What is that? Why is it there? Huh? Hisu turned around bewildered. It was the statue usually placed at the school's main gate. It wasn't there just a moment ago. Jin said, his voice starting to tremble. Suddenly, the statue slowly lifted itself up. Holy sh*t, they both blurted out. Immediately after, the statue started sprinting towards them. Run! Hisu screamed. Both turned and ran for their lives. Jin yelled in fear as the giant statue chased. Right behind them, he gritted his teeth and asked, Hey! You did something again this time, didn't you? No, it wasn't me. Hisu hurriedly denied. What do you mean, no? You did the exact same thing to me yesterday. Jin. I can explain. Actually, it wasn't me. It was a ghost named Song Axie. Seeing the statue getting closer, Jin snapped, shut up and run faster. It's too fast, we're gonna get caught at this rate. Just then, Jin saw a cart full of basketballs. Without thinking, he grabbed the handle, spun around and used all his strength to push the cart towards the rushing statue. Jin. Hisu cried out in surprise. The cart tipped over. Dozens of basketballs spilled out, rolling towards the statue. Thinking they would impede its steps, it used the ground as leverage, crouched down, and vaulted over the pile of balls lightly, then landed perfectly. Damn it! Jin cursed, then hurriedly changed direction, dragging Hisu along. Hisu rummaged in her bag while running, and pulled out a plastic bag full of black beans. She grabbed a handful and threw it straight at the statue's face, shouting loudly, "Begone!" But this trick seemed useless. It just flicked lightly, and all the beans flew back. A few beans even hit Hisu's face, making her yelp in pain. What are you doing, idiot? Jin pulled her to keep running. Suddenly he stopped. When he saw the iron gate ahead was open, he shoved Hisu forward. Get out, quick. Just as both slipped outside, Jin hurriedly slammed the gate shut. Just in time as the statue rushed up. Both leaned against the iron fence panting, hearts beating like drums. The statue stopped before the gate, silently observing them for a while, then turned and walked back into the yard. Seeing it leave, they were overjoyed. Is it gone? Finally gave up? Jin sighed in relief. Suddenly Hisu stammered, pointing towards the schoolyard. Jin, look. Jin looked and froze. The statue had returned. And what it was holding in its hands was the flagpole that had just been uprooted. Both looked at each other in panic. It's planning to use the flagpole to pole vault over here? Is it crazy? Jin looked around fearfully for an escape. There was a pushcart nearby, on the other side of the fence. The statue planted one end of the pole into the ground. It swung its body to build momentum. That statue actually used that method to jump over the fence. Hisu stood rooted to the spot, petrified. Right at this moment, Jin shouted, Hey you, Lee Hisu, get out of the way. She startled and hurriedly stepped back. Jin stared intently at the statue. It fell to the ground like a high jumper. But what caught it wasn't a mattress, but a pushcart. The collision sent the cart flying into the trash pile, flipping upside down. The statue also fell sprawled amidst the trash. A foul smell rose up, making them cover their noses. However, to their extreme astonishment, it clambered back up, its eyes sharp as knives stabbing straight at young Jin. "Let's go," he urged Hisu. But the statue suddenly blocked. Right in front of them. So fast that no one could react in time. Its eyes blazed with murderous intent. It lunged straight at young Jin and grabbed his neck tightly, lifting him high into the air. "Young Jin!" Hisu could only scream in despair. It looked at him with eyes full of extreme hatred. "Just a little more force, and his neck will snap." "Stop!" Hisu screamed in terror, seeing that young Jin had started to suffocate. She hurriedly pulled a brown rosary from inside her shirt, shouting loud, "Hey!" The statue, radiating heavy killing intent, glanced at her. Hisu immediately threw the beads at it. The string instantly snapped. The beads scattered and exploded right on the statue's face. It roared in pain, let go of Young Jin's neck and fell backward. He fell to the ground with a thud. "Hey Young Jin, are you okay?" Hisu fearfully ran over to support him. "Not okay at all," he replied, his face pale. The two supported each other and ran away. Behind them, the statue started clambering up again. At the school's garbage area, Young Jin flicked his lighter while scolding. "Hey, if you had that, you should have used it sooner." He turned around and saw Hisu doing something emitting smoke. "Are you smoking?" "No, it's incense." "What are you doing?" Young Jin asked, confused. "Just a simple exorcism ritual," she explained and started pulling out her tools. "You pull all sorts of things out of your uniform, huh?" He was surprised. Hisu held some colorful fabric strips, tore them and tied a strip onto his hand. She instructed, "This will keep you safe for a while. Don't take it off until midnight, okay?" Young Jin grimaced, looking at the butterfly bow she just tied on his wrist. His face darkened. "You're really weird, you know that?" "No, I understand you're suspicious. But I really haven't done anything." Hisu scratched her head. "Can we talk at school?" "No," he replied bluntly, then paused a bit. "Fine, let's assume yesterday you were possessed by a ghost. And today was just a coincidence. So what? The truth is, since I got involved with you, only weird things have happened to me." Hearing that, Hisu fell silent, looking momentarily hurt. "But Young Jin, it's not because of me." "I appreciate that you saved me," he interrupted. "But if you weren't there from the start, then nothing would have happened. Stop pretending we're close." Saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving her standing alone in the deserted street. As the sun was setting, just as he got home, entering the password, Young Jin suddenly stopped. He looked down at the colorful bow on his wrist. Hisu's warning echoed in his mind. "Don't take it off until midnight, okay?" What trick is she planning now? He decisively ripped the fabric strip off, threw it straight into the trash can, then walked into the room. The room was pitch black. He reached out to flip the switch. Just as the lights came on, Young Jin startled and screamed. The white dog was sitting prominently on the bed. He fell backwards, then suddenly remembered its existence. The small dog approached. You've been here the whole time?" Young Jin stammered. It sat obediently in front of him. "You must be very hungry." He scratched his head, then put a plate of sausages on the floor. The dog approached, looking at the sausages with boredom. Meanwhile, Young Jin lay prone on the bed, scrolling through his phone. He was focused, when suddenly a voice rang out. "This thing again?" The room had only him and the dog. "Bring some decent food here." Young Jin panicked, eyes wide open, hurriedly turned his head to look at the dog. It still sat there calmly as if nothing happened. He stiffened, staring at it. And it also casually glanced back. But the mysterious sound echoed in his ears again. "These things again, huh? Bring some better food here, come on." He looked blankly around the cramped room, then looked back at the phone screen, feeling increasingly bewildered. That voice rang out again, this time appearing to be muttering to itself. "Oh whatever, so hungry, just eat this for now." On the phone screen was a pet food store. Young Jin intended to buy more food for it. But just as he scrolled through the phone, the mysterious voice continued. "Once done eating, bring some good food home." Young Jin scrambled up, eyes darting around the room. A deep, warm voice rang out, seemingly coming from the dog sitting imposingly nearby. "Looking for something?" Young Jin was startled. He threw the window open to check, muttering, "Where is that voice coming from?" That voice spoke up again, this time more clearly. "You're only hearing me speak now." Young Jin spun around, eyes with dark circles from lack of sleep, glued to the empty space in the room. "Here?" He froze, cold sweat starting to pour out. And then he saw it. The small dog was baring its teeth, looking like it was grinning at him. Young Jin faced it, silent and motionless for a few seconds. He slowly sat down, picked the dog up to examine it closely. then started groping and poking every detail on its body. He turned it over, flipped it back, checking to the point the dog started feeling annoyed. It flared up and snapped, "Hey! Insolent!" The shout right in his face made Jin jump. He hurriedly put it down and backed away a few steps, keeping a safe distance to observe, looking at the harmless appearance of the animal in front of him. He thought to himself, "Oh, this dog knows how to talk. Everything has gone beyond imagination. Am I dreaming?" His head was spinning. After the series of unbelievable events just now. Seeing him standing there dazed, you are confused. Not daring to believe what is happening. Right? I've been here all day. Yet only now can you hear my voice. Saying that, Jin used spiritual power to control a nearby drawer. Clack clack. The drawer popped open. A bunch of clothes and socks flew out, flying straight into Jin's face. He annoyedly pulled off a tattered shirt. He threw it away in disgust and involuntarily let out a scream. But in that very moment, he suddenly realized something. The shirt was missing one sleeve. Remember now? That's from yesterday. As the horrifying memories suddenly flooded back. The female demon, the chase. And the sensation of his arm being crushed. The final memory was its wide gaping mouth, preparing to swallow him whole. A sharp pain suddenly crept into his mind. Jin hurriedly put his hand on his shoulder, checking for the existence of his left arm. It was still there. He was confused, trapped between memory and reality. What the hell are you talking about? You're thinking, why is this happening? Aren't you? As if reading his mind, the dog named Jin continued. Who do you think I am that I could stop that monster? And even talk to you? Seeing Jin's face of extreme confusion. First time hearing about things like this? Must be quite shocking, huh? Too much strange information rushing in, making Jin freeze up. Who am I and where am I? Jin offered advice. Call your guardian here. Huh? Jin didn't understand. The one who gave birth to and protects you. I need to know about your family. Just as he finished speaking, Jin replied in an emotionless voice, I don't have any. The dog, hearing that, immediately turned its head to look around the house once. Then suddenly asked back. What? You don't have parents anymore? He stepped off the bed, answering perfunctorily, I already said so. What about other guardians? No one at all. Watching him carelessly open a water bottle to drink, Jin sighed in frustration. Truly troublesome. But he also thought to himself. So this kid has lived very resiliently. Seems like I didn't choose the wrong person. Meanwhile, Jin was also lamenting inwardly. What kind of crazy situation is this? I can't remember last night clearly. And now this happens. Jin looked at his back, speaking in a reproachful tone, Hey, I saved your life. Why haven't I heard a single word of thanks, Hyung? Jin turned back giving it a disdainful look. You saved me? A puppy is stronger than that monster? So you're a monster too? Hearing this, Jin was so angry he choked. He coldly declared. You dare call me a monster? I am your ancestor. The firm assertion made Jin freeze. Sweat poured down his face. An ancestor? He stared intently at the dog in front of him, muttering foolishly. Dogs are ancestors of humans? So was I a dog before? Idiot. Jin snapped, fuming with rage, I am not a dog. Then what are you? He innocently asked back. Jin wanted to go crazy with this descendant. I am just residing in this body. To you, I look like a dog, but actually I'm not. Jin replied indifferently, so you're possessing a dog. You could say that. The dog nodded smugly. But right after, he dropped a blunt remark. Then you're still a dog, aren't you? I said I'm not. Jin got grumpy, trying to explain. But without a suitable human body. You're still a dog right now. I told you I'm not. Okay. He nodded, pretending to understand. So, an ancestor's ghost possessing a dog. Sounds a bit annoying, Jin muttered, but that makes sense. Ghost, saying that is also correct. Jin went straight to the point, so what do you want from me? He listlessly offered a few theories, want offerings? I don't have money for that stuff. Hearing that, he just silently turned his back. But Jin thoughtlessly muttered. If you need that many offerings, why not find a richer descendant? At the same time, Jin's face suddenly darkened. The little dog didn't reply, but just circled around on his blanket, constantly sniffing, walking back and forth as if looking for something. Afraid it would relieve itself right there. Jin pointed a warning finger, Hey, what are you doing? If you need to pee, go somewhere else. Misunderstood, Jin slowly stopped. He immediately switched to pitiful mode, expressing his feelings. Truly a poor clan. By now, there's no one left. What? Jin felt a bit let down. You mean there are no other descendants? So I'm the only one? Jin lowered his face sadly, replying, "That's right," then turned back. "Let's help each other from now on, okay?" "So you're staying here for good?" he asked indifferently. Jin squinted helplessly. "Where else can I go?" Then Jin screamed frantically, "What are you saying? If you're so great, go sleep outside." Finished speaking. He grabbed the edge of the blanket and flipped Jin onto the floor. The little dog lay sprawled, groaning in pain. Truly an ungrateful descendant. "Fine, just sit there and talk," Jin retorted. "I still have to go to school, I can't afford to raise you." But even though he said that, his hand still picked up the phone, tapping away to search for wheat grains to buy for him. He even made a snide remark. "An ancestor like you, demanding only good food, I'd have to sell the house." Jin's words were too logical. Jin, though angry, could only stay silent. Suddenly, the little dog pricked its ears towards the window, as if detecting a strange noise. Sensing danger, it suddenly jumped up and barked loudly, "Woof." Jin, eyes glued to the phone, jumped. "What is it?" Turning around, he saw Jin jumping up and down strangely. "Why are you acting up all of a sudden?" "There's something outside," Jin whispered, ears still perked up listening. "What?" Jin sprang up, looking panicked. The dog stared intently at the window, seriously saying, "You've dragged something back here." The stone statue that chased him and Hisu earlier was now trudging into the alley. Heavy footsteps rang out loudly. "What nonsense are you talking about? There's no one there," Jin, in disbelief, hastily denied. "Let's go, quick." Jin lunged, clinging tightly to his head, urging. "Go where?" he asked painfully. "Outside." Jin stiffened. "What?" "Stand still," Jin suddenly commanded. He had to stay silent for a few seconds to sense. The result was nothing unusual. He hurriedly grabbed Jin and pulled him off his head. "Stop sitting on my head." Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying shaking sound rang out, making the whole room tremble. The rumbling sound echoed again. A scary reality, not an illusion. Making him sweat like he took a shower this morning. Jin grabbed his hair and pulled Jin's head up. The pain made him scream. Outside the window, streetlights flickered. The main door remained shut tight. Carrying Jin on his shoulder, Jin cautiously checked the surroundings. Suddenly the dog used its front paws to forcefully pull his head to look to the right. And there, he froze at the sight before him. Outside the glass door, half the body of the school statue was standing tall. Each of its steps caused earth-shattering noise. And it stopped right in front of his door. The statue? Why is it here? Jin hid behind the stairs, whispering in panic. "You know it? It's the statue at school. Why did it turn into a monster like this?" Jin popped his head up to warn. "It's not a normal monster. It's an evil spirit." "An evil spirit looks like this?" Jin stared at the monster. "That's right." Jin put his paw on his face. "If there are evil spirits, there are also good spirits. Each species has its own form. And in this country, there are many things like that. Just take it as obvious." Meanwhile, the evil spirit placed its stone hand on the glass, slowly lowering its head to scan inside. "You mean it came here because of me too?" Jin wondered, seeming to have detected the target. The evil spirit slowly grinned hideously. "Exactly," Jin replied, both not taking their eyes off it. "But why is it following you?" "Evil spirits are vicious. But they don't just naturally follow people like this." Jin recalled pushing it into the garbage truck. He pondered for a few seconds, then closed his eyes to admit. "Seems like I provoked it first." At the same time, Jin shouted a warning, "It's coming in." Boom! The evil spirit landed a thunderous punch on the door. The door frame and glass shattered to pieces. The tremendous force knocked Jin off Jin. And he was also pushed down in a heap by the pressure. It may be an evil spirit, but its intelligence isn't very high. Due to inertia, it fell headfirst inside. Looking at the devastation, Jin exclaimed in worry. "It destroyed my house." "Forget the house. Run." Jin rushed over, screaming in his face. The evil spirit glared at both with intense killing intent. Jin was terrified. Suddenly Jin lunged forward. "Run ahead. What are you planning to do, ancestor?" Jin was confused by its action. "Just do as I say." Jin turned his head to command. The evil spirit had gotten up to chase Jin, forcing him to run for his life. When looking back, he saw the small back of the dog, standing tall, facing the giant monster directly. Without any fear. "Really? Is that my family's ancestor?" Jin displayed authority, looking straight at the evil spirit and shouting loud, "You bastard." The debris under its feet began to vibrate. From an invisible energy source, inner power exploded. Pink lightning bolts wrapped around Jin, radiating stronger and stronger. It declared sternly, "You dare touch my descendant?" The dog opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering move. But the sound that came out was just, woof 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 woof. The evil spirit stood still staring at the clown show before it. It simply swiped its hand, sending Jin flying a few meters. The dog rolled a few times, then fell with a thud onto the road surface. Then it scrambled up and ran after Jin, leaving the evil spirit bewildered. Finding it strange, Jin asked while running, "Huh? You're running too?" The somewhat tactless question left Jin speechless. "So who do you think I am?" "I just thought. You could only hold it off for about 10 seconds. Jin replied indifferently. "But it's weird, how did you save me so well yesterday? Or were you lying? You really are insolent. What do you get by mocking me?" Boom. Before he could finish, the evil spirit caught up. It swooped down from above, grabbing Jin. Ah. He was terrified. Damn it, it caught me. Suddenly, the jacket slipped off Jin's body, causing him to fall straight to the ground. The evil spirit held the jacket, freezing for a few seconds. Then happily put it on, and even zipped it up, smiling in satisfaction. "Quick, stand up." Jin trembled as he crawled up. The evil spirit, looking bizarre in his jacket, placed its hands on the ground in a sprint start position. Seeing that, both got another scare and buried their heads, running forward. Just as the evil spirit was about to launch, a voice suddenly rang out, "Come here." Words emitted. An aura appeared in midair. Hisu, with a loudspeaker in hand, was playing Buddhist sutras at maximum volume. The sound struck straight into the evil spirit's mind, making it writhe in pain. Jin looked at her in shock. Hisu stood there, a bit afraid, hands clutching the phone connected to the speaker, continuously playing the verses. Exorcism mantras, is that Lee Hisu? Luckily, she arrived just in time. The 8-hour sutra chanting video on the phone. She was still playing. And the sound from the speaker caused the evil spirit's body to instantly catch fire. Is it scared? Jin asked tremblingly. He watched the fire burning the monster, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! My jacket." Hisu still didn't take her eyes off the fire. Suddenly Jin froze. Something is wrong. Did we win? Just as the words ended, a hand and a foot, completely unharmed, stepped out of the flames. The evil spirit had resisted the power of the Buddhist sutras. It slowly stood up, raising its head with an even more terrifying appearance than before. Hisu backed away in astonishment. Impossible. My sutras had no effect. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit appeared right in front of her and swung its fist. "Look out!" Jin rushed in and shoved hard, pushing Hisu aside to help her dodge the blow. The hard shove made them both tumble to the ground. Jin groaned in pain. Hisu was panicked. Turning around, she saw the evil spirit raising its foot, aiming straight at the speaker. A thunderous stomp shattered the speaker. The concrete road also cracked open. The evil spirit bent down to pick up a piece of broken concrete, placed it on its shoulder to wind up, then spun around, throwing it straight at the two of them. "Careful!" Concrete fragments fell like rain on Hisu, scratching up her legs. Jin hurriedly raised his hands to shield them, but was still hit by large rocks on his body and head. A terrifying explosion occurred. After the dust settled, both lay collapsed on the ground. Jin struggled to sit up, trying to call the name of Hisu, who lay motionless. "Lee Hisu." The evil spirit stepped out from the explosion. Jin looked at it in astonishment. But a strange noise from Hisu's direction caught his attention. She was trying to light a bunch of incense. "Hey, we have to run!" Jin shouted. "Please." Hisu begged weakly, still stubbornly trying to light it. Jin, impatient, was about to yell again when he suddenly stopped. His eyes became filled with extreme horror. The evil spirit was towering right over Hisu. Its two hands were lifting a car, preparing to throw it down. The image of his pet dog Jin suddenly flashed in his mind. "You said you would come out." Jin desperately crawled up and ran for his life toward Hisu. "Then help me." He used every ounce of strength, screamed out, and jumped to shield Hisu, ready for death. But instead of feeling pain, his feet suddenly stepped into an indefinite void. Surrounded by a completely strange land, the space began to transform. Jin was bewildered, not understanding what just happened. What the hell is this? The sky before his eyes suddenly became murky. Where did everyone go? A feeling of uneasiness rose within him. He unconsciously called out loud, "Lee Hisu, ancestor." Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared behind him. A deep, warm voice spoke up. "Only now do I hear my descendants' desperate plea for help here." Hearing this familiar voice, Jin was stunned. He spun around, calling Jin's name in surprise. A man wearing ancient black clothing appeared from the hazy white smoke. His appearance was extremely mysterious. Especially the golden pupils, glowing brightly in the dark. Who are you? What is this outfit? Jin asked bewilderedly. Who else would I be? The man calmly replied. Jin started. Don't you recognize my voice, my descendant? The man smirked. His face suddenly blurred, shifting between a human form and the face of the dog Jin. And Jin finally vaguely realized this person's identity. He muttered, Ancestor? That's right. The man stepped right up behind him, his voice affirming, I am your ancestor. The sudden proximity sent a chill down Jin's spine. The man gently took his hand and began to recount. In the beginning, there were 12 gods. He continued, and I am the god who rules over dragons. A stream of warm power transmitted from his hand into Jin's body, making his palm glow brilliantly. From there, an earth-shattering source of energy exploded. Right at that moment, Jin returned to reality. The sentence still echoed in his ears. I will lend you power. Without a second of hesitation, he immediately used the energy he just received to summon a weapon to fight the evil spirit. Hisu witnessed that scene, unable to believe her eyes. Jin shouted loudly, eyes burning, rushing straight at the evil spirit. The ancestor's power turned into a giant blade, slicing the car in half with ease. A terrifying explosion rang out, seizing the moment the evil spirit was still dazed. He rushed in, slashing a sharp line across its ugly body. Due to inertia, he fell face first to the ground. Jin, Hisu shouted anxiously. What the hell is this? The car was really cut in half. He said with difficulty. What are you doing? Jin in the form of a dog roared angrily. Stand up immediately before you get minced into pieces. Jin hurriedly stood up, grabbed the sword, gritting his teeth and cursing silently, damn it. It's too heavy. Suddenly, he was startled, realizing the cut on the evil spirit had healed. At some point it had started growling angrily, bloodshot eyes rushing towards him like a hungry tiger. It swung its elbow, landing a thunderous blow on Jin. Unable to defend in time, the sword flew out of his hand, and his whole body flew straight into a nearby pile of scrap. When he crawled up, the evil spirit was standing tall right in front of him. It roared and lunged forward, making him turn pale with fear. Jin suddenly jumped onto the evil spirit's face, shouting, Run away. Quick. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. Jin immediately turned and fled. Why are you running, you idiot? Jin was driven crazy by him, yelling loudly. You handle it yourself. He denied all responsibility. Seeing the prey trying to escape, the evil spirit grabbed Jin, threw him aside, and leaped up. Catching up in the blink of an eye, Jin used the sword. Jin lay flat in a corner shouting. Jin gritted his teeth, spun around, gripping the sword tight in his hand. He suddenly swung a horizontal slash, forcing the evil spirit to arch its back to dodge. Taking advantage of that moment, he put all his strength into the next slash. Jin, hang in there. I'm coming. Hisu suddenly screamed in encouragement, as if revitalized. Jin swung the sword wildly. Even the evil spirit felt awkward watching him. Suddenly, the sword slipped out of his hand. It flew whizzing through the air, slicing through some nearby flower bushes, then soaring high up. In the blink of an eye, Jin turned and ran away again. The evil spirit immediately clung to him like a leech. The sky was filled with falling flower petals, fluttering down. Suddenly the evil spirit widened its eyes. A bad premonition rose up. It warily glanced upwards. While it was running amidst the brilliant rain of flowers, a petal gently covered one of its pupils. It constricted. Memories suddenly flooded back. In a room, flickering lights illuminated 2 blurry shadows on the wall. An athlete and a man wearing a safety helmet. 2 artisans were chiseling a human head out of iron. The sound of saws rang out ear-splittingly. A photo of the athlete appeared. Not long after, the statue with a human form was completed, causing a stir among the public. Oh my god, it looks exactly like him. Even reporters from the TV station came to film. That statue modeled a legendary track and field athlete, the #1 pride of Korea. The host looked at the statue for a long time, then wondered, but why is he bald? A cherry blossom petal gently flew past, covering the memory. But memories of the most brilliant days. Groups of tourists stopped by. Children ran and played. Beautiful girls posed for photos with the statue. Standing under the blazing sun, it proudly listened to the conversation of 2 girls. Come on, pose like him. Accompanied by clear laughter. Suddenly the statue glanced down. a female voice exclaimed. Oh my god. He is taking a photo right in front of his own statue. A man wearing a cap was posing. Exactly in the starting position of the statue. A middle-aged woman approached the man. Her voice full of admiration. Our son also loves track and field very much. He admires you a lot. Thank you for being such a wonderful inspiration. We really like your memoir. But even standing on the towering pedestal, the statue still heard every word clearly. And then it began to tear up. Time passed. A rope tightened across its shoulder. A crane hooked it up. Since then, it was left alone. Silently standing under the freezing rain. Raindrops rolled down the corners of its eyes. Just like tears of sorrow and loneliness. Snapping out of the flashback, the evil spirit silently looked at young Jin, who was still running for his life. Suddenly its steps slowed down. At the same time, young Jin tripped and fell face down on the cold ground. He panicked, spun around to look, then held his head in fear. Screaming. The evil spirit rushed forward swiftly but strangely. It zoomed past him. Young Jin was stunned, bewilderedly looking up to follow. The evil spirit ran straight towards the banner of an old marathon competition. It puffed its chest, spreading its arms wide in a victory pose. Imaginary flower petals fluttered. It spread its arms, crashing through the iron finish line barrier, immersed in the glorious feeling of finishing first. The cheering sounds, enthusiastic applause of the crowd, echoed endlessly in its mind. It proudly bit the gold medal, imagining the scene of being praised by the woman from years ago, being asked for autographs by everyone. It had become a celebrity, an idol loved by children everywhere. The evil spirit kept running forever towards the flower petals, as if running towards victory, brilliant in its own illusion. Meanwhile, young Jin and Jean could only stare blankly, not understanding a thing. Lee Hisu also stood there with a huge question mark over her head. Suddenly a streak of light flashed across the sky. The evil spirit disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the three standing bewildered. What the hell was that? Jean squinted pensively for a moment, then spoke in a hoarse voice. Seems like it achieved its purpose. And has ascended. Why so suddenly, he wondered. Like I said, the dog explained. Evil spirits are not dangerous. As long as you follow their rules. What rules? That depends on the purpose of existence of each spirit. Jean spoke slowly. That's why I asked why it was angry. It was definitely your fault. Are you kidding me? Young Jin immediately retorted. Not long after, night fell on the city. Young Jin returned to his room, groaning in pain while checking the wound on his arm. He grimaced and asked Jean, "Are my ribs cracked?" "You don't need to worry." The dog reassured him, then suddenly turned to look at Hisu, who was quietly sitting in the corner. "Young lady, are you okay?" Hisu scratched her arm, hesitating to answer. Then suddenly she bowed her head low and shouted, "Thank you." Young Jin stared wide-eyed, while her face flushed red with guilt and shyness. "You are Young Jin's ancestor, right?" Late at night, at the finish line of the marathon competition, the iron barrier snapped in two, suddenly flashed with a strange light, then healed back as before. A car broken in two nearby suddenly floated up. In midair, the broken pieces automatically reassembled perfectly. The shattered glass door of a shop healed itself. A severed apricot branch also automatically reconnected to the trunk. Under the streetlights, the silhouettes of three children, 2 boys and 1 girl, appeared. They put their arms around each other's shoulders, laughing happily. Then faded into the night. In a small room somewhere, an ancient sword was placed solemnly on a cabinet shelf. Hisu hesitated for a moment before daring to speak up. "Are you Young Jin's ancestor?" "Yes." Jin spaced out for a few seconds, then raised his eyebrows. "So you can see me?" The little dog was curious. "Are you a shaman?" The girl hurriedly shook her head, replying softly, "No, I'm not a shaman. I am a shaman's daughter." "Ha ha ha." Jean burst out laughing. "A shaman's daughter?" Recalling the last time Jean saved her life, Hisu said with immense gratitude. "Last time you saved me from that monster, but then I fainted." She smiled gently. "I still haven't had a chance to thank you properly. Thank you so much." At this moment, Young Jin suddenly interjected. He stared at Hisu wide-eyed in disbelief. "You can hear this dog talk?" She nodded honestly. Hearing that, Young Jin involuntarily sighed in relief. "So I don't have schizophrenia." Hisu couldn't help but laugh looking at him. "Schizophrenia? Honestly?" At this moment, Jean smiled and asked her, "How did you know I'm this kid's ancestor?" "Well," Hisu looked at the dog and the boy sitting in front. Then involuntarily imagined Jin's image in human form and compared it with Young Jin. Then she smiled honestly. "Because the two of you look very alike." "What do you mean?" Jin couldn't accept this truth. She blushed and explained softly, Jin. Don't you see it? See what? He raised an eyebrow impressed. Your ancestor's appearance. Jin suddenly turned to tease Jin. Can't you see my super handsome appearance, huh? The little dog was extremely confident in his outstanding looks, smugly saying, it's natural for women to feel shy. Before my beauty? Jin scoffed with disdain. He grabbed a mirror and held it in front of Jin. You're so handsome, huh? The sentence ended, and the person and the dog immediately rushed at each other in a brawl, bruising and battering each other. Amidst that, Hisu pulled out her phone. Jin, look at this. Just as he looked over, she snapped a photo. A filter of a rabbit gnawing on a carrot appeared right at Jin's position. In midair. What is that? He immediately cried out. Jin stared at the phone and screamed. Oh my god, how did you do that? He stubbornly refused to believe his eyes, telling himself it must be an app glitch. She turned to say to Jin, Grandpa ancestor, please move closer to Jin. Immediately, a filter of vomiting appeared right next to Jin's face. Next was a mask filter, exactly the same. Still stubbornly disbelieving, he deliberately waved his hands wildly around himself to check if the figure of Jin was really there or not. Jin just frowned, showing he didn't care. It was getting later and later. Streetlights outside had turned on. The clock struck 9:05 p.m. But aren't you going home? Jin suddenly spoke up. It's already 9 o'clock. Hisu startled, stammered intending to speak then stopped. Finally she whispered, I can't go home. Jin took a sip of water while staring at her. Why? He asked. Hisu took a deep breath to gather courage. My mom is also possessed by a ghost like me. She is strong enough to summon an evil spirit easily. Hearing this, Jin's eyes widened. If I go home in this state. Her voice trembled with fear and sadness. Mom will forcefully possess me again. Then come find you just like that evil spirit. Why would your mom find me? He asked curiously. Because she wants your body. She replied bluntly. Jin also spaced out hearing this. Why my body? Jin frowned. Hisu turned sharply, looking straight at him with sharp eyes. Because you are a soul vessel. Hisu stood up, grabbed a bowl, and approached him. Wait a moment. She poured water into the white bowl, holding it out in front of him. Her reflection appeared on the water surface. This is a normal person. She spoke in a low voice then decisively poured the water out. Next she held up the empty bowl. And this is you. She explained seriously. In the future, more and more spirits will want to usurp that empty vessel. Which is you. Jin could only swallow hard. But before, I didn't know how to explain. So I didn't say anything. What those spirits want is exactly you. She said, looking straight into his eyes. What the hell? Jin frowned, confused. You didn't know? Jin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interjected. The dog spoke bluntly. Strange things keep happening because of you. Hearing this, Jin's face went pale. He suddenly remembered the words he said to Hisu. What did you do again this time? Strange things keep happening. Since I got involved with you. If not for you, these things wouldn't have happened. Back then she kept explaining. No, it wasn't me, but he didn't listen at all. Jin's face darkened. Nothing happened before your birthday. Hisu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Yes, she said, then fell silent too. Suddenly she approached Jin. Quietly kneeled down and respectfully said. Sir, she begged earnestly. Please help me. Jin looked at her for a moment then raised an eyebrow asking. You said your mother is a shaman? Does she worship ghosts as gods? Hearing that question, Hisu jumped. She doesn't know what she's doing. Hisu hurriedly explained. My mother wasn't famous for fortune-telling before. But she always prayed wholeheartedly. The image of a woman sitting in the middle of the forest appeared in her story. Until one day, she returned and said she had received a deity. After that, the shrine, which rarely had visitors, suddenly became so famous that people had to book a whole year in advance. She recalled the moment she stood hiding behind the door, curiously watching the customers coming for fortune-telling. But I saw that thing didn't look like a deity at all. Her voice trembled, thinking of the hideous smile of the demon standing behind her mother. When she was small, she once innocently asked, Mom, is the spirit you are worshipping really a god, Mom? Immediately, a thunderous slap sent her crashing to the ground. She clutched her face in pain, listening to her mother's curses. How dare you blaspheme the gods? Her mother's terrifying face from that moment still haunts her to this day. It is an evil spirit. Jin's voice rang out, cutting off her train of thought. Hisu pursed her lips and continued in a low voice, since that day, I tried to escape the spirit haunting my mother. But it was useless. Finally it summoned a dark spirit and forced me. Hearing this, Jin nodded. A spirit shaman. I understand. No wonder normal rituals had no effect. But at some point, Jin had hopped onto the bed, tapping on his phone. Pretending not to care. I will help you, Jin suddenly said, making Hisu look up, unable to believe her ears. He smiled and explained, you risked your life to save Jin. You deserve to be helped. He turned to Jin. This is the right thing to do, isn't it, Jin? Jin was bewildered. Suddenly it's me? I have to help too? Meanwhile, Hisu repeatedly bowed her head, cheering happily. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ignoring Jin clutching his head in protest. Jin smiled contentedly. It's late, let's sleep. The girl obediently nodded. Took a roll of toilet paper to use as a pillow and lay down. Hey, Jin shouted. What are you doing? Huh? I'm getting ready to sleep, she replied casually. Why sleep here? I told you I can't go home. Then sleep at a friend's house. I don't have friends. She sadly shook her head. Jin thought for a moment. The girl with the bun on her head, isn't she your friend? She's a friend of the dark spirit, not mine. Come on, just pretend to be close for a bit. This is? Jin held his face helplessly. Jin. She pleaded in a small voice. Please listen to me. What is it? Let me sleep at your house, okay? No, he replied cold as ice. I'll just sleep, I promise. What the hell are you saying? Keep talking and don't understand? He yelled angrily. Then sleep. What else do you plan to do? Jin stretched on the bed, teasing. Sleeping in the same bed, then glanced at Jin. Saying, I'm going outside. What the hell are you saying? Jin shouted, face red with anger as he left the room. Jin. Hisu spoke up apologetically. Sorry. But can you lend me a pair of shorts? An old one is fine. Jin's face froze. That night, the small house turned off the lights. Hisu lay silently. Eyes closed tight, but her face suddenly turned pale. In her dream, she saw her hand being held tight by someone. A knife held close. Mom, I'm sorry, she begged in fear. Her mother stood outside the door. Eyes cold. Mom. The door slammed shut. The corner of her mother's mouth curled up into a terrifying smile. Mom, I know I was wrong. She screamed frantically, banging on the door. Let me in. Inside the room, a blood-stained hanbok lay next to a mysterious jar covered in talismans. She panted in exhaustion. I'm so scared. Little Hisu huddled in a corner. Suddenly a ghost jumped out in front of her, eyes bulging out. Hello Hisu, nice to meet you. Mom. She moaned in the nightmare, tears streaming down. Seeing that, Jin immediately walked over and lay down next to her, helping her gradually calm down and fall into a peaceful sleep. At another place, under flickering candlelight illuminating a row of Buddha statues, a woman sat in front of the altar. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the table full of white rice. It was Hisu's mother. She glanced coldly down at the table surface, then suddenly slammed it hard, scattering the rice. Lee Hisu, you wretched girl, she roared in anger. Her eyes were completely white. Where the hell did you go? She gritted her teeth. Grinding sounds surrounded by child spirits crawling all over her body. Her voice rang out, terrifying and ghastly. When she returns, I will stuff her head into this jar. The next morning, Jin sluggishly curled up in bed. His face looked haggard. Dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. Jin picked up his phone to check. 8:46, he lethargically got out of bed, headed to the bathroom door and turned the knob. As he opened the door, he scratched his head and let out a long yawn. His sleepy face looked pitiful. Suddenly, catching his eye, was the image of Hisu brushing her teeth, as naturally as if she were in her own home. Both froze, staring at each other with wide eyes. A second later, she screamed and slammed the door shut. Jin still stood motionless outside the door, jaw dropped in shock. The white dog Jin tagged along from behind, speaking in a teasing tone. Good morning, Jin. It's barely morning and you're already so lively, unlike last night, huh? A while later, in the sun-drenched apartment, Hisu sat dazedly on the bed, watching Jin struggling to tie a large trash bag. Where are you going? She wondered. The fridge is out of food, he replied curtly without turning back. He annoyedly recalled the scene of Jin criticizing the pile of cereal cups on the table. What kind of food is this? Hurry up and go buy something delicious for me, will you? My ancestor seems a bit picky, Jin explained reluctantly, then suddenly added a sentence that surprised Hisu. You're a guest too, so I have to treat you to something. Hurry up. Jean was rolling around on the bed, urging. We only ate a little bit. Remember to buy some beef. Jin grumbled, completely annoyed. I'll go with you. Hisu stood up, smiling radiantly. Fine, he replied tiredly. A while later, they were at the trash disposal area. Jin gently set the trash bag down. Suddenly, Hisu spoke up with praise. You're still in school. But you look as mature as an adult. She smiled at him with eyes full of admiration. It's just my circumstances, he replied humbly. The two walked silently. Jin felt a bit shy and awkward because of the earlier praise. He stole a glance at her. Hisu was still radiant and shining as always. She smiled warmly, looking up at the sky and exclaiming. The weather is so beautiful today. He suddenly remembered the harsh words he had said to her. And felt extremely guilty. If I hadn't met you, none of this would have happened. Her stunned and sad face. From that moment flashed back. He blamed himself, it was all his fault. Lost in thought, his steps gradually slowed down. Suddenly, summoning all his courage, he called out, Hey. Hisu turned back. Huh? He mumbled, only managing to get one word out. You? Seeing him hesitate, she waited silently. Suddenly, Jin shouted ah, and clutched his head. Exhausted, he crouched down to her bewilderment. He kept his head down, not daring to face Hisu. But his voice was extremely sincere. I'm sorry. About what? She scratched her back, asking in confusion. For saying harsh words to you. It's all my fault. It took Hisu a moment to understand. She was surprised and didn't know what to say. Jin kept his head down, mumbling. Even so, you still helped me a lot. His palms started sweating, voice trembling slightly. Thank you. Actually, he was so shy his face was flushed and sweating. He still tried to express himself. No matter what happens in the future, I will. You really think more maturely than everyone else. Hisu suddenly bent down to look straight into his eyes. Huh? She spoke, startling him into standing up abruptly. Don't dwell on that. She said, I don't mind. Hisu crossed her arms and smiled brightly to comfort him. Besides, it was partly my fault anyway. You got hurt because of me. Right? So, let's call it even. But Jin was flustered, not knowing how to respond. So he just turned away. Alright, I get it. He secretly sighed in relief. Let's just go shopping quickly. Then, the two of them entered a nearby supermarket. Hisu had just put a large bag of candy into the cart. When Jin stopped her. Hey, what are you buying this for? He asked blankly, his hand trying to hold back the bag of candy. Just so you can eat whenever you're hungry. She explained. There. Thanks, he replied helplessly. Are you buying anything else? She asked innocently. This is enough for now, he added listlessly. By the way, I'm almost out of money. What? Hisu didn't understand. Just buy it, I'll pay. Huh? Why would you pay? She pulled out a credit card, grinning gleefully. It's fine, it's Jin's money. There's nearly 10 million won on it. He was helpless, not knowing what to say. Just consider it the exorcism commission fee, she said quickly. After shopping, they walked out of the supermarket. Hisu happily hugged the bag of candy, chewing noisily, while Jin carried a huge bag of groceries under his arm. Secretly amazed. This is the first time I've gone to the supermarket. And bought so many things. By the way, you cook pretty well, she suddenly remembered and praised him. Yeah, it's just average, he replied. Hisu didn't notice his speechless expression. Still excitedly saying, with these ingredients. We're going to have a really delicious meal, just you watch. Suddenly, Jin's eyes widened as he realized something. In front of him, John was glued to his phone and walking closer. A red alarm went off loudly in his head. Why isn't it here yet? John looked up, frowning in confusion. Then suddenly he exclaimed, ah. In front of John right now, there was only Hisu standing there blankly, holding the bag of candy. John recognized Jin's rumored girlfriend. Hello, he smiled brightly, though confused. Hello, she politely replied. Not far away. Jin was crouching down, panting in the middle of the street. Damn it, why is John there? He wondered wearily. He looked up at the sky and groaned, oh my god. That guy is definitely going to speculate all kinds of things. He anxiously opened his phone. 10:58, the group chat messages were going crazy. I'm talking to Jin's girlfriend right now. She's so damn cute. Nice. Jin, just you wait. You're dead when I see you. Reading through the pile of annoying messages, he sighed. So tiring. Jin put away his phone and continued walking home. Behind his lonely figure, a giant, grotesque black shadow was slowly approaching. Jin had no idea. His eyes still glued to his phone screen. A large, pitch-black hand reached out, about to grab him. Suddenly, a soccer ball flew in from nowhere and hit Youngjin straight in the head. Ah! The impact didn't just cause him stinging pain, but also made the black shadow vanish in an instant. The ball bounced off and rolled across the sidewalk. Youngjin rubbed his head in annoyance, turning around to complain. What the hell? Right behind him was a strange kid with black hair. His face strangely calm, and dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept in a year. That kid was also leading a few smaller children. Youngjin rubbed his head and demanded, "Did you throw that?" The kid clearly didn't look normal. He looked at him. "You should be careful." What? Youngjin didn't understand at all. Annoyed, he retorted, "I'm the one who should be saying that. You need to walk carefully." The tiny kids with him suddenly swarmed around, grabbing his hands and advising him. "Mister, you have to watch the road when you walk." "That's right, it's very dangerous. We're just worried about you." Youngjin was stunned, not understanding why he was the one getting scolded. And by a bunch of baby-faced kids at that. They waved goodbye to him, not forgetting to remind him, "Remember to be more careful next time, okay?" Helpless, he replied, all right. Thanks, kids." Watching the kids skip away, he thought to himself. Those kids are really strange. But that older kid with the dark circles. He just stood there staring at him inexplicably. A moment later, he calmly turned and walked away. Youngjin looked at his retreating back, wondering to himself, what was that about? Meanwhile, near the supermarket, Hisu was wandering alone, holding the bag of candy, looking for him. Did he go ahead? She thought, then opened her phone to call. At that very moment, a terrifying giant black shadow appeared behind her. It had a deformed, large foot. A moment later, Hisu and the shadow disappeared together, leaving only the bag of candy lying forlornly on the sidewalk. Inside the apartment, Jin was sleeping soundly on the bed. Hearing the door open, he woke up with a start. "Oh, you're back?" he asked blankly, drool still dripping from his mouth. "Why are you alone?" Seeing Youngjin silent, Jin felt a bit panicked. He jumped off the bed and asked, squinting his eyes, "Where is that girl?" Youngjin was busy putting the new groceries into the fridge. He only turned back and replied casually, "She'll probably be here soon." 15 minutes later, Youngjin started to get worried. He called repeatedly. But on the other end, there was only the sound of beeping. A prolonged beep, and finally, the phone just announced that the call couldn't be taken. Did something happen? He wondered anxiously. Jin's puppy face also turned serious. Unable to wait any longer, Youngjin opened the door and rushed out. His hand still clutching the phone, trying to call back. He looked around in panic. And then he saw a figure. Hisu was slowly approaching from afar. Youngjin immediately ran over. "Hey Hisu, where did you go?" She didn't answer, just suddenly called his name, Youngjin ah. Then she gave a strange smile. "Where did you go just now?" I went ahead." He explained hesitantly, scratching his head. "I was afraid John would catch us again." "Who is John?" Hisu asked. "Is it that friend with glasses?" "Ah," she exclaimed softly. Then smiled in a terrifying way. "Is he a bad person?" "No, he's just a friend. He just likes to tease a bit," he hurriedly explained. At this moment, Youngjin felt something was wrong. He looked up. Looking straight into her face for the first time since they met up again, Hisu looked really strange. She was emitting a gloomy atmosphere that was chilling. Her eyes were dark and soulless, along with a bizarre smile on her lips. He instinctively looked down at the shirt on her chest. Youngjin's face suddenly changed color. He realized something but still stepped closer, wondering, "What's wrong with your face?" Immediately, Hisu's eyes turned bloodshot red. A cold wind blew down his spine, blending with her ghostly smile. The camouflage shattered. The lower half of the imposter's face and neck cracked into grotesque red fragments, revealing the true form of an old man with white hair and beard. He was wearing ragged clothes. A tattered piece of cloth fluttered at his neck. He grinned with terrifyingly sharp, cold eyes, and proclaimed, "I am the bogeyman." But Youngjin didn't even have time to regain his composure. He was still staring blankly when Jin screamed out. But it was too late. Jin watched helplessly as he disappeared right before his eyes, leaving behind only a pile of ash fluttering chillingly. Silently, Jin stared into the cloud of dust, his face showing grave seriousness. "Damn it, did I let him slip away?" The small dog moved forward, sniffing around, trying to find any remaining traces. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out from behind. "Looks pretty fitting, doesn't it?" Jin immediately went on alert. He discreetly glanced behind. He saw a figure dressed in black, only as tall as an elementary school kid. "So, how is living the life of a dog?" the person mocked. It was the boy with dark circles who had saved Youngjin earlier. "Confident, aren't we?" Jin spoke up. The boy with the dark, scary eyes looked at Jin. It's been a while, hasn't it? He said, his sharp gaze calling the dog by his true name. Din Mao been to it? Huh? Jin was bewildered. This person clearly has a connection to the spirit world, and possesses power that is not ordinary. He looked at the boy's small body, asking suspiciously, what is with that body? The strange boy suddenly smirked, but his eyes were full of resentment. I don't know if you're asking for real, or if you're trying to mock me. Jin really didn't mean anything by it, just blankly scratching his dog face. How did you break the seal? The boy asked, radiating murderous intent. I don't know. Jin calmly replied, shaking his head and smirking. Or maybe there's someone among you who is disgruntled. Or perhaps, some demon god wants to bother me? The small boy was a bit annoyed and didn't bother answering. He pulled out a paper fan from a strange box. Behind his back, the fan emitted sparks of electricity and a magical blue aura. A small, swirling whirlwind shot quickly towards Jin. At the same time, on the boy's body, a long blue and red cloak appeared. The attack created an extremely powerful gust of wind, making Jin's dog body feel like it was about to be blown away. Those wind beams turned into giant spears, sharp and rushing forward. Immediately, Jin transformed back into his human form, ready to defend himself. But before he could do anything, the volley of wind spears stopped dead, pointed straight at his neck. The fan in his hand was still radiating massive energy. The cloak flared up with phantom flames. At any moment, I can tear you apart and seal you away once again. The kids around them weren't to be trifled with either. Their bodies emitted white magical power, wearing ancient outfits like priests. That motionless steel whirlwind suddenly sprouted hundreds of sharp spikes, pointing densely straight at Jin's face. Just me alone is enough. Let me ask you this, Jin spoke calmly, without a hint of fear. He easily turned back into a dog, escaped the matrix of spikes, and questioned, my body, did you guys pull some trick? Right? The boy remained silent, then suddenly smiled in a strange way. He folded the paper fan and tapped it hard against his palm. At the same time, the frozen vortex behind him shattered, collapsing completely. The boy put the fan back behind his back. The magical cloak also vanished. Taking the box lid from the kids, he replied, why don't you go ask that angel? Saying that, he turned to leave but still clarified, this is the first time I've seen this too. Why did you seal me? Jin suddenly spoke up, making the kids widen their eyes and turn back. Because you were afraid of me? His question made the boy freeze. He turned his head to look at Jin, frowning slightly, his lips moving, but in the end, he remained silent. After a long while, he blurted out a curse, you idiot. The boy's figure disappeared into the white smoke, not bothering to wait for his subordinates. Idiot? What do you mean idiot? Jin grumbled in annoyance. He just said that and left? A gentleman like me will let it slide this time. Only then did Jin remember the important matter. This isn't the time. He buried his nose in the ground again and continued sniffing, ignoring the innocent calls of puppy. Puppy. Jin looked up and was startled. A child's face with bright eyes, and a round, drooling mouth was right in his face, thrust there from who knows when, still muttering, puppy. A bunch of kids swarmed around Jin, their eyes sparkling with delight. Is the person you're looking for the guy in black, with messy hair? One kid asked. Let us find him for you. Meanwhile, another boy was happily feeling Jin's ears, exclaiming, they're just like rabbit ears. The children insisted that they knew where he was. A grinding sound rang out rhythmically in a damp, moldy room. Dirty. The ceiling was covered in exorcism talismans. A rough hand was continuously sharpening a sharp knife, mouth humming a gruesome melody. Awakened by the noise, Youngjin groggily opened his eyes. Yummy, come eat the cake. Right before his eyes was the silhouette of a terrifying old man, squatting on the floor. What is this? Where is this? Youngjin looked around in confusion. Only then did he realize he was tightly bound in a bundle of straw that was tattered. The sound of knife sharpening grew more intense, blending with the singing voice. Ghostly, crybaby, tiger takes away, bad child put in the jar. He tilted his head, revealing evil eyes on his wrinkled, old face. Youngjin's eyes widened in horror. He realized it was the old man who had disguised himself as Hisu earlier. Fear made his face go pale. He gritted his teeth, straining to break free from the straw binding him. Young? Gina. The mournful voice made him freeze. Looking to the side, he saw Hisu was tied up exactly the same way, her face red from crying. Don't tell me you. Suddenly, a pile of white salt poured down onto the floor from out of nowhere, right in front of Youngjin. The old man continued singing without noticing. Salted heavily to make sour paste. It looks like we're about to be made into paste. Hisu sobbed, I've heard this song 4 times already. Paste? Youngjin was horrified. Immediately after, he felt salt pouring out from all over his body. The old man stopped singing and coughed. Youngjin was stunned, looking at his body which was wet and covered in salt. But what horrified him even more was, he was completely naked. Ah, Youngjin. He let out a miserable groan and buried his face in the pile of salt. His face was red as a beet. Clothes, where are my clothes? He asked Hisu in a whisper. Hey, did you see everything? No, I didn't see. Hisu replied awkwardly, turning her face away too. You don't look at me either. At this moment, the old man stopped sharpening the knife. He stood up holding the sharp weapon. Creaking footsteps approached. Youngjin didn't dare lift his head. Sweat poured down like a shower. Hisu also lay face down on the floor, holding her breath and listening. The noise stopped. The silence was terrifying. Is he gone? Youngjin thought to himself and boldly stole a glance. A hideous old face with a savage smile hit him straight in the eyes. Awake already? The old man laughed gleefully. Youngjin froze, only able to remain silent. The old man's neck suddenly elongated, placing his head right down on the floor, looking straight into his eyes with a gruesome gaze. Bad child, huh? Youngjin asked back blankly. Why am I a bad child? Hisu, who had stopped crying at some point, also turned to protest. That's right, we are good children. Good children should be given rice cakes. Her fear had turned into a sense of injustice. Give us rice cakes. Hey! Don't provoke him, Youngjin reminded her in panic. You? The old man growled. How will you prove you are good children? Then how do you prove we are bad children? Youngjin retorted tensely. Are you filial children? Try and prove it. What? Youngjin felt stumped, he was helpless on this one. I don't have parents. Hearing that answer, the old man's eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out. He shrieked in anger, you impudent brat. Daring to be disrespectful to parents. Youngjin and Hisu's faces twitched in fear. He raised the knife, pointing it straight at Youngjin's face, laughing triumphantly. Good. You are the perfect type to make into paste. Youngjin slumped down listlessly, having no energy left to argue. That's not it. Hisu hurriedly cried out, Youngjin really doesn't have parents. But the bogeyman didn't care at all. Squinting with laughter, he said, you are also the unfilial type. Hisu interjected, seems like unfilial piety is the only crime, huh? He turned back to criticize Youngjin. Disrespecting parents is the same as killing parents. That is, a heinous crime. He crazily swung the sharp knife up, preparing to stab down. In the moment of life and death, Youngjin calmly spoke. They died. The old man froze. The screaming stopped abruptly. Then he whipped around, pointing straight at Hisu's face. Then you are the unfilial child. Definitely. Both were stunned, not understanding what was going on. What is it now? Youngjin was annoyed. The old man began to describe the scene. A young woman sitting in front of an altar, praying, O bogeyman, my daughter is disobedient and spoiled. Please take her away. Signed, Hisu's mother. Every night, your mother begs me to take a spoiled daughter like you away, he said. Hisu was stunned, looking sad and in disbelief, stammering. That is my mother? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from outside. The sound of bells ringing deafeningly interrupted the conversation. The bogeyman fell silent and glanced at the door. Looking a bit pensive, he walked towards it, turning back to instruct the 2 frightened people. Wait here and be good. His shadow gradually disappeared behind the door. When the noise died down completely, the door slammed shut. Youngjin and Hisu looked at each other in bewilderment, secretly feeling lucky. He arched his back, trying to sit up. The entangled rags made moving very uncomfortable. Hisu had to shake her hair to get some salt off. This is the shrine we were looking for, she suddenly realized. What? He was surprised, then buried his face down, complaining wearily. We're done for. What's wrong? Wasn't it your plan to come here too? What can we do now that we're here? Youngjin grumbled. She waved her hand to suggest, then you take out the knife like this. Hey, I left the knife at home, and I forgot the offerings too. He replied helplessly. Hisu widened her eyes innocently and spread her hands in a funny way. Doesn't it just appear if I do this? It was like that last time. What? He asked blankly. In this tense situation. You two are still casually chatting? Do you think this is a comic book? Youngjin couldn't take it anymore. If not, then I'm sorry. First, we have to get out of here. He said, going through this door will definitely lead to that old man again. Youngjin, Hisu suddenly cried out. She had stood up at some point. seriously pointing at another door in the back. Both decided to exit that way. Salt fell heavily with every step. Just as they got out, Youngjin's eyes widened in amazement. He looked around. From the bright ceiling to the sculpted walls, with elaborate religious figures. Detailed. He looked in astonishment at a giant Buddha statue, and then at the large blades stuck around it. Wondering, what the hell is this? Oh, Youngjin. Hisu called out, she had just found a wardrobe in the back. Maybe we should wear this for now. Going out like this would be so embarrassing. They took off the tattered, salt-covered rags. Turning their backs to each other. No, don't look. You neither. Each in a corner. They silently put on the temple robes. Youngjin took a white set with only a string tied around the waist. The flaps occasionally flew up, revealing his thighs. He shyly covered them up, embarrassed. Where are my clothes? How can I go out wearing this? Hisu, wearing a yellow monk's robe, smiled and replied, I'll pay for the taxi. No need. She pointed to the large, bright door ahead. Getting out of here leads to the courtyard, right? But Youngjin's face went blank, as he suddenly saw something. He frowned, sweat pouring out. His eyes becoming serious. Hey, yeah. Outside that bright door was a rather tall figure. Looks like there's someone, he said. Both fell silent, staring intently at the door. The figure had gotten very close. The door frame slowly opened. A person wearing a red shirt and purple pants was entering. Tense and frightened, Youngjin and Hisu hurriedly hid in the small cabinet, placed right in the corner of the wall. Outside, the sun was nearly setting. Darkness gradually covered the deserted shrine courtyard. Only the evening light cast upon a lonely tree shadow. Sitting in the cabinet for a while without hearing any movement, he wondered, why is it so quiet? Youngjin risked reaching his hand toward the door, intending to open it a crack to peek. Just as he opened a small crack, a face was pressed right against the door. Bulging eyes staring straight into his. The corner of the mouth curled up into a gruesome smile. Youngjin froze, then became strangely calm. He quickly slammed the door shut. He used both hands to press tight against the cabinet opening. Only then did he turn to look at Hisu with a serious expression. We're dead. What's wrong? She asked, a bit scared. But it was useless. The other person easily opened the cabinet door on Hisu's side. A large figure appeared, but the head was obscured by the cabinet frame, making it look even more terrifying. Hisu suddenly froze as if she recognized the person. She grimaced, then backed away and called out, to Youngjin's astonishment. Mom! Immediately after, a hand reached in, grabbed her head, and violently dragged her out. Ah! Hisu screamed in pain. Lee Hisu! Youngjin shouted in panic, unable to do anything in time. She dragged her out and pushed her down onto the cold floor. Hisu trembled, not daring to look up. A cold voice spoke up. You're back, why didn't you say anything? The dark figure gradually became clear. Hisu, she called her daughter's name coldly. Mom was very worried. She glared down at her daughter for a moment, then glanced towards the cabinet. Her sharp eyes coldly stopped on the panicked face of Youngjin, who was still sitting stunned inside. She smirked as if asking, You brought a friend home too? Youngjin tried to break the thick atmosphere. He clumsily crawled out from under the cabinet, trying to appear calm. He stood up and hastily brushed off his clothes. My family has a bit of an emergency, I should probably head home first. The woman stood there silently. The corners of her mouth curved into an unchanging smile. Next time, come play again next time. Youngjin added, trying to dispel the terrifying silence. At this moment, Hisu's face looked desperate. She looked up at him in confusion. But Youngjin became even more tense. He turned to her and blurted out a lie. Hey, Lee Hisu. I don't know the way back. Can you walk me home? She still said nothing, just keeping that smile so cold it was chilling. Youngjin hurriedly pulled Hisu's hand. Both flustered, turned around intending to run out. Suddenly, she pursed her lips, emitting a strange whistling sound. Exactly like earlier. That noise made Youngjin freeze, his feet as if nailed to the ground. She slowly turned around, her voice soft, as if reminding them. Since you've met your friend's parents, you should say hello. A freezing sensation ran down his spine. Youngjin blankly looked down at his feet. A severed hand, gray and disgusting, was tightly gripping his ankle. Immediately after, a series of other hands surged up from the floor, clawing tightly at him. Dozens of faces, withered to the bone, with hollow eye sockets, were screaming, making silent, muffled noises, desperately clinging to his body. Hisu's mother finally revealed her true form. Her eyes shone sharply, voice cold as ice. Insolent. Were you not taught properly? Darkness rushed in to engulf Youngjin. Along with the ghostly hands, he was stunned, completely dizzy. She called his name, her pupils contracting and pinning him down. Children who aren't taught properly need to be taught a lesson. The evil spirits reached out, pushing both him and Hisu flat onto the ground. No need to look back. Hisu's mother's face broke into a triumphant smile. Because anyway, you cannot get out of here. Just then, a mysterious voice rang out from the door. What are you doing? It was the bogeyman. He walked in, wearing ragged clothes. Hisu's mother glanced at him. Husband, if you're done, then go. The evil spirits clinging to Youngjin suddenly tightened their grip. The bogeyman squinted and remained silent for a moment. As if understanding his thoughts, the woman replied, that's him. Is that so? The bogeyman said coldly. Youngjin and Hisu looked at him with a glimmer of faint hope. But then he suddenly spoke up. A sentence that made both their faces go pale. These children are good children. He criticized the woman. And you are a terrible mother. He pointed straight at her face and growled. Terrible parents are also the type that need to be punished. Hisu's mother sneered, is this old man senile? What? Do you know why you are trapped here? She asked. Let me tell you. She flicked a finger lightly. A white silk strip flew out from somewhere, surrounding the bogeyman. He swung his blade to cut it, but the silk strip immediately wrapped tightly around his hand. Then bound his whole body tight. Hisu and Youngjin watched the scene in horror. Wrapped completely in the silk strip, the bogeyman shrank in the blink of an eye. She pointed a finger down, sealing him inside a porcelain jar. She snapped her fingers, a talisman stuck tightly to the jar's mouth. Old but unaware of propriety, she said coldly. Can't even recognize his own master. Then what use is he? Youngjin looked at her warily. The woman turned back and smiled at him. Have you kids finished eating? She suddenly asked an irrelevant question. The evil spirits clinging to them suddenly let go. Immediately after, Youngjin felt dizzy. His limbs went limp, with no strength left. He trembled, looking down at his hands shaking uncontrollably. What's wrong? Her voice was ice cold. Didn't you say you wanted to go home? Youngjin was bewildered. His body couldn't move, it was completely paralyzed. Youngjin, Hisu whispered beside him. Look. In the distance, the evil spirits were gathering and giggling together. It seems we've been tricked, she said. Suddenly, a strong invisible force pushed Jin down hard onto the floor. Go on, Hisu's mother's voice rang out. Now cruel like a demon. You can't go anywhere. Mom, Hisu said softly in fear. She squeezed her eyes shut, her face pale. Please stop, Mom. Mom? The woman glared straight at her. You know very well I'm not your mother. What kind of trick are you pulling? She warned, shut up and stand there, before I lock you in with them. Then she turned back to Youngjin, smiling triumphantly. Now it's your turn. Just then, another voice echoed from outside. Goddess, are you there? Interrupted. Hisu's mother glared angrily at Youngjin once, then turned and walked out, slamming the door shut. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. They had returned to the original room. Youngjin was still dazed. Back again? He let out a shaky breath. Your mother is really scary. That's not my mother, Hisu whispered. I know, Youngjin replied. I was just saying. I bet she's usually very gentle. My mother is very gentle and kind. She has never even spoken harsh words to anyone. She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Memories of her gentle mother before being possessed, and the cruel reality of her possession, intertwined, making her heart ache. Youngjin, she called out dejectedly. What is it? I'm sorry, Hisu suddenly said. Because of me, you're in danger again. Youngjin rolled his eyes in boredom. Are these your last words? I guess in your eyes, I'm a selfish and annoying person. Right? She felt self-pity, tears starting to well up. No, he replied, then added. But you really are making me feel annoyed right now. I'm really sorry, she burst into sobs. Hisu's crying gave Youngjin a headache. Stop crying and stop apologizing. He sighed. Looks like we're really done for. Hearing that, Hisu cried even louder. We really are done for. She apologized while blaming herself. Sorry for asking for your help. You must be very scared too, but, she choked up. But if I didn't do anything. My mother, she sobbed. I saw my mother's skin rotting. Hisu remembered that terrifying day, when she only dared to hide in a corner, fearfully watching her mother's flesh gradually necrose. The demon in her body said. This body can't hold out much longer. Why are you only saying this now? Youngjin questioned. I didn't want to become a burden to you. You're already a burden, aren't you? He scolded. Hisu looked away, whimpering. That was before that evil spirit possessed my mother. If it's already too late, what should I do? Hey! Youngjin's voice cut in. Stop jinxing it. Sorry. And stop apologizing too. The atmosphere sank back into silence. Is there a possibility that possessing another person has some conditions? Youngjin suddenly spoke up. Conditions? If the body is rotting, then it has to find another body to possess. He explained. But it didn't possess you, even after being driven out. Hearing that, Hisu's eyes widened as if realizing something. So Youngjin continued to deduce. A normal person's body will die if possessed for too long. It needs another body. It seems like it said that. So that's it. It intends to possess you. Does your family have a spiritual lineage too? Hisu suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Why did the ancestor suddenly come personally to help? My family has been shamans for generations. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. Suddenly, he realized something. His fingers twitched slightly. Hey! Youngjin beamed. I can move a little now. You try too. Hisu obeyed and tried to move. While she remained immobile, Youngjin was already able to swing his arms back and forth. But I still can't. Alright. Youngjin suddenly sat up, overjoyed. Hey Lee Hisu, grab my shoulders, he instructed. Okay. She obediently held on to his shoulders. Youngjin rocked his body to gain momentum. 1, 2, 3. He suddenly pulled hard, but the result was futile. It only caused his shirt to be pulled down. So annoying. He said irritably, you can move too, look. Stop pretending and stand up already. I'm not pretending. Hisu said, feeling wronged. Fine. Youngjin had to pull his shirt up. Just then, a voice rang out from the door. Wedding night? Jin had been standing there since who knows when. Seeing the dog, Hisu's face brightened considerably. Ancestor. Oh. Youngjin was also surprised. But behind Jin there were others. It was the group of kids who had teased him earlier. Hello. Look, he's not wearing clothes. Oh my god, pervert. Carrying a giant blade, the boy swung it lightly. Smiling brightly. Here's yours. Youngjin gaped, unable to believe his eyes. His eyes were glued to the blade. His hand slowly reached for the hilt. But as soon as he touched it, the heavy blade immediately fell to the ground with a clang. His hand had no strength at all. A sharp pain shot from his red, swollen hand to Youngjin's brain. He let out a soft cry. The kids burst out laughing. What kind of joke are you playing? Geez, so weak he can't even lift it. Really weak. By the way, what is this place? Another child asked curiously. Making Youngjin look around in surprise too. There really are many strange things here. Seeing Hisu still lying on the floor, a girl with braided hair sat down next to her and asked. Sister? Are you a descendant of shamans? Yes, she replied softly. Then are you good at magic? The girl's eyes sparkled. Do you want me to help you up? Without answering, Hisu immediately sat up. A moment later, the group arrived at another place. Wow, this must be a temple. Two kids were excited. It's so big. Hey kids. You guys shouldn't go in there, Youngjin warned. Yeah? So now you're the oldest one here, right? Hisu put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. That's right. You've become our leader. The kids chimed in. What's wrong, Lee Hisu? Are you okay? Youngjin looked at her in confusion. They are child spirits. A voice spoke up beside him. Youngjin turned to see Jin explaining. Those kids can't control their bodies, so they possessed other children to be active. Grandpa, I don't really understand, but do you know them? They are spirits from heaven. There's nothing to be wary of. So they aren't human. Youngjin pondered. Meanwhile, Hisu was happily playing with the children. Candy? Where? I'll take the chocolate flavor. Youngjin looked at them helplessly. No need to be wary. But could they speak a little softer? In another room, Hisu's mother pushed a brown jar forward. Place this jar next to her bed when she sleeps. She instructed a girl who looked haggard, who was being clung to by a child spirit. But absolutely do not look inside. Thank you, shaman. The girl happily accepted the jar. She closed her eyes, using a fan to cover half of her face, then blew out a faint red gust of wind. The spirit clinging to the girl's shoulder smelled that air and immediately dissipated. I don't know why, but I feel much better after talking to you. The girl was surprised, her pale face breaking into a relieved smile. My body feels lighter too. I am using my energy to suppress those evil things. So don't be complacent, she said, lowering the fan. If this method still doesn't work, we will have to perform an exorcism. Yes. How much is it? She smiled slightly. Just accept it. I am trying to save you. Why take money? The girl was stunned, then moved to the point where she felt she was seeing a living saint. Just leaving 10,000 won as a labor fee is enough. She added gently. Yes, yes, thank you, ma'am. When the girl had bowed in gratitude and left, the smile on her face became inscrutable, her eyes flashing with malice. Either way, you will have to come back to perform the Thanksgiving ritual for me. She thought to herself. Ah, next time you come, I might not be here. Yes? Why is that? Instead, there will be a boy sitting here. She said, an image of Youngjin flashing in her mind. From now on, you can talk to that boy. I have instructed him about your case. What about you? Shaman? I will go to the mountains to meditate for a while. She smiled, but her eyes hid something. Don't worry, although that kid is young, his spiritual power is very strong. Just consider him as me. She gave a meaningful smile. He also serves the same god as I do. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught her attention, startling the girl. Is someone there? It's nothing. She calmly took a sip of tea. I have a cat. It's probably just chasing mice. Outside the room, a blade fell to the ground. What are you doing? A child scolded. Always breaking things. Well, we can just clean it up. Meanwhile, Hisu walked towards a corner of the room. Huh? What is this? It was a brown jar. Curious, she reached out to open the lid. Why is there a jar in the shrine? Hey, don't touch it. Jin turned his head in panic and shouted. Step back immediately, another child also warned loudly. Hisu backed away in terror. Her hand accidentally knocked the lid off another jar. Nearby. Huh? A huge explosion occurred, throwing Hisu far away. One of the children tried to use their power to catch her, but he also fell to the ground. Sister Hisu, the boy called worriedly. Hisu clenched her teeth. Pain was evident on her face as she sat up. What just happened? Then Youngjin, holding the blade, rushed towards her screaming. Lee Hisu, get out of the way. Hisu turned around. She froze. Hovering right behind her was a faceless spirit, with twisted, deformed fingers. Terror made her face lose color. Her eyes were empty, her mind completely paralyzed. Gripping the blade tight, he roared, then used all his strength to throw it straight into the middle of the spirit. The blade pierced through and embedded itself tightly into the wall behind. The demon also vanished into thin air. The children standing nearby clapped and cheered. Oh my! Youngjin panted, his whole body falling apart from exhaustion. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. So many little mice. Youngjin froze, his whole body stiff. Hisu's mother stepped out. You guys are too noisy. The children turned their heads to look at her. She turned to Youngjin. Her voice gloomy. Youngjin, have you recovered already? Youngjin didn't react, just standing there frozen. Creepy laughter began to ring out. He panicked and glanced at Hisu's mother. She was smiling in a demonic way. Her whites-only eyes emitted a bright red light. You really do have a perfect body. Youngjin and Hisu were both terrified, watching her slowly approaching. You should have stayed hidden. Don't interfere in my business. You idiot. Youngjin's face went pale. He clenched his teeth, unable to utter a word. She took a drag and blew out a stream of red smoke. Like earlier, the child spirits simultaneously inhaled the smoke. They all stood up, moving soullessly as if being controlled. Are you planning to use these evil spirits to play around again? A clear voice rang out, catching her attention. The child holding the prayer beads stood blocking the other spirits. He emitted a soft blue light. I won't let that happen. You've done something very bad, haven't you? Hisu's mother sneered, her face full of disdain. A shaman doing things like this? The child in red spoke up. These are always shamans with strong spiritual powers. Yet they do such evil things. The child in blue explained. The boy's eyes lit up. He questioned angrily. Where are the fingers of these children? She said nothing, just pouted in contempt. Just then, a call made her shift her gaze. Shaman. The girl holding the jar stood there stammering, What is this? Her face was pale and drenched in sweat. Her terrified eyes glanced in another direction. Youngjin also looked in that direction with fear. Their eyes met. The jar in the girl's hand suddenly cracked. A strange red light flashed from the crack. The jar shattered. Something looking like an orb escaped. It turned into a monstrous spirit, opening its wide mouth and rushing towards Youngjin. He was terrified and instinctively raised his hand to block it. That body is mine, the spirit screamed, opening its mouth wide intending to swallow him whole. But right at that moment, it suddenly exploded and fell in front of Youngjin. A cold voice rang out. How dare you? Hisu's mother clenched her fists, her eyes full of disdain. How could it be yours? Her bright red eyes revealed absolute possessiveness. It is mine. Youngjin, terrified out of his wits, watched the scene before him. A giant black circle. appeared right in front of Hisu's mother. Tisk. She clicked her tongue, then turned to look at the girl lying motionless on the floor. One down. Suddenly, the sound of chanting rang out. She started and whipped around. She saw the children clasping their hands, chanting incessantly. She had been surrounded by them. So many tricks. She scoffed and pulled the hairpin from her hair. These petty tricks. She took the pin and sliced her finger, making blood flow. Her drops of blood fell, spreading across the ground like red snakes, then forming the two bloody red words, resentment. This resentment. The boy looked in amazement at the evil energy before him. Her face now looked incredibly ferocious. Her smile stretched all the way to her ears. It won't be that easy. She thought of the frustrated people. The protests, the piled-up resentment. That curse will be sown throughout this world. She approached the boy and leaned down. Why believe in those gods? Then she whispered, you asked me where the hands are, huh? She opened her mouth very wide. Inside, instead of a tongue and teeth, were countless children's fingers. The boy saw that horrifying scene and screamed in terror. The scream was full of despair, which seemed to amuse her greatly. She laughed loudly. A red aura radiated from her like a magnet, attracting countless demons and monsters. When the girl looked closely at the crowd in front of her, she was startled and panicked. Brother, these children. Before she could finish her sentence, fear overtook her. As she saw those mindless monsters rushing quickly towards the boy, the black shadows opened their mouths threateningly. Meanwhile, Hisu's mother was inhaling a strange aura into her body. The girl hurriedly rushed out, intending to block something. But with a thud, she fell to her knees. The boy next to her saw this and asked worriedly. But then he was shocked to realize the truth. Were those fetuses taken over by demons? He looked at the deformed demons with a heavy heart. They can never bloom into flowers, can never become human, and will never see their parents again. The girl teared up. Glittering tears rolled down her cheeks. What should we do? They are so pitiful. The girl shouted in despair. Wake up, everyone. Let's go meet your mothers. The woman sneered in contempt. What the hell are you doing? She ignored them and continued inhaling that aura. The ghosts went mad, rushing frantically at the girl. Seeing this, the boy trembled and shouted, looking up with eyes full of hatred at her. Do you think you won't be punished for doing this? Suddenly, a hand from behind slammed the boy's head onto the ground. Despite the pain, he still tried to look up and threaten. When my brother comes, you're dead for sure. She just glanced at him and smirked. Her tone was full of mockery. Call him. Try calling him. Brother or whoever, it doesn't matter. I'll send you all to the other world. Together. Saying that, an invisible hand grabbed the boy's head tightly, gradually obscuring his vision. Through a small gap, he saw that she didn't care at all. She turned around with cold, triumphant eyes. Now no one stands in my way. Let's continue the work, shall we? After this, I will become a god, no, even more than that. Youngjin looked at her with hatred. Beside him, Hisu's eyes flashed with fear. Youngjin gritted his teeth helplessly. When she reached out to touch Youngjin's head, suddenly something cut through the wind, making her freeze and hurriedly step back a few paces. It was a knife, thrown with such force that it embedded deep into the wall behind. Before she could recover from the shock, a mocking voice rang out. God? And even more than a god? That's ridiculous. Since when did someone like you dare to mention the title of a god? The speaker was Jin in the form of a dog, but his whole body radiated an oppressive aura. She was astonished, clutching her bleeding wrist. A dog, she muttered, looking at the dog standing firmly on his magic circle. To still stand like that. This is no ordinary dog. She frowned. It seems you cannot see my true form. Is it because your eyes have run out of divine power? She probed suspiciously. What the hell are you? From beneath Jin's feet, a small light emitted and gradually grew brilliant, enveloping him. After that light faded, Jin appeared in his true form as a god. He stood there with arms crossed and an arrogant expression. I am a god, what else? Both Youngjin and Hisu were utterly surprised. Hisu's mother was stunned, unable to believe the scene before her eyes. To the two terrified children, Jin's appearance was like a final lifeline. Hisu's mother gritted her teeth, eyes wide. A god? But Jin kept an emotionless face. Do you see my true form now? After a moment of being frozen, she suddenly smirked, seeming to still be sure of victory. Then laughed loudly in a demonic way. Wow, what a handsome-looking guy. Jin just gave a slight smile full of disdain. The two sides faced each other, neither backing down. You'd better stay in that form. If you don't want to die in the body of a dog. She squinted, evaluating Jin's outfit. Looks like some kind of martial god. Youngjin was full of questions. What? Why is the ancestor just standing still? Jin still calmly watched her rambling. But his eyes suddenly darted towards young Jin. From Jin's perspective, the boy was sitting on the ground with no strength left, surrounded by streams of red aura. Seeing Jin distracted, Hisu's mother asked, "Where are you looking? Don't even think about trying any tricks, it's useless." Jin replied, "It's just that you are in a human body, so I'm hesitating a bit." Young-jin seemed to realize Jin was calculating something. He thought to himself, could it be the ancestor intends to do something with me? In this condition? Brushing aside the questions, she began chanting, her mouth curling into a grin. So? If you claim to be a deity, then let's see if you can block a shaman's attack. Come on. As soon as she finished speaking, she launched an attack. With terrifying destructive power towards Jin. Ancestor. Young-jin shouted in fear. With just one move, she had sent Jin flying. What's wrong? She mocked. And you call yourself a deity? As expected, just an empty vessel making loud noises. She thought triumphantly, her eyes flashing a deadly red. If you really were a god, then expelling me from this body would be a trivial matter. Jin remained silent and motionless, enduring the humiliation. Could it be this god has been tamed into a stray dog? Already, she laughed mockingly. Young-jin was extremely bewildered, mouth gaping, unable to speak. Still daring to act tough and pretend to be a god. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Young-jin, making his face go pale. Young-jin, is that all your faction has? Her eyes glowed bright, her smile becoming excited. Then now, obediently hand that body over to me. He lowered his head in fear. I will be merciful and spare your friends. The bigger you make this, the more you will lose. Hisu's mother's large hand reached towards Young-jin. More accurately, she grabbed his collar and yanked him towards her. She growled, "You don't have a choice." Despite his fear, Young-jin tried to act tough. Why not? What if I bite my tongue and kill myself right here? Before he could finish, Hisu's mother interrupted. Go ahead if you can. I will take your body. Before you can completely die. She said, her expression getting more and more excited. Now I am many times greater than before. Suddenly, a weak voice cut in. Hisu's mother looked annoyedly in that direction. A small, but determined hand was gripping her skirt. It was Hisu. She was lying sprawled on the ground, with no strength left, but her hand still tightly grasped the corner of her shirt, trembling as she spoke. Don't do that. Lee Hisu. Young-jin looked at her worriedly. Please get out of my mother's body. Hisu begged in agony, tears streaming down. Then she suddenly changed her tone to an order. Get out of there. Immediately, her eyes didn't waver, but hearing the girl choke out, "Mom," her body suddenly lost a bit of control. She suddenly kicked the girl away mercilessly. The event happened so suddenly that Young-jin was stunned. Did you think I didn't dare kill you? So I let you live until now? She wearily rubbed her forehead, looking down at Hisu lying motionless. It's just that you still have some use. She began chanting again, in front of the horrified face of Young-jin. But don't worry. I will soon send your beloved mother along too. Seeing Hisu in imminent danger, Young-jin screamed in despair, rushing forward to protect her. The girl just smiled gently, like a final consolation. I'm sorry. Young-jin froze, he watched her close her eyes tight, accepting death. Hey, he roared, rushing forward in vain. But Hisu's mother's spell somehow dissipated, right before it touched her. And then a young voice rang out, Mom. The scenery suddenly changed, returning to the past. Little Hisu was holding a string of beads. This is a bracelet made from Bodhi seeds. Her mother explained affectionately. It's very popular these days. Try wearing it too. Hisu looked at the oversized bracelet on her hand. How can I dare wear this? It's both big and tacky. It will help ward off evil spirits, her mother replied. Hearing about warding off evil spirits, the girl paused. Is it because of that again? She lowered her face to hide her sadness. I don't like it. My friends tease me all day about being a shaman's daughter. Now I have to wear this too. She continued saying hurtful words, ignoring her mother's expression. Mom, stop putting talismans in my bag. Last time when I took out my books, they fell all over the classroom floor. Because I worry about you. If I get boycotted by my friends because of you, will you take responsibility? The girl couldn't hold it back anymore. She said loudly, other kids don't need these things. And they still live fine. Why do we have to live like this? She hurriedly wiped away her tears. I hate it. Okay, then what about this talisman? She asked, spreading her arms wide. I told you I hate talismans. Her mother smiled. This is Mom's talisman. Wherever my daughter is, just call Mom and Mom will run to hug you. This talisman is extremely sacred. Saying that, she hugged her little daughter tightly. The scene paused at a photo of the mother and daughter together. In that memorable moment, back to reality. The attack had stopped at some point. The mother's tears flowed down. Hisu looked up, realizing something was different. The mother seemed to have partly regained consciousness. She called her daughter's name. "Run away, my child." Both Youngjin and Hisu were stunned. "Mom," Hisu called out happily. But her mother suddenly changed direction. Realizing something was wrong, the girl shouted loudly, "Mom." She ignored her, pulling the large knife pinned on the wall out. She gripped the knife tightly in her hand. "Mom, what are you doing?" Hisu asked desperately. The mother didn't answer, just raising the knife high, the sharp point aimed straight at herself. "No. What are you doing?" Realizing her intention, Hisu could only beg helplessly, "Don't do that." She didn't listen, only called her name affectionately. "Hisua. My daughter." Hearing that call, she felt like she died inside. "Mom." Witnessing that horrifying scene, Jin and Youngjin were both dumbfounded. Hisu's eyes seemed to lose all their light. She rushed to catch her mother's collapsing body, screaming in vain. "Mom. Mom. Mom." No, but not a single response. "Why? Mom. Look at me." The image of Hisu with a radiant smile from that day reappeared in Youngjin's mind. "It's okay, you will definitely help me. I beg you, Mom. Mom." Hisu hugged her mother tightly, wailing miserably. Youngjin once again sank into dark memories. Guilt-ridden words kept echoing in his ears. "Youngjin. It's all your fault. Give me your body." He covered his face. Images of countless people screaming, criticizing him appeared. "You shouldn't have existed. It was you who killed your parents, you devil." From the wound on Hisu's mother, an evil spirit crawled out. It questioned angrily. "You bitch. How dare you do that?" Seeing it appear, Hisu also glared with hatred. "You bastards." The evil spirit chanted and cursed at the same time, then swung the blade up. "Kill them all." Hisu quickly hugged her mother tightly to protect her. But suddenly, the weapon in the evil spirit's hand vanished, flying up high and then stabbing firmly into the ground. "What?" It turned around in confusion. The person holding its weapon was a boy. But the aura emanating from him was extraordinary. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was Youngjin. The sound of the blade dragging on the floor rang out, making screeching noises. "What the hell is this?" The evil spirit sneered, grinning from ear to ear. "Are you guys no longer afraid of death? You've got some guts." As soon as it finished speaking, Youngjin disappeared right in front of it. While the evil spirit was still looking around in confusion, he appeared right behind it. A slash came rushing in. It luckily dodged. But the string of prayer beads on its body was cut. "Damn it." The evil spirit stepped back, looking at the beads scattered on the floor. "What is happening? Why is my magic broken? They are just a bunch of lowly humans." It opened its mouth and blew out a stream of misty white smoke. Nearby corpses opened their mouths to absorb the smoke, then turned into vines wrapping tightly around the children. The broken arm of the evil spirit was also replenished by those corpses, creating a new arm. It grabbed a spear. "You bastard." "Young." Jin rushed forward and swung his blade down. The evil spirit hurriedly used the spear to block the blow. The two sides struggled. Suddenly, Youngjin used force to knock it away. Then a clean slash cut the spear in two. The evil spirit gaped in astonishment. But Youngjin didn't give it time to recover. He jumped up and landed, then stabbed the blade straight into its hand. "Ah!" It screamed in pain. It quickly pulled its hand back, flipped in the air to keep distance, and landed on a high platform. "Who are you? Just now you were vomiting blood because of my spell." It roared in anger. "Anyway, you're just a lowly human." Youngjin suddenly laughed. "Laughing?" A child called out, "Brother." Youngjin held the blade firmly and rushed straight towards the evil spirit. It was surprised, but then its eyes suddenly noticed a sealed jar nearby. Without hesitation, it threw the jar straight at Youngjin. "Here, catch this." Its face clearly showed delight. But reflexively, Youngjin swung his arm and smashed the jar. Immediately, a swarm of pitch-black insects poured out, covering him completely. "Idiot." The evil spirit grinned, then kicked him away. To steady himself, Youngjin stabbed the blade into the ground, anchoring his body. He looked up, glaring with hatred at the monster in front of him. The evil spirit laughed, its voice full of mockery. "That's not an ordinary ghost. It was created from goo poison. You're not strong enough to take it down, kid." The giant monster with a centipede body and a demon face looked so hideous that the children were terrified. "Disgusting. What on earth is that?" Youngjin stood tall facing it. Outwardly he seemed calm, but he knew well that his injuries were worse than expected. I have to go back to human form. The evil spirit thought to itself. He aimed at the woman lying motionless on the floor. Let me borrow this body for a bit. He grabbed the girl's neck. I don't like it much. But you wouldn't dare attack your own kind. Would you? He breathed a stream of white smoke into the girl. She immediately absorbed it. Suddenly, an earth-shattering crash rang out. The wall was smashed open. The evil spirit started and turned around. Before his eyes was an unbelievable scene. Youngjin, with just one hand, had slashed the centipede-bodied, demon-faced monster in half. Youngjin turned to look at the evil spirit, who felt a cold chill run down his spine. Slashed the goo poison apart with just one cut? Suddenly, he burst out laughing. A twisted laughter. So indescribably stupid. Slashing it like that won't kill it. Just then, the cells inside the centipede began to rise. You're just making it multiply. From the 2 slashed pieces, 2 new monsters were formed. Youngjin remained silent. They roared in unison. Hey, the evil spirit ordered. Don't kill that kid. Just tie him up. I need that body to become a god. But then, in his ears, he only heard the miserable screams of the monsters. He turned back in astonishment. Both centipedes were no longer moving. That whole mess was caused by Youngjin alone. The evil spirit's jaw dropped. Youngjin turned to look at him, licking his lips slightly. He was startled, fell to the ground, and scooted backward. Impossible. Does he even eat monsters? The spirit inside Hisu's mother watched Youngjin step closer. Speechless. Jin, in dog form, also felt something was wrong. So he ran over. Hey. Youngjin, with eyes glowing red with murderous intent, turned around. He swung the blade. Clang. The blade struck the ground, sending stone debris flying past Jin by just a few millimeters. Job done. He turned away, leaving Jin wide-eyed in horror. The demoness saw him coming towards her and was terrified. The black smoke on Youngjin grew thicker, terrifying her. What is that? He is no longer human. Thinking that, she scrambled to run towards the door. Too dangerous, I have to run. The door was smashed to pieces. Thanks to that, the demoness also escaped outside, her face twisted in pain. Right at this moment, Youngjin caught up and kicked her straight in the body. He landed, one foot stomping straight on the demoness' neck, smashing her face into the ground, plowing a long furrow in the stone floor. The demoness' whole face was buried in dust. Youngjin's foot felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making it impossible for her to lift her head. Seeing the blade being raised, the demoness panicked. Seizing the moment Youngjin lifted his foot, she tried to get away. Seeing the prey trying to run, he gave her another kick into the dirt. Youngjin's eyes remained calm, as if looking at an insect. Images flickered back like a movie reel. The scene of a person falling, cursed by the world. The more she remembered, the more she seemed to go mad. No. But the nightmare still haunted her. The image of the burning pyre with the girl on it made her unwilling to accept it. I am a divine being, after all. The sounds of resentment, the wails of crying, the crackling of fire echoed in her ears. The last image was a smile, contorted in the sea of flames. The scene changed again. A clear blue day, silk fabrics fluttering lightly in the wind. Offerings piled up like mountains, money, white rice, fruit. Some people even offered a whole roasted pig. The villagers bowed respectfully, uttering solemn prayers. In front of them, the village sorceress, fan in hand, and holding a bell, was performing the ritual. The ceremony ended, and the sorceress turned and smiled. The deities have heard our prayers. It will rain tomorrow. Unfortunately, the next day was still scorching hot. The sorceress's hands trembled, her pupils contracted. Why? She asked herself 1,000 times in her heart. Why is it not raining? She angrily kicked over the cursed altar table. Why did it turn out like this? Sweat streamed down her face. Now I can't feel anything anymore. Has my magic weakened? No one will respect me anymore. The villagers had all left. Why? She looked at the altar painting that had hung there for so many years. A fear crept into her mind. Perhaps there are no deities at all. Thinking of this ridiculous hypothesis, the sorceress stood bewildered. That's right. From the start, everything was thanks to my own talent. She was suddenly pulled back to reality by the whispers. A few remaining villagers were looking at her, then left in fear. Seeing herself shunned, the sorceress's mood worsened. In the dilapidated tavern, rumors spread faster than the intoxicating liquor. Hey, what about that sorceress? I heard she was punished by the gods and lost all her magic, a drunkard replied with a slur. Is that so? I heard. She even personally destroyed her own shrine. What a fraud, I never believed her from the beginning. But they didn't know that. The sorceress was standing right behind them, listening to every word. Her voice, cold as ice, rang out, causing a man who was drinking wine to choke. A great plague is about to sweep into the village. We must perform a ritual and make offerings to the deities to hope for an escape from disaster. But times had changed. The villagers looked at her with contempt. Offerings? What are you talking about? We've run out of rice, what are we going to offer? Or are you telling us to steal? Or rob? Another person jumped in to argue. Come on, a man jokingly intervened. She did pray for the whole village, after all. Pray for what? She has no more magic, she's just lying to us. Everyone drove her away and scorned her. Based on what should we trust? A woman like you? What kind of plague? It's all lies. Get lost, you crazy hag. She growled, now you dare. The cursing crowd suddenly fell silent. Her eyes looked like she wanted to devour them alive. You disrespect a sorceress like me. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Saying that, she let out a mad laugh. The crowd seemed provoked. A scruffy bearded man pointed directly at her face. You hag. You say you were chosen by the gods? Why? Haven't your recent spells worked even once? It's all a lie. We're about to die from the plague, and you're still talking big. But the sorceress said nothing. Only left a look as if she were fixing on her prey. A few days later, oh God, Mr. Kim is gone. The neighboring women whispered loudly and softly. The sorceress just left and our village immediately faced trouble. Before that, Mr. Kim cursed her, disbelieving the deities. Now his whole family is sick and dead. His wife and children are also bedridden with illness, hiding behind a nearby wall. The sorceress listened, a satisfied smile spreading on her lips. She knew it wouldn't be long before these people would beg her to return. Indeed, the deities cannot be disrespected. Because Mr. Kim kept saying the sorceress had lost her magic. That's why this happened. I heard the Park family is also performing an exorcism ceremony. They did many evil deeds before and were also infertile. Now they have to seek help from the deities. With a joyful mood, the sorceress gently blew out a stream of black smoke. From the newly dead corpses, innumerable invisible hungry ghosts crawled out, obediently creeping onto her body. At the same time, she left, leaving behind a crowd of people being consumed by fear. Now they can only rely on her. Hey, Dongi's mother, be careful with the little one, okay? It's chaotic lately, don't let her go out at night. After that incident, wealth and prestige returned to her. Amidst the memorial ceremonies, the woman wore a satisfied smile. More time passed. In the middle of the night, a desperate cry rang out. Dongi, my child. The mother sobbed, tears streaming down her face. The villagers were also horrified by the news. What happened? The little girl is missing. I told you not to let her go out at night. She must have been taken by a ghost. Stop saying ominous things, she's probably just lost somewhere. Everyone, please help look for her. Under the full moon, in a dark, gloomy corner, a skinny little girl was lying curled up on the cold ground. The girl trembled, clutching her stomach, her body was just skin and bones. The sorceress smiled and called, Come, my girl. She sat down, offering a fragrant piece of cake with a bewitching voice. Are you hungry, Sui? The girl's eyes lit up with a longing expression. Sui was too weak to speak. She only faintly whimpered, trying to reach her frail hand toward the cake. Eat it, my child, the sorceress said cheerfully. But then, from her sleeve, she pulled out a large axe. The gleaming axe blade swung up and chopped straight down. The target was that outstretched hand. The deed done. The sorceress closed the lid of a nearby jar and left. She didn't know that from a distance. Another little girl, with a freckled face, had witnessed everything. The girl stood behind the door, her face pale with horror. The sorceress returned to her room, peering around. Dongi, my girl? Where did she go? She mumbled. If you go out at night without telling, a ghost might catch you. In the corner of the house, inside a large jar, Dongi was holding her breath in fear. The next morning, the sorceress held another ceremony. Dongi's mother stood in the crowd, crying her eyes out, desperately praying for her daughter. Suddenly, she was startled. Dongi was climbing out of the jar, frantically running toward her. Seeing her child, the mother burst into happiness. The child hugged her mother, trembling, pointing at the one who caused everything. The entire crowd was stunned, no one could believe their eyes. Exposed, the sorceress's face darkened. In the dark night, lit by flickering torches, a man collapsed onto the ground in panic. His hand trembled as he pointed at a bamboo tube. A finger joint fell out from within. The grieving parents of the lost child wailed in agony. The sorceress was quickly tied up. Shouts of abuse filled the air. Give my child back, you wicked demon. She sneered, regretting it now? What? The sorceress laid her cards on the table. You yourselves wanted this. When you wanted to use me, you said nothing. But when your own interests are touched, you scream loudly. Your children died because of your own bottomless greed. Those words made the villagers' faces turn pale. You fools must pay the price. Her laughter hissed through her teeth. The villagers couldn't take it anymore. Tons of spit and curses were hurled at her. You crazy woman, aren't you afraid of divine punishment? The sorceress's smile suddenly twisted. Divine? Why would I be afraid? If the deities existed, I wouldn't have lived to see this day. In the crowd, a woman snatched a torch and frantically rushed forward, throwing it straight at the sorceress. The curse of the bereaved mother rang out. The fire caught the straw and firewood, spreading to her body. But the hag remained calm. Even if the divine manifest themselves, they still can't do anything to me. The villagers watched blankly as she was burned alive. A child looked at the machete. The sorceress's mouth stretched from ear to ear. Now that I am here, all of you will die. The voice, mixed with the flames, said, I am the god. The god of resentment, the god of greed. All of you are fueling my power. Her body turned to ash. But the horrifying sound still echoed. I will be the manifestation of the god. Just then, on the ground, two red streaks of light gradually connected, forming a magic circle that imprisoned Jin and the female demon. As soon as that appeared, countless jars shook and simultaneously exploded. Innumerable streams of red energy, like snakes and centipedes, escaped, rushing to wrap around the female demon. They devoured the resentment and from the dying embers, the demon was resurrected. Now, it's time to punish you. The female demon's eyes glowed like headlights, rushing toward Jin. Innumerable snakes and centipedes lashed at him relentlessly. But Jin still easily dodged. I will kill all of you. The female demon screamed. The flames around its body intensified violently. It launched its power of resentment attack once more. The kids and Hisu were terrified. Brother, be careful. Oh, straining to block the female demon's blow. And thought, he looks even scarier than that demon right now. On Jin's face was a distinctly villainous smile. He lifted the machete. The female demon was astonished. The blade, swift as the wind, lightly passed over its body. All the snakes and centipedes around its body were chopped into many pieces. The female demon groaned and fell. New snakes began to grow from its severed arm. It seized the opportunity to launch countless red threads. Jin leaped high, slashing down several threads. The female demon watched in horror. From above, Jin swung his knife once more. The black smoke around him gathered, gradually forming dragon scales. Half of his eye suddenly turned white. A massive black dragon encompassed him. Great-grandfather Jin, in his dog form, was also jaw-dropped. Jin raised his knife. The dragon's body moved. At the same time, the female demon once again released countless snakes and centipedes. What is that kid trying to do? Jin panicked when he saw the sight of the dragon and centipedes about to tear each other apart. Far, far away, a folding fan opened. The bodies of the female demon and Jin were simultaneously paralyzed, their flow disrupted. A clear sound rang out. A vortex broke through the air, separating the two entities. The vortex shattered the female demon, leaving only a few sounds of groaning, and also blasted Jin away. The fan folded, the wind also dissipated. Jin looked up, full of questions. The owner of the fan spoke, freeze. A chilling gust of air, like frost, rushed out from the fan, wrapping around Jin, encasing him like a cage. That person lifted the fan and made a hand seal. Jin's hand holding the knife immediately let go. His consciousness finally returned. The person who took action was the Earth God's divine child, the celestial being with the world-weary eyes, who had been silent from beginning to end. The younger kids rushed over joyfully. Brother. The blasted female demon still struggled to crawl forward. The children were scared to see its legendary tenacity. What is that? So scary. The celestial being only gave it a cold glance. You. What are you? The female demon whispered. Its arm, like a dry stick, tried to reach toward the boy. That power. How can you use the power of the mountain god? The boy's eyes looked at her like she was mentally deficient, spitting out a few extremely arrogant words. Because I am a god. What? The celestial being slowly continued, Earth God's divine child. His entire being exuded an air of arrogance. From the heavens. My lord. The female demon froze. A god? Its worn-out fangs trembled. Saliva dripped constantly. Is it truly a god? The children's clear eyes nervously watched. Tears began to roll down from the female demon's empty eye sockets. It dragged its twisted foot, taking steps forward. Its hand gripped the hem of the god's robe tightly. But why? Its voice was full of resentment. Why didn't you listen to my prayers? Why have you never come? It recalled the most desperate moment of its life. Why, when I needed you most, where were you? If you had appeared sooner, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Why did you let me die? What kind of deity abandons their own follower? The god only felt like he was listening to a funny story. He lightly shook off its dirty hand and brushed his robe. Prayer? Look at your appearance. You surely only prayed for vile personal gain. No deity listens to those prayers. As soon as you finished speaking, countless small demons suddenly appeared from the female demon's sleeve, draining its last bit of vitality. You were blinded by immediate profit, forgot the duty of a sorceress and committed 10 evils. The celestial being coldly listed the crimes. No. The female demon screamed. What injustice? He sneered, did you not see the souls who died unjustly by your hand? It's because they started the trouble first, it still tried to defend itself. The celestial being fell silent, the aura around him was icy cold. Even if you were torn apart and burned alive 1,000 times, it cannot compare to the injustice they suffered. I sentence you to hell. The fan in his hand opened. A crescent-shaped seal appeared on its forehead. Black, swirling energy devoured the female demon. No. No. It trembled. Save me, I can't die like this. It pleaded. The celestial being's eyes were only cold, watching it like a cat plays with a mouse. Please save me. It's over. The black vortex rushed forward and tore the female demon to shreds. It was completely gone. The kids looked at their brother with eyes full of admiration. How is the human? The celestial being turned to ask. Oh, the human. A child exclaimed in panic, she was stabbed. The twilight dyed the sky red. The celestial being walked towards Hisu and her mother. Seeing the stranger, Hisu clung tightly to her mother in fear. Still breathing, he mumbled. He opened the fan, the symbol on it changed. A blooming flower appeared above Hisu's head. He waved the fan, countless petals enveloped the mother, healing the wound on her arm, then stitching the deep stab wound on her abdomen. Her face gradually regained vitality. Hisu stared in awe at the beautiful sight. The celestial being closed the fan, the flowers vanished, leaving a glow of light surrounding the mother. Mom? Hisu gently shook her. She's just sleeping, don't worry, the celestial being reassured her. Hisu tremblingly looked at her mother. A gentle smile, like before, was on her lips. Tears welled up again. How? How could this be? Thank goodness, sister. A little girl said happily. My brother is a great god from heaven. The kids proudly boasted. Among the 12 earthly branch gods, he is the very first god. This is as easy as pie for him. Hisu was astonished and immediately bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, my lord. The celestial being covered his mouth and coughed once, hiding the dark red streak of blood on his sleeve. No need to thank me. He said, could I ask you for a favor? His arm trembled as he tightly gripped the fan. Today's power consumption was too much. He had to lightly fan, to sweep away the small demons surrounding the other 2 people. The glass cage holding them shattered. When that sorcerer wakes up, please collect the 10 fingers of these children and perform a ceremony to release their souls. Having said that, the celestial being left. Outside, in the twilight, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. The celestial being stood there. His gaze held a hint of amusement, looking at young Jin, who was still suspended in the mist. Beside him was a puppy. Hey, he called, startling Jin in his dog form. Let's go, the celestial being approached. Jin lifted the fan, aimed it right at his head and gently tapped it. Brother Young Jin slowly opened his eyes, escaping the coma. He looked around blankly at a stranger standing before him. Not only that, he was also surrounded by a cloud of white smoke, making him even more confused. What is this? He tried to struggle, but the smoke did not disperse. Suddenly, they gradually vanished. Young Jin lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. He quickly sat up straight and looked around in surprise. A scene of ruin appeared before his eyes. Confusion was clearly visible on his face. What is happening? Where am I? He seemed to remember something. The image of Hisu's mother, falling down along with the girl's sobs, rushed back. He immediately looked around for Lee Hisu. Just then, Hisu appeared. She stared intently at him, then patted his face with both hands to make sure that she wasn't mistaken. Are you okay? She stammered. Youngjin's face flushed. I'm fine. How about you? Seeing her friend awake, Hisu was overjoyed, almost crying. Tears streamed down her face again. That's great. I'm sorry, Youngjin, it's because of me that you. I'm fine. He looked at her confusedly. How's your mother? Is she okay? Yes. Hisu smiled. Fortunately, thanks to the minor god and the great god's help, all the wounds have healed. She's sleeping now to recover her strength. But Jin still didn't understand what was going on. Jin, in his dog form, approached him. Are you sober yet? Ancestor? He stammered and scratched his head. What exactly did I miss? Let's go home and I'll tell you, Jin replied. Another voice chimed in, is that so? A boy wearing traditional clothes looked at Jin with a friendly gaze. You are curious too, aren't you? How are you going to explain now? The whole group looked at the boy dumbfounded. Hisu spoke up, breaking the silence, let me introduce you. This is the great god, he's the great god from heaven. Huh? The great god? Jin looked at her. Then looked at Jin, who was glaring at that boy with the expression. What are you looking at? Jin and the great god silently locked eyes. Suddenly, he pointed behind the boy and shouted. Hey, a ball is flying over. But this childish action made the great god so angry he almost spat blood. The children surrounded him. Brother, are you okay? The great god had to fan himself, glaring bitterly at Jin's group. Let's go. White smoke surrounded him and the children. They smiled and waved goodbye to everyone. Let's go. Bye-bye. See you later, brother. What the heck was that? Jin watched the instant teleportation scene with his mouth agape. A friend of yours? Hisu admired Jin. He even gets help from the deities? Huh? What? No, he stammered. Suddenly, a warm voice rang out, Hisu. She quickly turned around and saw her mother standing at the door. Mom. She trembled, then rushed to hug her mother tightly. Jin also involuntarily smiled at this touching scene. Hidden behind the door, the grandfather also silently shed a tear. He didn't step inside. Just stood watching from afar, then picked up his basket. And staggered away. Mumbling a song, the crying baby will become a hero, hush now, good baby. Candy and cakes for. A faint sound was heard where he just stood. A handful of candy was carefully placed on a piece of cloth. The sunset finally faded. The phone screen displayed a text message. Your order has been delivered. Along with a picture. An acceptance 8 hours ago? Jin muttered, looking at the large bundles of goods outside the door. Oh my. Jin muttered, looking at the large bundles of goods outside the door. Oh my. He checked the items in the bags, everything is ruined. Are you a local official here? Receiving tributes from the people, huh? Jin stood beside him, his eyes full of judgment. Hisu bought this for me. It was just delivered here. Jin snapped, what are you thinking? Official, what? Jin glared at him, are you shouting at your great-great-grandfather? But Jin ignored him and entered the code to go inside. How dare you speak to me like that? Jin was ignored and became even angrier. I can overlook other things. But not your manner of address. Then you can just starve, Jin said, carrying the bags inside. You insolent brat. Jin yelled after him. Hurry up and come inside, remember to close the door. Jin interrupted. As he walked in, he picked up the machete left outside the door. I'm hungry, serve the food quickly. Jin announced nonchalantly as soon as he entered, then turned and walked away, leaving Jin loaded down with bags. Go wash your feet first. Jin reminded him while pulling out his phone. Hisu texted him, Jin. Thank you and I'm very sorry. If you ever run into trouble later on, I will definitely be the first one to rush to help you. Accompanied by a muscular duck sticker and a waving duck sticker. Then Jin replied to the message. Then he carried the bags of groceries to prepare dinner. On Hisu's side, her phone chimed. It was just a short reply, it's nothing. But it was enough to make her smile happily. At Jin's house, dinner was ready. Jin was eating like a starving man. So, while I was unconscious, that little sorcerer boy defeated the monster. And then also healed Hisu's mother, right? Jin asked while picking out fish bones. That's right, Jin replied while chewing. What a shame, I missed the good part, Jin said. Then he glanced at the great-great-grandfather diligently eating meat. Is he also a god like you, ancestor? But that guy is not your ancestor. The two returned their attention to the meal. Jin sighed inwardly. Where was my ancestor at that time? I was almost dead, but I didn't see him anywhere. You should have been the one to save me. If it weren't for that kid, I'd be dead. Every silent reproach from him was like a needle, poking the conscience of the great-great-grandfather sitting there eating. Jin, having his guilty conscience poked, could only remain silent. The piece of meat in his mouth automatically fell out. No, it's not that I didn't want to save you. Jin explained, every word was heavy. But that I couldn't save you. He remembered the machete on Jin's back when he was in human form. Wait, so is the knife on your back just for show? Just to look cool, Jin replied nonchalantly. I've lost all my power. That statement made Jin stop. He calmly analyzed. Is it because of the time you saved me from that god? Jin was a little surprised that he knew about it too. A few seconds later, he replied, that's right. That incident is the cause of everything. That night, you were actually already dead. The horrifying scene returned. A warm light radiated from Jin's chest. In the memory, I used all my power. Jin continued, and also this divine jewel. The jewel hanging by his hip also glowed brightly. Then slowly turned black. To bring you back from the dead. Your special recovery ability is precisely due to the power I passed on to you. Jin stopped moving. What do you mean? I already told you, Jin replied, his face completely serious. From now on, you must help me. So I can regain my power. In the night sky, on a tall building, a figure holding a bow was silently observing from afar. It was a girl with bright red, dangerous eyes. She stood under the moonlight, looking in a certain direction. Then in an instant, vanished without a trace. Blue sky, white clouds. A new day began. Jin was putting on his uniform when he suddenly clutched his arm in pain. His arms and both legs trembled nonstop. Why do my arms hurt so much? And my legs too. Did just a little bit of running tire me out this much? Hey, kid, Jin, in his dog form, suddenly spoke up. Do you have something like historical records? He thought for a moment to choose his words. Something like books that record the changes in the world in chronological order. You talk as if I wouldn't understand, Young. Jin lost patience. I can't believe the kid actually has one. Jin asked himself in surprise, then was surprised again. That's ridiculous. Jin grumbled, throwing a book onto the bed. A 10th grade history book, he hasn't thrown it away yet. Jin was curious, what is this? A history textbook, Jin replied and said goodbye. I'm off to school. Be careful. On his way, Jin walked while fiddling with his phone. Jin's words from last night kept repeating in his head. Your extraordinary recovery ability also comes from the power I passed on to you. If so, I should be stronger, right? Why hasn't my physical strength improved at all? Thanks to that, later on, ghosts and demons won't target you anymore. This statement from Jin, though slightly annoying to him, also made him feel somewhat reassured. That's a good trade-off, isn't it? Lost in thought, he suddenly bumped into a statue. He remembered the previous incident. A cold shiver ran down his spine, and he quickly backed away. Just then, a device like a walkie-talkie clipped to the chest of a freckled boy walking ahead. Suddenly beeped. All 5 colored lights on the device simultaneously lit up. Jin paid no attention and kept walking. The warning also sounded in that boy's earpiece. The boring battle is over. He looked bewildered when the device returned to normal. The two people just brushed past each other. When the freckled boy adjusted his glasses and looked up, he only saw Jin's retreating back. In the hallway, the freckled boy hid behind a corner, holding up a device shaped like 3 eyes, and started recording. To be precise, this was a homemade ghost detector. The screen continuously analyzed the people caught in the lens. His work seemed serious, but his sneaky appearance looked exactly like one of those perverts taking candid photos. Suddenly a hand snatched the device. A female student with a ponytail picked it up to check. Hey, what are you recording? Don't tell me you're recording us secretly. Another friend with short hair glared at him. Being aggressively questioned, he nervously rushed to explain. No, I'm not recording you guys. Then who are you recording? This is a ghost detector. It's a spiritual sensor app, that's all. What nonsense are you talking about? The girl with the ponytail snapped. You were pointing the camera at us too. Where's the photo album? I wasn't recording, just looking. Just then, a voice rang out. A handsome friend put his arm around the freckled boy's shoulder. G1, what are you doing? Hunting for ghosts again? The boy named G1 was startled. The other friend wasted no time, turning to explain to the 2 female students. Sorry, this guy's obsessed with ghosts. He's checking if there are any in our school. The girls, meeting a heartthrob, immediately became shy. It's Kyung's fault. Another hand also snatched G1's device. He's been like this since middle school. He lost his sense of empathy, so please forgive him. We'll take care of him. Hey, I didn't lose my sense of empathy. G1 still stubbornly explained. Kyung advised his friend, G1. Why are you letting people misunderstand? Stop recording. You have a ton of other toys, don't you? His friend, Jiun, held up his phone and showed it to the 2 girls. Hey, look at his album. It's all selfies. Oh no, don't look. G1, whose hands were held, yelled helplessly. This crazy guy is even posing coolly, ha ha ha. And finally, Kyung had to step in to end this embarrassing scene. I'm truly sorry. The 2 girls nodded vaguely and quickly scurried away. When the other 2 were out of sight, Ji-eun immediately returned to her usual cold demeanor. She crossed her arms and glared at Ji-won. Tone it down a bit. Walking around with a camera these days. Do you want to get beaten? I should be allowed to explain, he replied. Explain what? She scoffed. You're about to be dragged up to the principal's office. Seeing the situation getting tense, Du-kyung stepped closer. Ji-eun. Could you please stop cursing? Seriously asking for trouble. I wasn't cursing. Du-kyung turned to Ji-won, but Ji-won. Why are you on this floor? You didn't even put away your backpack. What do you think? He replied curtly. Du-kyung's face turned pale. Don't tell me something's wrong again. Hey, Ji-eun interrupted Du-kyung, don't listen to him. If you keep doing that, he'll take advantage of it. What? When have I ever? Ji-won, falsely accused, immediately retorted. The group is standing in the 12-to-1 classroom hallway. We're going on a field trip soon. Don't you find it strange? Du-kyung tried to convince Ji-eun. Ji-won's voice recorder really recorded a ghost's voice. And the radio kept repeating, it's so fun. And come play with us. Ji-eun looked at him like he was mentally deficient, idiot. It's an electronic device, it must be static interference. Exactly, static interference. Ji-won seemed to remember something, which made the other two freeze. He started to analyze. A ghost is created from a strong energy field. If such a being is nearby, electromagnetic waves will be affected. Lights will flicker, sensors will malfunction. It causes interference, making the device work incorrectly. Having said that, he looked at Ji-eun and praised her. Ji-eun, I didn't expect you to be knowledgeable about the supernatural, too. Maybe you have the makings of a ghost hunter. If you want, I'll take you as my apprentice. Ji-eun's face twitched. As if ghosts were real, you idiot. Have you ever seen a ghost? Of course, Ji-won retorted, your face is one. Damn it. Ji-eun couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to jump up and beat him up. Ji-eun. 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 Du-kyung hastily stopped her. Is this guy messing with me? Ji-eun was so angry she stamped her foot. I want to hit you so bad. I want to hit you so bad. Just then, the device in Ji-won's hand lit up again. Target identified, inside classroom 12-3. Are there really ghosts in this? Ji-eun was also surprised. Wow, in this classroom? Stop shouting, Ji-eun reminded him. The classroom door was immediately opened. Want to go check it out? Du-kyung asked softly. I'll ask them for permission. Having Du-kyung along is really convenient. Ji-won was happy. Suddenly, two female students came out of the classroom. Oh, Du-kyung? Who's that? My friend from middle school. Du-kyung introduced, putting his arm around Ji-won's shoulder. Ji-won got straight to the point. Can we come into your classroom for a moment? Sure, the short-haired friend nodded. The long-haired female student suddenly wondered, but what is this? She reached to press the buttons on the device. No, sorry, don't touch it. Ji-won quickly pushed her hand away. If you touch it with your hand full of dark energy, it will break. What? Is this guy crazy? The class, seeing the school's heartthrob arrive, immediately crowded around. Meanwhile, Yoon-jin was scrolling on his phone, confusedly looking at Hisu's message. Yoon-jin, can you come to the science lab now? I have something I want to give you. I can't give it to you directly. Those guys will misunderstand. Can't you give it after school? He messaged back. Where are you going? Ian-jin sighed and stood up. Where are you going, John? Just going to the restroom. Ian-jin said. Then took his eyes off the phone and was startled by the sight. Before him, the back door was blocked by a group of popular kids. Just tell them straightforwardly to move. Yoon-jin, an introvert, felt mentally exhausted just looking. The moment Yoon-jin and Du-kyung made eye contact, Du-kyung quickly dispersed the crowd. Hey guys, stop blocking the door, go inside. A friend laughed mockingly. You believe that nonsense too? So what? Du-kyung replied vaguely, then turned to Ian-jin with a guilty look. Sorry, man. Oh my god, Jin thought inwardly. Just a glance, and it's as effective as Moses splitting the sea. Ian-jin really is number one, another student commented. Ian-jin really is number one. Today, Ian-jin walked out of the classroom door. At that exact moment, a deafening sound rang out. The screen on Ji-won's walkie-talkie displayed a bright red warning with the number leaping up to 9.89. His phone also continuously emitted scary notifications. Death. Destruction. What is it? Du-kyung's face was pale. What's wrong with that device? Isn't it supposed to talk to ghosts? I think I found the reason. For the strange occurrences in your class. Meanwhile, the reason was Yoon-jin, who was completely unaware. My mom just made this. Hisu happily held out a string of beaded bracelets. She said to give one to you too. You called me out here just to give me this? Young-jin was speechless. He noticed Hisu also had an identical one on her wrist. Please thank her for me. He replied vaguely, quickly tucking the bracelet into his pocket. Seeing that he didn't seem enthusiastic, Hee-soo looked confused. Aren't you going to wear it? Here, Jin looked embarrassed. Well, if you and I both wear this. What if people mistake it for a couple's bracelet? Hee-soo couldn't believe this foolish thought. Jin, this is a bead bracelet. Do you think there's no one else in the world who wears bead bracelets? Only you would think it's a couple's bracelet. Seeing Jin remain silent, she advised, just wear it. My mom was worried, so she made it for you. It's okay, Jin replied. Those ghosts won't dare to touch me anymore. My ancestor told me so. Oh really? Hee-soo was surprised. He said he passed on his power to me or something. Jin stammered. He recalled Jin's words. You should have died that day. If he told the truth, Hee-soo would definitely start crying loudly again. He had to hold back half of the truth. Anyway, never mind. Basically, thanks to that, I recovered faster. So it's your ancestor's power. Hee-soo nodded. No wonder you look so different from usual. Different how? You were fighting fiercely back then. You were even flying around everywhere with a machete. I was fighting? Jin was shocked. When? Don't you remember anything? It was at the shrine in my house. Hearing the two words, shrine, a hand, as if on a reflex, darted out. The phone in. Jin's hand fell to the ground with a clang. His hand had forcefully clamped over Hee-soo's mouth. After that unconscious action, Jin also woke up with a start. The entire room fell silent. Jin. What's wrong with you? Hee-soo asked confusedly after he quickly retracted his hand. Jin's face was pale. He looked at his hand, unable to believe it. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Suddenly, a mechanical sound rang out next to his ear. Death. Both of them simultaneously looked toward the door. Ji-won was standing there, scratching his head apologetically. Your conversation was too interesting, so I accidentally eavesdropped. Hello, I'm Gong Ji-won, a ghost hunter. He introduced himself seriously. Jin and Hee-soo looked at each other. What kind of people are in this school? Ji-won proactively extended his hand. Very nice to meet you, Lee Hee-soo. You know me? Hee-soo was surprised. I even know your mother is a sorceress. What? How do you? Who doesn't know your mother is a sorceress, you idiot? Jin muttered. Oh, right, I forgot. Hee-soo looked dazed. I know all the ghost stories. And the history of this school. Ji-won continued. That's also the reason I came here to study. Do you two know the legend of the walking statue? No, I don't know. Me neither. All the upperclassmen know about it. Ji-won ignored them. The statue at Sampo High School runs at night. Anyone who sees it run will be forced to race against it. If you don't race properly or cheat, it will use the flagpole to impale you from behind. If that's true, we were almost killed. Hee-soo whispered. Jin also nodded. Based on the situation, this could be a poltergeist phenomenon. Ji-won said knowledgeably. Sometimes the school's flagpole gets uprooted, even though there's no storm. It's happened 4 times since the opening ceremony. Hee-soo and Jin could only listen in silence. Recently, Ji-won emphasized, his eyes fixed on the two. There was an incident that proved the legend is true. I accidentally saw something very strange. He began to recount. That day, when I walked out of the restroom. At first, I thought I was seeing things. But it was so real. Ji-won said. The image of 2 people being chased by the stone statue was still vividly clear. In my mind, there was a boy being chased by a stone statue. And behind him was a girl with a ponytail. Every detail of the description made both Jin and Hee-soo jump. Hee-soo even unconsciously took off her hair tie in a hurry. The surprising thing is that the statue was still intact when I came to school the next morning. But, John purposely drew out his voice mysteriously. The energy inside it had been drained. Sweat began to dot the 2 people's foreheads. He held out his detector device. Before, this statue always had an energy level of 5. But since that day, it can't even reach level 1. In short, something is missing from that statue. Ji-won looked directly at Jin, no longer being ambiguous. So, let me ask you directly. You two were there with the statue, right? No. Both of them denied flatly. It's definitely you two, Ji-won affirmed, as if he had firm proof. Why do you conclude that? Usually, if I say that, people would call me crazy or ignore me. He analyzed calmly. But you denied it immediately. That further proves my deduction is correct. He shook the detector. This device is used to measure the magnetic field of ghosts. Ghosts do not materialize. They exist in the form of energy. And this device will detect that. Hearing Ji-won talk at length, Jin lost patience. Has this been scientifically proven yet? Ji-won immediately brought the detector closer. As soon as it touched Jin, it instantly lit up, the index jumped to level 5. That means the thing that was once inside the statue is now inside you, right? That is my conclusion. Jin forcefully pushed the detector away. I'm asking if science has proven this. No, it hasn't. Of course, if only this device reacted. I wouldn't bother you. Ji-won calmly replied, then pulled out countless other devices. But all my devices are reacting strongly. Beeping nonstop like this. The deafening beeping sounds rang out continuously. Now, how do you explain this? Ji-won smiled confidently. What do I have to explain? Jin was annoyed. That's just your guess. So, are you ghost hunters? What is that? Jin was confused. Someone who hunts and collects the souls of ghosts and demons. What? Jin felt more and more confused. No matter what you say, I won't believe it. He decisively ended the conversation. The stone statue or whatever is none of our business. Having said that, he turned and quickly left. Hey Lee Hee-soo, let's go. Why do you guys keep lying? Ji-won sighed, fine. I originally didn't intend to show this. But some broken sounds rang out, making Young-jin jump and turn back. Ji-won was playing a video on his phone. These days, phone cameras are almost as good as DSLR cameras. He said, then calmly zoomed in on the image. This distance is just right. We're doomed, Yoon-jin thought inwardly. I'm not a bad person. No need to hide. Ji-won reassured them. Saying that just makes you sound more like a bad person. Hee-soo commented. What do you want, exactly? Yoon-jin asked directly. I have something I want to ask you for help with. Ji-won smiled shyly. Do you two know about the haunted antique shop? Meanwhile, Do-kyung was walking in the hallway when someone called him from behind. Hello, Do-kyung? He turned back curiously. A seemingly shy boy was holding out a wooden box. I'm giving this to you, the boy stammered. What is this? Do-kyung happily accepted it. You can open it and see, it's a gift from me. It's the first time a boy has given me a gift. Do-kyung excitedly laughed, opening the box lid. Thank you. Which class are you in, by the way? Hearing that, the other person's voice trembled. You don't remember me? No way. You hypocrite. He said, then angrily walked away. Do-kyung was scolded but didn't understand what happened. Just then, a strange light emitted from the box. Inside was a paper effigy with Han script, along with a die. Suddenly, the paper effigy burst into flames. A thick cloud of black smoke poured out of the box. A new day began. With a clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds. In the classroom, while other students were listening intently to the lecture, Jin was still in a daze. Where did we stop last week? He propped his chin up and yawned widely, tears welling up. Why am I so tired? He suddenly opened his eyes, noticing something under his desk. It was his phone. The screen lit up with a message from someone named Ghost Hunter. Below were 3 continuous messages. Sent at 9:11 a.m. Ghost Hunter Jin Sama Ghost Hunter. My number is 010 XXXXXXXXXXX. I'm the Ghost Hunter, it's G1. What is it? He messaged back in surprise, how did you get my number? The reply came almost instantly. G1, Lee Hee-soo gave it to me. Yoon-jin annoyed, G1, just this once. The haunted antique shop. Can't you come with me? Yoon-jin, no. Yoon-jin, you two go together. G1, Lee Hee-soo said if you go, she will go too. Young-jin clenched his hand, feeling a bit annoyed. Suddenly a voice rang out right above him, hey. He jumped, looking up quickly. The teacher, holding the grade book, asked with a raised eyebrow. Whose empty seat is that? Yoon-jin turned to look at the empty desk next to him, huh? It's John Do-kyung, a voice rang out. The whole class started whispering. He already came. Maybe he went to the restroom. The classroom door was pushed open hard. Everyone turned their attention to the student standing outside the door. Startled, he's here. Sir, John Do-kyung is here. But Do-kyung still had no intention of entering. The teacher spoke up, John Do-kyung, where have you been? The whole class was silent, awaiting the answer. Sorry, sir. Do-kyung smiled, looking unapologetic. A friend called out, hey John, your seat is here. Do-kyung glanced toward the person who called him. Then his eyes swept past Jin. He smirked, then turned his face toward the board. His hand began to spin a die. The bell for the end of class rang. Min-jun and another friend blocked his path. Where did you go for so long, Do-kyung? You were almost late for attendance. Did you really go to the restroom? Do-kyung said nothing, only raised his fist toward them. Huh? Min-jun hesitated and fist bumped him. What is it? Let's play rock paper scissors, Do-kyung smiled, putting his feet up on the desk. 10,000 won per round. I don't have money, Min-jun laughed awkwardly. Then pay with your body. Min-jun rubbed his chin, pondering. 10,000 won, huh? He quickly decided. Okay, I'm in. Rock paper scissors. Min Jun threw rock, while Du Kyung showed scissors. Haha, men have to throw rock. Min Jun laughed loudly, excited. But then he paused when he saw Jo Kyung pull out a 10,000 won bill. Really? Min Jun held the bill, his eyes wide with surprise. Really, why wouldn't it be? Jo Kyung replied in a calm tone. You worked hard for it. Awesome. Thanks a lot, Min Jun cheered happily. Want to play again? Du Kyung asked with a friendly smile. Sure, Min Jun agreed without hesitation. Du Kyung smirked, 50,000 won this time, okay? What? 50,000 won. Truly a rich kid. Min Jun mocked, rotating his wrist. This guy is reckless. This time, Du Kyung threw paper. Oh, no. Min Jun laughed. Before he could finish his sentence, Du Kyung landed a powerful punch, sending Min Jun sprawling onto the ground. The whole class turned around in surprise. Hey, what's going on? Why are you hitting him? Ian Jean was also stunned. What happened? John Du Kyung just stood there, laughing loudly. He pointed toward Min Jun lying flat on the floor. Men have to be adventurous. Always throwing rock, what's the point of that? Hey, are you okay, Min Jun? A friend worriedly shook him. He seems to have fainted, we should call the school nurse. What's wrong, everyone? Du Kyung looked around blankly. Everyone was staring intently at him. It's nothing. He approached and grabbed Min Jun's arm. This guy won the 10,000 won bet. What more do you want? He laughed loudly, trying to pull the bill out of Min Jun's tightly clenched hand. This guy holds money tight. Du Kyung, that was too much. A friend spoke up, criticizing him. Huh? Du Kyung's face darkened. What do you mean? Am I supposed to pretend to lose? I already gave him 10,000 won. I told him to pay with his body, didn't I? Hearing his infuriatingly calm tone, everyone was in disbelief. Huh? Du Kyung suddenly seemed to remember something. He moved closer to the friend who had just spoken. You also agreed, didn't you? That friend was so scared he trembled. Huh? Du Kyung's eyes became sharp and cold. He put his feet down and stood up, cursing angrily. Ah, damn it. Du Kyung put his hands in his pockets and walked straight out. It wasn't until he was completely out of the classroom that everyone dared to rush over to check on Min Jun. What was that? Hey, are you okay? What the heck did I just see? The friend sitting next to Ian Jean pushed up his glasses. It looked like a scene from a school violence movie. A chubby friend spoke up. I think it looked more like body swapping. Actually, that wasn't Du Kyung, but an evil entity from another world that had possessed him. Yoon Jin merely frowned and silently pondered. A moment later, two girls started whispering. Did you see it this morning? Du Kyung suddenly changed. It's the first time I've ever heard him curse. The girl opposite, holding a mirror, glanced toward Du Kyung. He's completely different. So scary. I thought he was just a regular guy. I heard he's taking acting lessons. The girl with the ponytail tried to justify it. He's probably preparing for an audition. But does he need to practice like that at school? The other girl looked at Du Kyung, who was vaping, exhaling plumes of white smoke, with annoyance. Oh, he must have gotten a role as a gangster boss. The whole class was abuzz. What is he holding? I can't believe it. Hey, Du Kyung, the mushroom-haired friend spoke up to remind him. You can't smoke. The teachers are coming soon. Du Kyung didn't seem to care. What? Speak louder, I can't hear you. His tone made the other friend momentarily stunned, feeling a little pressured. Speak up. Jo Kyung suddenly shouted loudly in the mushroom-haired friend's face. The whole class jumped. What's wrong? Is he going crazy again? Suddenly, Jo Kyung reached out and gently rubbed his friend's ear. His voice softened. Just kidding, did I scare you? He held up the vape in his hand and smiled, saying, this is not a cigarette. But the teacher will be here soon. He cut him off. Are you betting? Du Kyung smirked and said in a low voice, I'm betting. The teacher will come in as soon as the bell rings. 10,000 won. The mushroom head trembled violently. Am I betting the teacher won't come in? 10,000 won. If you don't have money, pay with your body. Du Kyung used his seductive tone again, his face full of malice. The mushroom head was sweating profusely, looking down, not daring to look. Why are you shaking? Du Kyung mocked. Hey, Du Kyung, a voice rang out from the doorway. It was Ji-eun. She frowned, looking at him. Jo Kyung also frowned back. Then his eyes shifted down to the hand she was holding. Come out here, she demanded. Out in the hallway. Jo Kyung violently pulled his arm away. What's wrong with you? Ji-eun couldn't believe it. Did you really hit someone? Why? And where did you get this? You hate cigarettes. Du Kyung didn't care. He was just focused on tossing the die in his hand. Hey, are you listening? Ji-eun angrily spoke louder. He stopped, clutching the die, even or odd. What? What kind of joke is this? Even or odd? He repeated, giving a slight smile, hurry up. Ji-eun was suspicious but replied, odd. Du-kyung smirked and flipped his hand open, wrong. Suddenly, he firmly grabbed Ji-eun's cheek, pulling her close, his face full of cunning. Then you have to pay with your body, right? Ji-eun was pulled so close that she completely touched him. She gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Then she slapped Du-kyung hard across the face. You lunatic. After saying that, Ji-eun turned and walked away, leaving Du-kyung rubbing the cheek that had just been slapped. In a corner, a chubby friend was watching everything. He smirked and tightened his grip on the talisman in his hand. On another beautiful day, Ji-won was walking in the hallway. He unlocked his phone, and the message thread appeared. Yoon-jin-sama. If you don't answer, I'll post that blurred photo on the spiritual forum. Yoon-jin replied, shut up. Ji-won messaged back, Yoon-jin. Just this once. This is my last wish. Before I close my eyes. He looked up at the sign for classroom 12-3. You thought I couldn't find you hiding here, right? Ji-won opened the door and walked in, excuse me, Ian-jin. The signal detector on his person vibrated. Ji-won smiled. It seems he's very close by, huh? Turn on the Ian-jin search detector. He held the device and happily walked around searching. His mouth continuously called out, Young-jin. Hiding is useless. My detection device can easily find you. A sudden strong force impacted the detection device. In Ji-won's hand. The device fell to the ground. Du-kyung was already standing next to him. Ji-won jumped, cold sweat breaking out. The smell of cigarettes. Du-kyung slowly bent down to pick up the device. Immediately, it vibrated violently. At the same time, the devices on Ji-won's body also started to screech loudly. Oh, what is this? Why did they suddenly all break? Ji-won quickly checked his equipment, not forgetting to ask for help. Hey, call your friend Ian-jin in the class for me. Meanwhile, Jin opened his phone and saw a series of messages appear on the Ghostock app. Help. Please save me. Death. Suddenly, Du-kyung violently threw the detector to the ground. It shattered. Do you want to die? Du-kyung glared at Ji-won, his voice strained. If you bump into someone, you should apologize first. Seeing Du-kyung's scary look, Ji-won felt nervous. Well, I'm sorry. A die was tossed high into the air. Du-kyung suddenly clapped his hands, then held out two fists in front of Ji-won. His face looked like a demon's. Which hand? This is bad. Hee-soo frowned, looking at the tarot card on the table. She turned to Ian-jin. Her voice frightened, your classmate Du-kyung is possessed. Ian-jin, annoyed, just clicked on his phone, only murmuring in MHM to dismiss it. Hey, Dragon Jean. Hee-soo stood up abruptly. Your name is Ian-jin, that's why I call you Dragon Jean. No need to explain, he put his face down on the desk. But why do I have to go? You have to go save your friend. What friend? We're not close. But can you be sure he's possessed just because of a single card? Ian-jin was confused. He was normal this morning. It's probably just his personality. He stood up, intending to leave. This doesn't affect me anyway, just ignore it. Seeing this, Hee-soo's face became downcast. And don't call me that anymore, Young-jin reminded her. What if he's a good person? Hee-soo turned her face toward the window, pretending to be pitiful. He must be suffering a lot. Just like when I was possessed. Du-kyung and I went to school together in middle school. A voice suddenly rang out. Ji-won had appeared out of nowhere. So I can confirm he's a good person. He's never hit anyone, he doesn't even dare to curse. He's like a character straight out of a comic book. See? He's very pitiful, Hee-soo immediately agreed. He doesn't even have the guts to bet with anyone. Ji-won continued. Hee-soo looked in surprise at his swollen cheek. What happened to your face? Yoon-jin asked. A ghost hit me. Seeming to understand his intention, Young-jin replied bluntly. I'm not going. Ji-won lowered his head, then looked up to face Young-jin. I won't force you to go to the antique shop anymore. I also apologize for what happened earlier. You said it was like when you were possessed, right? He became serious. Because the exorcism was successful. That's why you're here now. Right? If you two aren't ghost hunters, then you two also solved the bronze statue case. Right? That again? Young-jin was angry. We have nothing to do with it. Before he could finish, Hee-soo cried out in fear, oh, Yun-jin. Her phone screen displayed a notification, Gong Ji-won transferred 50,000 won. Here's a deposit. What now? Yun-jin was annoyed. I'll pay the rest if you agree. Ji-won said, please help me. He bowed his head to the two, save Du-kyung, please. Ian-jin recalled the scene of Du-kyung hitting the other guy hard, along with the devices continuously screeching. And his angry, low voice. Even so, he flatly refused. No, he coldly walked past Ji-won. You help him yourself, Hee-soo. I'm going home. Young-jin. Hee-soo quickly ran after him. As she passed, she glanced at Ji-won with pity. And quickly left as well. Only Ji-won was left alone. In the room. Outside in the hallway. The sound of the two people's footsteps faded. Young-jin walked along, thinking inwardly. Is he trying to drag me into more trouble? Painful memories suddenly rushed back. He just wanted to live a normal life. Like before. The old voice echoed in his head, from that day on. You were already dead. No. Jin told himself, starting now. My own safety comes first. Absolutely do not get involved in anything else. Lost in thought, he suddenly ran into Du-kyung. Du-kyung, he thought inwardly. A friend walking next to Du-kyung happily nudged him. See? The girls are looking for you. Heh. Young-jin glanced over. This might suit you better. He thought the two would just pass by like strangers. But suddenly, Young-jin's hand went out and stopped Du-kyung. His hand, on its own, grabbed Du-kyung's collar. To the astonishment of the friend walking with him. Although he was the one who made the move. Young-jin himself looked extremely panicked. At this moment, Hee-soo was rushing down the hallway to find him. As she ran, she called out, Young. Before she could finish his name, she froze when she saw Young-jin grabbing Jo-kyung's collar. Hee-soo quickly hid behind the wall, covering her mouth to keep from making a sound. He said he wouldn't get involved. But in the end, he still went to help exorcise the demon for him. He's still as kind as he used to be. Jo-kyung's friend immediately cursed angrily. What the hell are you doing? Right after that, Young-jin made a strange gesture. He punched his right hand hard into his left hand, which was gripping Jo-kyung's collar. Sorry, he said tremblingly, his face dotted with sweat. That wasn't me. Du-kyung heard that and burst out laughing. Your hand is clearly there, how can it not be you? That's right, Young-jin stammered. Hearing that, Jo-kyung became furious and took off his tie. Pulling out a die. He tossed it into the air. Then clenched it tightly in his palm. He hid the die in one of his two hands. Then put them in front of Young-jin, smirking. Which hand? Jo-kyung and his friend laughed mockingly. While Hee-soo, hiding behind the wall, was filled with worry. What? Young-jin was astonished. He felt his left hand start moving again. It slowly lifted, scaring him. My hand is moving on its own again. The hand automatically pointed to Jo-kyung's left palm. Jo-kyung pondered for a moment, then opened his hand. The die was nestled neatly inside. Exactly, he walked over. Placed his hand on Young-jin's shoulder, then brushed past him. Be careful with your hand, friend. After they left, Yeon-jin still stood there, staring at his hand. His head was spinning. After walking a distance, Du-kyung looked back at him with a puzzled look. In class, he kept looking at his hand. Suddenly, it automatically raised up. What is it? The hand clenched into a fist. Then pointed straight at his face. Before he could react, it automatically punched him in the face. A friend wearing glasses walked by. And asked curiously, what are you doing? New trick? That's interesting. Young-jin had to use his right hand to firmly hold his left hand. To keep it from moving randomly. Are you preparing to perform a talent show at the field trip? The friend asked with a laugh. Suddenly, his left hand jerked violently. Hey, help hold my hand. He cried out. The friend immediately helped, but grabbed his right hand instead. No, the left hand. Not the right hand. Young-jin snapped. His left hand was out of control, as if trying to punch someone. Mr. Yeon-jin, the friend spoke up. Do I really have to get involved in this situation? That is so bizarre? This boring situation? That's disgusting. Yeon-jin had to use all his strength to hold his left hand still. Finally, it stopped moving. He breathed a sigh of relief, it's over. A friend who was playing a game at the desk in front turned around. Yeon-jin, do you think maybe you? He asked in all seriousness. Do I have alien hand syndrome? What the hell is that? Yoon-jin wondered. Just as he left the classroom, he immediately went online to search for that strange syndrome. After reading through the symptoms, Yoon-jin thought to himself in fear. Oh God, why is this exactly like me? Could it be a problem with my brain? I've been bumping my head a lot lately. No wonder I've been feeling so sluggish. Or is this a symptom of some serious disease? As he was deep in thought, a shadow approached from behind, suddenly raising a hand. Reflexes faster than thought. Yoon-jin's left arm swung up automatically, blocking the attack. It was Soho. He was surprised by Yoon-jin's reflexes. Wow. Soho laughed awkwardly. Must be because you get hit so much. Your body reacts on its own now, huh? Yoon-jin thought wearily, what is it now? It's not that. Yoon-jin tried to explain, my hand right now. Whatever, Soho cut him off, not bothering to listen. Hey, is Jo Kyung in your class? Yoon Jin glanced at him in annoyance. Tell him to return my vape. Suho ordered. What is that? It's an electronic cigarette, you idiot, Suho snapped. It's yours, why don't you go ask for it yourself? Yoon Jin retorted. Why tell me to go? It's annoying. You coming to find me is even more trouble. Yoon Jin argued back. I have to go through the whole 11th grade section. This punk. Suho frowned, his eyes turning scary. I told you not to piss me off. I told you. Yoon Jin began. But before he could finish his sentence, his left hand moved on its own again, jerking upwards. He panicked and quickly used his right hand to hold it down. Fine, I'll go get it for you, he said hurriedly. See, wasn't that faster? Suho said with satisfaction. You keep beating around the bush. I'm going, Yoon Jin replied, brushing past him. Look at the way he runs, Suho sneered from behind. In the hallway, Ji-won was holding a strange device, with multicolored rods to detect temperature. Suddenly, the green rod lit up. He immediately pointed the meter in that direction. The screen, displaying 9 degrees, suddenly dropped to -1 degree. Strange. How can that spot be -1 degree? Yoon Jin walked into the classroom. Seeing Jo Kyung sitting at the back desk, his heart pounded. He stood there staring, secretly encouraging himself. Just pretend not to know anything so we don't argue. Why are you sneaking around behind me? Jo Kyung's voice rang out, making Yoon Jin jump. Planning to bet again? No, it's not that, Yoon Jin said fearfully. Suho told me to get back something you borrowed from him. Borrowed? Jo Kyung laughed, reaching under the desk. Scared of getting beaten after losing the bet, so he wants it back now. He didn't say anything about that. Yoon Jin averted his eyes. Suddenly, Jo Kyung tilted his head back, stared at him, and laughed. Do you want to get beaten in his place? Who wants that? Yoon Jin immediately retorted. I'm not that bored. Jo Kyung looked surprised. Fine, you just keep it. Yoon Jin said annoyedly, intending to turn and leave. Ah, it was that guy from earlier, right? Jo Kyung suddenly said. I'll give it to you. Yoon Jin turned back. Yeah. But he pulled out a die, tossed it up, and clenched it in his palm. If you guess correctly? Jo Kyung smiled menacingly. Even or odd? The whole class started whispering. Yoon Jin was terrified. Huh? No, I don't need it. Hey, it's already started, Jo Kyung urged. Hurry up. What's the benefit for me playing this? Hurry up, you. Jo Kyung roared, his brow furrowed. Forced, Yoon Jin muttered, even. Jo Kyung chuckled. Ba-dum, ba-dum, tada. He slowly opened his palm. The die showed a single dot. Guess it's odd, huh? Jo Kyung smirked and raised his hand. Yoon Jin startled, the whole class held their breath in fear. As Jo Kyung's fist was about to strike, Yoon Jin's left hand suddenly moved on its own. It raised up, blocked Jo Kyung's arm, and shoved it away forcibly. Finally, at that moment, his finger delivered a powerful flick to the forehead. Jo Kyung crashed. Jo Kyung fell backward, slamming his back against the bulletin board. He slumped to the ground as the whole class gaped in astonishment. It happened so fast that even Yoon Jin didn't understand what he had just done. What? What just flew by? Jo Kyung's hand resting on the ground twitched slightly. Yoon Jin was startled, his face turning pale. Jo Kyung staggered to his feet, one hand covering most of his face. No one could see his expression right now. In the tension-filled atmosphere, Yoon Jin awkwardly explained. This was because of my left hand. He suddenly realized he had misspoken. Why did I say it was my left hand? Is your left hand possessed by a parasite too? A voice spoke up sarcastically. Still acting? Another guy mocked. Oh my god. I thought you were some hidden master or something. A female student with hair rollers standing nearby listened without understanding anything. What is a parasite? Yoon Jin was sweating profusely. He stammered, speechless. Well, he glanced at the guy with glasses and continued forcefully. Jo Kyung asked me to play the role of his opponent. Opponent? The glasses guy looked confused. Huh? What? Rehearsing a play? In just a moment, the somewhat forced explanation, yet unbelievably logical of Yoon Jin, successfully convinced the whole class. That's right. Jo Kyung is becoming an actor, isn't he? That makes total sense. Everyone bought it completely. But Yoon Jin still hadn't recovered. Perhaps it's because of Jo Kyung's usual image, he thought to himself. Whatever, let's just let it slide. At this moment, the glasses guy walked over, looking unhappy. Hey, you should have told us beforehand. Scared the hell out of me. Jo Kyung stood there listening to everyone discuss him. Wow, Jo Kyung is really good. He really gets into character for every role. Oh, so, were you and Min Jun acting earlier too? Getting hit and staying in character. Amazing. He just laughed mockingly. Then, while grinning and giggling, he muttered, calling Yoon-jin. Hey, Yoon-jin. Hearing the way Jo Kyung called his name, Yoon-jin started getting tense again. Here. Jo Kyung lowered his hand, revealing an expression no different from a demon. He exclaimed, that was really interesting. Yoon-jin looked on, sweating bullets. I'm dead. At the same time, Heezu was passing by the classroom and accidentally overheard the whispers drifting out. Were Yoon-jin and Jo Kyung close before? But they've always been so quiet about it. She stopped, her face showing unease and astonishment, as she vaguely understood the gist of the story. Elsewhere, Ji-won was opening the old box he just found, examining the strange characters inside. What is this box full of ominous energy? And this? Oracle bone script? When he shifted his gaze to the lid, he was a bit surprised. Under the lid, there was an equally strange shape. A familiar feeling urged him. So he compared it with information on his phone. On the screen was an anonymous post asking, has anyone seen this strange symbol? And coincidentally, that symbol was identical to the one he was looking at. Ghostly antique shop? A thought flashed through Ji-won's mind. But why is it here? While he was still racking his brain, a familiar voice called out, hey. Ji-won startled and turned around. It was Jia. Her face still clearly showed anxiety. She opened the Ghostock app on her phone. A series of curt messages appeared. Stop it. Help me. Save me. Death. Destruction. I don't know if you believe it. She spoke up, but right now, Jo Kyung is a ghost. His soul is probably very close by. Hearing this, Ji-won didn't show surprise. He calmly played with his phone and said, when he hit me, I heard something echoing from inside the box. How does it work? It pieces together sound frequencies from the radio, so spirits can convey messages. What did Do Kyung say? Ji-won repeated his friend's words, Ji-won. I'm sorry. That's all. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jia burst into tears. Tears dropped onto the phone screen one by one. Hey, is this for real? Ji-won couldn't believe it. Get lost, Jia said annoyed, wiping her tears. But Ji-won didn't tease her anymore. He just sat down beside her. You said before that it was just a toy. But it sounded just like Do Kyung's voice. Thinking back to the time she faced his possessed state, Jia couldn't help but be suspicious. Suddenly changing 180 degrees. Could he have suffered some brain injury? But she also bitterly gave herself the answer. This absurd situation is happening right before my eyes. I guess I have to believe it. That glowing gaze and smirking smile of Do Kyung flashed back in her mind, making her shudder. That look didn't resemble a human's. It was very scary. Do Kyung must be very scared right now, right? She expressed her worry, he's always been cowardly. What do we do now? Her voice was full of helplessness. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Ji-won sighed. You already know, don't you? Before the first period, Do Kyung was still normal. Something must have happened after the first period ended. Impossible. There must be something. Jia didn't want to believe it. Ji-won shrugged. I found the cause. The one who caused this is still in the school. Hearing that, Jia stopped crying and exclaimed in surprise, really? That's right. You said there was something shady in the school. Is that it? No, Ji-won replied while rummaging through his bag. He pulled out the old box. But I've gathered the evidence. He pointed to a symbol inside the box. Without it, this can't be explained. What is that? Jia asked curiously. I will personally perform an exorcism for you to see. But what is it? Jia asked again impatiently. But Ji-won was completely immersed in his own world. You insolent demon. He muttered, his eyes glued to the box. I, the exorcist, will officially debut today. Sunset dyed the whole street gold. Yoon-jin walked listlessly. His eyes kept occasionally looking down at his fist. He was still agonizing over that finger flick earlier. Did I really use my power? Suddenly, Do Kyung lunged from nowhere, draping his arm around his shoulders. Hey, Yoon-jin. This sudden action scared Yoon-jin to death. Where are you going? Hang out with me, Do Kyung grinned invitingly. I have to go home. Yoon-jin tried to suppress his tension, his voice trembling slightly. Then let's go to your house to play. Do Kyung still wouldn't let up. Yoon-jin quickly slipped out of his embrace. My house has a very fierce dog. But after taking just a few steps, he was grabbed by the wrist and yanked back by Do Kyung. Hey! Just play with me for a bit, he demanded through gritted teeth. Right at that moment, the bead bracelet on Yoon-jin's wrist suddenly emitted a blinding light. Arg! Kyung was blasted backward. He screamed and staggered, unable to stand steady. He stared in horror at everything before him, especially his hand, which was flickering strangely. What is this? But even Yoonjin didn't expect the bracelet's effect to be so distinct. Oh, it's high quality, huh? Seizing the opportunity, he waved the arm wearing the bracelet towards Kyung to shoo him away. And it worked. Kyung didn't dare come closer, just standing still, glaring bitterly as Yoonjin's back gradually disappeared. He clicked his tongue in frustration. How much longer? Until my power is fully recovered? That night, in Yoonjin's room, he watched the dog flipping through a book like a human, and asked hesitantly, "You mean my brain isn't damaged? But it's due to your power?" The dog just let out a ha-ha. "I'll crush all your peanuts right now, Yoon." Jin glared threateningly. Peanuts? Only then did the dog look up. Hurry and bring them out to eat and relieve some stress. But because of this left hand, the whole school. He raised his fist, trembling with frustration. "I already told you," the dog replied calmly. "The power I transferred saved you. Thanks to it, demons no longer target you." "Not target me? Are you kidding?" Yoonjin raised an eyebrow. "This power of yours is actually picking fights with them. It even controlled my hand to hit me. That arm is no longer yours." The dog sighed and explained. "What? If it's not my hand, then whose is it?" The dog looked up, revealing a horrifying truth. "Your real hand was already cut off by the doll demon." "Kid." Yoonjin's reaction, needless to say, was shocked to the core. Let me put it this way so it's easy to understand. It looked towards the hand, placed on Yoonjin's left arm, then emphasized every word. "Your left hand is the last remnant of my power." Hearing the words black dragon and last power uttered from its mouth, Yoonjin was stunned with amazement. It was late afternoon, the red hue dyed the whole area. The phone screen displayed a message. Ghostly antique shop. Must go, with a fortune teller. If you go in alone out of curiosity, and get entangled with something, no one can save you. Two friends stood in front of a shop. It looked no different from an abandoned warehouse. Could this be the place? Jia smacked her lips. It just looks like an old house. While Ji-won was scared of everything, Jia was strangely calm. Anyway, let's just go in and see. Wait. Ji-won put his backpack down and rummaged for something. If the two of us go together, they might get suspicious. Let me go in alone. Although he was scared to death inside, he still tried to act brave. Meanwhile, Jin, in dog form, was recounting his legend. My power was originally formed from 4 dragons. Red dragon, azure dragon, white dragon, and black dragon. His eyes suddenly became pensive. But now, they have all disappeared. Only the black dragon remains. He looked at Yoonjin's left arm. That arm of yours is the last remaining part of my power. It was formed from the power of the black dragon. Yoonjin listened with his mouth wide open. It is the strongest, but also the most arrogant of the 4 dragons. Jin commented. Yoonjin froze. Black dragon? He held out his arm. What if you take this arm back? But Jin looked at him like he was an idiot. Then you'll lose an arm. The arm will disappear? Gone forever? Yoonjin was utterly despairing. To be more precise, it was already crushed. Everything I said is the truth. Yoonjin wanted to cry hearing that. Come on. But hey. Jin was curious. Why do you hate it so much? With your mediocre body. This power isn't a disadvantage. It's ruining my school life. Yoonjin complained. Don't you know, ancestor? By the way, kid, Jin suddenly interrupted. Not caring what I say at all, huh? Yoonjin was speechless. I want to ask something, Jin said. What is it? He held out a history book. Are there any records about the Earth God? Or, about your clan, for example? What? Yoonjin was confused by the strange names. This book doesn't have any records. After the Dangun era. Yoonjin held the book and muttered, it's all 3 kingdoms era here. Jin shook his head. What about besides this? Then Yoonjin flipped to another page. Are you looking for this? That's all there is. There's nothing else. Strange. Jin's melon-seed eyes narrowed. What now? Yoonjin gave up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yoonjin turned around curiously. Yoonjin, a voice shouted from outside, startling him. In an old and gloomy room, Ji-won placed a mini camera on the shelf. Ancient antiques were displayed everywhere, from earthenware jars to wall paintings. Is anyone here? He called out. Here to buy something, a hoarse voice replied, making Ji-won startle and turn around. An old woman stepped out from behind the curtain, emitting an unpleasant stench. Seeing the scary-looking old woman, Ji-won stammered immediately. He waited until the camera was working before daring to speak. Hello. Outside. Jia stared intently at the ghost detector screen, her face tense. She tried to recall Ji-won's instructions. If no one is there. But you see green streaks of light like this. Call me immediately. Inside, Ji-won went straight to the point. The cursed item is from this shop, right? The old woman glanced at the wooden box. So what? So it really is because of this thing. Ji-won gritted his teeth. Please tell me how to break the curse. The responsibility belongs to the one who cast the curse. I only sell the items. She replied slowly. Then was the person who bought this a student from Sambo school? Wearing a uniform like mine? I do not reveal customer information. It won't be easy to get info here, Ji-won thought. The old woman looked at him with a wary expression. Why are you here talking nonsense? If you're not buying, then leave. Then I'm relieved. Ji-won sighed in relief. I was just testing you. I will buy this item. He fingered the box. My friend bought this here and told me to come. But this is an item used to curse others. If you can't keep a secret, it would be troublesome. The old woman still showed no suspicion. A moment later, she brought out a wooden box and a brocade bag. This cursed item only requires looking at it to take effect. You must not open it to look inside, understand? Okay. Ji-won looked blankly, watching the old woman pull out a yellow talisman from the brocade bag. This is a talisman for the caster. Her hoarse voice reminded him. And remember, if you only want to joke around a little, then tear this talisman within 49 hours. Tearing it will break the curse? Ji-won asked. That's right. The old woman smiled kindly. 49 hours? Ji-won thought, then casually asked more. So what happens if it passes 49 hours? She kept the smile on her lips. Who knows? The dark space blended with her savage laughter, making Ji-won freeze. He just nodded perfunctorily. I've been feeling creepy this whole time. I know how to break the curse now. Time to flee. Yeah. Thinking that, he put on an obedient face. Oh. Then I will be careful. May I ask how much it is? Can I pay by card? But these things probably only take cash, right? Oh no, I didn't bring any cash. No need. The old woman opened a red bag. Put your fingernails and hair in here. And write your name on this paper. Ji-won froze. Fingernails, hair, name? He laughed dryly. Then aren't I getting this for free? You get nothing at all. What are you saying? She smiled. These things are very precious. Ji-won hurriedly made an excuse. But I have hereditary baldness. I'm undergoing treatment so I can't pull out hair. As for nails, today I'll just write my name, okay? He held out his hand with neatly trimmed nails. Can I come back when my nails grow out? He looked at her, smiling innocently. Write my name here, right? Ji-won was about to pull the paper over, when she suddenly grabbed his hand. Her raspy voice rang in his ear. Yeah. Stamp with blood, then write the name. Right at that moment, a blade, sharp and thin, slid out from the old woman's bamboo cane, making him scream out loud. Grandma, I have hemophilia. Can I do it after taking my medicine? Sorry, but where is the restroom? I need to pee so bad. Ji-won hurriedly ran into a hidden corner, fumbling in his pocket, pulling out a red ballpoint pen. A few seconds later, he acted like an Oscar winner, shouting loudly, Oh my God. Grandma, hurry up. My blood solidifies as soon as it touches the air. Right then, he clenched the finger smeared with red ink. The old woman was speechless with him. Why do you have so many diseases, you brat? Ji-won quickly pressed his fingerprint onto the paper. Now I can write my name here, right? The old woman looked at him, muttering. This kid is full of diseases, I must help him quickly. Get healthy again. The old woman urged, write quickly. Then Ji-won slowly moved the pen, drawing a horizontal line. Then a vertical line, then horizontal again. After a while, he produced a long and scribbly name. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, he flipped open the whole stack of papers, pressing it close to the mini camera hidden on his body. What the hell are you doing? She angrily snatched the paper back. I'm not allowed to look? Ji-won feigned innocence. I just wanted to compare and see if I wrote it correctly. Suddenly, whispering sounds rang in his ears, then turned into ear-piercing screams, repeating over and over. Liar, liar, liar. Ji-won's spine went cold. The alarm ringtone of an incoming call from his smartwatch rang out, making him startle. I'll be going now, okay? Right at that moment, the shop's rolling door suddenly slammed shut. Pitch-black bone bars appeared out of nowhere. The space seemed warped, the entire shop disappeared. Ji-won was trapped in a pitch-black void. Grandma, he screamed hopelessly. Shop owner. Where are you? Seeing the situation was bad, he hurriedly spoke into the watch. Jia. Can you hear me, Jia? Just then, a slit of light appeared. The muscle girl Jia was single-handedly lifting the rolling door. She shouted loudly, Ji-won, get out here. Ji-won gaped. Hurry up. Jia exerted all her strength. Okay. Ji-won immediately rushed out. Suddenly, the door in Jia's hands emitted cracking sounds. It grew sharp fangs, turning into the mouth of a giant beast, intending to swallow both of them. The monster's teeth slammed into the ground. The door slammed shut. Only Jia's final scream echoed out. Jia! Ji-won shouted in shock. Right at that moment, a figure rushed in. He swung a greatsword, slashing powerfully at the door. The slash created a spatial tear resembling a black hole. The monster's mouth immediately spat Jia out. Hizu caught her just in time. The door returned to its old, rusty form. Ji-won stared in shock at the person who just appeared. It was Yoon-jin. Yoon-jin with the greatsword. He looked at his arrogant posture and secretly praised, so cool. Suddenly, a ghostly hand reached out from inside, trying to tear the rift open. It's coming! Ji-won shouted. Yoon-jin reflexively swung the sword. His hand gripped the weapon's hilt tightly. Ji-won was full of excitement. I thought this stuff only existed in comics. But damn it. Ji-won froze. Yoon-jin didn't have the strength to lift the sword. Immediately after, that hand delivered a thunderous punch, knocking him flying far away. Yoon-jin. Hizu rushed up to support. Ji-won was endlessly astonished. He watched Hizu's skillful fire-casting posture and exclaimed, the daughter of a shaman is different. But before she could look cool for 3 seconds, Hizu tripped over a rock and fell flat on her face. Done. Ji-won gave up on this couple. What kind of exorcism is this? The situation was hanging by a thread. Ji-won glanced behind him. Suddenly, he was startled to see some iron bars. Over there, Yoon-jin was still tightly wrapped by black arms. His breathing was getting weaker. Footsteps echoed from afar. It was Ji-won, swinging an iron pipe. Everything falls into my hands. One strike broke the first arm. Who would have thought this kid had a lit profile? Second Dan Kendo, Ji-won. Surprisingly, the arms wrapping around Yoon-jin also started to retreat. It was then that Ji-won grabbed Yoon-jin's shoulder and ran. The group seized the opportunity and rushed away like the wind. On top of a building under a crimson sky, someone was quietly observing them. The cleaver was thrown onto the ground. Yoon-jin sat down, panting heavily, tired to death. On top of that, he heard a very irritating remark. Hey, are you guys okay? Yoon-jin turned around, intending to scold him, but saw Ji-won performing a flip, with his head bowed low to the ground. I'm really sorry. Who knew it would be this dangerous? I'm so sorry for dragging everyone into this. Words full of sincerity but -1 point for elegance. I did text Lee Hizu asking her to come help. Ji-won explained. Then recalled the message he had sent. Hizu, this shop seems related to Do Kyung being possessed. I'll perform the exorcism myself. My friend is with me. Don't worry, at worst we'll both get possessed and come back. It'll be fine. Yoon-jin read it and was speechless at this troublemaker. Ji-won was now turning pale with regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have come in the first place. But I think sending the message was the right decision. It was very dangerous. Hizu replied gently. Next time tell me beforehand, and we'll go together. Ji-won was stunned, then looked visibly happy. Really? You'll go with me next time? No, I'm not going. Yoon-jin immediately poured cold water on him. Come on. Ji-won held out his hand. Let's be good friends from now on, okay? Yoon-jin slapped his hand hard. High five. This is really fun. Ji-won knew that meant he had agreed. Thanks for coming to help. You could have just ignored it. You really are a decent and righteous person. Just like Hizu said. It feels strange. Yoon-jin finally spoke up. If you do anything wrong, this will be the last time we talk. Why so shy? Ji-won teased with a laugh. Yoon-jin sighed helplessly. Why is there no one normal around me, God? But you actually do exorcisms yourself? Ji-won asked hesitantly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the sword. Where did this sword come from? It looks like a greatsword from a comic book. Can I touch it? We're friends now, right? You're already touching it, Yoon-jin said, speechless. Suddenly, the blade glowed as if refusing to be touched. Oh, guess not. Ji-won adjusted his glasses regretfully. Is that so? Must be a barrier. Only the chosen ones can wield this sword. You're talking nonsense, Yoon-jin cut him off. That is an exorcism sword, a wheezing dog voice rang out. Ji-won jumped. Why is the dog barking? Jin in dog form panted heavily. It can only cut evil things. After saying that, he collapsed. Grandpa. Hizu rushed over in panic. Are you okay? Drink some water. Must go catch the dragon quickly, Jin told himself, feeling like he had lost half his life. Is that your dog? Ji-won was amazed. Where did it run from to get here? Yeah. Yoon-jin replied coldly, couldn't get on the taxi. Ji-won listened and was speechless. Crazy. I paid for the taxi with the money you gave me. Yoon-jin seemed to remember something. What? You guys took a taxi here? Ji-won thought he had run all the way there. I transferred the money to Lee Hizu myself. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Hizu asked Jin. Why is there a palanquin here? Jin wheezed, so a taxi is a palanquin? But is the dog really named Grandpa? Ji-won still couldn't digest it. Yeah. Is it a dog with special abilities brought along for exorcism? Yeah. I get it. Sounds like something out of a comic book. At this moment, Jia gradually woke up. What? Where is this? She looked up at the group of people huddled together. Her face full of question marks. What is it? What just happened to me? She looked around. Hey, I just saw something very strange. Like the shop grew a huge tooth. And it was waving around. And spinning too. Scary, Hizu exclaimed. Alright, Ji-won started up his iPad. Now that Jia is awake too, let's get to work. He turned the iPad screen around. You guys take a look at this. The later part has interference, so it didn't record clearly. On the screen was the footage recorded inside the shop. He fast-forwarded to the part showing a piece of paper. But I managed to keep the most important part. A starry night sky. Someone opened the door and entered the shop. Hey, old hag, he called out. This was the possessed Jo Kyung looking at the other person. How much longer? You just went back for a bit, how did you lose an arm already? The other person looked at Jo Kyung's severed arm. Asked curiously, then covered their mouth to stifle a laugh. Pfft. What happened? Some kids wearing the same uniform as you just stopped by, the old woman said. Hearing that, the other person froze. She continued. Seemed like they wanted to rescue the owner of this body. But an abnormal guy interfered. An abnormal guy? Du Kyung was curious, standing there picking his ear. Could it be Han Yun-jin? The antique-selling old woman also repeated the name curiously. Han Yun-jin? There was a stranger who once beat me in a bet. Du Kyung replied, curling his finger and flicking the air. Yeah, he flicked his finger once and I went flying. So I don't think he's a normal human. Where did you dare to go instead of waiting obediently? She interrupted. It takes another 49 hours for the soul to separate from the body. What are you talking about? Du Kyung's face darkened. I was afraid they would burn the talisman, so I had to do that. I told them to tear the talisman, so nothing will happen. You shouldn't have taught them how to tear the talisman in the first place. Du Kyung got angry. Seeing him act like a wild beast, the old woman looked amused. Humans look calm on the surface. But inside, they are full of fear. You have to prepare some insurance for them to sign. The contract, right? You're the same. Her words were soft. But Du Kyung couldn't argue back. Besides, they won't tear the talisman, she reassured. Humans these days look down on these dark arts. They only pray for others to fail. How can you be so sure? Du Kyung gritted his teeth. Countless red threads poured out from the old woman. One thread latched onto him. Look at your subordinates. Isn't this proof? Even if they burn the talisman, you won't disappear. You'll simply return to me. She leaned on her cane and moved closer to Du Kyung. Do you hate being near me that much? Just then, a masked person suddenly appeared at the door. Walking in naturally. Excuse me, I'm coming in. Elsewhere, a fearful voice rang out. What? 49 hours? Hizu was stunned. A day has already passed. Jia replied. About 15 hours left? Yoon-jin added. By the way, do any of you know who Kim Sun-woo is? Ji-won asked. The whole group shook their heads. There were many names on the paper. Why are you sure it's Kim Sun-woo? Jia wondered. Here. Ji-won pulled out a wooden box. I picked this up at school. Look. He pointed at the characters carved on the box. Then compare it with the name on the paper. Identical. The group nodded. Oh, it's true. This ink stain looks quite new. Must be recent. Ji-won analyzed. Just then, Jin barked a few times. What is he saying? Hizu translated for Ji-won. He says that as red as do. Ji-won mumbled, then suddenly realized. Gambling demon. Gambling? The encyclopedia. Ji-won takes the stage again. According to my yokai dictionary. Since the late Joseon dynasty, Debakwi has been recorded as a type of demon. Specializing in testing human luck. Through gambling games. However, no one has ever defeated it. Gambling, Yoon Jin mumbled. So things like dice and rock paper scissors were set up by it. First, hurry and tell that shaman us about this. Jin ordered. Hizu nodded vigorously. Yes, let me ask my mom. Seeing two people nodding at a puppy, Jia looked blank. Oh, are you guys talking to this dog now? Yeah, but you guys can't hear him. You need to have spiritual aptitude to hear him, Hizu explained. Damn it, when will I get that aptitude? Ji-won regretted. The phone screen displayed the word mom. Mom, burn the talisman. Immediately, Hizu's mother's voice rang out from the other end of the line, mixed with the sound of dry coughing. That thing is very dangerous. Are you kids okay? I just looked through the screen. And I already have a splitting headache. Mom, are you okay? Hizu asked worriedly. The person you met is a Madugwi. A spirit that uses other souls as henchmen. In other words, the old woman at the antique shop is not human. And not human? Ji-won was terrified. The ancient room with countless imprisoned souls. The names signed, in red ink in the notebook, are actually contracts to steal souls. That talisman, both the cursed child and the user will no longer be safe. Everyone was horrified to hear that. If 49 hours pass, Jia said tensely, the body will be completely taken over by the demon. Worry was evident on everyone's face. The child's soul will be trapped forever inside the shaman's talisman. At that point, there is no way to save him. Hizu's mother continued. But, she emphasized, if you manage to destroy the talisman within the time limit, the possessed child will return to normal. And the thing parasitic inside Dukyung will also disappear. What about the person who cursed Dukyung? They will die. Their soul will be seized by the demon. Serves them right, Jia gloated. That kind of person isn't worth living anyway. Anyway, he's about to die. I guess it's fine, Hizu's mother replied. But you still have to bring that child here to check the situation. You must burn that talisman before the 49 hours are up. The next day, the group went to school and split up to check every class. Jia checked class 4, Ji-won checked class 5. Hizu also searched in another class asking the same question, Kim, is Sean-woo here? At class 2-2, a student asked curiously, Kim Seon-woo, and turned around. Hey, someone's looking for you, Kim Seon-woo. Seon-woo, an introverted-looking student, startled. Who's calling? Are you Kim Seon-woo? Yeah, so what? The person looking for him was none other than Yoon Jin. Why does it have to be me? He mentally complained, then went straight to the point. Do you have the talisman? Hearing that, Seon-woo jumped, remaining silent. Then suddenly, he shoved Yoon Jin hard and rushed out. Hey, stop. Yoon Jin hurriedly chased after him. Why is he running so fast? And so, a chase began. Hey, stop. Yoon Jin shouted. But after just a few meters, he was panting heavily. Wait a sec. His limbs trembled like an 80-year-old man. Why is this so hard? My limbs feel paralyzed. How did it go? Did you find him? Jia opened the door and asked. Over there, Yoon Jin replied breathlessly, pointing towards the chubby student, who was waddling ahead. That guy? Jia immediately dashed forward with the speed of an athlete. Track and field. You bastard. Will you stop right there? But seeing her, your dead meat face, Seon-woo didn't dare stop. Hey! Ji-won shouted from afar. You gave your hair and fingernails when you bought that, right? You're dead meat. This sentence acted like a restraining spell, making Seon-woo freeze in his tracks. That was a contract offering yourself to the demon. Jia also caught up. Gotcha, she screamed. Give me the talisman. If you don't want to die, hand it over. What? Seon-woo turned pale, stubbornly refusing to believe. Don't lie. It's true, Hizu said. She's a shaman. Ji-won casually pointed at Hizu. Not a shaman, she hurriedly denied. Jia looked at the chubby boy and said, but you just need to burn the talisman. And everything will go back to normal. Then, Seon-woo finally opened his mouth, stammering. Will Dukyung return to normal too? Yeah. Jia replied, there's still time to put everything back to how it was. Hand it over. I won't, he gritted his teeth. Seriously? Ji-won exclaimed. Oh God, please, Yoon Jin groaned wearily. What's the point now? Seon-woo's face twisted. I'd rather die. In another dimension. The name Kim Seon-woo was stamped. He became the marked one. On the old woman's forehead, red brushstrokes connected, forming a seal over Seon-woo's name. A horrifying scratching sound on the door rang out. Either way, this life is considered ruined. Seon-woo hung his head low. Now, with things turning out like this, my life is over too. He sneered, you guys hate me too, don't you? You'll probably go badmouthing me all over the school. Who cares? Jin was speechless. If you keep acting like that, you really are hateful. Ji-won said bluntly. Actually, I didn't think it would become such a big deal. Sian-woo mumbled. We understand. Just give us the talisman and it'll be over. The two kind girls comforted him. Just apologize to Do-kyung later. He will understand. Understand my ass. Sian-woo reacted as if stung. What do you guys know about Do-kyung? That bastard just pretends to be nice. In reality, he looks down on everyone. The other two were rendered speechless. If Do-kyung comes back. Sian-woo bit his lip. In front of you, he'll act like he forgives me. But behind my back, he'll beat me to a pulp. Because that bastard, he looked up and shouted, is a hypocrite. A memory from middle school came flooding back. In a noisy classroom, Sian-woo sat doing his work, muttering, so freaking deafening. Why do I have to study in the same class as this bunch? Clearly, we were sorted by academic performance. So, shall we let Sian-woo continue being the class president? The teacher's voice rang out. The crowd was chaotic. Teacher. A male student with his arm around the person next to him spoke up. I nominate Do-kyung for class president. The whole class cheered, while Sian-woo froze. I also nominate Do-kyung. Sian-woo's face darkened. Finally, Jo-kyung and Sian-woo stepped up to the podium. I think letting Sian-woo continue as class president would be more reasonable. Jo-kyung stammered. Come on, what's there to be shy about? The friends below cheered. The result was an overwhelming victory for Jo-kyung. Kim Sian-woo, 2 votes. John Jo-kyung, 21 votes. Congratulations, new class president. The friends surrounded Jo-kyung. Sian-woo trembled with rage. He was elected just because he's popular. They should have chosen someone with competence. What the hell does that smooth talker know how to do? Whose were those 2 votes? Whispering voices arose. He probably voted for himself once. The kids in the back mocked him. Sian-woo, having his secret hit the mark, flushed red with embarrassment. A bunch of blockheads. How dare you make me a joke? You guys stole my opportunity. Do you know that? On the board, the homeroom teacher wrote out a list of subjects. Literature, math, English, Korean history. Sian-woo held the exam results paper in his hand. Suddenly, a kid in the class shouted. Hey, John Jo-kyung ranked first in our class. Sian-woo's whole body froze. The girls started gasping in admiration. Wow, just as expected of the class president. Handsome, smart, rich. Top tier. Perfect with no flaws to criticize. I heard he doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. Sian-woo's face turned pale. He recalled Do-kyung's smile. And felt nauseous. Impossible. How can there be such a perfect person? It must be fake. He crushed the grade sheet in his hand. You fake son of a bitch. Inside, he's probably laughing at me, isn't he? That sinister bastard. Always acting nice in front of everyone. Sian-woo recounted. So you're just bitter. Because you didn't get elected as class president, right? Jia said, her voice speechless. It's more accurately called a victim mentality. Ji-won chimed in. Okay, have we gotten to the fake part yet? There's more? Sian-woo shouted. This part is what's important. This time was the entrance ceremony for new students. A hand patted Sian-woo's shoulder. He was surprised. Do-kyung? How did he know I'm in this class? Hello, Do-kyung smiled politely. Are you in this class? Can you call Dong-hun for me? Sian-woo's face went blank. Who agrees that the part about not remembering the name is fake? Then raise your hand? Sian-woo turned and asked. Yoon-jin and Heezu. Not a single hand went up. So frustrating, he screamed. There's no way that bastard doesn't remember me. Clearly, he's acting like that on purpose to look down on me. Just say it straight that you hate John Jo-kyung. Jia glared. Who the hell are you that he has to remember you? But furthermore, Ji-won calmly analyzed. He transferred schools right after that. Transferring just after the semester started, who would remember? Do you remember what my name is? I was in that class too. You're just hoping John Jo-kyung is a hypocrite, that's more like it. Ji-won concluded. Everything you've said so far is just an excuse. Each word was gentle but full of damage, leaving Sian-woo speechless. He gritted his teeth. A tear suddenly rolled down his cheek. Regardless of whether he's fake or not, that bastard must disappear. This world is so unfair. Sian-woo sobbed. I tried so hard but still got nothing. While he was born right at the finish line. You think he got everything easily? Jia said coldly. What else then? Sian-woo sneered. Born into a wealthy family. If that's not the finish line, then what is? We have to get rid of bastards like him. What do you know? Jia couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes welled up with tears. She knew how much silent effort Du Kyung had put in. He always has to try twice as hard as others. Because he is always envied by people like you. So he's very afraid of being hated. Serves him right. Sian-woo replied. I heard he's studying to be an actor. Probably wants to play nice roles as a stepping stone for later, right? Shut up. Jia shouted. You retard. Ji-won was at his wit's end. Why won't he understand? Is it because of the talisman? Just then, Yoon-jin, who had been silent from the beginning, suddenly spoke up. That's right. It's too unfair. Jia and Ji-won were stunned. Yoon-jin? Why are you? Because I think so too. Yoon-jin said, then looked straight at Sian-woo. So what if Du Kyung disappears? Will everything in your life become better? His eyes were cold and emotionless. Memories of envious glances, of the feeling of only being able to stand helplessly from afar, rushed back. Will the world become fairer? Yoon-jin asked. Nothing will change. You will always only see people like Du Kyung. And then you will again find ways to do these useless things. He looked at Jia's painful tears. If the time limit passes and Du Kyung cannot return, then you have killed a person. Each of Yoon-jin's words was like a hammer striking hard at Sian-woo's conscience. Because even though the body is still there, Du Kyung's soul has disappeared from this world. And you will continue to live as before. That is true hypocrisy. Hearing these words, Sian-woo's tears fell again. Not true. He silently deceived himself. The scene returned to that day. Jia left in anger, Sian-woo hid behind the wall. Observing everything, his hand holding the talisman trembling. Does it really work? He watched Du Kyung's figure. A savage smile bloomed on his lips. That's right. That's what fairness is called. This is your true face. John Jo Kyung. He happily thought, tomorrow, rumors will spread all over the school. He'll definitely get expelled. Jia will surely cut ties with him too. But when he got home, fear enveloped Sian-woo again. He trembled. If 49 hours pass, will Du Kyung really disappear? His hand gripped the talisman tightly. If so, then Jo Kyung's fake smile appeared again. Am I a murderer? His mind uncontrollably wanted to tear the talisman to shreds. That's enough. This is enough to damage his reputation. But then he didn't do it. He recalled Jo Kyung's words when seeing him. You look very familiar. What is your name? His mind was in conflict. He saw my face. What if he seeks revenge when he comes back? Bam! Sian-woo's hand punched the bed hard. Who knew this trick would actually work? He cursed silently, his hand pounding the bed repeatedly. Countless shameful memories flooded back. He blamed all his mistakes on the one who caused everything. Du Kyung. Sian-woo huddled in a corner. Because he's so fake, that's why it came to this. It's all his own fault. That dazzling smile kept replaying in his head. Sian-woo clutched his face and screamed in agony. Things have come to this. Now what do you expect me to do? It's too late. Just give me the talisman. Hurry up, Yoon-jin's calm voice rang out. Ji-won finally understood. Could this be the legendary lecturing technique? He looked at the god of psychological manipulation. First, pretend to empathize. Then offer profound moral lessons. Heezu stood behind, silently observing. I didn't expect it to actually work. Ji-won exclaimed when seeing Sian-woo completely moved. Sian-woo cried as he pulled the talisman out of his pocket. But at the same time, a soulless voice rang in his ear. D. Sian-woo's legs buckled. Jia, who was holding him, was also dragged along. Hey, what's wrong with you? She shouted. Give me the talisman. Sian-woo opened his lifeless eyes, mumbling. Must go back to mom. He yanked his hand away from Jia, causing her to fall over. Crazy bastard. Heezu and Ji-won gaped. He stepped on the windowsill, and just like that, plunged straight out. A slipper flew off. Sian-woo was hanging in midair, still not understanding what was happening. When he looked down, panic set in. Save me, he screamed. I don't want to die. Don't move. Yoon-jin was trying to hold on to his leg tight. Ji-won hugged him tightly from behind. I know. I told you not to move. Behind them, everyone was trying their best to pull them back. Jia strained so hard her veins popped out. At this rate, we'll all die together, Yoon-jin thought. The hand gripping Sian-woo's leg turned red. Suddenly, the group lost balance and almost fell over. In that moment, Yoon-jin's hidden power was suddenly activated. Thanks to that, he pulled Sian-woo up, saving everyone from death's door. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly jump down there? Yoon-jin gritted his teeth. It wasn't me who wanted to do that. Sian-woo retorted tremblingly. Suddenly someone stared at me and told me to die. After that, I don't remember anything. You yourself said you'd rather die, Ji-won spoke up. Hey, we must burn the talisman quickly. Heezu said, noticing a mark on Seon-woo's neck. On his neck. Isn't this the symbol of that antique shop? Suddenly, the symbol heated up. Ah, it burns. Seon-woo cried out in pain. See? It's because of the talisman. Take it out quickly. Ji-won urged. Seon-woo took out the talisman. That's it. Jia snatched it and took out a lighter. Burn it now, what are you waiting for? Finally, the flame was lit. But Do-kyung appeared. A cold breath blew out the flame. Happy birthday, he said in a low voice. Everyone was horrified. Happy birthday to my lovely self. Kang Jia, hurry. Ji-won shouted and rushed to hug Do-kyung. Seon-woo also rushed in. You bastards. Do-kyung used his elbow to hit Ji-won's head. Yoon-jin stood in front of Jia. Burn the talisman quickly. Her tears fell profusely. But she still tried to stay calm to light the lighter. As the talisman burned out, Do-kyung collapsed. Did it work? Do-kyung, everyone called him. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up with difficulty. Everyone rejoiced. Do-kyung. But a different voice rang out from his mouth. Sorry. He smirked. Do-kyung logged out yesterday. Do-kyung laughed until he shook, while everyone was dead silent. He mocked, look at your expressions. Why? Ji-won was bewildered. It hasn't been 49 hours yet. Do-kyung burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what the hell are you guys doing? Is that the right talisman? Ji-won turned to ask. It is? It's not his fault. Do-kyung spoke up, revealing a sinister smile. It is that talisman, but now it's just waste paper. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Why? Why is that? Yoon-jin and Heezu were confused. If so, then the real Do-kyung. Jia collapsed. Gone. He said calmly. You guys wasted your efforts for nothing, you idiots. Why is it not 49 hours later? Ji-won picked up his phone, trying to find an answer. Do-kyung approached and grabbed him by the collar. Oh, Ji-won. He crushed the detector on Ji-won's chest. Then he mocked, since this toy stopped making noise. You should have realized it by now. Before the owner of this body disappeared. He kept looking for you. Huh? Ji-won shed tears of regret. Don't cry, Do-kyung said, his smile turning vicious. He raised his claws. You'll be reunited with your friend soon enough. In another dimension. The real Do-kyung was facing a mysterious evil spirit. Do you want to make a deal with me? The Madugwi proposed. I will give you what you want. Who are you? What nonsense are you spouting? Do-kyung snarled. He said nothing, just snapped his fingers. An invisible force knocked Do-kyung into the cabinet. The gambling demon old woman rushed over to catch a white porcelain vase, then glared at the Madugwi. Damn it. How dare you, she roared. Black smoke from every corner rushed towards him. But as they were about to reach him, they suddenly retreated. Who are you? She asked in terror. It takes up to 49 hours to seize a soul? The Madugwi said, picking up the porcelain vase. What ridiculous sorcery. What the hell do you want? The 49-hour contract. I will remove it for you, he replied calmly. In exchange. He looked towards Do-kyung. That abnormal kid who came here once. Capture him alive for me. Back in reality. Yoon-jin was standing in front of Ji-won to protect him. Stop it. Ready to play with me now? Do-kyung laughed despicably, lifting Ji-won up. Well? Want to make a bet? Our match isn't decided yet. He made an offer. Let's make a deal like this. If you win, I will leave this body. And return your friend to normal. In return, if you lose, your life belongs to me. Yoon-jin froze. Well? If you refuse, I'll finish them all off right now. Do-kyung tightened his grip on Ji-won's neck. Hey, bet with my life instead. Ji-won spoke with difficulty. Shut up. What I want is Han Yoon-jin's life. After a moment of silence, Yoon-jin made up his mind. Fine. Really? Do-kyung was visibly excited. In exchange, we have to wait until school ends. Before that, leave everyone alone. Okay. Do-kyung agreed and dropped Ji-won. He leaned close to Yoon-jin's ear and whispered. After school, meet me at the antique shop. Remember to come alone. He suddenly pulled Yoon-jin's shirt. Don't enter the shop unless you want to die. Saying that, he walked away. Inside the classroom. This kind of trap is very common in comics. Ji-won spoke up. Going there alone means getting ambushed by a gang immediately. What exactly is going on? Jia was worried. The talisman was burned. And the symbol on Do-kyung's neck disappeared too. Why hasn't he returned yet? Suddenly a thought popped into my head. Ji-won blurted out. Shut up. Kang Jia snapped uncontrollably. Could Do-kyung have become a familiar spirit? As soon as Ji-won finished his sentence, Kang Jia swung her fist at him. I told you to shut up. Luckily, Ji-won dodged in time. At this moment, Heezu spoke up. My mom said if the talisman is burned but he still doesn't return, then his soul might be imprisoned somewhere. Where? Kang Jia asked. Of course, it's at the antique shop, Ji-won chimed in. The gambling demon told Yoon-jin to meet there. Moreover, the shamaness also said, that place is a hideout for the broker demon, to use human souls to create familiar spirits. Then Ji-won picked up a notebook. The gambling demon also warned him not to enter the shop. Maybe it's because Du Kyung is inside. He looked up, reading the content in the notebook. According to my encyclopedia of yokai, although no one has ever beaten the gambling demon, it might keep its promise. Though I'm also worried it's a trap. No. There's no guarantee of winning. Kang Jia interrupted. If he loses, Yoon-jin will also be in danger. No, Yoon-jin can win, Ji-won retorted. Huh? Do you have a way? Earlier, the gambling demon said the winner hasn't been decided yet. Ji-won crossed his arms. So the winning chance is 50-50. What's the point of saying that? Kang Jia was speechless. But Yoon-jin had remained silent this whole time. He recalled Jo Kyung's words. What I want is Yoon-jin's life. He looked at his hand, pondering. He's not targeting my body. It's all because of this left hand. Suddenly, he realized something. The left hand was created from the black dragon. It's not a liability, but a power. Hey, Lee Heezu, Yoon-jin called out. Last time you said I fought, right? Huh? That's right. But didn't the great deity handle that demon? It's true that he destroyed it. But before that, it was mostly you. Heezu explained. Before that, when was that? After my mom was stabbed with a knife. Your mom was stabbed with a knife? Kang Jia gaped. Yoon-jin sank into thought. Exactly. After that moment, I don't remember anything. If what she said is true, and my judgment is correct, then... He suddenly raised his left hand. Was I only using my left hand back then? Huh? Heezu was surprised. Are you left-handed? Could it be wrong? Yoon-jin was confused. Heezu suddenly turned around and mimicked the action, raising her hand as if holding his saber. At that moment, the image flashed back. Yes, you only used your left hand. What's wrong? She asked curiously. I think. Yoon-jin said cautiously, I found a way. What way? Everyone was surprised. First, let's just do as the gambling demon said. He said firmly, I will go there alone. Huh? Why? Isn't that walking into a trap? Ji-won worried. What trap? Yoon-jin interrupted. No, you can't go alone. It's too dangerous. Heezu stopped him. If we all go, what if we all die before doing anything? Yoon-jin was determined. He has a point. Ji-won surprisingly agreed. I'm not going alone, I'm going with my ancestor too. Yoon-jin added. But does your ancestor have any abilities? Ji-won was still a bit worried. Sunset had fallen. Jin sat on Yoon-jin's head and spoke. The sun really rose in the west. Who would have thought there'd be a day? You'd volunteer to go catch demons. Should I just sit and wait to die instead? Yoon-jin replied coldly. Truly my grandson. Jin patted his head with satisfaction. They crossed an alley and arrived at an abandoned shop. Is this the place? Yoon-jin was stunned. Indeed, this place emits pure dark energy. Must be extremely careful. Jin reminded. Are you sure we'll find him? I can hear it. Try calling to see if the boy answers. Upon entering, Yoon-jin smelled an unpleasant odor. Ew. What is that terrible smell? Jo Kyung. If you're here, answer me, he called loudly. The surroundings were suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, Jin saw something hovering behind his back. Hey, Yoon-jin. My grandson. Jin warned. Get out of here immediately. But it was too late. When Yoon-jin tried to turn around, his foot stepped on something squishy. Everything around him suddenly changed, leaving him stunned. Reflexively, he reached his hand back. But his left hand wouldn't obey at all. It froze, immobile. In such an urgent situation, Jin saw he had no reaction. But Yoon-jin was trembling. Before he could even lift the sword, tentacles rushed in, wrapping tightly around his arm. Other tentacles attacked simultaneously. Helpless, he could only close his eyes and accept his fate. Slash. Just then, a blade flashed, slicing the tentacles in half. It was Du Kyung, he had saved him just in time. You idiot. He sneered, then glared at Yoon-jin. I told you not to go in there. Saying that, Du Kyung grabbed Yoon-jin's collar and dragged him away. The event was so sudden that Jin was thrown off. He was immediately wrapped up by other tentacles. Yoon-jin, he called out in fear. Inside the shop, something gigantic was emerging. The old woman's voice echoed. You! How dare you betray me? On Du Kyung's neck, a strange mark suddenly appeared, becoming clearer and clearer. He smirked triumphantly. From now on, he grabbed Jin's collar and ran away with an excited expression. I am free. On the rooftop, Du Kyung, now possessed by a demon, was laughing maniacally, while dragging Jin along behind him. Jin, you saw that, right? He bared his sharp, pointed teeth. That old hag's expression. Seeing him struggle, he turned back and snapped. Hey, stop squirming. I just saved you. Won't listen to nice words? Do you want a beating instead? He dropped Jin, causing a pile of construction materials to collapse. Du Kyung jumped down and quickly ran over to him. Jin fell weakly, sprawled out in the thick dust, coughing violently. Du Kyung stood there coldly, hands in pockets, looking down at him. A die fell down. Du Kyung covered it with a cup. Immediately, countless other overturned cups appeared, surrounding Jin. What is this? He asked in shock. What does it look like? Du Kyung laughed aggressively. We agreed to bet our lives on this. The die began moving from one cup to another, at a dizzying speed, making Jin dizzy. Come on, guess. Du Kyung ordered gleefully. How the hell am I supposed to guess this? But then, Jin decisively placed his hand on a cup. He slowly lifted it up. Luckily, the smoking die was right inside. All the other cups immediately vanished. Du Kyung froze in disbelief. How did he guess exactly right? The odds were 1 in 100. Anyway, I won, right? Jin sighed in relief and looked up at him. Best 2 out of 3 counts. Du Kyung suddenly went back on his word. Why are you suddenly changing the rules? Because I want to, he replied curtly, taking out another die. This time, whoever rolls the higher number wins. I'll go first. Why do you always do whatever you want? Jin complained. The die stopped at the number 6. 6. Jin read it, then scolded him in annoyance. Who let you change the rules like that? I won the last round. I'm not playing. But his left hand unconsciously slammed down, grabbing the die. What are you doing? Du Kyung asked in confusion. This is? Jin panicked and used his right hand to grip his left wrist tightly. I said no. Stop it. The left hand still wouldn't listen. It threw the die onto the ground. Wait. I didn't do that. He explained frantically. It's rolled, Du Kyung laughed triumphantly. Your die will only show a 1 anyway. I've definitely won. But the situation suddenly changed. Crack. Jin's left hand crushed the die. Both stared in shock at the fragments on the ground. Reading the number on the largest fragment, 7. Are you cheating? Du Kyung roared in anger. You lost. Why did I lose? Jin calmly provoked him. It could have been a 6, but you smashed it. There's no rule against smashing it. Jin argued. Who told you not to say so beforehand? It's an unwritten rule. If you put it that way, there's no rule forcing us to play. Best 2 out of 3 either. I should have won from the previous round. Du Kyung smirked, then held his face and laughed loudly. I guess I'll have to beat you to a pulp. A stream of dark energy emanated from his palm. That's right. That demon didn't say I had to bring him back in one piece. As long as he's breathing, it's fine, right? Just as the thought ended, Du Kyung suddenly vanished from where he stood. He dashed like lightning toward Jin, throwing a punch with a demonic expression. Jin was panicked but quickly regained his composure. He reached behind his neck, drawing the blade his ancestor had lent him, and decisively swung a slash at Du Kyung. The blade stuck into the ground due to inertia. Du Kyung, with the inhuman speed of the possessed, easily stepped back to dodge the attack. He was extremely surprised to see that Jin could react so fast. The blade. Jin gripped the blade tightly, but he couldn't control it. The blade raised itself forward. What the? Since when was I holding a sword? Du Kyung's voice changed as he roared. He questioned ferociously. You are no ordinary human. Right? Why didn't you say so sooner? The blade moved unconsciously, pointing straight at him. Another voice resonated from Jin's mouth. I will cut off your head. You bastard. Du Kyung flew into a rage. Hey, that wasn't me speaking. Jin hurriedly pleaded, trying to stall for time. Wait. If you're not satisfied, let's play another round. He retorted rudely, the fun is over, you punk. Huh? Jin was terrified. He proposed a condition. If I win this round fairly and squarely, let Du Kyung come back. That bastard Du Kyung again, he growled. Didn't I already tell you? He's been dead for a long time. Hearing that, Jin turned pale. Why did you say you'd bring him back if I won? He gloated, teasing him for grasping his weakness. Fine, if that's what you want. I'll return this corpse so you can hold a funeral. He unleashed his true power. But first, you have to beat me. Kyung aggressively charged at him. Whoosh. A net gun aimed straight at him and fired. A rainbow-colored net flew out, ensnaring Kyung and knocking him flat. What the hell is this? The net took effect, causing the demon to scream in agony. This is? Jin was astounded. He looked in the direction the net was fired from. Even if you win, he'll just flip the table anyway. Ji-won said, hand still holding the gun beside him. Hee-soo called out anxiously, Jin, how did you guys know to come here? Jin asked blankly. Check the back of your tie, Ji-won smiled. Jin did as told and saw a small device stuck to it. What is this? It's a location tracker, Ji-won explained. Sorry if it bothers you, but I was worried. I told you not to come. This is too dangerous. How could we let you fight alone? But more importantly, he held out a sword. My swordsmanship is even better than yours. Jin, hurry up and use it. Like last time. Hee-soo urged awkwardly. Use what? Suddenly, 2 giant dice cups appeared in the sky. They fell down, trapping Ji-won and Hee-soo, making a deafening noise. Jin was horrified. He looked up at Kyung, who was floating in the air. He slowly descended, looking down and cursing, you bastards. He lifted his head, revealing glowing demonic eyes. I told you to come alone. Jin was in absolute panic. But it's fine. Kyung spread his clawed hand. His voice softened, this makes it even more interesting. He conjured another cup and waved, his hand unleashing power. The 3 cups shuffled continuously, moving much faster than before, then lined up in a row. What are you doing? Jin asked fearfully. There is only one empty cup, he said coldly, slicing his hand across one cup. This is useless. Once trapped, they are completely isolated from the outside world. Inside, Hee-soo called out in fear, Jin. What is this? Trapped again? Ji-won screamed. Kyung stood before the 2 cups and ordered Jin. Choose one of the 2 cups. Huh? You have to save at least one of them, right? He coaxed. Don't worry, just pick one. I'll finish them off so quickly. They won't even realize they've logged out. He smirked, mocking Jin. Pitiful, isn't it? They came here to save you. Jin stood rooted to the spot, staring at the 2 giant dice cups. And now one of them has to die by your hand. The gambling demon mocked. Let them go. Jin growled. You said you only wanted my life. No. I don't feel like it. He shot back immediately. His hideous face grinned. Why should I do that? I could have finished you off from the start. I just like gambling. He forced him to choose again. Come on, who do you want to save? Choose quickly. Before they suffocate in there. Hearing the word suffocate, Jin panicked. What's so surprising? With the box sealed that tight, where would they get air to breathe? Inside, Ji-won and Hee-soo were finding it harder and harder to breathe. The more you stall, the more your friends will. He strangled himself, pretending to suffocate to mock him. Choose, Jin. Jin's face darkened. He stood motionless, momentarily unsure of what to do. Hey, look at that expression. You should have known fear from the start. He sneered inwardly. This is so satisfying, you bastard. He touched the cup on the right. A hint? Let me give you a clue. The girl is in this one. Then he burst into maniacal laughter again. The situation hung by a thread. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Jin's head. Kill him. His eyes turned bloodshot. But thinking of the real Kyung's safety, he tried to resist the command. I can't. If I do that, Kyung will. He shifted his attention to the cups. Should I slice the box open? But what if I hit them? A pair of dragon eyes glowed crimson in Jin's mind. His hand unconsciously gripped the blade tight. His legs, not following his control, automatically dashed forward. The blade swung back to gather momentum. Seeing his decisive action, the gambling demon was also surprised and fearful. Jin delivered a thunderous slash, carrying the power of the dragon into the 2 cups. They cracked open, but miraculously, Ji-won and Hee-soo inside were unharmed. Conversely, the one who took the hit was the gambling demon. A deep gash appeared on his chest, flashing with red light. Jin finally realized. This blade is specialized for destroying evil entities. Arg. I'm really dead this time. Ji-won crouched on the ground in fear. Clutching his stomach with both hands, he felt all over his body. Strangely, there are no wounds. He looked behind him and couldn't believe his eyes. The true form of the demon was lying sprawled on the ground. He quickly opened his camera to scan the frequency. As expected, it's an extremely strong magnetic field. Hey, what are you doing? Yang Jin urged, hurry up and take Dukyung away. The demon looked up at him in disbelief. How did he? When he saw the reflection. In Yang Jin's eyes, a giant, powerful dragon was enveloping him. Mujin carried Dukyung on his shoulder, with Hisu and Jiwon following. Yang Jin, hurry. Run ahead, he replied. I'll follow right after I finish things here. It's more dangerous if I go with you. Let's go, Hisu. Jiwon cut in. We'll only be in his way. Look at his state. Yang Jin is definitely gaining the upper hand. The demon propped himself up, gritting his teeth in anger. Slash. A slash from midair struck straight down on him. Yang Jin swung the blade continuously. He could only groan and take the hits. Seeing the blade right in front of his face, the demon suddenly snapped to reality. Impossible. He suddenly remembered the figure of the faceless demon. The seal on his forehead suddenly glowed, emitting a sinister purple aura. Even the demon himself didn't understand what was happening. His veins bulged, rippling, his body suddenly transformed strangely. His eyes glowed purple. His head threw back and slammed hard against the ground. Everything happened so fast that Yang Jin could only stand and watch, confused. He let out painful gagging sounds. A memory suddenly rushed into his mind. Capture him alive and bring him to me, the faceless demon ordered. He was staring intently at a jar connected to a tube. Strange. Why don't you go catch him yourself? The old woman asked angrily. He placed the jar back in its spot and spoke slowly. If I could catch him with my own hands, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this stinking place. Hearing that, the old woman broke into a cold sweat. You rude. You've calculated everything, haven't you? The faceless demon didn't care. He summoned 2 demon cards in his hand. I have already prepared everything necessary. He waved his hand, throwing 2 cards. They created a sinister arc of magic. One card stuck straight into the old woman's forehead. The other imprinted on Dukyung's neck. The demon card immediately merged with his body, emitting purple light and rooting itself around his neck. Dukyung screamed in pain, clutching his neck. You? What the hell are you doing? A stream of black energy condensed on his hand, turning his arm into something horrific. With sharp claws. Pointed. What is this? Dukyung was shocked. In just an instant, his whole body was affected. The whites of his eyes now remained only a soft purple. He suddenly felt a power like never before. A blinding light beside him caught his attention. The old woman's severed arm had grown back. She was trembling, trying to control the new power. Her power was enveloped in orange light, much stronger than his. The faceless demon didn't care and turned toward the door, leaving only one sentence: the deadline is tomorrow. That night, amidst the city lights, Dukyung ran into an alley, searching for someone. Where did he vanish to? He gritted his teeth in anger. The faceless demon moved like the wind, appearing right behind him. Looking for me? Dukyung glanced back, turning his head to look straight at the mask. Who exactly are you? He showed no fear. Didn't you alter the old woman's spell? What is this power? Asking a rude question 3 times, the faceless demon replied, his red pupils full of disdain. Why should I answer questions from a bastard like you? A sudden gust of wind passed by. He was already behind him. Then continued deeper into the alley. Wait! Dukyung shouted hurriedly. The deal. That deal? He looked at the demon's retreating back. And blurted out, make it with me personally. No, he replied instantly. The faceless demon turned around, covering his mouth to mock. Actually, I don't trust lowly demons like the 2 of you. You are even weaker than your master. She is not my master. Dukyung screamed. It's just for personal reasons. That I was forced to make a contract. What does that have to do with me? The faceless demon said coldly. The condition of the deal is to bring Yang Jin back alive. It doesn't matter who does it, as long as he is brought back alive. Dukyung placed his hand on his chest, guaranteeing, I have a free body, so I can act much faster. The house is the old woman's true form. She cannot leave it. The only one who can act is me. Therefore, give me the power you gave her as well. I will definitely catch that bastard for you. His determination seemed to move the faceless demon. If you want, I can give you more power. I'm just afraid you can't handle it. I can handle it. Dukyung shouted. Immediately, a black demon card flew straight into his forehead, quickly merging into his flesh. Excruciating pain washed over him. Evil energy poured into his head, forcing him to his knees, screaming shrilly. TSK TSK, I told you, but you didn't listen. The faceless demon said indifferently, filthy lowly demon. Your body trembles, yet you demand high-level power. He suddenly paused. The boy scrambled to sit up. The seal on his forehead had perfectly integrated into his body. A strange voice issued from his mouth. You said you would grant any request. The card on his neck also took effect. As long as I bring him back here. Right? Kyung's face turned cold. As if completely taken over by evil power. He ambitiously declared, what I want is freedom. Back in reality, the demon had completely taken control of Kyung's body. He turned the table spectacularly. Suddenly, he dashed forward and strangled Yang Jin at terrifying speed. The grip was so strong it pushed him onto the defensive. Yang Jin swung the greatsword straight at his head. The demon quickly let go and shot up into the air, dodging the slash. Over here. Yang Jin clutched his throat in pain, coughing violently. He looked up at him with a disdainful attitude. Bunch of blockheads. Didn't take long, did it? He muttered, tilting his head to calculate. 3 minutes? 4 minutes? He grinned menacingly. The time from when breathing stops until death, that is. Meanwhile, at another location. What's wrong? Ji-won asked Hee-soo worriedly. Let me give you a hand. Hee-soo only called Kyung's name. Her voice trembling. Looking at his pale, ice-cold arm. She said, Kyung, he stopped breathing. Those words shocked Ji-won. He immediately performed CPR on Kyung. There's no soul left anyway. The demon narrowed his eyes in amusement. What you took away is just an empty shell. He laughed loudly, a savage laugh. Mocking the desperate efforts of Ji-won and Hee-soo. Are you planning to hold a funeral for him? Soul? A thought flashed through Yang Jin's mind. He spun around, gritting his teeth. Running with all his might toward the antique shop. But the demon was faster. He blocked his path like the wind. His purple eyes flashed. Whoosh. He delivered a thunderous kick to his stomach. Where are you going? Yang Jin was sent flying far away. His whole body slammed into a wall, cracking it. This power is too hard to control. The demon landed, baring his sharp teeth. But you aren't allowed to die. My mission is to capture you alive right now. Yang Jin sat in the rubble, gritting his teeth in endurance. He gripped the blade tightly. Left hand. He ordered, kill him for me. The dust settled, revealing Yang Jin's glowing red eyes. He dashed forward, slashing horizontally. The demon immediately jumped up to dodge. A bit surprised and angry, Yang Jin bent his legs to gain momentum, then soared up at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Slash. A strike hit right in the middle of the demon's chest. He roared. Dark energy gathered in his fist. Then he plunged down like a meteor, aiming straight for Yang Jin. He braced himself with all his strength, his face drenched in sweat, raising the blade to block. But the power of the punch was too great. He was knocked back, falling straight to the ground. The blade stabbed deep into the road, causing it to crack. The demon landed lightly. He seemed annoyed by his wounds. Purple light began to leak out, the seal on his forehead glowed. You've been an eyesore for a while now. He growled, looking at the left arm. That was emitting a strange power of Yang Jin's. What the hell is that thing? You don't need to know. Yang Jin panted, replying coldly. I kept wondering. Why that masked guy wanted to find you. The demon glanced at him, his pupils glowing. Turns out there's a reason after all. Elsewhere. Ji-won was still trying to perform CPR. Kyung. Ji-won, could it be? Hee-soo panicked. Kyung's soul is? Stop. A voice cut in. The two looked in surprise at the newcomer. A man wearing a dress shirt, with a pierced ear, was approaching. Do you want to break his ribs? Or what? Pushing so hard. Back to the battle. Yang Jin rushed in to attack again. The demon leaned back to dodge. Pain shot up from his arm, causing him to stall and lose balance. He was about to fall, but still tried to rotate the blade, aiming for the demon's head. The blade edge was right at his neck. The demon was a bit frightened, but right at that moment, he ran out of strength. The blade stopped, then fell down. Yang Jin collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably. But his eyes remained full of determination. The demon lifted a leg, then stomped hard on the spot where he had just been lying. Fortunately, Yang Jin had rolled away in time. He knelt on the ground, shaking. Using his last bit of strength, he finally stabbed the blade into the ground to support himself. Just as Yang Jin paused, glancing at the blade, he strained to stand up. His eyes showed no intention of giving up. At this rate, I'll die before I can destroy him. The demon tilted his head, observing Yang Jin's staggering body. This bastard acts like he's possessed by someone. Left hand. Yang Jin automatically thrust the blade forward again, dragging his whole body with it. The demon also rushed in, but his eyes seemed to harbor a different thought. Suddenly, he relaxed his clawed hand. The surrounding power dissipated. Yang Jin was surprised. The demon unexpectedly used his other hand to punch him hard in the chest. The ancient character on his forehead appeared again. As expected. He smiled sinisterly, confirming his hypothesis. Yang Jin was knocked flying far back, the ground beneath his back cracked. The right side doesn't have any strength at all. The demon thought to himself. He laughed contemptuously. Hey! He called out to the motionless Yang Jin. I don't know what kind of monster is in your left side. But it doesn't seem to fit your weak body very well, does it? Here. Yang Jin opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and struggled to sit up. Wait, he hurriedly shouted. But in the blink of an eye, the demon was right beside him, gripping his right arm tightly. Look. He looked at him with scornful eyes. The right side is as limp as a noodle. Yang Jin was stunned. Ah! He screamed in pain. When the demon easily snapped his right arm backward, his left hand dropped the blade. The demon stomped hard on him, pinning his left hand firmly to the ground. Who told you to resist? You deserve the beating, he said, grinding the foot placed on Yang Jin's left hand. His eyes lit up, baring his sharp teeth. Now it's this damn left hand's turn. His foot pressed down. Ah! Yang Jin's face went pale as he screamed. A stream of red energy emanated from the broken left hand, entering the right hand. His right arm healed like magic. Before the demon could understand what was happening, the blade flew past the back of his head. The hilt landed firmly in Yang Jin's right hand. Both glanced at the newly healed arm. In astonishment. Yang Jin's right hand raised the blade, his eyes full of killing intent. But before he could attack, an object flew in and pinned straight into the demon's neck. He went limp. His body flew back and hit the stone pillar of a nearby building. A bright white arrow pinned the demon's body tight, sending him to meet his maker. But Yang Jin couldn't believe his eyes. He turned his head toward the attacker. High up, the silhouette of someone holding a bow was visible. A man with white hair mixed with red strands was looking straight at Yang Jin. On the edge of another towering building, the faceless demon, the mysterious masked man, stood with hands clasped behind his back. Damn it. He cursed inwardly in anger. Things just got a lot more complicated. Over there, a handsome young man with yellow eyes and earrings smirked. He coldly ordered Ji-won, step aside. Hey, who are you? Ji-won asked blankly. The young man didn't answer. He just focused on assessing Dukyung's condition. Hey, what are you planning to do? Ji-won shouted when he saw him intending to touch his friend. Up high, the faceless demon formed a seal, creating a blinding blue flame. Pardon my intrusion, he said, then vanished. At the same time, the flame from his hand flew whizzing down. The pierced ear young man suddenly frowned and paused. On Dukyung's pale face, a tear unexpectedly rolled down. Look, the young man exclaimed. Dukyung. Hisu and Ji-won called out anxiously. Just as they finished speaking, Dukyung arched his back, gagged, and snapped his eyes open. He turned over and vomited violently. Is it really you, Dukyung? Ji-won asked suspiciously while patting his back. It really is him. The pierced ear young man suddenly spoke up. Hey, you. Ji-won turned to say something. But the young man had already turned to leave. It's late. Go home quickly. He waved goodbye. Ji-won, Hisu called. You take care of Dukyung, okay? Huh? Leave it to me. I will. She suddenly paused, remembering Yang Jin's instructions. Run quickly. It's more dangerous for you to stay here. At an abandoned building, the red-haired girl holding a bow and arrow with sharp eyes was the earthly branch god, Rooster. Yang Jin swallowed hard, eyes wide, looking at the girl. A beam of light suddenly condensed, turning into an arrow on her bow. Daegam arched her back and drew the bowstring taut. A brilliant light flared up. Clairvoyant sight. The arrow flew as fast as lightning. Immediately, Yang Jin's legs caught fire. He launched himself high into the air, dodging the arrow's path by a hair's breadth. But before he could regain his composure, another arrow plunged into his shoulder. The powerful impact swept him away, slamming him hard into the wall. Daegam landed lightly in front of him. She looked at the arrow and muttered. What? I clearly heard it was in the left hand. Clang! Yang Jin dropped the sword in his hand to the ground. Then he suddenly gripped the arrow stuck in his shoulder and yanked it out. Crimson fire from his hand immediately burned the arrow to ash. That fire wrapped around the sword on the ground. Quick as a flash, Yang Jin grabbed the sword. He swung a powerful slash toward Daegam. She had to lean back to dodge the attack. But instead of fear, she smiled with excitement. After a few somersaults, she stopped amidst the dusty haze. Yang Jin raised his head. His face looked like a demon, with two pitch-black eyes and a gruesome, high grin. Daegam raised an eyebrow, looking at him like interesting prey. It really is the left hand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin was tied tightly to the wall. The purple demon sat nearby, keeping watch. His eyes were streaming with tears, filled with hatred when thinking of Yang Jin. How dare you do that to me? Suddenly, a figure holding a cigarette appeared behind the door. Who is it? The purple demon asked in a deep voice. The person simply flicked the cigarette ash calmly. He was wearing earrings. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smug smirk. Are you with that kid? The purple demon stood up. His voice sounded like it came from hell. Think whatever you want, the young man shrugged. Then I'll have to take you hostage. Sure, bring it on if you can. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple demon transformed into a horrific form. Tentacles shot out from his body, wrapping tightly around the young man. If you dare act cocky again, I will kill you. He threatened, squeezing his arm tight. The young man calmly took a drag of his cigarette. Is that all? Being looked down upon, the purple demon roared, eyes red with rage. You bastard, I'll turn you into a rag. Boom. He charged straight at the young man. Thick dust rose up and then quickly settled. The purple demon was stunned. The young man stood there nonchalantly extinguishing his cigarette. Surrounding him were the tentacles that had been beaten to a pulp. Out of moves, he asked in a raspy voice. You? Who are you? How is this possible? The purple demon stammered, unable to believe his eyes. The young man smirked. Me? He yanked his earring off. It instantly transformed into a rui staff, blazing with intense fire. I am none other than Sun Wukong. Wukong? He gripped the staff, turning it into a sharp spear, then slashed a powerful arc toward the purple demon. A deafening explosion occurred. Oh, look, fireworks, nearby residents chatted. Sun Wukong took out his phone. Snap. He smirked, proudly recording the moment the sky exploded. Caused by himself. High above, the streaks of fireworks painted a beautiful scene. But down below, the scene was the exact opposite. Walls were crumbling, dust was thick. Amidst the ruins was the silhouette of a brown-haired teenager, holding a spear. He bent down to pick up a bag lying on the ground. A few sobbing sounds caught his attention. The brown-haired teen turned back. Not dead yet? A scratched-up arm was clutching something tightly. In front of him was the monster, covered in wounds, clothes tattered. It was holding something tight in its hand, crying ceaselessly. My children, oh no, I couldn't protect you. Its voice trembled, eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a spear plunged hard into its head. He looked at it coldly, his voice full of disdain. Think you're human? You're just a pile of resentment. He looked up and saw a strange sight. Jin was pinned under a large rock, with only two small legs sticking out. The teenager approached in surprise and lifted the rock, looking at the motionless Jin. Meanwhile, young Jin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He gripped the spear tight and rushed toward Rooster Daegam. A powerful strike slammed down, cracking the ground. She jumped into the air to dodge. Just as Rat Daegam said, Black Dragon. She looked down at young Jin, who was radiating murderous intent. Suddenly, young Jin snapped out of it. The blackness in his eyes gradually disappeared. At this moment, Rooster Daegam had drawn her bow, aiming straight at him. Binding arrow, she shouted. The arrow flew out, piercing straight into young Jin's arm. Before he could regain his composure, from where the arrow struck, iron chains began to appear. Arg! Young Jin screamed in pain. The chains quickly wrapped tightly around his arm, pinning it to a nearby pillar and digging deep into the ground. Rooster Daegam held two long iron bars in her hands, rubbing them together to create an ear-piercing sound. The two iron bars sparked with red light. Then one of them turned into a sharp sword. You're right-handed, aren't you? She asked softly, resting the sword against young Jin's shoulder. Huh? He looked blank. That's fortunate then. I will cut and cauterize at the same time. Try to bear the pain a little. Wait. His eyes went wide as he hurriedly tried to stop her. Suddenly, a familiar call rang out, making her pause. Rooster Daegam. This commanding tone belonged to Jin. She slowly turned her head, gritting her teeth. In front of her was Jin, but in the form of a small puppy. Young Jin, drop the blade, he ordered. Immediately, young Jin's hand holding the blade trembled. He dropped the weapon to the ground. Rooster Daegam couldn't help but be surprised. Does it hurt a lot? Jin asked young Jin gently. The dragon of the present is no longer in the form we knew. Rooster Daegam thought to herself. Still haven't stopped yet? The brown-haired teenager suddenly walked over. He smirked. Why attack an innocent civilian? Civilian? Rooster Daegam was surprised. His arm is about to come off. Neither Goat Daegam nor Rat Daegam are here. She hurriedly stepped back, canceling the chains. Young Jin. Jin hurriedly called his name. The brown-haired teenager raised an eyebrow at Jin, then turned to another creature trying to sneak away. Huh? That ante isn't finished yet? Huh? Rooster Daegam panic turned around. Quickly, she drew her bow, aiming at that strangely shaped creature. Ah, please spare my life. It screamed in fear, tears streaming down. It was all that old woman's doing. Just as it finished speaking, an arrow flew in, striking straight into the center of its forehead. That damn old hag. It screamed with hatred. Then it disintegrated into fragments, blending into the air. A stack of paper talismans fell to the ground. But then the writing on them also gradually faded. A breeze blew past, sweeping it all away. Only 2 arrows remained, lying in isolation. Oh, how strange, Rooster Dagam wondered. Why could a lowly demon hit by a divine weapon? Still move? The brown-haired guy teased. Maybe you hit it too lightly? She didn't bicker, getting straight to the point. Don't you see something very strange? Why are monsters that usually live in hiding suddenly appearing here? Hearing that, the brown-haired guy also paused, holding his cigarette, pondering. He glanced toward young Jin and Jean. I think that's the reason right there. Slap. Slap. Jean, in human form, slapped young Jin hard on the face. Isn't the timing too coincidental? The brown-haired guy said. She also turned to look. He bent down and gently touched Jean. In dog form, advising, hey, old man, stop hitting. It's been a while since we met, yet you keep ignoring us. I'm hurt. Jean glanced slightly at the brown-haired guy, who smiled faintly. That hurts my feelings, you know. Night had fallen, and streetlights were lit. Inside the small room, the brown-haired guy and Rooster Dagam sat upright in front of Jean. Now speak, Rooster Dagam ordered. She glanced at young Jean, who was lying unconscious on the bed. Who is he? My nephew, Jean replied. Did turning into a dog make you start barking nonsense? The brown-haired guy burst out laughing. That is your body, isn't it? Jean was silent for a moment before speaking up. That's right. But I don't know the full story either. All I know is that after the seal was broken, when I woke up, I was in this body. And my real body had a new consciousness. Moving on its own. And even speaking. Rooster Dagam's eyes widened. Huh? I don't know if it's because the chakra was already opened beforehand or not. Jean continued, but the lowly demons kept attacking. That process caused the body's consciousness to weaken. I tried to re-enter it, but it only accepted the black dragon. I was rejected. Jean, in his dog form, frowned. Since then, I've tried a few more times, but failed. That's absurd, the brown-haired guy exclaimed. So, after the seal was broken, Rooster Dagam concluded, you woke up in the body of a dog, while your real body has another consciousness. And it even took all your power. It seems this wasn't a trick you guys set up. Jean said warily. What the hell does this have to do with us? Rooster Dagam gritted her teeth. Logic, the brown-haired guy suddenly cut in. Why not try thinking in that direction? If that's the case, Jean growled, his eyes full of rage. Why did you seal me? Does that fit the logic you're talking about? These words left both of them speechless. It seems he doesn't remember anything. Rooster Dagam thought, exactly as Purple Dagam said. He doesn't remember anything at all. She lowered her head, her face emotionless. If that's true, then just keep living like that. She looked up, her glowing red eyes staring at Jean. That way, I can kill you anytime I want. So if I were human, would you kill me too? Jean asked. If you're doing this just because of my origin, then. The brown-haired guy reached out and patted Jin's head. He had a smile on his face, but his words were full of menace. Since we've said this much, it would be better if you learned your place. This time, it was Jin's turn to be silent. He recalled the words of the supreme deity. At any moment, I can tear you apart and seal you again. Are you kidding me? Annoyed, Jean tried to snap at his hand. Whoa! The brown-haired guy quickly pulled his hand back. Did you really turn into a dog? Fine. I won't ask anything else. Jean said coldly. In exchange, can you help me with something? Help you? Help me find a book. One that records history fully. Since after the Great War. Why do you need a book? The brown-haired guy looked confused. Just search on Tube, it's faster. Looking at this house, there's probably no computer. He scanned the room. I wonder if there's even Wi-Fi. He held an iPad in front of Jean. Use this. Turn on the data and search. As for how to use it, just ask your nephew. He added, but you probably won't find what you're looking for. Do you know what I'm looking for to say that? Jean snapped. Aren't you looking for the earthly branch gods? The brown-haired guy said bluntly. It's not there. Huh? The era we lived in. He began, his expression turning mysterious. Even the moment you were sealed. And everything that happened after that. It has all been erased from history. There are no records of the 12 gods. The brown-haired guy said something that made Jean freeze. He affirmed, we have been wiped from history. Because of a certain dragon. Time passed, and the sky turned completely dark. Rooster sighed. That's enough nonsense. The brown-haired guy mimicked Rooster's earlier words, acting out exactly her facial expression. Just live like that. That way, I can kill you anytime I want, right? Shut up. Rooster was so embarrassed she wanted to bury herself. In the old days, if you dared to say that, the red dragon would have beaten you to a pulp. He laughed mockingly. Humph, and you dared to pat the dragon's head too. He's a dog now, with no power left. So he seemed a bit scared too. But what should we do with that boy now? We can't separate the black dragon. Moreover, it seems to have spread to the entire body already. She turned pale and shouted. If so, only the head is left? What should I do? Rooster was desperate. Will I be hated by humans from now on? Just destroying the dragon would solve it, right? He proposed a solution, then quickly turned around. While he's weak, let me go handle it. Don't be overconfident. Rooster quickly grabbed him, gritting her teeth warily. What if he remembers everything? Who knows what he might do? Purple said if we can't separate them, just observe for now. Fine, he replied. There will be plenty of matters involving the dragon later anyway. You handle it yourself and report back to Purple. The brown-haired guy ducked into the car. Bye. Heading straight home, sir? The driver asked. Yeah. Turns out, from the very beginning. You had no intention of picking a fight with the dragon, huh? Rooster only realized it then. Hey, give me a ride to Hongdae. Go. Midnight. The clock struck 3 a.m. Jin remained motionless, staring at his nephew. One frowning dog, one person lying still. Finally, young Jin spoke up. Why are you staring so creepily? Why are you up so soon? With someone staring like that, who could sleep? Young Jin called, his face serious. I must reprimand you. Why did you use the blade with your left hand? That will harm you. Don't do that again in the future. Didn't you say that power wasn't harmful? That left arm isn't yours. I mean, don't rely on it too much. Only the left arm? Young Jin recalled his left leg. The right leg used the power you transferred to take over my body. Right? My body is just your vessel, isn't it? So you heard everything, Jin exclaimed. But remained calm. That's why I said it's very dangerous. The most dangerous thing is you. Young Jin raised his voice, cutting him off, clenching his fists to restrain himself. Saving me? More like leaving me until I'm nearly dead to take this body. You said demons were targeting this body. But the most dangerous demon is right here. Isn't it? No, it's not like that. True, I lied to you at first. Only at first? Young Jin caught the keyword. What about the left arm? Does that not count as lying? At Hisu's family shrine. At school, there were plenty of chances. You only tell the truth now that you're caught. Do you think I'm stupid? I wasn't sure either, so I needed time to think. Thinking back now, Young Jin cut in again. We never talked seriously about this. What exactly do you want from me? Do you want this body? Jin frowned, silent for a long time before speaking. To be precise, that is not your body. The dog stared at young Jin, eyes glowing. That is my body. And by right. Jin opened his mouth coldly. You are not allowed to exist. A horrifying scene flashed up. A man crying while blaming. It's because of you that your parents died. Behind him, many others were wailing in agony. You shouldn't have been born. Young Jin froze. Feelings of anxiety and fear surged. The hands of the clock on the wall pointed to 3:25 a.m. You said this is your body, right? Young Jin asked Jin. If so? Young Jin continued coldly. This is my house. He didn't say another word. He directly picked the dog up, carried him outside, and slammed the door. Get out of my house. Immediately, Jin could only stand there, speechless. Outside, it started to drizzle. Young Jin lay in his warm blanket and soft mattress, sleeping soundly. Soon, the rain grew heavier. The sound of rain pattering on the roof woke him up. Why does it have to rain right now? He grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head in agitation. In an annoyed mood, Young Jin opened the door and stepped out. He was startled to see Jin still huddled there, silently watching the rain. He intended to quietly close the door, but a voice made him stop. No, I have nowhere else to go. Young Jin stood behind the door gap, silent. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Jin expressed his remorse. Now that is your body. I don't intend to do anything to it. You don't need to worry. Young Jin's heart wavered a little. He lowered his head, then turned and went back inside. The next morning, after a long, tiring night, Young Jin woke up. Removing the layers of medical bandages on his body, he stood in front of the mirror, touched his arm, and smirked. Even a monster wouldn't be this weird. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he was horrified to discover a pair of dog paws stepping on the brand new tablet. On the bed. Oh my god. Get off. He hurriedly ran over, pushing Jin aside. How rude. The dog was grumpy. But young Jin didn't care. All his attention was now focused on the tablet. Where did you get this? Those people yesterday gave it to me. They said this is a book. They gave you this? Yes. They said if I open something called YouTube, I can view historical records. They said just ask you and you'd know. Seeing young Jin glued to the tablet, Jin realized. So you like this thing, huh? Just show me that YouTube thing. And I'll give it to you. Really? Young Jin was surprised. Jin, in return, I have one condition. What is it? Jin glared at him, trying to look dangerous. Then he made a very simple request. Make me breakfast. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin's stomach growled loudly. At school, young Jin heard his classmates buzzing about Kyung. I heard he's going around apologizing to everyone. Apologizing for what? I thought he was just practicing acting. I heard. Kyung even taught those thugs a lesson. What exactly is going on? Young Jin wondered. Does he still remember everything? From when his soul left his body? In another classroom, Kyung was bowing his head, apologizing to a classmate. You bet 50,000 won and got beaten so hard your jaw dislocated, right? When was I beaten? I didn't. I don't remember anything. Kyung kept waving his hands in denial. They all happily forgave him. Young Jin thought. Maybe he was cast as a character. Who finds the light and enlightenment? A female student said. Is this the importance of maintaining an image? Young Jin pondered idly. I told you so. A chubby classmate spoke up. As soon as young Jin took his seat, Ji-won asserted. Kyung was possessed by a villain from another world, who took over his body. But after a series of events, that entity was expelled, and he has returned. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Kyung was standing by the window, scrolling through his phone to check. Classes 2 to 3? Only 2 people left. Who is it this time? Ji-won stood behind him, asking curiously. Kyung ran off frantically while shouting the name, Song-yu? Jia was surprised. Ji-won walked to the classroom door, crossed his arms, watched Kyung's back, and cheered. Run fast. Kyung, go apologize to all of them. Being too kind is also a sin. Jia retorted, hey, that's not Kyung's fault. She gritted her teeth in blame. Why does he have to do that? Just because that bastard class president dared to play dirty tricks and curse others. You know it's not just because of that, Ji-won defended. It's because he's jealous. Jia blamed. Jealous indeed. That Kim Song-yu. Before Ji-won could finish, Jia left him standing there, speeding off to chase after Kyung. Hey, Kyung, don't apologize to that bastard. Ji-won hit himself, watching. Then mumbled the rest of his unfinished sentence. She put chocolates in your desk drawer. On White Day. And you ate them together with Kyung. Meanwhile, in class 2, Kyung slowly walked in. All eyes turned towards him. It's Kyung. Song-yu was huddled in a corner. Hearing that name terrified him. It's over. From now on, everyone will boycott me. But Kyung interrupted his train of thought with a call. Song-yu. Song-yu was clutching his head in fear. But upon hearing the call, he let go. Kyung was standing right next to his desk. Song-yu looked up. I'm sorry for only remembering everything now. He spoke gently. Hearing the apology, Song-yu teared up. I chose it myself, yet I didn't remember. Class president. Kyung called him tenderly, smiling warmly. His sincere call made Song-yu unable to hold back anymore. He pouted, buried his head in the desk, and sobbed. I'm sorry, Kyung. It's okay. Kyung gently placed his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Jia had just arrived at the classroom door and witnessed the whole event. Kyung, in her eyes right now, was so gentle that he seemed to radiate an aura, making her heart flutter. She recalled a moment chatting with him before. Oh, hey, what are you doing? Memorizing names and faces of our classmates. He replied thoughtfully. I borrowed this from the teacher as the vice class president. Wow, that's really impressive. She just made an idle comment. Suddenly, Kyung stopped. Oh. He looked at Young Jin's photo and birthday, then said, Young Jin's birthday is coming up soon. After speaking, he turned and smiled at her. That pure, sunny smile had left a deep impression on her mind. Kyung, are you really an angel? In the classroom, Jia placed a carton of milk on Young Jin's desk. For you. Here. Young Jin, who was on his phone, looked at the milk in surprise, then turned to her. Jia shyly turned away and reluctantly said, thanks. Huh? He was surprised. Humph. She sighed in annoyance. Suddenly, Jia grabbed Youngjin's shoulder, leaned down, and whispered in his ear. I heard from Hisu that you were the one who saved Dukyung. And you saved me too. She glanced around, then repeated embarrassedly, thanks. A classmate with glasses standing behind witnessed that scene and was utterly astonished, jaw-dropping in shock. Having said her piece, Jia quickly ran out of the classroom. What was that about? Ji-won wondered. Youngjin, you? The glasses-wearing classmate stammered. Another classmate picked up the milk carton to check. Pistachio flavor? No way. Are you two timing? The glasses-wearing classmate asked Youngjin in shock. Does Lee Hisu know about this? What nonsense are you talking about? He dismissed it. Then, a group of male students surrounded Youngjin's desk. How dare you do that? Ji-won covered his face in disappointment. This guy is a real scumbag. Another male student held his face and scolded. The two prettiest girls in school. The glasses-wearing classmate marveled. What did you do to seduce both of them at once? It's not what you think. Youngjin explained in annoyance. But they continued to tease him. So, do you choose Lee Hisu or Kang Jia? Puppy or kitten? Are you guys crazy? Shut up. Youngjin got angry. Ji-won stopped the joke and adjusted his glasses. His voice serious. But, Lee Hisu. Youngjin ignored them, continuing to bury his face in his phone. Strange, Ji-won wondered. Why didn't Hisu come to greet Youngjin today? Another male student joked, must have had a fight, right? Although he pretended not to care. His classmate's words still unsettled Youngjin. He recalled the image of Hisu happily greeting him every morning. Youngjin, have a good morning. Come to think of it, he glanced at his phone. It was already 8:19, yet there was still no sign of her. Why is it so quiet? I wonder if she's arrived at school yet. He walked past class 1 to 5. Youngjin glanced inside, searching. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Youngjin. He nervously turned his head. It was Dukyung, handing him a can of Coke. He took it. Are you okay? Youngjin asked. Terrifying memories of being possessed by the demon rushed back. Dukyung screamed in his mind. Stop it. Don't do that. Ah. He scratched his head and replied shyly. Not really. I booked an appointment at the psychiatry department. Keep it a secret for me, okay? I'll forget it immediately, Youngjin replied. But why did you call me out here? I have something to tell you. What is it? Dukyung suddenly burst into tears, tears rolling down his cheeks. Really? He said through his tears, thank you. This sudden action made Youngjin freeze on the spot. He didn't understand what was happening. He only saw Dukyung bowing his head, covering his face, and sobbing. Under the clear blue sky, Youngjin asked in shock. You saw everything? Even the tricks? That's right. Dukyung replied, wiping his tears. You were so cool. Not really, Youngjin said modestly. He took a sip of Coke, then suddenly realized. Wait. So your soul was still hanging around? Why didn't you return to your body right away? About that. Dukyung awkwardly gripped the can. At that time, I was captured. An image appeared of his soul being imprisoned by a demonic hand. By someone. Wearing a mask. A mask? Youngjin blurted out. But on the way back to the classroom, he still felt confused. I remember it being an old woman. Why a mask? Doesn't make sense. He was lost in thought when he suddenly stopped. Standing right in front of him was Hisu. His mouth unconsciously fell open. The two stood facing each other in silence. A moment later, she finally spoke. Her face looking worried. Youngjin, hello. Then she slowly walked past him, her long hair fluttering. This action left Youngjin bewildered. He turned around, intending to say something, when two other female friends ran over, chattering excitedly with Hisu. The awkward situation left him just scratching his head. In the small room, the sound of a history lecture from the tablet continued to play. The cause was the Imo incident. Youngjin opened the door and put down his bag. You're back? Jin greeted immediately. Excuse me for a moment. My nephew is home. Youngjin's eyes went wide. Who are you talking to? This YouTube thing is really interesting, Jin replied happily. The person inside here is telling me stories. Next time, we will learn about the death of King Gojong and the Russo-Japanese War. Okay, see you again. Jin beamed a bright smile at the screen. Youngjin was dumbfounded. At this rate, he probably wouldn't get bored staying home alone for 2 days. Where are you going? Let me go with you. Jin asked when he saw him packing. I'm going on a school retreat. How can I take you with me? Retreat? Is that gathering together to train? It's more like mental training, Youngjin replied. Very good. Excellent. Jin praised, his eyes twinkling. So the children of this era haven't lost the spirit of martial arts. Yang Jin didn't pay attention. He set out a large bowl of food. I prepared food for you here. There are sausages and beef jerky. Eat it gradually while you're home. Meanwhile, the man on the tablet screen continued rambling. Hearing this, Jin was so angry his eyes rolled back, he turned to scold. Does he not know how to get tired? I told him to save it for later. In the Imo incident, requesting help from the Qing dynasty, Yang Jin's face immediately turned black. How am I supposed to explain this? In the dead of night, the voice from the tablet kept echoing, making Yang Jin unbearably annoyed. It is said that Gojoseon was also founded by Dangun, but there is still much controversy. After a while, he couldn't take it anymore. He sat up and shouted, "Turn it off right now. Are you going to let anyone sleep?" Another new person arrived. He won't listen to me. Let me explain to you. Yang Jin said, this is just a recorded video. What is a recorded video? At this point, Yang Jin was utterly speechless. Blue sky, white clouds. Yang Jin finally finished putting on his jacket. Why are you up so early today? Why not sleep a bit more? Jin, still under the blanket on the bed, spoke unconsciously. I have to go to the retreat. He just turned his head slightly, leaving a sentence behind. Then why didn't you sleep early yesterday? I had to explain to you what YouTube is, so I couldn't sleep. Very commendable. While putting on his shoes, Yang Jin added, I'm going. You watch the house. Remember to take the blade with you. Jin quickly reminded him. Are you crazy? Why would I take this? Won't you need it for training? I'm not taking it. After speaking, he left the door wide open and disappeared. In front of the bus, a crowd of students stood there. Hey, Yang Jin, have you seen Lee Hee-soo? Two male friends teased him, making him angry. Probably saw her already. Must have met privately. I told you she's not my girlfriend. Ji-won stroked his chin thoughtfully. Last time I saw her, she dressed exactly like Yang Jin. How did she dress for you to say that? Like she borrowed Yang Jin's shirt to wear. Shirts look the damn same anyway. Why so tense? Suddenly, there was a call from behind. Yang Jin. Before him was Hee-soo, holding a cat-shaped bag. Take this to eat. This action made everyone's eyes pop out. Ji-won brazenly opened the bag, smirking. What's this? Might even contain a handwritten letter. Inside are honey cakes. Didn't have feelings before, but now it's real. Ji-won quickly concluded. Must be true. Suddenly, there was another shout. Hey, let's go, you monkeys. Roll call to see if we have everyone. Everyone take your seats. Yang Jin and Dukyung were both silent. After a while, they glanced at each other. Sorry, Dukyung spoke up. You probably wanted to sit with your friends. No, it's fine. Yang Jin replied calmly. I intended to sit alone anyway. What did you want to say? I just wanted to become closer to you. Dukyung half closed his eyes, smiling. These words made Yang Jin extremely suspicious. On the bus, one person was dozing off, while another rested his chin on his hand, looking outside. From the dark bushes, white hair fluttered. What's that? Just as the words were spoken, it quickly disappeared, making him unable to stop himself from cursing. He hurriedly nudged the friend sitting next to him. Hey, something huge and white just appeared. Then it disappeared. Just fog, isn't it? Is there something huge and white in the mountains? Could it be the Jangsan tiger? I heard it's a ghost. That only appears on Jangsan Mountain. What does that have to do with us? No matter how fast the Jangsan tiger is, it's slower than a bus. Is that so? Ji-won, who was sitting silently, suddenly spoke up. I heard its speed is so fast. It can cross from one mountain to another. In just a minute. While most people didn't care, he sat motionless, gently adjusting his glasses. Jangsan tiger. Immediately, Ji-won pulled out his tablet, seeming to have just realized something. According to my yokai encyclopedia, it's an urban legend, beginning in the modern era. It was first seen in Jangsan, so it's called the Jangsan tiger. According to witness accounts, it can mimic human appearance and voices. On the bus, Dukyung was still laughing and enjoying snacks, while Yang Jin maintained his cold attitude. Hee-soo sat quietly in another seat, reading a book. Only Ji-won's eyes were shining, showing extreme excitement. A long white mane appeared and vanished. Behind a tree. Above that, a bright golden orb shone. The eye inside opened, glaring forward filled with killing intent. From now on, you have 5 minutes to change into PE uniforms. Then gather in the hallway. Why so tense? Is there no break time? A while later, all students were lined up with their backs against the wall. The male teacher in a red jacket walked slowly back and forth. Yang Jin stood silently in the middle. When it was time to split into groups, he just sat alone in a corner. Mealtime. A food tray was placed opposite Jin. "Hey Jin, finally found you," Ji-won said cheerfully. "Couldn't sleep? Your eyes are dark like a panda's." Seeing the other person didn't care and turned away, he hurriedly pulled him back. "Hey, don't go. It was hard to find you. Do you know what the next program is?" Ji-won started rambling again. "Test of courage. A perfect choice for a school famous for strange stories like ours. The treasure hunt program in the forest on the way here. Have you heard the story about the Jangsan tiger?" "Jangsan tiger?" Jin repeated, hand still holding the rice spoon. "That's right. Today we have a chance to encounter it." Ji-won was excited. "So what? Come with me." "No? Why not? You said you'd go with me anytime." Ji-won threw a tantrum. "Lee Hee-soo said that, not me." Speaking of which, Ji-won asked, "Why don't we see Hee-soo?" In Jin's mind, an image appeared immediately. Him and that girl shyly talking to each other. He hurriedly shoved a spoonful of rice into his mouth. She's probably busy with something else. Since the gambling demon incident, she seems much more depressed. Ji-won continued, "I can partly guess the reason too." "What reason?" "When fighting the gambling demon, didn't you say we'd only be in the way if we stayed? So you chased us away?" "When did I say that?" Jin was a bit flustered. "It wasn't that I chased you away, it was dangerous. So I just told you guys to run ahead. He thinks he can't help and is just getting in your way. That's why he acted like that." Ji-won seized the chance to explain. "Honestly, when it comes to swordsmanship, I'm much better than you. That blade is so cool, but you don't know how to use it, what a waste. When I'm free, I'll teach you." A while later, Jin put both hands in his pockets and slowly walked out. Suddenly, a figure brushing past caught his attention. He quickly looked up. "Lee Hee-soo?" The other person immediately turned around, mouth twitching slightly. But Jin was panicked. Face pale, teeth clenched. "Is it really Lee Hee-soo?" But that person was very calm. "What's wrong, Jin?" This situation triggered countless thoughts in his head. "Back then, I was afraid of the danger, so I told you to run first. If that made you sad, I'm sorry." But on the outside, Jin couldn't say a word. Just as he was about to speak, a loud call suddenly interrupted. "Hee-soo!" A girl suddenly ran over and hugged Hee-soo's arm. "Go to the convenience store with me." Hee-soo looked bewildered. So Jin could only silently leave. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ji-won lowered his head. Jin stood up straight. "Thanks for coming with me. I'm telling you now, I didn't bring my sword," Jin warned in a cold voice. "I brought the 5-color net gun." They walked together, flashlight illuminating the path ahead. "If the teacher catches us, you're on your own. Nobody cares about you anyway." Hearing that, Jin just wanted to get mad. "Do you know what the Jangsan BM looks like?" BM in Hanja means tiger. "So maybe it looks like a tiger?" "I don't think it has a specific form." Ji-won focused on recounting what he knew. "I heard it has long white fur. But everyone describes it differently. It also has the ability to transform after reading the opponent's memories. It perfectly recreates the appearance and voice of that person. If so, what if the Jangsan BM is disguising itself as me?" Jin immediately scoffed. Ji-won held out a signal detector. "Then this thing would have screamed like crazy. You have to admit its accuracy." Suddenly, the machine started ringing loudly. Right after, a shouting voice made both of them startle. "What are you two doing here? Why aren't you returning to the dorms?" This was the manager's voice. "Oh no, we're busted. Run." Ji-won was terrified. Jin turned back, sweat running down his cheek. His eyes were full of panic. He saw the eyes of something flash with yellow light, staring right at him. At that moment, a sudden tremor occurred. Jin. Someone's voice made him jump. He stared into the pitch-black bush. Ji-won suddenly appeared. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Did I hear wrong?" It was already 10 p.m. Jin put his hands in his pockets, walking listlessly. "So sleepy. Should I go back to the dorm first?" Suddenly, a call came from behind him. Jin. It was Ji-won. He was bent over, out of breath. "Help me this one time." Ji-won was sweating profusely. "Earlier on the mountain, I ran too fast so I think I dropped the detector. Can you go find it with me? I'm scared to go alone now." "Oh, how annoying." Jin was annoyed but still turned on his flashlight. "Hey, where are you going?" Jin asked coldly when they had walked quite far. "We didn't even come this far earlier. Or did you leave it at the dorm?" Jin's face suddenly changed color when his eyes suddenly saw the words on the sign. Danger warning. Beware of falling. Hey! He hurriedly grabbed the sleeve of the person in front to pull him back. Don't you see the warning sign? But the answer was completely irrelevant. Found it. Saying that, that person yanked Yoon Jin's shirt, pulling him right to the edge of the abyss. Yoon Jin's hands trembled. He clenched his teeth, his eyes terrified. What are you doing? Yoon Jin looked at Ji-won in front of him, eyes yellow. A deep voice echoed as if from hell. In the dorm. 3 girls were gathering around playing cards. Hey Hisu, do you have a crush on anyone? A girl suddenly asked. No, she replied immediately. Really? That guy in class 3. Yoon something. Aren't you two flirting? No way, not at all. That's right. You two were standing and talking earlier, weren't you? Try a tarot reading to see if it's accurate. Oh. That's a good idea. If I were Hisu, I'd be doing tarot readings about him all day. The person Hisu likes. The girl in the black shirt flipped a card. What kind of person is he? Just then, Hisu's eyes suddenly turned pitch black, her face panic-stricken. All 3 girls froze in silence. As if they had just seen something disgusting. On the table was the death card. We're doomed. Hey, maybe she really doesn't like anyone. Back to Yoon Jin's side. A familiar voice rang out, startling him. Jangsan Beam. Yoon Jin paled, staying silent. The entity standing in front of him in the form of Ji-won. Continued, it also has the ability to transform. Ji-won's foot, wearing a white shoe, gently pushed Yoon Jin off the cliff. He fell helplessly, hearing only its voice echoing back. It will recreate the appearance. And even the voice of the person in your memories. Perfectly. Capture him alive and bring him here. It ordered in its own hoarse voice. Then gritted its teeth and hissed in someone else's voice. Do not let him get hurt. Yoon Jin fell through layers of branches and leaves. A scream tore through the air. He tried to reach out and grab a tree branch, but it immediately snapped in two. His body continued to be pulled down by gravity, slamming hard onto the ground. He struggled to sit up, his whole body trembling. When he recovered his senses, he looked up. The demon had vanished without a trace. Seeing that, he quickly turned and ran. If that was the Jangsan Beam, then where is the real Gong Ji-won? Meanwhile, at the dorm, Ji-won's phone was ringing loudly. It was Yoon Jin calling. But its owner was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware. On the other side, the notification, the number you just dialed cannot be reached, was heard. Yoon Jin grew even more worried. Did something happen to him? It was getting later and later. The phone signal was spotty. I need to find a way back quickly. But while he was feeling anxious, a loud call rang out. Yoon Jin. It was Hisu. She ran hurriedly towards him and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Why are you? Yoon Jin was suspicious. I did a tarot reading. She hurriedly explained, the card said you were in danger. Thank goodness you're alright. But how did you know I was here to find me? Yoon Jin remained wary. There's nowhere you go that I don't know about. Hisu laughed, trying to change the subject. Did you put a tracker on me? Let's go. She didn't answer, gripping his hand tightly and pulling him away decisively. Yoon Jin held his ground, asking coldly, What are you doing? Huh? What? Why are you holding my hand? What's the problem? She looked innocent. There's no one here. Are you shy? No, it's not that. I mean, ring. The phone rang at that exact moment. Looking at the caller ID, Yoon Jin froze. On the screen, 3 words appeared clearly, Lee Hisu. Yoon Jin's face went pale. Lee Hisu? Or should we link arms? The flirtatious voice beside him spoke up. He stiffly glanced at the Hisu beside him. Without knowing when, she had put on an emotionless expression. Like a demon possessed, her soulless eyes glared wide. Yoon Jin tremblingly pressed the answer button. Yoon Jin? The gentle voice of the real Hisu rang out from the phone, freezing them both. Are you okay? The imposter was now staring at him with a creepy expression. Cold sweat broke out on Yoon Jin's forehead. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied timidly. What's up? The thing is. Hisu on the other end seemed embarrassed. When I saw that shirt, I was already suspicious. Yoon Jin suddenly said something nonsensical, his eyes still glued to the imposter. Shirt? What shirt? What do you mean? The real Hisu asked back in confusion. It's nothing. He replied dismissively. But inside he was screaming. Like crazy. Lee Hisu's intuition is top tier. Is something really wrong? The real Hisu continued to ask. The imposter's expression changed slightly. But it remained silent. Yoon Jin also stayed silent, holding the phone close to his ear, trying to keep calm. Noticing something unusual, Hisu immediately asked, "You can't talk right now, can you? If so, no, nothing is happening." Jin on the other end quickly interrupted and hung up. He stared straight ahead, secretly calculating. Now I know it's a fake. I'll just pretend to follow for now and find a way to slip away later. He walked past the other person, trying his best to look natural. "Lee Hisu, let's go." But the other person stood still. Jin suddenly froze. At his feet, long hair had wrapped tightly around him, pulling him back. He glanced back in shock. Cold sweat ran down his cheeks. The imposter's hair had suddenly grown abnormally long. "How ridiculous," the other person growled. Its neck twisted 180 degrees backwards, revealing characteristic yellow eyes. It was the Jangsanbeam. "Didn't you just talk to that girl?" it hissed. All of Jin's plans vanished into thin air. That hair suddenly lunged forward, yanking Jin high up. He widened his eyes in horror, hanging upside down, face to face with the demon. "That girl is so annoying," the Jangsanbeam said angrily. Why did she call at this exact moment? Knowing he couldn't escape, Jin smirked. "You don't look like her at all." "Impossible." It tilted its head. "In your memories, this is exactly her image. If you want to imitate, do it properly, Jin exposed it, looking at the familiar shirt the demon was wearing. "That's my shirt." Humiliated, the Jangsanbeam became furious. Its jet black hair lunged forward, tightening around Jin's neck. "Shut up!" Jin choked, trying to loosen the coil of hair. He remembered Ji-won's advice. Remember to bring the sword. Now he regretted it immensely. A red surge of power suddenly activated in the palm of his hand. "Jin, why can't I have any peace even after coming all the way here?" He extended his hand, powerful energy surged in like a waterfall. Jin was astonished. His pupils were tinged red. Amidst the dust and smoke, a sword carrying crimson energy suddenly appeared. The sword somehow just appeared. Energy swirled around his feet. Jin was pulled violently forward by a mysterious force, rushing straight towards the Jangsanbeam. "Wait!" He gritted his teeth, trying to hold his body back. But the sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own. It swung itself, slashing at the demon's body. At dizzying speed, it jumped from tree to tree, heading straight into the deep forest. Jin's face paled, his stamina dropped severely. "My body is moving on its own again." But before he could recover, a huge tree trunk suddenly appeared in front of him. The sword dodged it, but he slammed right into it. Ouch! He slid down in pain, rubbing his bright red nose. "Luckily, thanks to Black Dragon, otherwise I would have logged out. Looking at the sword in his hand, he calculated silently. "First, I'll use my left hand." Jin looked at the demon hiding in the distance, determined to destroy it. Suddenly, a gentle voice unexpectedly rang out. "Jin." In the middle of the haunted forest? This sound made him jump, goosebumps rising. "Mom?" Behind a tree trunk, a woman in a white dress peeked out and stepped forward. Jin trembled, unable to believe his eyes. "Mom?" But his mind immediately cleared up. "No, it's a fake." Still holding the sword, he charged forward regardless. Looking at the familiar woman with the gentle smile, he had to try to convince himself. "It just read my memories and mimicked them." "Don't look." Memories from long ago suddenly flooded back. The gentle mother who always smiled. In his childhood days, he wouldn't hesitate to rush into his mother's arms. But memories and reality intertwined, making Jin unable to distinguish what was real and what was fake. Tears streamed down that woman's face. She whispered, "Mom is sorry for everything." Hearing that, his body froze slightly. Tears appeared in the depths of his eyes. But the aura around him continued to surge violently. The sword in his hand, without his direction, swung high. Jin's face darkened, he sobbed, shouting, "Wait, stop." His feet tried to dig into the ground, but the sword kept pulling him forward. Jin tried to stiffen his wrist, struggling to stop his uncontrolled body. The sword kept rushing forward, aiming straight for the woman who looked exactly like his mother. "No, please stop," he begged helplessly. Memories flooded back. The nightmare from his subconscious rose up violently. "It was you. You killed your parents." A persistent screaming voice clung to him. The vision blurred, red like blood. "You are a monster." Tears fell freely. "By my own hand again?" "No." A heart-rending wail rang out. He collapsed in misery. The cruel reality was still right before his eyes. The golden eyes of the Jangsanbeam stared wide open. Its white hair surged up like a flood, engulfing Jin. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly rose up, powerfully blowing away the demonic hair. gently protecting him. A person holding a fan bearing the 8 trigrams symbol appeared. It was Great Guardian T. The illusion quickly cracked. The veil of disguise shattered, revealing the hideous form of the Jangsan Beam. It glared in astonishment as the act was broken. Meanwhile, T was distracted by Yunjin's sobbing. Looking at the other's trembling body, he couldn't help but snap and shout, "Wake up!" The demon over there had silently changed its form. He also quietly opened his fan. Ready for battle. A vortex of freezing wind, carrying the breath of hell, frost wind. But its target was not him. In the passing wind, a clone of Yunjin suddenly appeared, raising the sword with surging killing intent. T was startled, hurriedly jumping up, holding the fan high on guard. Sword and fan collided powerfully, sparks flying. T used his tiny fan to block the massive blade. The Jangsan Beam got more and more bloodthirsty, convinced victory was in hand. But T on the other side kept a cold expression. Suddenly, the demon's eyes went wide. The sword in its hand, the fake item had revealed cracks when facing a real weapon. T swung his hand once, the sword shattered completely. It landed on the ground in a losing position, muttering that the weapon in its hand suddenly transformed. The corners of its mouth curled up. It had perfectly transformed into T, grinning as it possessed the exact same weapon. Looks pretty cool. The Jangsan Beam frantically swung its hand. Dark energy poured out. Frost wind. The wind swept like steel blades, destroying everything in its path. T hurriedly grabbed Yunjin's collar, trying to keep both of them from being blown away. After regaining his composure, he stared in shock at his exact duplicate. He couldn't help but be astonished. This monster can even mimic divine artifacts. T and the Jangsan Beam, who was in his form, stood facing each other. T stared at it unblinkingly, his expression extremely cold. The very next second, the Jangsan Beam rushed up to attack him. Frost wind. T looked incredibly calm. He swung his hand, opening the fan to counterattack. One wave of his fan shattered the outer shell of it. Illusion breaker. Then T retracted the fan, his tone full of disdain. Idiot. Did you think that stupid mimicry trick? His face darkened. The surrounding atmosphere also dropped significantly. Would work on me? Saying that, T opened the fan again. On the fan, a glowing dragon seal appeared. Then he retracted the fan. At this moment, it looked just like a stick for T to strike down. He slammed the fan onto the ground, causing the ground to cave in and water to gush out. A brilliant golden light spread along the path of the water. Black stripes appeared on his face, his pupils glowed amber. Earthly branch union. Mao Tai. Sharp rocks immediately rose up from the ground, rushing towards the Jangsan Beam. It was blocked by those rocks in front. When those rocks thrust up from beneath its feet, the Jangsan Beam had already leapt to another spot. Luckily escaping the danger, T was made to pause by that action, his face revealing a look of disbelief. In those few seconds, another person appeared out of nowhere, kicking the Jangsan Beam once. He used its body as leverage to stand firmly up high. His face was completely hidden by a mask. The masked figure's actions were extremely decisive. His hand immediately grabbed the dagger on his back. Then he swung his arm, throwing the dagger towards T. Its speed was very fast, it rushed forward, tearing through the wind. When that dagger was about to pierce him, T used his fan to deflect it in another direction. The dagger flew into the air. Seizing that opportunity, the masked figure brushed past him, rushing in the opposite direction. Only then did T realize his true objective. His face showed panic. The masked figure quickly appeared in front of Yunjin, startling him with fear. He reached out to grab him. Taishan Rain Vortex. However, the masked figure missed. Yunjin was pulled back at the last minute. A dense aura enveloped him. T had rushed to Yunjin's side just in time to save his life. Immediately after, he used his technique to transport both of them away. From there, leaving the masked figure stunned, he held the dagger's sheath, held it out to the side, and waited. His dagger spun in the air, then slowed down, falling precisely into the sheath. The Jangsan Beam stood silently behind him. His cold voice rang out, "Still standing there?" The next 3 words seemed to be hissed through his teeth. "Chase them now." The Jangsan Beam was frightened by the masked figure's attitude. Its face revealed terror. The very next second, it flew off, obeying the masked figure's order. Now, he was the only one left standing there, seemingly thinking about something. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. The bright moon shone high above, illuminating the ground. Yunjin and T had fled to a place quite far away. Both looked quite haggard. T tried to move his limbs, then gritted his teeth and said to Yun, "Jin, if you've regained your senses, Then find your own way to escape from here. Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise, huh? But, how did you know I was here? As soon as he finished speaking, T coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Seeing that, Jin was extremely worried and asked him with concern. But T seemed to pay little attention to his own condition. He calmly pulled up his sleeve to check his watch and spoke firmly. We have to run further. It will chase us. He glanced over at Jin. We have to hold out until 11 o'clock. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. 11 o'clock? He was curious and wanted to ask for clarification. What will happen at 11 o'clock? But T didn't answer. He raised his hand to shield Jin. It's here. A screech came from deep within the forest. Something was rushing fast towards the two of them. That thing was none other than the Jangsanbeam. It had caught up. Its face was even more terrifying. Its eyes glared wide as it screamed, return flow. Black streams of energy immediately appeared, swirling towards T and Jin. He spread his fan open and mocked coldly. I told you. Those mimicry tricks won't work on me. On the fan? This time, a mark shaped like two rats appeared. He swung the fan up, creating sharp ice blocks spreading towards the Jang Sanbeam. The frost waves looked like they were growing, spreading very fast. Those ice spikes stabbed straight towards that monster, making it unable to react in time. They froze. The Jangsanbeam. It seemed like everything was fine. However, from within the block of ice, two daggers were thrown out. T immediately recognized them, his face wearing a look of disbelief. He immediately stepped back, but didn't forget to shield Jin. However, those two daggers were one step faster than T. They embedded straight into his shoulder and knee. Jin standing behind was still safe, but his face changed color. He screamed in panic and worry, hey, kid. T was almost immobile. He weakly told Jin, run. He didn't want to leave him behind, so he was about to use his hidden power. Left hand. Seeing that, T immediately shouted to stop him. Don't rely on the black dragon. He gritted his teeth, hissing every word, I told you to just run. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked figure rushed in. He used his sword to slash at T, then used his foot to kick him aside. T was kicked quite far away, dust rose up blindly. Now, Jin was facing the masked figure directly. His whole body stiffened, unable to move. At this moment, there was no other choice. Jin had to use the power of the black dragon. The pupils in his eyes glowed red. The watch on his wrist was showing 22:59. A few seconds later, it switched to exactly 2300 hours. In that moment, the masked figure suddenly froze. Jin hadn't fully transformed into the black dragon yet. Seeing the masked figure's reaction, he couldn't help but be astonished. The Jangsanbeam, still trapped in the ice block, screamed violently. Then everything became frighteningly silent. Only the sound of dry leaves rustling on the ground remained. A distinct footstep rang out. The masked figure immediately detected it from the bushes. T had returned. He slowly opened his fan under the bright moonlight. The power of the god within him had been unleashed to the maximum. Heavenly mechanism. The fan in his hand created a stream of energy, spreading out to the surroundings. The masked figure was immediately on guard. The Jangsanbeam also curled up inside the ice block, eyes wide open looking out. T waved the fan once. A strong wind rose up, heading towards the masked figure and the Jangsanbeam. Frost wind. He actually managed to dodge to the side, so he wasn't harmed. But right on the back of his thigh, a slash appeared. Quite deep. The masked figure looked down in disbelief. Meanwhile, the Jangsanbeam took the full force of that gale. It was sliced into many pieces by that wind, and slowly vanished. After the wind dissipated, T spoke up in a cold voice. From now, 2300 hours is the hour of the rat, awakening heavenly might. That is the moment his power reaches its peak. My turn. At this moment, T had become a tall teenager, and no longer looked like a little kid. Jin slumped on the ground, eyes wide looking at him. What is this? He didn't recognize him at all. The person standing in front of him was still T. Who is that? Where is that kid? Suddenly, a groan rang out beside him. When he turned to look, Jin was scared and jumped back. The thing on the ground was a remaining eye of Jang Sanbeam. After a few groans, it also vanished into nothingness. At this moment, the masked figure stood in a stance, ready to fight, two hands firmly holding two swords. From start to finish, he did not say a word to those two. All his expressions were hidden beneath that mask. The very next second, the masked figure rushed towards T. His speed was formidable. But T was extremely calm, his expression not changing at all. The masked figure didn't attack directly but jumped high up, preparing to bring the sword down. T just extended his hand behind his back, using his fan to easily block that attack. Meanwhile, the masked man was only using one hand. The other hand was hidden behind him. Immediately after, he swung that other hand to slash across T, but only managed to slash his afterimage. A stream of white energy suddenly appeared, surrounding him. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the masked figure's shoulder. In just a split second, T slammed him headfirst into the ground. Caught off guard, the masked figure couldn't react in time. T didn't stop there. He used his hand to press hard on his face, pushing him down. He squatted down and said to him coldly, "To go this far, there must be a reason." His gaze showed no mercy for anyone. T's hand applied more force, causing his mask to crack. "Who instigated you?" The masked figure didn't reply. He opened his hand. Between his fingers were iron marbles. He created a gust of black wind, then seizing the moment. T was distracted, he escaped his grip. Dust flew up, forcing him to cover his face with his hand. In that wind, the masked figure's silhouette flickered in and out of sight. T didn't panic at all, but calmly used his fan to counterattack. Heavenly skill. Another wind gradually rose up. Suddenly, T stopped his hand in midair. The masked figure had disappeared without a trace. In front of him now was a bewildered deer, not understanding what was happening. T couldn't help but be surprised when he saw it. The deer also looked straight at him. Then it looked away and left. T also turned his face in another direction, as if thinking about something. Then he turned back to look at Yoonjin. Yoonjin, being stared at by him, revealed a confused look. The very next second, T raised his fan. Return flow. A stream of energy appeared around Yoonjin, then slowly lifted him up. He looked at T in bewilderment and asked, "What is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, T tapped lightly on his forehead with the fan. Yoonjin immediately fainted. That stream of energy kept him floating in the air, right in front of T's eyes. He called out coldly, "Black Dragon." His gaze was glued to the unconscious Yoonjin. Black Dragon. He still didn't move. But perhaps at this moment, he was no longer Yoonjin. Seeing that, T began to lose patience. "Do you want to come out of that body yourself? Or do you want me to force you out?" Yoonjin's mouth corners curled up slightly. Immediately after, he smiled ear to ear. At this moment, he had transformed into the Black Dragon. His glowing red pupils looked straight at T. "Try it if you can." The Black Dragon's tone carried disdain and mockery for T. "A demigod like you dares." Those subsequent words of the Black Dragon made T's face darken more and more. "Just sealing the seal has left you looking that ragged. Do you think I don't know your bluffing tricks? Huh?" He even challenged him. "Even if you can do something to me, this kid is done for." A look of surprise appeared in T's eyes. Seeing that, the Black Dragon spoke more and more aggressively. "He already died once. It's thanks to me that he's lived until now," he stated extremely smugly. "The owner of this body needs me. He has summoned me several times already." He used provocative words hoping to make T furious. "Let's see what you can do." His eyes flashed with confidence and triumph. Earthly branch god's son. At this moment, T had almost reached the limit of his endurance. "Do you dare to kill a human?" As soon as the Black Dragon finished speaking, he immediately received a slap from T. His face turned to one side. A stinging pain spread across his face. "What the?" A few seconds later, his face showed clear confusion. The aura surrounding him also gradually dissipated, causing him to flop down to the ground with a yelp. Yoonjin asked T very vaguely, "What happened?" T lowered his head and thought for a moment, then turned to walk ahead. "Follow me. I'll take you back to the dorm." Yoonjin still sat on the ground, watching his back. Where did this question mark come from? He hesitantly called out to T, "Hey." Yoonjin asked awkwardly to confirm. "You are him, that kid, right?" T didn't turn back but asked coldly, "What is your name?" Yoonjin looked at T in surprise and asked back, "Me." Although he didn't understand what was happening, Yoonjin still answered honestly, "Kwon Yoonjin." T still stood with his back to him and calmly said, "Honestly, I don't understand what happened either." "Kwon Yoonjin." His voice got deeper and deeper. "The power in your left arm." T seriously reminded and advised Yoonjin, "Don't trust it too much." He slowly recounted the old story to Yoonjin. "Thin, your ancestor, used that power to slaughter the entire." His tone didn't change a bit. "Clan and his own ancestors," T continued gently. Because of that, his clan had to go through endless despair and chaos. The next words made Jin stand rooted to the spot. Unfortunately, he was born inside his very body. T remembered the things Jin had gone through, and exclaimed, even so. He went against logic. To find his own self and keep living. In Jin's head at that moment, a sentence rang out. He shouldn't have been allowed. He clenched his teeth, unable to say anything. Suddenly, T praised Jin, very praiseworthy. That sentence made Jin stunned. He slowly looked up ahead. Blurry images of hateful clan members flashed in his mind. Despising him. You shouldn't have been born. T continued in a low voice. You have lived very well. He hesitated slightly, but was encouraging Jin. In the future, who knows how many adversities and challenges remain. You might face even more desperate situations. Hearing this, Jin's hands clenched tight. That is exactly going against the rationale. T suddenly turned his head back. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. But anyway. At this moment, Jin's tears were on the verge of spilling. It seemed he was touched. Because he had tried so hard. T looked straight at him. He slowly voiced his decision. So, to help him live a complete life. In this world. His voice was extremely serious. His eyes full of determination. I will bet everything to protect him. Jin opened his mouth wanting to say something, but choked on his words. So from now on. At this moment, his tears streamed down both cheeks. He doesn't need to struggle alone anymore. The moon high above shone down on the two of them. The surrounding atmosphere became magical. Jin just walked along the trail like that. His eyes were now extremely dull and soulless. Jin raised his hand and just gazed at it. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in the air, making him hesitate. This broadsword. T suddenly appeared and reached out to retrieve the broadsword. It's inconvenient for you to carry it, right? Just give it to me. Jin looked at him with some hesitation. I have something I want to ask. His question made T freeze, not knowing how to answer. Why do you want to help me? T used the whisk in his hand to create a path. Just follow this path and you'll get back to the dorm right away. Jin focused on listening to him. At high noon this weekend. T continued speaking. The child attendants will come to pick you up. Follow them to meet me. Jin bewilderedly asked more, what is high noon? He explained irritably, 12 p.m. on Sunday. After speaking, T disappeared again into the strange forest. Jin just followed the trail created by T. He looked up blankly at the scene in front of him. There was a view of high-rise buildings with a luxurious scene and magnificence. Just then, a call suddenly rang out, Jin. Jin nervously glanced in that direction. He watched the figure running towards him, feeling extremely anxious inside. Lee Hisu? Is it really her? Hisu ran up and held Jin's face tightly. She asked him extremely worriedly, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Jin was dazed for a long while before reacting. However, at this moment, his legs suddenly lost all strength. Hisu hurriedly ran over to support Jin. Jin. He tried to speak to reassure her, I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Hisu saw that Jin was acting a bit unusual, so she asked, earlier when I was talking to you on the phone. What happened back then? Aren't you going to tell me? However, he still insisted on refusing. What's the point of telling? It would only make you more worried. It wouldn't help anyway. Hearing this, Hisu couldn't help but blame herself. I'm sorry I couldn't help you with anything. Jin also remembered the words Ji-won had once said. Saying that is no different from me getting in your way. Hisu might think that. He scratched his head and pulled his ears, thinking to himself. That's not what I meant. Hisu hadn't realized it yet. Still blaming herself. Even if you told me, I wouldn't be of any help. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Jin. Not true. She was a bit surprised to hear him say that. You helped me a lot. Jin continued slowly. Earlier, if you hadn't called, maybe I wouldn't be here right now. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, thanks, Jin. He was so shy he didn't dare look straight at Hisu. About me saying it wouldn't help. Because I got lost. I didn't know how to explain it to you. The GPS device wasn't working either. I said that because I was afraid you'd worry, don't misunderstand. Moreover, in short, you helped me a lot. Hisu was very touched hearing these words. Thank you. She was now very happy that he said that. As expected. Jin is very kind. And Jin hurriedly clarified. I didn't say that to please you. It's the truth. Just then, hurried voices rang out from the other side. Jin. Du Kyung asked worriedly, are you okay? Jin was a bit surprised to see them. Why did you guys come here? Ji-won spoke up, you called me yourself, didn't you? What happened? And? Du-kyung was trying to catch his breath. You haven't been seen since roll call. I asked Hisu and she said she called you at 10 o'clock. Seeing the condition of Yoon-jin, they were extremely worried. You're hurt. Something must have happened. He didn't know what to say so he just made something up. I just tripped. In his head, Yoon-jin remembered what T had said to him. So from now on, you don't need to struggle alone anymore. He was silent for a moment, not saying anything. After a while, Yoon-jin finally dared to tell the truth to his friends. I encountered the Jang Dash. Sambium and almost logged out. Du-kyung was extremely shocked to hear that. Jang Sanbium? Damn, just like that? They continuously discussed the issue. What? The Jang Sanbium transformed into Gong Ji. One and lured me to follow. That bastard Jang Sanbium. Can you tell me in detail? Every little bit? Meanwhile, at a certain place, a teleportation gate showed signs of appearing. The gate seemed about to open. The spirits also quickly noticed this phenomenon. When they saw T return, they cheered happily. Brother. He didn't answer but slumped onto the table. Seeing that, they immediately ran over to ask, Brother, are you okay? T called out wearily, Bok-sun, bring him some water. T's face now looked very bad. Yes. He couldn't help but feel angry inside. Just like that, and they're already starting to merge together. Somewhere, the black dragon was smiling sinisterly. His eyes were bloodshot, looking extremely terrifying. T was worried to the point of sweating buckets. There isn't much time left. Before Thin remembers everything, I must deal with the black dragon. He recalled the words the black dragon had said. Earthly branch god's son, do you dare to kill a human? T gritted his teeth in frustration. By this time, everyone had returned. Finally going home. Time flies so fast, gotta admit. Yoon-jin sat gloomily in a corner. He just stared thoughtfully into the distance. It seemed Yoon-jin was thinking about something. A voice kept echoing in Yoon-jin's head. The left arm is the last power remaining in me. It is created from the black dragon. The power in your left arm. Don't trust it too much. Yoon-jin remembered clearly what Jin said. I am your ancestor. But T said it differently. Thin, your ancestor, used that power to slaughter his own clan and ancestors. Yoon-jin had returned home by now, but kept standing in front of the door, hesitating. He didn't know how to handle things now. After a while, Yoon-jin decided to reach out and enter the password. The sound of the door unlocking rang out quickly. Just as he slightly opened the door, Yoon-jin heard music coming from inside. He froze a bit hearing the singing voice inside. The man with messy hair, causing only pain. Turns out that sound was coming from the computer. Leaving me alone without pity. Turning his back and walking away. Im Young-woong, the traitor. Yoon-jin went inside and saw Jin sitting there beforehand, humming along. Turning his back and walking away. He was still immersed in the song, and didn't detect him. That traitor, you are a traitor in love? Yoon-jin spoke up after a while. What are you doing? Jin reacted and jumped up in panic. You are a traitor in love? He hurriedly reached out to slam the laptop shut. Then Jin sat with legs crossed, acting cool. You're back. At the same time, on that side. He seemed to discover something strange on the computer. What is this? Chaotic algorithm? Then opened his eyes wide in astonishment. What's wrong with my feed? This guy Thin is crazy about trot music. And he even asked me to find historical documents. But at this moment, Thin's phone rang just in time. He glanced at it and saw the name displayed was Bastard. At night, at a certain house. The doorbell rang. The person inside didn't rush to open the door, but said perfunctorily, please state the code. Dao very obediently followed the person inside. Cluck cluck. Very quickly, that person confirmed. Passed. But then, that person urged then, invite the person behind to state the code. He was annoyed and didn't want to follow. Don't have much time. Open the door. Very quickly, a warning sound rang out. Wrong code. The person inside urged again. Giving brother one more chance. Dao beside him was also very anxious. Hurry up. It's not that hard. Then was helpless. He had to bare his teeth and scratch his arm to do the correct code. After completing the procedure, they were warmly welcomed by Bok-sun. Please come in. Welcome to our family. At T's house. Outside in the yard, Bok-sun's group was playing happily. Come at me if you dare, centipede ghost. Coming right now. Inside, brush strokes were being written. Each stroke was extremely powerful. Very quickly, a strange shape appeared. Dao and then were intently watching T's every action. After finishing drawing, he gave it to them and asked, "Have you ever seen this character?" Then was still confused. "This is?" Dao beside him exclaimed. "I've seen this before." She excitedly raised her hand to describe. On the demon's forehead. Then beside her was also full of doubt. On the forehead? He tried to recall his own memories. "I think I've seen it too." T then clarified. "This is not the power of a demon." Then felt curious and asked further. "Then where do they get that power from?" Then suddenly became excited. "No wonder I couldn't use the combo. Dao just then realized and exclaimed, "What? So you couldn't take it down with one hit either?" T was the only serious person in this conversation. It seems like there's some force standing behind, directing and granting power to the demons. Their target is Thin's body. At this time, Yunjin still didn't know what was happening. He was leisurely washing dishes at home. "Quan Yunjin. What do we do now?" Jean was suddenly called by name, so he was a bit annoyed. "I just closed my eyes for a bit. And the broadsword disappeared completely. Or did you go back and get it?" Hearing this, Yunjin fell silent and said nothing more. Only after a while did he reveal the truth. "The sword appeared in my hand." Jean was also stunned by this news. "Huh?" He continued to ask. "Did something happen?" Yunjin froze, not answering further. T's words kept echoing in his head. "Thin, your ancestor, used that power to slaughter your clan and ancestors." Sweat just kept dripping down his forehead. Jean remained silent, waiting for an answer from the other person. Finally, Yunjin decided to hide everything. Nothing happened. However, Jean wasn't so easily deceived. "Nothing happened, yet you used the power of the black dragon? I warned you. You must not use that power arbitrarily." Having his secret exposed, he turned away, not daring to look at Jean. "How I use it is none of your business." When Yunjin slammed the door shut and went into his room, he could only sigh. "This kid." Jean lowered his head, seemingly calculating something. Back to T's side. He continued to ask, "Do you guys have any information about the masked figure?" Both answered in unison. "Mask?" Then still didn't quite understand back then. "What do you mean?" Dao's reaction was no exception. "I don't even understand what you're talking about." T then recounted the situation to them. "I witnessed a demon carving a seal. And a masked guy teaming up to fight together. He looked experienced. But not strong enough to grant power to a demon. Ability of this caliber must reach an almost omnipotent level." Hearing this, beads of sweat covered Dao's forehead. "Huh? If so?" Right while they were discussing enthusiastically, a figure quietly walked in. Dao very quickly discovered that mask the other person showed. No fear of this at all. That person's fist rushed in, but then dodged in time. Just like that, a fight broke out between the two. Then smirked cunningly. That guy didn't panic at all. The other person was still very calm. Finally, the mask was torn off. Behind it was a young man with blonde hair. He flashed a bright smile. "That's not yours. Earthly branch god, heavenly great guardian." Dao couldn't believe her eyes. "Great guardian, no?" At the same time, the group of spirits picked up the mask regretfully. "This is an intangible cultural heritage created by artisans. You really liked this, didn't you, brother?" Just like that, then and no blamed each other. "Then cut it in half, it's Noah's fault." "Alright." T was in no mood to deal with this incident anymore. "Ignore that matter." Then's eyes then noticed something. He looked at No holding the broadsword and wondered. "Is that great guardian Thin's broadsword?" They just chatted together very comfortably, unaware that T was very annoyed. "Why do you have it?" "I saw the child attendants playing with it all the time but the handle was missing." "Why is this at Great Guardian T's house? Could it be that these things can be copied too?" "That's impressive." Although angry, T still had to answer their question. "That is Thin's broadsword. His descendant gave it to me for safekeeping." No then laughed and teased. "I heard rumors." They fell into conversation once again. "So? Is it true he can talk? Did you guys meet him?" T got a bit impatient and tried calling them, "Hey." But it seemed no one intended to stop. He met him, but thanks to someone's blessing, he was unconscious at that time. That person must have talked to him already, right? "Shut up, please." T seemed to be trying his best to control his rage. It's clearly a human inside, yet he was so aggressive. Planning to finish him off too. "Dao, are you crazy? I told you before, that's the black dragon." He finally couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fan on the table. T gestured to them with his hand. After a while, they finally agreed to sit still. In short, the demons don't dare target Thin's body, where the black dragon has taken over. The one who needs that body is Thin. Or, why do you have to speak in circles? No was a bit distracted, gulping down a glass of water while saying, him, who else? Dao immediately asked curiously, who? No didn't hesitate to answer. The one who uses power almost similar to omnipotence. It's him, who else could it be? Dao was annoyed by the other person's half-hearted answer. Who is it exactly? In the dark night, the whole space was extremely quiet. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly appeared in the forest. The person in black then spoke up, back empty-handed. Huh? The masked figure didn't hide anything, saying, it wasn't just Thin. Great Guardian T was there too. At this moment, the person in black realized. Not only that, but also fatally wounded? Red syrup just flowed out from the wound. The masked figure immediately pulled his hand back. Just a light scratch. However, the person in black showed great disdain. I didn't expect anything anyway. He then questioned. Didn't you say you destroyed Great Guardian T's power? The other person seemed a bit annoyed and dissatisfied. Are you saying it's my fault? It's your fault for not being strong enough. Being insulted like that, the masked figure was so angry he clenched his fists. He rushed forward, swinging his sword at the other person. But it seemed the masked figure underestimated his opponent too much. The other person was still standing tall there. I asked for that much, yet he sent this useless guy. Truly a lazy and arrogant person. Your leader, tell him again. Thanks to him, things had become more troublesome. Even though the masked figure was angry, he still couldn't do anything. He just stood there silently. Switch scene to a ruined and desolate space. A teenager suddenly appeared unusually. He walked among the messy ruins. The whole space suddenly fell silent. Yoon-jin stood dazed, lost in thought. Who is that? That face looked up slightly, showing no emotion whatsoever. In a fleeting moment, he was stunned, eyes wide open in momentary fear. The other person rushed forward, extending his hands to pounce with a grotesque face. His hands grabbed Yoon-jin's face tightly, pinning him down forcefully. His eyes were terrified to the extreme, unable to utter anything. In Yoon-jin's mind, now only the question remained. Who are you? The power from those hands continued to suffocate his every breath. Yoon-jin felt like he was done for. Can't breathe. Back to reality on the large bed. Jin, in animal form, was lying on top of Yoon-jin's face. The space momentarily sank into a strange silence. Assassination plot? He immediately sat up, his arm flinging away Jin who was clinging to him. Jin's face flashed with shock and stupor. Was it a dream? Switch scene to a large apartment building. In a kitchen with a mess of dishes. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Didn't you say today was your day off? Jin looked at Yoon-jin who was getting dressed and asked wonderingly. Where are you going? He didn't turn around but replied immediately, part-time job at Dongyeon. He was wary when he heard this place. Dongyeon? Dongyeon, Dangun, from thousands of years ago was. Yoon-jin stopped Jin's next sentence. Not that Dangun. On the phone, a recruitment notice appeared. Looking for cockroach catchers. Need someone to catch a cockroach right now. Super giant size. Fee 30K1. Hurry up. He explained slowly. It's a part-time job app. Thanks to someone, the food expenses have doubled. Yoon-jin turned and walked towards the door, not forgetting to say goodbye. I'm leaving. I'll probably be back late. You take care of lunch yourself. Before leaving, he turned back to glance at Jin once more. He was currently rolling around on the bed, watching his laptop, and replied relaxedly. I can take care of myself. Go quickly then come home. The door closed, making familiar sounds. Yoon-jin suddenly lowered his head and sighed. Then he quickly walked forward. Not long after, Yoon-jin was at the house of the person who posted about killing cockroaches. Looking for cockroach catcher. Need someone to catch a cockroach right now. Super giant size. Fee 30K1. Hurry up. In the blink of an eye, he took another job, to the astonishment of the homeowner. Looking for someone to wash dishes in large quantity. Fee 50,001. Time passed quickly. Yoon-jin was now carrying goods at a warehouse with the post. Looking for moving assistant. Just need to move stuff off the truck. Fee 30,001. Finally, his back could rest after a long day. Looking at the phone screen with the time, Yoon-jin was momentarily surprised. Sunday noon. He remembered T telling him. The child attendants will come to pick you up. Follow them to meet me. Thinking of this, he looked around searching for a while. His fingers tapped rapidly on the phone screen. That day, T told Yoon Jin, that he went against the natural order. You found your own ego and continue to live. The phone displayed the search box for natural order. Noun, righteousness or moral principle. Natural phenomenon like flowing water. Innately gifted, irreversible. He fell silent, just staring at it. Just then, a powerful light emitted from the side, accompanied by a loud call that startled him. Brother. When he turned back, without knowing when, the three kids, Boksun's group, had come down and greeted cheerfully. We're here to pick you up. Transferred to another quite comfortable room. On the table were pastries. Of different colors. Just looking at them was appetizing. Yoon-jin sat on the sofa, staring at the plate of pastries but didn't move. T sat opposite, holding a cup of hot tea. While enjoying it, he asked, "Why the long face?" He didn't answer immediately but just looked up at him. In Yoon-jin's head, suddenly appeared the face that had appeared in his dream. He immediately swallowed, hiding his eyes under his hair. Finally, he opened his mouth to voice his question. What exactly does the natural order you mentioned mean? T didn't hesitate to answer immediately with an emotionless face. All things disappear and are reborn. That is the flow of nature. Natural order is what is right. Following that natural flow. But Jin still hid a hesitant expression, uncertainly. Do you mean? Before T's unchanging face, he blurted out. Is your borrowing human bodies? To live in following nature? The space was not silent for long, but was immediately broken by Yoon-jin with a question. So my not being allowed to exist, is that the natural order? T put the teacup down on the table and corrected him. To be more precise, it's not that we borrow human bodies. He glanced sideways and continued speaking. Bodies of gods are almost like sculptures. A sentence rang out in the room again. Your body is the same. This statement surprised Yoon-jin. You mean? He asked with uncertain hesitation. Sculpture? You mean it was created? I don't understand what you're saying anymore. Just then, T posed a question to him. Do you know Dangun? Yoon-jin replied as if asking, Lord Dangun who founded the nation? He lowered his eyes and nodded. That's correct. T immediately explained with a story for him to understand. Dangun created a land suitable for human habitation. Dangun appeared a long time ago. We are the earthly branch gods, ordered to descend to earth to assist humans. From their hands, creating fire, creating water. We used our powers to open a new era on the barren land. And naturally, there were always witnesses. Those who witnessed the divine power. Because they wanted to maintain that power forever, they built an altar and prayed there. 64 seasons passed. Time just passed by through the years. On the altar where the energy of all things converged, a body resembling a human was created. Times and all things changed through the flow of history. Finally it appeared after days of tempering. That was the first body of a god. Everyone worshipped that person. The earthly branch gods loved humans very much. So they entered the bodies created by their wishes to stay on earth and help them. That body was also like a human's. It had a lifespan. And when it finished its duty, the altar would create another new body. However, in the year of Jayap Thin, month of Din Mao, day of Bintuit, the altar of the gods was destroyed. From then on, the gods could not interfere in human history anymore. And bodies of gods were no longer created. We waited until the physical body perished to return to the heavens. But when we opened our eyes, we were still on earth. His eyes darkened slightly. Bodies of gods began to be born from humans themselves. Our bodies were formed from humans. It kept repeating like that. So we were also stuck here forever. Finally, we had to accept following the natural order and humans. The god bodies that they gave birth to. They call them children who do not cry. The more he listened, the colder Yoon-jin felt. Your current body is one of those. His eyes were empty and soulless before. That name, both familiar and strange, Kwon. Yoon-jin. T glanced at Yoon-jin. Speaking slowly, if following the natural order, he blurted out the truth matter-of-factly. The one living in that body should be Thin. Thin's face appeared, without a ripple of emotion. Now Yoon-jin could only remain silent, as if buried by T's words. If you accept your fate, and agree to obey this natural order, I will personally perform the heavenly crossing for your soul. He coldly began to threaten. If you do not obey, each heavy word fell into Yoon-jin's ears. You will have to fight to the end, to protect your own self. The living room was strangely quiet. T raised his voice, I ask you. He posed the question but it carried a deeper meaning. Do you want to obey the natural order? Or do you want to go against it? Jin didn't reply immediately but kept silent, showing no expression. Jin spent a moment in silence then answered. Is there any other choice between living and dying? T showed no emotion. Just looked at the boy in front of him. Jin smirked arrogantly. Of course I have to choose to live. His hands were clenched together under the table. Followed by a steady voice. I told you before. You will encounter adversities and challenges. Harsher than before. T looked up and asked doubtfully. Can you overcome them? Although worried, Jin replied firmly. If it were before, maybe I would have surrendered and given up. Illusions of the past reappeared in his head. Days of loneliness. And living in dull hardship. Sometimes even being humiliated and teased excessively. Jin felt he had gone through enough terrible things. The present is already unlucky and miserable enough. His lonely silhouette was a practical enough living proof. Because he had to endure everything alone. Jin's voice suddenly changed. But in his mind, rose up the warm scenes he had seen. Those were the moments meeting Ji-won, seeing him smile. Those were times playing together after school. Jin spoke up as if awakened. It's not like that anymore. He remembered looking straight into His's eyes. Her bright smile was engraved deep in Jin's heart. He looked up and said firmly. I want to live even more. Jin didn't hesitate. To remind T of the past. You said you would protect me. That is entirely possible. His words made T pause slightly. Then that voice rang in his ears again. Won't you exist forever? At least until I die of old age. An unexpected laugh burst out in the suffocating atmosphere from T's side. Immediately after, he laughed loudly. A burst that somewhat startled Jin. T glanced at Jin appreciatively. Very good. Excellent answer, Kwon Jin. He sat there blankly, a bit surprised. Listening to T continue, indomitable spirit. He lowered his eyes slightly, dangerously dropping a sentence. A weak will is easily corrupted. Jin felt a bit worried hearing that. Although T only advised a few sentences. Always remember this determination. Suddenly, a loud call came. Brother. Boksun's group suddenly appeared again with cheerful faces. The little girl looked at him, holding out a box, a gift for you. A box was opened. Inside was a set of clothes. Introduced by the kids, this was a divine outfit. Jin was doubtful. Divine outfit? Boksun looked at him with pleading eyes. Try it on. Beside her, a boy with sparkling eyes urged. Try it on, brother. All of this made it impossible for him to refuse. A few minutes later, Jin, in the new outfit with black and red as the main colors, appeared magnificently. The angel kids gathered around, praising him incessantly. It suits you so well. Looks super cool. T, who had been sitting all this time, also stood up and advised. Don't use the black dragon anymore from now on. Use your own strength to wield the broadsword. T, Jin hesitantly and timidly replied. But that broadsword is very heavy. If I don't use that power, I can't even lift it. In return, he received T's calm gaze. The black dragon is exhausting your body. After using the black dragon's power, how do you feel? As soon as the question ended, it immediately recalled for him several struggling images of himself. Sometimes his arms would tremble uncontrollably. Even his legs too, every step was difficult. At that time, his whole body lost strength. Feeling like he was about to collapse. Just then, T spoke up, surprising Jin. It doesn't make it easy for you to lift the sword. It just uses your stamina recklessly. He didn't care much. But just explained simply. You don't even have muscles. How can you lift such a heavy sword? This remark directly touched Jin's self-esteem, forcing him to retort immediately. Why are you so harsh? He pointed at the heavenly kids over there, and asked, what about these kids then? Are they all bodybuilders or something? T calmly replied, totally. Conveniently stabbing another knife into Jin's heart. Just having divine power makes it easy to lift the sword. You only have the physical body but not the divine power, that's why. Every single word he said was a critical hit to Jin, making him speechless. Even though you occupy that body, your physical strength isn't even equal to an average person's. Do you exercise at all? After a while, T sighed helplessly. He began to instruct. Focus your energy into your right hand. Jin, hesitating, still didn't understand clearly. How? T completely skipped the steps. He extended his hand, applying force gently, but it gave him a heavy shock like this. T pointed at his hand and continued. Close your eyes and focus your mind. Maximize the senses of your right hand. He looked straight at Yoonjin. Like a true teacher. And then think about the broadsword. Yoonjin immediately closed his eyes and performed it. T's words were still echoing in his ears. It certainly won't be easy for you, but keep practicing. Just as the words ended, a sudden surge of power appeared. This directly caused T to widen his eyes in astonishment. Somehow, miraculously, the broadsword was actually being controlled by Yoonjin in his hand very easily. It took a while for him to return to reality. While looking in surprise at the thing he was holding, amidst the excited cheering of the kids, a hesitant voice rang out from the heavens. How on earth? But Tai had calmed down by now, pondering and speculating at the same time. That divine garment has the ability to transform the energy of all things into divine power. Yoongjin realized this and hesitantly uttered 2 words. If so? But Tai immediately cut him off and spoke bluntly. The divine power you can use is only temporary. He glanced over and said disdainfully, this is proof that you possess a divine body. A normal person's body could not do that. But over there, Yoongjin seemed not to hear, cheering softly in excitement. Got it. He swung the blade around as if holding a toy, leaving Tai speechless and silent. At this rate, I don't even need to use my left hand. At this moment, as if suddenly realizing something that made Yoongjin widen his eyes in surprise. Huh? His gaze fell upon his own hand, the hilt of the blade. Tai spoke up to explain instead. When receiving it from Thin, it retained its original form from the beginning. He used it in that state. Right after that, the space fell into silence again. His eyes never left Yoongjin. This whole time. Suddenly, Tai asked a question with unclear meaning. Have you ever seen the part inside the cloth? Yoongjin was briefly stunned and muttered back, inside the cloth? Tai didn't mind, emphasizing the question again. I mean the hilt, this is. Yoongjin replied under Tai's silent gaze. No. Why? He remained silent amidst Yoongjin's questions. Is there something in here? Finally, Tai said nothing more about the issue he had just raised. No, it's nothing. Switching to another scene. Dishes were arranged on the table, looking truly delicious. Eat up. As Yoongjin sat at the dining table, he secretly exclaimed in his mind. Tai calmly said. After eating, I will take you back to your front door. As soon as these words were spoken, he felt a bit worried and wary. Tai noticed his gaze and asked, what's wrong? Don't you like that dish? Yoongjin was startled and hurriedly replied, no, I like it too much actually. But then he hesitated and spoke, it's just. Then Yoongjin looked at the dishes on the table, suddenly speaking in a sad voice. It has been a very long time since I had someone prepare such a hearty meal for me. After speaking, he fell into a silent contemplation. His eyes seemed to reflect something nostalgic from the past. How his mother used to gently smile when looking at him. Back then, Yoongjin was just an innocent child protected by her. After a moment of sinking into memories, he suddenly regained his voice. A stream of memories rushed back into his mind. Days of unrest and suffering. The woman with tears streaming down and eyes full of extreme hatred. Just then, Tai broke this suffocating atmosphere. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Yoongjin snapped out of it. But he asked a somewhat unrelated question. And name, what is your name? Faced with this meaningless question, Tai looked at him as if looking at an idiot. Yoongjin hurriedly tried to fix it. Even if you are a deity, you must have a name, right? When living on this earth. He withdrew his gaze and replied calmly. That implies nothing. It's very important. Yoongjin was a bit speechless, speaking his mind. I can't just keep calling you, kid, forever. Tai didn't want to speak, so he retorted immediately. Just call me Lord Great Supervisor. This made him freeze. What? Tai looked at the boy in front of him and spoke words like ticking bombs. I look like this. But in human years, I am much older than you. I have lived in this body for 28 years. Strictly speaking, I must be 1,000 years old. These words dealt a direct psychological blow to Yoongjin. He exclaimed in panic, 28? But why do you look like an elementary school kid? This time, Tai was more patient in answering the question. I became like this because your ancestor caused me to lose half of my divine power. Yoongjin was astonished as he listened to every word. Although born from a human body, considering the conditions, it acts like the body of a sacrificial vessel. He lowered his eyes as if recounting a story spanning 64 seasons, ending with a soulmate, concluding with one sentence. That brought the atmosphere back to silence. That means 16 years. A familiar green fan suddenly appeared in Tai's hand. along with a steady voice. If divine power is used before it is fully developed. He tested the fan's power while speaking. Obviously, the body will be devastated. His hand closed the small fan, and he explained. The ability to use divine power is limited due to the small body. Tai looked at Yang Jin and concluded with a complete sentence. But this is a fully developed body. The focus returned to Yang Jin's question. So you can't grow any bigger? Tai replied nonchalantly and very calmly. That's right. Just then, he suddenly said. I don't know what your ancestor did either. Yang Jin was completely confused, relying on his own speculations. Could it be related to the family massacre? Tai helplessly interrupted those thoughts and made a suggestion. After expelling the black dragon from your body, he will tell you about that. Now, eat up. As expected, Yang Jin's attention was drawn to something else. Expelling, he replied, somewhat scared and trembling. But the black dragon is my left hand. Tai looked at the person in front of him with disdain and said bluntly. Losing the left hand created from the black dragon. One slip up and you could lose your life too. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Jin was startled and panicked. Huh? Seeing his expression, Tai then said. It's not that there isn't a way. Before Yang Jin's expectant gaze, he continued. This is something you absolutely must do. In the afternoon at Yang Jin's small house, he returned after a tiring day of hustling. When he just opened the door, Yang Jin looked towards the bed in slight fear. At that moment, Jin was lying there leisurely. He recalled Tai's words at the dining table. Ask Thin to go find the dragon with you. After a moment of silence, Jin suddenly called out to Yang Jin. He was slightly startled and asked if he had eaten anything yet. The room became even gloomier with Jin's question. Where have you just come back from? Yang Jin didn't keep looking but covered it up to let it pass. I told you I went to earn some extra money. But Jin directly exposed his disguise. Didn't you meet Supervisor Tai? His words made his heart fall into darkness. Jin lowered his voice and spoke, I can. His eyes were as sharp as a real assassin's. His words were extremely cold, smell a rat. Tai's emotionless eyes stared at him, then he said. This is something you absolutely must do. Ask Thin to go find the dragon with you. After hearing that, Jin was stunned, a dragon? However, he showed apprehension. But if the ancestor regains his power, what if he tries to do something to me? Suddenly, his lips moved to utter a few words. The dragon found. Then Tai sternly reminded him, no. It won't correspond to Lord Thin Jin Eon. Yang Jin, on this side, became more and more shocked. It will belong to you. Then the timeline returned to the present, when he was standing opposite Jin. His cold sharp gaze was constantly fixed on him, as if warning him. Meanwhile, he was hesitating and full of confusion. Smell of a rat? But Yang Jin also gradually calmed down and continued. Of course there's a smell. I just came back from catching rats. Moreover, he added another sentence. Truly a dog's nose. Jin on this side was suddenly startled. You went to catch rats? Noticing that reaction, Yang Jin immediately picked up his phone and showed him. Do you need me to read it for you? Looking for rat catcher. Looking for someone to dispose of rat carcasses. Then he added, fee, 50,000 won. This time Jin was also surprised. Do people pay to do such things these days? Just like that, the atmosphere made Yang Jin anxiously speculate. If I now propose that the ancestor go find the dragon. His eyes followed Jin's actions. Then he thought again. I'll be suspected no matter what, just watch. On the other hand, he was energetically declaring. I could have done that kind of work too. Jin jumped directly off the bed to propose to him. Let me go with you from now on, Yang Jin. Hearing that, Yang Jin asked curiously, what would you go for? The answer was immediately given by him. To earn a living, of course. However, he flatly refused. No need. If you follow, you'll shed dog hair everywhere. And just create more work. After that conversation, the sky was quickly dyed with the pinkish red light of the late afternoon. Inside Yang Jin's house, although lying down, he kept looking at Jin anxiously. How should I say it now? A cold sweat dropped because of that. Gently trickled down his face. I need a legitimate reason. Suddenly, an unexpected memory rushed back, making him freeze. Did something happen? And with just that thought, Yang Jin took the initiative to speak, ancestor. On the surface, he still appeared very calm. Last time you asked if something happened, right? As for Jin, he also curiously replied, now you're finally willing to tell? Just waiting for the opportunity to arrive, Jin intentionally uttered a sentence. I almost died. In addition, he emphasized further, surprising Jin. That's why I had to use the power of the black dragon. Curious, Jin immediately questioned. How come? Young Jin maintained his indifference and replied. Anyway, I'm still alive. The kid who helped destroy the magic demon came to save me last time. After hearing those words, Jin's puppy-like face frowned slightly. On the contrary, Young Jin was trying to complain more. What kind of ancestor are you? Not even knowing when something happens to your own descendant. Letting someone else's ancestor come to the rescue like that? He even gave a faint, sorrowful smile. Am I really your descendant? This body belongs to you, after all. At this moment, Jin began to feel guilty. You brat, stop harping on about that. Then he used a serious tone to remind him. Even if you deny it, you are still my descendant. Faced with those sharp words, Young Jin fell silent. That is the truth. At this moment, he also recalled Tai's words regarding the divine body can only be formed within the descendants of that clan. After that, Young Jin nodded and continued using his phone. Yeah, let's just assume that's the case. Jin, being next to him, grumpily said, You've been provoking me a bit too much lately, huh? But suddenly, a second later, he spoke again. There's something I want to ask. This time, Young Jin slowly raised an issue. You once said you were sealed, right? In his mind, he thought of the words, family massacre. But out loud he still said. So have you forgotten everything before that? Like why you were sealed? Facing that query, Jin's mouth moved slightly to answer bit by bit, I don't know. Accompanying that, his face suddenly darkened. But one thing is certain. Young Jin also got caught up in that emotion. So he looked at Jin tensely. But then he uttered an unexpected sentence. I am the strongest among the earthly branch gods who descended. Besides, he confidently stroked his face. They were probably jealous, so they sealed me away. That caused Young Jin's skepticism to rise. Being that annoying, yet he massacred the whole family? Then he sighed. Seriously, anyone can say that. Whenever something happens, you just stand there like a folding screen. And suddenly he laughed in frustration. You're just standing guard to take back this body, aren't you? Hearing that, Jin immediately retorted. I've transferred all my power to you, haven't I? Besides, what can I do in this form? However, Young Jin intentionally provoked him further. That proves you're weak as hell now. Right at that moment, he lowered his voice to reveal something. If I just find one of the powers I had. That very information was what startled him. The situation will change completely. Without further thought, Young Jin immediately turned over, bingo. So where is that power? As for Jin, he suddenly continued slowly, alright. At the same time, he nodded with satisfaction. I must go find the dragon right now. It seems you also want to cooperate. Hearing that, he was stunned. Cooperate? Just like that, that stern gaze was directed at Young Jin. This task, it's not me. Just a second later, Jin suddenly transformed back to his old state. But you who must do it. That was exactly what made him jump in fright. After that transformation scene, the shock made Young Jin stare blankly at him for a while longer. As for Jin, he suddenly smirked and asked, Scared? But Young Jin immediately asked back innocently. Why should I be scared? To answer that question, he slowly sat down on the floor. Occasionally, I have to reveal my true form. To fix that insolent attitude of yours. Jin's hand reached for a pearl orb tucked at his waist. Then he held it up, right in front of Young Jin's face, for him to see. Then, Jin continued to demand, use your left hand to touch the wish-fulfilling pearl. Just do as told. Faced with that strange request, Young Jin reluctantly reached out towards the large orb. As soon as he made contact with it, a blinding light immediately radiated and sparkled. Not stopping there, the beam of light formed an extended path into midair. What is that? Jin followed the guiding beam of light and whispered. It seems, Young Jin. It is closer than I thought. By the way, he also mumbled. If we ride a horse, we can get there before dawn. However, those words only confused him. How far is it? He replied while his eyes never left the light beam. As I see it, about 500 li. Meanwhile, Young Jin looked it up on his phone. So it's about 200 kilometers, that's pretty far. Suddenly, his expression turned to astonishment as if he just remembered something. The conversation between him and Tai once again rushed back in an instant. One of the dragons seems to be residing at MT Songni. Initially hearing this place name, Young Jin frowned in confusion. MT Songni? But Tai also answered him right after. It's the place where you went for training. Then, with his skepticism, Young Jin questioned, it's there? But on the contrary, he just replied coldly, I can't be sure either. Next, Tai gave information regarding the deity in animal form. But I saw a spiritual deity. Additionally, he carefully advised, usually, those entities only appear in lands that are sacred and safe. Finally, Tai firmly asserted, and in that place, there will definitely be a guardian deity. Just like that, that flashback ended in Young Jin's amazement. Could it be MT Songni? Jin also heard this and said in surprise, MT Songni? Sensing his curiosity, he hesitantly explained, that is where I went for training. Did you see it there? However, Young Jin immediately denied it and looked back at his phone. No, but with this direction and distance. By now, he had also opened the map. It seems that's the place. Let's just go there and see. Passing by, he also informed him of one more thing. It doesn't take until tomorrow morning to get there. Going by bus takes only 3 hours. Decision made, he suddenly flopped down onto the bed. But it's too late now, let's go tomorrow. Jin quickly agreed, alright. Tomorrow after lunch, we depart. Hey, Young Jin. Heard that and hesitantly said, what lunch? I still have to go to school tomorrow. Seeing that, he snorted coldly. Do not neglect your studies. What time do you finish? The answer was quickly uttered by him. Around this time. Only then did Jin start to tempt him. Can't you skip halfway through? That question made him apprehensive. Why did you say not to neglect studies? Before long, time had shifted from night to early morning. The phone in his hand now showed 12:44. Jin lay snugly inside the bag with a calm expression, but somewhat stern. Because school ended early today, he was heading home. Studies, or whatever, my life is still the most important. To be safe, Young Jin immediately reminded Jin. You must stay put in the bag, okay? He quickly replied immediately, don't worry. Next, he casually added, there's beef jerky in the bag too. I'm eating it now, okay? Hearing that, he frowned with great annoyance. Are you a dragon or a pig? Because he was too busy arguing, Young Jin didn't notice the figure above his head. Before he could even shut his mouth. Only when the attack was right upon him did Young Jin stare, wide-eyed at it. Facing him now were toned legs, looking like a student's. But luckily, Young Jin reacted in time to block the kick, striking down from the opponent. Sand and dust fell profusely as a result, accompanied by Young Jin's panicked face. That sharp cold gaze, just like a wild beast, was focusing on him. The attack that Tuat unleashed even crushed the sidewalk they were standing on. That power was truly terrifying, scaring Young Jin into falling onto the street. In contrast to him, she stood firm amidst that thick cloud of dust. With the identity of the earthly branch god, great supervisor Tuat. Tuat glared furiously at him, sensing the power of the black dragon. Then she glared and questioned Young Jin. You damn dragon, have you gone mad? Now, in a situation of confusion and panic, he could only gape at the opponent. After those confusing words, Tuat swung her blade again. Go to your grave. A slash carrying her rage was unleashed. Thin. But at this moment, Jin suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. Great supervisor Tuat. He immediately tried to calm her down, while she was turning the blade. Stop it. Then in the next second, the sharp blade stabbed straight into the ground, just centimeters away from Young Jin. He also felt something was wrong, so he hurriedly scrambled to run away. What the hell is this? But because of the chaotic situation, he only managed to dash straight forward. While Jin saw Tuat's figure, he then hurriedly shouted to warn him. Young Jin, above you. At that exact moment, a familiar aura suddenly radiated from his arm. Before Young Jin could figure it out, one of his eyes suddenly turned glowing red. Then the black dragon's blade immediately appeared, and timely blocked the slash from Tuat. But that very thing made her even more convinced. Now you finally reveal your true form, huh? Facing him right now was the maniacal laughter of Tuat. Thin. That wasn't all, she bluntly declared, causing him to panic. This time I'll cut that head right off. Meanwhile, Jin continued trying to persuade her, great supervisor Tuat. Stop. He is a human. However, in Tuat's eyes, she only saw Young Jin with a voice coming from him. I am thin here. Thus, she misunderstood even more. You are thin, who else? A second later, the blade kept swinging at him, forcing Young Jin to fight back. Are you kidding me? Wait. I am not thin. Ignoring his attempts to deny, Jin continued to shout loudly. I am thin. This time, he couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Still sitting in there yapping? After scolding him, Young Jin continued the chase for his life with Tuat. Stand still. Suddenly at this moment, she crossed her two blades and chanted a spell to enhance. Power instantly erupted, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly high. For young Jin, he only had time to feel a current of electricity right behind him. All to it poured all her power into this strike, making her eyes glow brightly. But right as the ultimate skill was about to land, someone's sword intervened. Young Jin and Tuat seemed to pause for a beat because of that sound. Then, a robe fluttered in midair as that mysterious guest landed with its selflessness technique. The figures of then and no gradually appeared high above. When they landed on the ground, he lightly touched the hilt of the sword at last. No. Gently used the combined draw to dispel technique number 5. But that wasn't all. He suddenly created count less soldiers to attack the target. Heavenly Horse Troop rising. They followed his orders and immediately drew their bows. Taut. Then arrows raced to fly straight towards Tuat, to force her to retreat. Gradually, the distance between them grew further, making Tuat grit her teeth helplessly. At the same time, No raised his sword and shouted, "Protect me!" Heavenly Horse Troop rising. From fighting stance, they turned around, one of their hands also gripping the spear, that long and sharp one. Next, a defensive layer formed by two spears was set up in front of young Jin and Jin. By the time they realized it, they were strictly protected on all sides. In contrast to young Jin, Tuat stood alone facing everything. A moment later, then withdrew the horse and returned the phone. "Here, I took the picture." No happily accepted it. "Thanks. By the way," he proudly shouted, "the superhero has arrived." And those words made her face darken. "What?" Finally, rage erupted, making Tuat shout, "What do you want, you damn horse head?" Suddenly being scolded made him very annoyed. "And calling me horsehead too?" However, then chimed in, "Accurate enough, isn't it?" As for Tuat, she started accusing them. "Are you guys on the same side as Thin?" Hearing that, No hurriedly exclaimed, "Why so tense?" However, she was still full of killing intent and provoked the opponent. "Come at me all at once if you dare." But this time he interrupted, "Calm down." Then No quickly cleared young Jin's name. "He is a human. You almost killed a person." At that explanation, Tuat frowned slightly in disbelief. "Human?" Meanwhile, young Jin silently lamented in his mind, "I really want to go home. Forget finding dragons or whatever." As for Tuat, after thinking for a moment, she still insisted, "How can that be? He smells like a dragon." Then coolly reminded her, "Blow your nose, lady." Then, she hurriedly leaned close to young Jin to check. And Tuat's face instantly froze in total surprise. "What?" With extreme confusion, she tearfully pointed at him. "I clearly smell the dragon scent from him. I can even smell it right now." At this moment, then suddenly pulled Jin out. "Of course. Because this uncle is sitting behind him." Initially, upon seeing him, Tuat gaped, not understanding what was going on. Then she widened her eyes and asked, "What is this now?" The explanation was immediately given by Than, the uncle who was screaming earlier, remember? To be more convincing, Jin also reluctantly spoke up, "I am Thin here." As soon as he finished speaking, No laughed so hard he rolled on the street. While Tuat was still confused, that echoing laughter rang clearly in the ears, making Jin even more speechless. Taking that opportunity, No teased further. "Not a pure Korean dog, but a French bulldog." And only then did Tuat slowly realize, "This dog is Thin?" Her lips began to curve up, signaling something not out of Jin's prediction. Finally, she couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. The peak of comedy. Then Tuat pressed her knuckles onto Jin's head. "You look down on dogs so much, huh? Now that you've turned into a dog, how does it feel?" His reply came out faintly. "When did I ever look down on them?" However, she grumpily cut him off, "Shut up." They continued to joke around while young Jin secretly glanced away. This can only be the will of the heavens. Suddenly he spoke up to remind Tuat, "Shouldn't you apologize first? You almost killed a person." It was because of that she stopped laughing. And he asked again, "No apology?" Tuat immediately looked embarrassed. "Why should I apologize? It was you who made me misunderstand first." Young Jin helplessly replied, "Didn't I already say so?" However, she still tried to blame him. "Conversely, you should have told people. But you cut off those words." "I did say it." Completely falling into an awkward position, Tuat could even sense the triumphant laughter from Jin. Then she hurriedly looked at him and continued, "Because you bear Thin's appearance, so." The words she intended to say further. suddenly stopped due to extreme embarrassment. On the other hand, young Jin was a bit annoyed. Do gods never know how to admit their faults? Finally, Tuat couldn't take it anymore, so she dashed away in the blink of an eye. Holy cow. No waited for her to leave before approaching. I apologize to you on her behalf. Because there were some complicated matters in the past. Besides, he also friendly extended his hand to greet. Nice to meet you. I am the earthly branch god, great supervisor No of the heavenly court. Conveniently, he also introduced further. My name in the earthly realm is Juno. As for Yang Jin, he reflexively answered immediately. I am Quan Yang Jin. Hearing that, he suddenly laughed. Yang Jin Yong Yong? Then Yang Jin bowed directly to say goodbye. Thanks for helping. We are busy so we must go first. He, on this side, looked regretful. Too busy to even shake hands. At this time, Jin with a grim face suddenly spoke up. We are on our way to find dragons. The following words, he didn't even hide the killing intent. Once I regain my power, I will crush your noses. That single threat immediately made No self-consciously cover his nose and cry out. As for Jin, he continued to smile wickedly. My mood is so good today. Young. Jin also quickly urged him, Ancestor, let's go. But before that, he reminded him further. We have to go home to store this blade first. Conversely, Jin calmly said, having it is even better. Bring it along. Facing that suggestion, young Jin went, in confusion. What did you say? How can I take the bus holding this? Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Here. Then was the one starting the conversation, and was very seriously requesting him, give me that. When young Jin handed it over, he slowly touched the two ends of the blade. A second later, two dazzling lights appeared and slowly merged into that blade. In just the blink of an eye, the item was shrunk by then to the point of being invisible. He still held it in his hand. The remaining divine power lingered, shining around it. Next, then very calmly, summoned the blade back to its old form. After checking, he threw it back to the owner. Use it carefully. Young Jin receiving it asked in confusion. How do I open this? No nearby started teasing again. You don't have divine power so you can't do it, huh? What a pity, without great supervisor then, your arms would be tired holding it. Meanwhile, then was introducing himself, I am Shin. No immediately added a footnote. Not God, but the monkey of the 12 zodiacs. Then he slowly leaned close to young Jin's face. The little mouse surely told you how to use it. One hand gently patted his shoulder. If it's not too critical. Along with that was a stern tone from Nan. Do not use the power on the left. After advising, he turned away. Hey, why are you still standing there? Then also quickly said. It seemed fun so I intended to follow. Are you coming along? Just like that, the conversation between them continued. While young Jin was looking back at the blade. I'm busy, not free like you. On this side, No watched him enter the car and marveled. That fierce? But suddenly someone called out very abruptly. Hey. Looking back, he saw Jin's scowling face. Why are you following us? Do you have some scheme? Faced with that question, No just shrugged and replied. What scheme? Was Great Supervisor Thin planning to take the bus? The fan in his hand suddenly snapped open. When he gave the command, and in just a flash, the heavenly horse appeared right behind. If you go with me, no matter where. Guaranteed to arrive in 5 minutes. Then No chuckled mischievously. Want to ride the heavenly horse taxi? At the same time, somewhere filled with dense forest and vegetation, passing through the vision, the warm breath of that creature slowly radiated out. Its body was incredibly massive, but its appearance was hidden behind the lush green canopy. The sky today was extremely clear and blue. Harmonizing with it was the lush forest. At this moment, No with Yang, Jin and Jin were galloping like the wind to the destination. Turn left there. Finally, all three landed with a shockwave. That shook the whole area. With that landing, No shouted very casually, while the other person had passed out. Arrived. Suddenly Jin spoke up to remind him gently, Great Supervisor No. We need to go to the mountain peak, not here. Responding to that was his calm attitude. I know. We will walk from here up there. Having said that, he snapped his fingers to recall his technique. The heavenly horse that carried them just vanished, causing him to fall down. That's what you call an adventurous journey. Contrasting that enthusiasm, young Jin just said wearily. Aren't you gods very busy? Hurry up and search. However, No happily joked. Who? Me? I'm extremely free. And so, the adventure began at Mt. Songni. On the way, No suddenly struck up a conversation with him. Hey dragon. Then he curiously asked, "Do you play any games?" He replied in a small voice, "No." So he asked again, "What about League?" Even so, he decisively uttered the same sentence. "I don't play." This time No was startled and shocked. Why? He didn't hide it and confessed the truth. "Because my house doesn't have a computer." He immediately suggested, "Then go to a net cafe." That idea was immediately dismissed by him. "It's a waste of money." But No found it hard to believe, so he questioned further, "You don't even play mobile games?" And the answer from him was also very decisive. "Correct." At this point, he suddenly changed the topic. "Then what's the point of living?" Young Jin replied indifferently, "Just living on." Hearing that, he proposed, "How about coming to live at our place? There's even a PC room." No quickly explained further, "Actually, it's not my house but the monkey's house. Just ask to stay in a room, it'll be fine." He also proudly boasted to Young Jin, "Our duty is to protect humans, after all." He will agree no matter what. On the contrary, there was only apprehension from him, "No thanks." Those reactions made him wonder, "Do you hate me that much?" But finally, Young Jin just coldly said, "Normal." No innocently asked, "What is hate normally? Can you explain more clearly?" This time Young Jin showed a bit of annoyance. "Stop asking. I'm so tired I'm about to die here." Right then, Jin suddenly spoke up in a very mysterious way. "Hey kid." Then his haggard appearance was gradually revealed. "Put out your left hand." Young Jin was surprised. "Are you okay? Why do you look so wasted?" Finally, he had to comply with the request. While No was judging, "Why so weak like a slug?" As for Jin, he transformed into human form and placed the pearl orb on his hand. As usual, it immediately glowed extremely brilliantly. Next, the path guide formed immediately before No's amazement. They looked in the direction of the light beam and muttered, "We have to go a bit further." When he intended to continue, Jin called out once more, "Quan Yang Jin." By now he had returned to dog form, so he was very tired. "Carry me for a bit. This body is too clumsy. Legs are short, body is like a potato." Yang Jin saw that and remarked, "You eat so much, of course you're fat." Even No smirked. In return, Jin just grumpily scolded him, "You little devil. You should have trained your physical strength beforehand. You can't even hold the blade." Just like that, they started arguing. "I can hold it now, okay?" He insistently shut him up, "Shut up." A while later, Jin was placed in the bag to rest. The one carrying him now was No. "Without me coming along, you guys would be in big trouble." Young Jin following behind immediately replied, "Sorry." Gradually, they finished climbing the stairs. In front of them now was just a huge cliff. No paused a bit to speculate. "Is this the right way? Do we have to go through this rock?" Suddenly, Jin actively used his nose to sniff, making him sarcastically remark, "Acting like a real dog, huh?" Very quickly after that, Jin suddenly jumped straight into the bushes. "Already there?" Both of them followed the direction indicated by him, parting the foliage bit by bit. When they looked closely, they saw in a hollow of the ground, there was a creature, still fast asleep. Initially seeing it, Yang Jin just widened his eyes in surprise. "A trash bag?" Meanwhile, Jin firmly asserted, "That is a spiritual creature." On this side, seemingly sensing their presence, Dujan voluntarily woke up. Then he immediately bowed to greet. "It is a great honor to meet you, great supervisors." Those sea blue eyes slowly met theirs. "I am the guardian deity of this mountain. My name is Dujan." Jin immediately questioned him, "Are you a mountain spirit? Your condition doesn't seem very good." Facing that question, Dujan's eyes flashed with sadness, "Please do not worry. This is the consequence of everything on the mountain being destroyed, and the ecosystem being broken." Then he quickly got to the main point. "What business brings the great supervisors here in person?" He also immediately stated the purpose. "We need to find something." Hearing that, Dujan very graciously agreed, "If it is something I know, I am very willing to guide you. What are you looking for?" At this moment, Jin began to ask for information. "You have slept on this mountain for so long. Surely you have seen the white dragon?" The name he mentioned made him raise his eyebrow slightly. Then Dujan suddenly turned and walked away. "Although I do not have certain information about the white dragon, but I have this I want to show you." His tone slowly requested, "Please follow me." With this promising situation, No remarked, "So it wasn't a waste of effort coming here." After that, they followed John to a place shielded by a rock mass. Upon seeing it, No showed a bit of curiosity. "Is that rock the white dragon?" But very quickly, He pulled out his phone and took a picture first. Young Jin, check. By the way, No also made an offer to Young Jin, Dragon. Want to be Insta friends? However, he shook his head. Don't have it. This made him exclaim in confusion. Why the hell don't you have anything? As for Dujan, he was slowly recounting to Jin. This is a sacred rock. Existing since I was born in this place. Then he continued while looking at the rock. At night, it often emits a white light. Jin on this side observed silently. I do not know if it is related to what you are looking for. A moment later, he called out to young Jin to get his attention. Hey kid. Simultaneously, Jin also used his human form along with the pearl orb. To verify. This time the reaction of the pearl was very different. As it did not glow anymore. Facing that change, young Jin widened his eyes in astonishment. In return, he kept that posture. But nothing else happened. The light is off. After verifying the truth, Jin frowned slightly. So is it right or not? Before the question could find an answer, suddenly in the forest there was the sound of birds flying chaotically. Not only that, the trees were even shaking violently. Due to some agent. Noah's sharp senses quickly tingled. This is a sign that something is about to appear. Right at that moment, Dujan was the only one to detect a problem. However, that chain was one step faster than him. And rushing in from somewhere? In just the blink of an eye, it wrapped tightly around young Jin, making him panic greatly. His face immediately darkened, and his eyes unconsciously looked back. Following the direction young Jin was focused on, the chain was being held by a mysterious figure. Suddenly, the canopy rustled slightly, revealing his appearance. Seeing that strange form, young Jin could only utter in confusion, mask? Meanwhile, the masked man started pulling the chain to capture him. In that critical moment, Dujan suddenly rushed out and bit the chain. His sharp teeth immediately snapped the fragile chain. Its remaining end was caught by No very easily. At the same time, he held him back with a triumphant look. Nice try. Then, No glanced at him to check. Dragon, are you okay? Contrary to that nonchalant look, young Jin was still terrified. He was still tied up currently, while the other end of the rope was held by a hand. That scene was immediately seen by No in astonishment. After that, he hurriedly checked, only to realize he was holding the masked man. Even John didn't expect it, so he was completely stunned. As for Jin, he only had time to scream his name in panic. Quan Young Jin. Young Jin himself dared not move. Because he saw a few drops of saliva dripping down. More precisely, it started from the sharp teeth of a beast. Gradually, the massive body of the dogman struck right before his eyes, shocking him even more. Only then did No hurriedly exclaim. You bastard, when did you switch so fast? Jin shouted grumpily, isn't it because you missed grabbing him? In the midst of the unexpected situation, the dogman turned around and intended to leave. But that action was immediately detected by him. Stop right there. Before No could act, the masked man broke free from his grip by himself. Afterward, he landed with the appearance of two other masked men. Right at this moment, No used his sword and transferred divine power into it. Combined. Next, he immediately tapped the hilt of the sword on the ground. Command drawl was simultaneously issued very decisively. In a flash, a whole heavenly horse troop quickly appeared with him. Heavenly horse troop rising. No quickly assigned the task, rear guard. Protect the others. That crowded army continued to appear more, increasing the troop numbers. He himself drew his sword for battle. Vanguard unit, follow me. On the masked man's side, he aggressively shouted, don't let them escape. However, Noah's heavenly horses easily dashed straight past them. Because of that, they hurriedly changed direction to chase after. But blocking the path were two resilient spears. The heavenly horse troops that No left behind now surrounded them to block the way. On the other hand, young Jin's vision was constantly changing. At extreme speed, the dogman was still holding him in one hand, while easily dashing through the forests. He was grinding his teeth bitterly. I can't move. But in young Jin's mind, he was thinking about the blade. Must get it out of the backpack. Finally, he suddenly thought of another solution. If not, rely on the power in the left hand? Although just an intention, demonic power began to invade one of his eyes. Right then, Tai's words suddenly interrupted. If you continue using the power of the black dragon, you will gradually lose yourself. Because of that, Yang Jin hurriedly shut his eyes tight. At the same time, a call from No echoed over just in time. Quan Yang Jin. His horse's hooves continuously trampled over rocks and dust, to rush forward to catch up with him. No did not hesitate, pulling the reins tight to accelerate further. He himself calmly smiled confidently. Just stay there. And in no time, the distance between them narrowed to the point where the werewolf's movements could be clearly seen. Seizing that opportunity, he immediately channeled divine power into his sword. Next, No dashed past and sliced off its upper part. Sudden pain surged through, causing the dogman's eyes to roll back completely. The arm that was holding Yang Jin loosened as a result. As soon as he was released, John and Jean rushed in to rescue him. They quickly landed safely on the ground. However, its gaze remained very ferocious, despite the divine power gushing out. Finally, the arm and the dogman's body fell to the ground with a thud. Noah's troops along with him immediately surrounded to check on it. Done for already? Seeing that, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. Haven't even extracted any information yet. But just a second later, the dogman suddenly grabbed its own severed arm. Then it stood upright in front of Noah's eyes. The sound of chewing and crunching bones rang out, scaring No pale. On the contrary, the dogman calmly digested that arm with burning killing intent. A second later, the lost arm grew back anew, and that once again terrified No to the extreme. Damn, now his opponent had fully recovered, even becoming somewhat more frenzied. As for them, this unexpected situation inadvertently excited him. This bastard is truly disgusting. Back to Yang Jin's side, to be safest, they were running far away from the werewolf. On Dujan's back, he was currently carrying him and Jean at breakneck speed. However, the masked men still caught up and hid behind the tree trunks. One of his hands reached out waiting to grab Yang Jin as he passed. But this time Dujan reacted in time, so they missed. Their monstrous nature made Yang Jin so shocked he couldn't utter a word. What the? Meanwhile, he mockingly told him, surprised. Yet, that wasn't all. They gathered together to threaten him. Regret to inform you, no one knows this mountain better than us. Then, the masked man gently coaxed. No matter where you run, you're in the palm of my hand. So just be good. Suddenly at this moment, the heavenly horse troops summoned by No rushed to the side. Yang Jin seeing that, he frowned immediately. They're coming again. The current situation quickly shifted towards the dogman. Because it was furious, it pulled out a mace to rush in and attack the target. The archers on this side were just waiting for that moment to fire. When the dogman closed in, countless arrows pierced straight into its body. But they couldn't stop it. Then that giant spiked mace instantly swung down powerfully. Facing that attack, No immediately rode his horse and jumped high to dodge. But it wasn't that simple. When the chain links of the mace were released, in just a split second, that thing turned into a whip, making the movement more unpredictable. No himself didn't expect it, so he only had time to gasp, damn. Right after that, he took a direct hit, shocking his mind. The heavenly horse vanished because of that, causing No to fall straight into the dust. After that clash, the dogman's spiked mace was stained with blood. He hurriedly clutched the wound on his arm tightly. At this moment, No secretly smiled bitterly. Turns out it's a long-range weapon, huh? However, the battle was not over yet, because the dogman was continuing to swing the weapon. Its muscular hand gripped the mace tightly, and just like that, unleashed it. The next second, a finishing blow was launched with terrible killing intent. Because of that, the area where they were fighting instantly trembled once. On Yang Jin's side, the masked group suddenly realized the change. Jean and John were astonished to see the troops suddenly disappear. Gradually, only a few specks of light remained as remnants, making them wonder, what is that? But very quickly, one of them figured it out and smirked. Your side probably lost. Jean, on this side, still insisted, Great Supervisor No defeated? Impossible. Meanwhile, they continued, a brat and two dogs. Just like that, the masked man casually pointed at them. Now, surrender obediently. Suddenly, his laughter stopped abruptly, due to the scene unfolding before him. At that moment, Yang Jin's coat was fluttering. Jean didn't turn his head, unaware of what was about to happen. As for Yang Jin, in his hand was now the blade shrunk by then. Divine power quickly transferred into it to activate the enlargement mechanism. Finally, the gentle sound of wind and power fluctuations also attracted Jean to look back. When he looked back, he immediately saw the blade had been moaned and was ready for battle. Yang Jin held tightly. onto it and pointed the sharp tip at the masked group. The astonished eyes of Jin and John simultaneously turned towards young Jin. On the other hand, the masked group was very dismissive. What tricks are you playing? One of them speculated, seems like he wants to challenge us. The other one complained in boredom, so annoying. Then he spoke up. Don't you understand what's happening? Just one of my toes is enough to defeat you. You aren't even a fraction of the leader of that horse troop earlier. He even bluntly disparaged. I'd rather stand facing the wall. It would be more interesting than fighting you. The guy next to him suddenly interrupted. I think fighting him is more interesting. Then he threatened him. Stop acting like a hero. With your level, don't dream of fighting against us. Faced with those words, young Jin still tried to grit his teeth to stay calm. Be smart and surrender obediently. That is the best way to protect the others. That is the only thing you can do right now. Waiting for them to finish ranting, he asked. Why do you want to capture me? But he casually replied. Who knows? We are just following orders. Young Jin immediately questioned further. Who is your leader? Not unexpectedly, he just frowned with annoyance. You don't need to know. The others suddenly cursed. Idiot. Why say that? Then the masked man sweetly enticed. If you want to know, come with us obediently. Otherwise, your lovely teammates. I will log them out one by one. John nearby watched them silently with vigilance. While Jin remained silent despite their mockery. Look cute? More like monsters. Right after that, the masked man pulled the chain to attack. Just put that blade down and we'll see. When that attack flew towards young Jin, he reflexively slashed it away. Seeing his resistance, he became even more annoyed. This brat is stubborn, huh? But among them, only one remained silent to contemplate. In his mind now echoed the warning. If you corner him, be careful lest the black dragon appears. Back to the present, he looked at young Jin with curiosity. If successful, maybe there's a chance to see that black dragon. The situation shifted again. To know in the dogman's area. After the earth-shattering blow it unleashed, the mace was still embedded deep in the ground. Its target had dodged, and was keeping a distance from the dogman. In that empty space, the dogman's wound was gradually healing. No also realized that. So he could only curse silently in his heart. We haven't synced up yet, this is bad. Then he shifted his attention to his injured arm. Now that we are in this situation, must deal with it quickly. Just like that, No very calmly spoke first. I have this to confess. At that moment, he still smiled confidently. Because I wanted to maintain the soldiers. So I haven't fought with full strength yet. His posture was adjusted with a sword draw. More decisively. Do you know what that means? This time No pointed his sword tipped directly forward. Now I will show you my true power. Divine power immediately surged from deep underground, weaving through every crack to surround them. Noah's face was also more serious than before. As he focused everything on the sword. And in the blink of an eye, his body gracefully glided past, then unleashed the blade-breaking technique. That precise sword path instantly sliced off the dogman's upper body. If you eat yourself to regenerate, then there's no head left to eat. After landing the blow, No gently continued. And if you regenerate naturally, when he sheathed his sword, was also when he used the final technique, Blue Flame. Just burning it all away will do. With this triumph, No took the initiative to chat a bit more. I should have interrogated you first. But since Dragon is in danger. Suddenly he saw the dogman's hand, placing itself on the neck. The next scene, it cut off the burning part by itself. He himself did not expect that, so he only had time to gasp. What the? As for the dogman, after disposing of the excess part, its cells surged up again. A new head from within the cavity shot straight up incredibly fast. At this point, No suddenly smirked as he realized something. Turns out it's not an ordinary monster. Facing him was that tenacious dog head. Plan to play with you for a bit then leave. Wonder if we can end this? The scene then returned to the battle between blade and sword. Young Jin kept trembling uncontrollably, while his opponent was extremely calm. Finally, the masked man judged, weak as water. Then he easily knocked him away. You don't stand a chance against me. The push earlier immediately sent young Jin falling to the ground. The masked man impatiently said, Bring out the black dragon. Before I chop off all your limbs. Playing with a scrub like you is torture. Young Jin faced him, showing only a face full of helplessness. The others sat watching very delightfully. He doesn't even know we're going easy on him. Hey, forget that black dragon thing, tie him up and let's go. At this rate, those horses will come again. As for Jin, he was currently tied up and very confused. Damn it. What should I do? His gaze did not leave every movement of young Jin, then suddenly he had a thought. Wonder if this dog body can handle it. Just like that, Jin immediately called Dujan's name to get his attention. You said your name is Dujan? Here. Jin beside him used his divine power while instructing. While I use my power, get the boy out of here. However, he suddenly spoke up to stop him. Please don't do that. Then Dujan gently advised. That body isn't on the same level as you. If you use power, it could be dangerous. Let me try. Please don't overexert yourself. In return, he was very surprised. How do you know about that? Before that question, Dujan's eyes thoughtfully looked forward. Seeing young Jin constantly getting beaten, he slowly continued. Is that not your rightful position, great supervisor? Looking closer, he clearly saw young Jin's misery. I felt uneasy this whole time. Confessions poured out accordingly, born and existing, in a position he was not allowed to be. And now, he seemed to be knocked out but his hand still gripped the blade. What is that thing anyway? Young Jin himself still did not give up, so he tried to hold on to the handle, while the masked man started mocking again. Though the outer shell is superior to humans, he used cruel words to stab straight into his mind. Inside is just a weak human. Not only that, his expression was also extremely scary. With your power, you can't achieve anything. Because of the humiliation, everything around young Jin suddenly darkened. From the beginning, fighting a monster like him, without using the Black Dragon's power, was impossible. For a fleeting moment, he let anger take control, making his hand clench tightly. The Black Dragon's eyes opened accordingly along with a frenzied flow of magic power. Then one of young Jin's eyes instantly transformed into the familiar red color. Suddenly right at this moment, Dujan saw a golden light. Watch your mouth, that thing. It was precisely radiating from Jin's body. Not that thing. On this side, a sly smile was clearly blooming on his face. However, young Jin suddenly slammed his head hard on the ground. That action made the masked man both shocked and confused. As for him, that smile remained on his lips, appearing somewhat more triumphant. That is my grandson. At the same time, Jin's body was gradually fading due to the transformation spell. Dujan witnessed that scene with wide eyes. So, as for Jin, he didn't forget to continue his firm declaration. I will protect my grandson. Right at that moment, the rock young Jin was hiding behind reacted by glowing. Young Jin recalled the moment Tai smirked, smiling a mischievous smile, with thoughts running through his head. Unyielding spirit. That determination must be remembered. Young Jin gripped the sword in his hand tightly, uttering an admission. That's right, I can't win. Then he pointed the blade forward, his voice filled with sarcasm inside. Of course I can't win, it's 1 against 3. Seeing young Jin's expression, he exclaimed, this guy is crazy. He gloomily stated the main purpose of the masked man. Your purpose is to capture me alive. As for me, from now on, even if I ascend to heaven, I will find every way to escape from here. Hearing that, he angrily growled each word. Is that so? If so, right now. The masked man aimed for young Jin's legs and rushed in. Just chopping off your legs will do. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, waiting for the masked man's attack. He got closer and closer. Young Jin with the sharp sword in his hand. Suddenly, the masked man's blade snapped in half upon hitting a wall shielding him. He was astonished by that scene. Young Jin was stunned to see a wall surrounding him. He was tense, a drop of sweat running down his face as he tried to understand the event. A foot stepped out from the thick dust, the hair in one ear wearing an earring of Jin also gradually appeared. At this moment, the masked man had passed out after slamming hard into the wall. His teammates fared no better, having collapsed on the ground. The silhouette of a dragon surrounded a powerful source of white magic, heavenly aura. Jin silently placed his hand on the sword hilt, standing amidst the source of spiritual power. The masked man gripped the knife in his hand tightly. Seeing that he had no escape, he also vaguely guessed his own end. Met my ancestors already. A chain flew in from somewhere in the distance. The masked man wrapped the chain around his teammate. Then he and another masked man dragged that guy away. The masked man dazed, not taking his eyes off Jin. His pupils hidden, Jin's calm silhouette appeared. At this moment, he was still surrounded by young Jin's spiritual power. Full of vigor, Jin cast a sharp glance at the masked man. No, stabbed the blade hard into the ground. He bent down, gasping for breath, complaining, so tiring. No raised his head to observe the dogman in front of him, shouting loudly, I'm sick of this game. It closed its eyes, its face still maintaining a cheerful expression. No frowned, vaguely realizing the dogman's hobby. He kept smiling this whole time, making my blood boil. Seems like the more I slash, the more excited he gets. He raised the sword in his hand to say, anyway, this move helped me realize something. If my guess is correct, he carefully scanned every spot on the dogman's body, with a firm thought. There must be a fatal point. No darkened his face, contemplating. If he could regenerate unconditionally, then there's no need to defend. He was suspicious of the dogman's actions. Yet he defied everything, using both arms and legs to block the attacks. No swung his sword preparing for the confrontation. Just try and I'll know right away. He quickly used the blue flame, rushing towards the dogman. No aimed straight at its arm. His sharp blade cut into the dogman's flesh. Noah's face relaxed when he saw he had guessed correctly. Just as predicted. The dogman was angry, using the other hand to punch where he was standing. No easily stepped back and landed on the ground. Then he pointed the sword forward, rushing to the dogman exclaiming, is it your belly button? No attacked it repeatedly with great excitement. Let me pierce through and see. Missed. Me9 appeared on his shoulder, speaking in a seductive voice, demanding, stop it. No was shocked and rolled his eyes back. Me9 smiled and peeked out at him. No was annoyed. Swinging the sword tipped towards her decisively. Me9, light as an arrow, landed on the ground. She wrapped her arms around the dogman's neck calling, darling. Me9 put one hand on her hip and stroked it with the other. She mockingly said, I told you. To catch him, not to fight with him. No raised his eyebrows in confusion at her impulsive action. Let's go, we're late. Me9 placed 2 fingers on her lips and spoke seductively. Boy. She, in the dogman's embrace, blew a kiss towards No. Goodbye. See you later. He stared blankly at where Me9 had just stood. Only a red aura remained. Dujon's ears perked up to listen. His body clearly had transformed. Young Jin looked quite surprised. Turns out you can shrink. The sun had gradually set, he spoke up, try telling me. Young Jin was truly speechless, unable to understand. Why did you follow us back here? Dujon frankly confessed his feelings. Because I started to take an interest in you. He was stunned, huh? Young Jin sat down to be at eye level with him. Don't you need to protect the mountain anymore? Dujon immediately replied, the mountain already has the white dragon protecting it. So I don't need to be there anymore. Jin frowned suspiciously. Weren't you born and raised there? He had considered it for a long time. It wasn't a hasty decision. When the time comes to leave the organization, it's a principle. That has always been so. I think now is the appropriate time. Dujon hesitantly continued, moreover. He glanced back and forth between the two of them. I am curious to know the relationship between you and this boy. Young Jin chose his words to refuse. Sorry, but as you can see, our house already has a hairy monster. Unexpectedly, Dujon said, don't worry. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled. I won't be any trouble. I will reside on the mountain behind your house. So he voluntarily stood up to find food. What do wolves eat anyway? Probably the same as dogs, huh? Dujon shyly accepted Young Jin's kindness. Sorry, I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Hey. Young Jin opened the cupboard to find some canned food. He complained. Are we not poor enough? Why do you intend to feed him? Jin authoritatively ordered him. Hey mountain spirit, take care of your own meals. Dujon bowed his head obediently, I understand. He turned around and scolded him in annoyance. Why are you so mean? Asked for help and now burning the bridge, huh? Having said that, Young Jin continued searching. Wait, can you eat beef jerky? Jin rushed to stop him. Hey, wait. He personally stood up and selected for a long time. This one won't do, that one won't do either. He was truly a bit speechless. Suddenly Dujon called out, boy. He looked at Young Jin with strange eyes. What is your name? He replied, Kwan Young Jin. Dujon didn't want to trouble Young Jin. Kwan Young Jin. Whatever you eat, just give me the same. But he explained, animals can't eat human food though. Then, he suddenly jumped up and did a somersault. A blue aura enveloped Dujon. He transformed into human form. Dujon calmly looked up and asked, is it okay now? Jin, after hesitating for a while, made a choice. Here. I grant you this one. Mr. Young Jin hesitated then suggested. If so, how about instant noodles? He was startled in surprise. Instant noodles? Isn't that too luxurious? He miserably said, what's luxurious about instant noodles? A moment later, a steaming bowl of egg noodles was on the table. Jin sat on the side, drooling with craving. The meat broth is truly top-notch. The taste must be excellent too. Dujan tried a sip of broth and it was like tasting a delicacy. He happily enjoyed the meal. It's so unbelievably delicious. Yang Jin was relieved, luckily it suits your taste. Just as he prepared to take the first bite, a light appeared beside him. Jin also turned into a human, arrogantly demanding, cook one package for me. Yang Jin grumbled in annoyance, the house is already cramped. While the two were bickering, Dujan obediently ate noodles. Even if you eat in that form, it still affects the dog body. Did you not learn from the diarrhea last time? Will you take responsibility? He casually said, the toilet, right? Late at night, Jin immediately shooed the mountain spirit away. Now you leave. He immediately obeyed. Yes, I'm going. Unexpectedly, he threw out a blanket set. It's late, just sleep here tonight. He was annoyed at having another competitor. The house is cramped and you invite him to stay over? Young. Jin ignored Jin's opinion. Is the dog form or human form your true form? To that, Dujan replied without hiding anything. Both are true forms. He smiled gently with concern. If so, you must know how to bathe yourself, right? He confirmed, of course. Then Yang Jin turned cold and immediately requested. Then go bathe. You smell entirely like a dog. He frankly expressed, I almost vomited while eating earlier. Dujan apologized awkwardly. Jin hurriedly checked his own body odor. The sound of splashing water rang out in the bathroom. Yang Jin and he each took a corner to rest. He suddenly felt anxious thinking back. Yang Jin really doesn't know what to do. How to put Yang Jin into my body? It has possessed the ancestor's body now, hasn't it? Old memories rushed back. Will I get it? What do you mean by that? He seemed unable to believe his ears. Keeping two dragons in my body? Tai glanced over at Yang Jin. Use the dragon obtained to create your left arm. Then remove the black dragon. That is the way I am thinking of. He affirmed with certainty. Whichever dragon it is safer than the destructive and terrible power of the black dragon. Yang Jin was currently lost in thought. The white dragon is definitely safer than the black dragon. So he boldly suggested, Ancestor, swap dragons for me. Jin momentarily couldn't grasp the situation. Yang Jin sat up straight, seriously imploring, White dragon. You hear me too, right? Please become my left arm. It bluntly spoke up in reply. I refuse. He was bewildered. Huh? It arrogantly asserted itself. I am the power of Thin, the dragon god. I cannot coexist with a human, who has inferior divine power and will. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Thin, I actually think this is good. He suddenly made a cruel remark. Imprisoning the black dragon in a weak human body is not a bad idea. Yang Jin turned pale. What? He panicked, unable to grasp the situation. I am asking for your help. The white dragon coldly stated. I cannot help you at all. He kindly added a few words of advice. If the black dragon acts up, I can help by giving him a slap. So be careful not to let him act up. Yang Jin was shocked, his brain momentarily stopped processing. Jin suddenly spoke up, pulling him out of his train of thought. Did Great Supervisor T tell you to do that? Seeing Yang Jin still dazed, he continued, to swap the black dragon for the white dragon? He honestly confessed to Jin. Great Supervisor T, it's just that the black dragon always does whatever he wants, while the white dragon is easier to negotiate with. His face immediately darkened. Do you think I'm a fool? Jin changed the subject again. Where did you get that saber handle? Yang Jin frowned, answering nervously. I bought it on a second-hand app. He grunted, processing the information. Bought it, huh? Then Jin used spiritual power to take out a shirt. His eyes were full of scrutiny and pressure. Did you buy this there too? He was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat. This. He recognized that item. This. His gloomy gaze showed the issue wasn't simple. Great Supervisor T used to wear this before. A trembling hand tried to reach up high. No lay on the bed receiving treatment. My hands are still shaking even now. He frowned, showing annoyance. Is it because this isn't a body created by the altar that it's like this? He immediately asserted, it's just because you haven't trained enough. T, standing nearby, analyzed indifferently. It caused the balance of your body to shift, leading to your divine power becoming unstable. No, still couldn't get out of bed. Wondering, he asked, how on earth did you maintain balance with that body? His whole body still emitted a faint aura. The simple answer, habit. He couldn't help but exclaim. Good heavens. How can you live like that? No started making excuses to shift the blame. This might sound like a excuse. But it's all great supervisor to its fault, isn't it? He got more worked up as he spoke. Right from the start, I had to waste energy to stop her. No was interrupted mid-sentence by a threatening foot. That's why my divine power was drained so much. So I fell into a disadvantage. When facing that guy. Then looked down arrogantly at the group. Hey, you useless guy. Look at your battered state from getting beaten up. There. He struggled to sit up. I told you my level is different from yours. Didn't I? He stepped over. No. Don't mess around anymore. Truly a young fool. Then struck up a conversation with T. I heard that. Great Supervisor Thin has absorbed the dragon. Then from now on, maintaining his true form will also become easier. Right? He coldly assessed the situation. Then we are really screwed. He said carelessly. He only absorbed one dragon. It's still fine. But T didn't think so. Yang Jin represents the power of guardianship and restraint. It cannot regenerate, so Thin's true form won't be free either. He affirmed with certainty. And even if it returns to Thin, it doesn't mean everything is ruined. T calmly closed the thick book. Because it was originally part of the plan, aimed at resolving everything peacefully. A cute voice called out, brother. The little boy smiled and reported, the gate is open. He clasped his hands behind his back and led the way. Let's go talk to everyone. No cheerfully swung his limbs. Truly worthy of the name Dong Tu Hospital. They are all genuine miracle doctors. Then tried to act like he didn't care much. By the way, in the end, did you? He didn't even bother to turn around. Kill that guy yet? He grabbed his shirt while explaining, no. Just before I unleashed the finishing blow, reinforcements arrived in time. So that guy slipped away too. Then sneered mockingly, what a pity. You're only good at making excuses. No intentionally brought up a topic, so, do you know who came to reinforce that guy? He didn't pay attention. Who? He spoke a name that then would definitely care about. It was me 9. As expected, he immediately glared at No. T gently walked through the gate. The spiritual aura surrounding him gradually spread out to the surroundings. T.I.'s expression became slightly serious. He spoke up, everyone. T politely greeted everyone. Long time no see. They were all familiar faces. Earthly Branch God, Great Supervisor Su. Not far from there was Earthly Branch God, Great Supervisor Mao. He was sitting casually in the corner. Earthly Branch God, Great Supervisor Mui. He was still smiling gently as always. Earthly Branch God, Great Supervisor. Hoi. Hoi stepped forward to speak on their behalf. Come in, Great Supervisor T. Mao happily welcomed T. Long time no see. He looked at the object in front of him with curiosity. What is this? He spoke up. Hoi excitedly presented the idea. I thought that after the meeting ends, since everyone is gathered here fully, we could play at Nori together. Mao immediately responded. I'd love that. Then looked around, not seeing this person. Where is Saare? Dao's eyes widened slightly. Saare is, do you mean Great Supervisor Tai? She checked her phone again. For meetings like this, you must give a week's notice. I'm very busy. She also messaged adding. Just summarize all the main points, and send them to me via message. No quickly found a place to sit down. Is that old lady still practicing fortune telling? T decided, well, it's fine. Leave it, I'll report back to her later. He noticed another person missing. I don't see Great Supervisor Dan either, do I? Mao innocently asked Tuit nearby, Great Supervisor Tuit. Didn't Great Supervisor Dan come with you? She frowned, bristling in refusal, no way. Why call my name when looking for that old geezer? She drooped. Getting angry all of a sudden? Mui frowned, urging impatiently. Let's just get straight to the main point. I had to spend my precious time to come all the way here. Hearing that, No immediately used a mocking tone. You used a teleportation gate to get here comfortably. As heck. Yet you pretend like it was so hard to get here. Then kindly added another jab. He's also the freest one in the group. T spoke up to cut through the noise. First of all, he took out a strange painting. Have you all seen this before? He frowned deeply. What is that? Mao tilted his head in confusion. Hoi suddenly spoke up. Seemingly having a clue, this. He moved closer to examine it a bit more carefully. I have seen it before. Hoi explained what he knew. The demon carved with that seal on its body. once killed a human. Or rather, it indirectly pushed that person into the hole. Hearing that, Dao was extremely astonished. Such things happened on Jeju Island? He showed an attitude of deep regret. If I had discovered that matter a bit earlier, that tragedy wouldn't have occurred. That's why I remember it so clearly. T asked more thoroughly. Exactly when did that happen? Hui stroked his chin, thinking more carefully. It was after this body of mine awakened. Not long after. I think it's been about 15 years. He filtered the information. So it has existed since 15 years ago? T continued asking about another matter. So have you ever seen a mask? He couldn't quite keep up. A mask? T gave a specific example. Like Gaxidal masks, those kinds. Hui thought for a moment and then affirmed, I haven't seen them. But what does that have to do with this? He revealed. The demons carved with this seal, and those wearing masks, are acting as if they are on the same side. T came to a firm conclusion. And there is a mastermind behind them. Who has given them orders? Mao was extremely worried. But what exactly is their goal? He continued his deduction. Judging by what happened before, their goal is the true form. T mentioned a serious matter. Surely everyone knows. Inside the true form, currently holds a human soul. Mui was skeptical. A human? He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wait, is that really a human? I'd bet anything. That brat is more like a demon. Mui was about to spout malicious nonsense. So his demon gang. But T interrupted him. Watch your mouth. Great Supervisor Mui, he is definitely a human. He continued to attack the person not present. Someone carrying the black dragon like that brat being a human? What a joke. He suddenly stated, I will remove him from the body of that human child. He was completely serious. I mean the black dragon. He looked straight into Mui's eyes. To do that, I need your power. Mui smiled with murderous intent. Why don't you just do it yourself? Just imitate me and it'll be done. T remained silent in thought. But his eyes showed it all too clearly. He frowned tightly, showing attitude. Hui spoke up. Intentionally, or maybe we shouldn't fight anymore. And switch to playing yet? Nori instead? Mui's face darkened, muttering to himself. It's really annoying. He clenched his fist, trying to restrain himself. That isn't the body of that human child either. Mui couldn't understand the reason. That body originally belongs to Great Supervisor Thin. Shouldn't we follow the natural order? He was a bit extreme about this kind of issue. Moreover, I also heard that Great Supervisor Thin has lost his memory. Then that is the Thin we used to know. Isn't it? Mui kept rambling ceaselessly. Right from the start, the one who did wrong was only the black dragon. It wasn't Thin. Then suddenly jumped into mock. You bastard. Have you been secretly in love with Great Supervisor Thin all this time? He couldn't listen anymore. Otherwise, stop spouting nonsense. That leads nowhere. No supported enthusiastically, that sounds very reasonable. Dao burst out laughing, slamming the table with a bang. Mao frowned, refusing to accept it. So, do you mean we should forgive Thin? The one who heartlessly killed thousands, tens of thousands of humans? Huh? He gritted his teeth, trying to refute. It was the black dragon who killed them. Hui also spoke up, what about the black dragon? He gently analyzed the issue. It is originally a part of Thin's power. How can you be sure that the things the dragon did were not influenced by Thin's will at all? Hui's tongue was a bit too sharp. Because Thin himself originally had thoughts of wanting to get rid of humans. He didn't bother to care about Mui's feelings. So the black dragon just acted accordingly. Then suddenly came up with a crazy idea. How about, while he is still in that body, we just get rid of him to be free of the burden? If we do that, then naturally, the black dragon will also perish with him. Won't he? Someone pointed out. A mistake, do you think he's that easy to kill? He will definitely go crazy, just watch. She indifferently opened her mouth to ask. By the way, that kid? Mao raised his question. I'm very curious about the kid. Who was born in Thin's body. No matter what is said. Even though he has to contain the black dragon's immense power. That kid is still safe and sound, isn't he? He spoke bitterly again. That's right. No matter how you look at it, that's completely illogical. If he were just a normal human, the black dragon would have devoured him long ago. How can he still be safe and sound? Mui was truly too stubborn and unwilling to listen. He is a demon, that's what. Fine. Then let me help you all exorcise him for good. That brat is definitely the mastermind behind everything. Isn't he? T could no longer remain silent. Great Supervisor Mui. His face was dark with anger as he warned. If you don't intend to cooperate, please leave. No was also annoyed. Stop your delusions of grandeur, you maniac. So he decisively slammed the table and stood up. Mui gave a friendly gesture to the whole group, arrogantly declaring, fine. Whether it's eliminating the black dragon or that mastermind, you guys go do it yourselves. Because this guy is not giving up. Open the gate for me to go home. He stared in surprise, exclaiming, he's really leaving. Then, was scrolling through his phone. While laughing derisively, it would be too humiliating to stay. So he has to leave. Of course. Sue gently placed her glass of water down. She assessed the situation calmly. Whether that child is human or demon is no longer important. Sue summarized the streams of opinions. Since Great Supervisor T has guaranteed that the child is human, there's no reason for us to object to his judgment. Everyone listened silently as she analyzed. What we need to focus on now is who lifted Thin's seal. Since Thin cannot unseal it himself, someone from the outside must have intervened. No one objected. That person is definitely in existence, with power equivalent to ours. That's why he was able to break the seal. It's highly likely that person had a dream that was linked to that mastermind. We also cannot rule out the possibility that he had contact with Thin. Sue came to a simple conclusion. Because the one who desires Thin's body the most is none other than Thin, isn't it? Therefore, she unexpectedly made a brutal suggestion with a gentle smile. How about we just grab Great Supervisor Thin and bring him here and torture him with the Yuri punishment until he confesses? What do you all think? If necessary, we can just use Great Supervisor Mouse power. Dao sitting next to her couldn't help but exclaim. The whole time you were talking, you just wanted to use the Yuri punishment to torture Thin, didn't you? Then chimed in singing, hey, hey. He smirked with calculation. That sounds pretty interesting. But why bother doing that? Then unexpectedly dropped a bombshell. Because the mastermind pulling the strings is the celestial stems. He received a text message from T. Yang Jin. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., please come out to the front of your house. Yang Jin's eyes widened, staring at the words. He couldn't take his eyes off the messages. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., please come out to the front of your house. Come have dinner with me. Yang Jin happily typed a reply. He quickly accepted the invitation. Yes, Great Supervisor. Then confidently affirmed with certainty. The mastermind behind it is the celestial stems. Ti's face darkened. His eyes were inscrutable. Mao looked confused. Huh? Tuit was also momentarily unable to process it. What? He grinned, pointing to No. The group that fought this guy were celestial soldiers. They were all in an uproar again. What? Celestial soldiers? He immediately confirmed. That guy was the first time I met him. So I've been half believing, half doubting the whole time. No recounted the situation of that day's battle. But it seems he had something put in his mouth by the fox. So even if his head is chopped off, he won't be killed. I can confirm that he is one of those who used the fox bead from the heavenly court. He provided more information. And the masked men we just talked about are the same. No almost forgot to mention the important person. Ah, even Me9 showed up. Dao's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing that. Me9? It's been a long time since I heard that name. T spoke up, questioning, Great Supervisor No. He showed obvious displeasure. When I asked just now, you said you didn't have any useful information. He explained nonchalantly, well, I just felt like saving it. Can't I choose to say it now? T frustratedly let out a sigh. Hoi invited again, come on, come on. How about playing Yet Nori to vent your anger? That evening, at a manor deep in the forest. Warm water infused with a few rose petals. How relaxing. Cheonding was enjoying the warm water. She suddenly paused, as if realizing someone was approaching. The opponent spoke first, indifferently. Just leaving that matter to my kids to handle is enough, isn't it? He asked Cheonding gravely, probing. Do you really think that's enough, Your Grace? Are you going to take action yourself now? She didn't bother to pay attention to that trivial matter. Just to say those childish words. You dared to enter here in the middle of the night? Or, do you want to come here and watch me bathe to feast your eyes? He clicked his tongue, defending himself. I've been standing with my face to the wall. This whole time, Your Grace. Cheonding demanded, if you have something to say it now. Mask carefully chose his words to negotiate. Can you stop sending your temporary soldiers to carry out missions? For a while? He bluntly pointed. Out a dozen mistakes. It's bad enough that they couldn't pull out the black dragon. But they couldn't even stop young Jin. How can their work outside be so ineffective? She continued to enjoy the warm water. It's nothing serious. Why are you making a fuss about it here? Mask couldn't stand to hear that. Nothing serious? He intentionally raised his voice to mock. You are truly too composed. Cheonding casually played with a rose petal. Are you mocking me? Her voice lowered, the air around her seemed to chill. How dare you? Cheonding, the nine-tailed fox god, glared threateningly. Do you have an attitude with me? Unexpectedly, Mask didn't even tremble. Yes, unfortunately, I do dare. What's so special about a nine-tailed fox anyway? He even pretended to be innocent. Oops, a slip of the tongue. I apologize, Your Grace. She gently blew a breath onto the rose petal. Mask immediately slumped down as if all his strength was drained. Cheonding lifted herself out of the bathtub. She slowly walked closer to the opponent. The space was filled with steam and Cheonding's spiritual aura. She gently reached out her hand and pulled him toward her. Cheonding forced Mask to look straight at her. Nothing special. You say? Her smile became maddeningly intense. Do you need me to show you? Cheonding was about to take off the mask. But he suddenly escaped her control and tightly grabbed her hand. Mask tightly gripped Cheonding's small wrist. She winced in pain. Her arm trembled. Ah. He stood up straight, making a bold demand. Yes, I need it. Since Your Grace said so. I'll take the liberty of asking for more favor. Then, in the blink of an eye, Mask vanished. On Cheonding's hand, there was still a burn mark. At the spot where he had grabbed her. She rubbed the wound. While grumbling, what the hell is that guy, a eunuch or something? Cheonding gravely planned her next move. The next morning, the weather was beautiful. A peaceful day at Sambo High School. Ji-won excitedly gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Starting now. Young Jin's hands were in his pockets, paying no attention. Starting what? He eagerly explained. What do you mean, what? Didn't we agree to practice sword fighting together? He immediately wanted to back out. No. That's enough. Ji-won didn't give Young Jin a chance to speak. Don't be verbose and slow. He adjusted his glasses and got into position. First, I'll give you a demonstration. Ji-won concentrated, gripping the sword hilt with both hands. Then he swung a powerful arc. He jumped in surprise, his face turning pale with fear. Ji-won retracted his sword in a cool way. What do you think? Young Jin almost dropped his jaw. That looks pretty good, wow. His heart was constantly uneasy. Young Jin kept agonizing and regretting the past. He questioned himself countless times then. If the one fighting those masked people wasn't me, but him, would things have been different? He excitedly requested, come on. Show me your everyday fighting stance. Young Jin seemed to wake up from a daze, utterly confused. What? Ji-won explained. I have to check your basic skills first. So I can determine the direction of your training. For later, right? He was very enthusiastic. About teaching. Or, why don't you just repeat what I just did a moment ago? Let's see. He instinctively took a step back. Ah, Young Jin couldn't refuse Ji-won. Actually, he watched him confusedly take the sword. Because to prepare for a day like this, that would come at some unknown time. Ji-won originally wasn't a martial arts master either. So, instead of practicing standard, systematic swordsmanship, I mainly practiced the moves I liked watching on TV. He nervously swallowed hard, trying to hide his expression. So I don't know if Young Jin will fall for it or not. Seeing Young Jin get into position, Ji-won chuckled to himself. He actually believed it. He excitedly enjoyed his joke. Ji-won put on a thoughtful, troubled expression again. He glanced around. Now that I think about it, I think I still haven't asked you about the most important thing. He was speechless. What's with your strange way of talking? Ji-won sat down properly in the middle of the road. Alright, speak. Which power do you want to use from the following powers? Fire, water, earth, and wood? Young Jin was falling far behind now. What nonsense are you talking about? He loudly announced again, nonsense. That's the most important thing. You must figure out how to make the chi of nature transform into your power. This coincidentally aligned with Ti's instruction. The ability to transform the power of all things, converting them into divine power. Ji-won was still rushing him. Answer quickly. My clock is about to break. He reluctantly went along with it. How about fire? Because it's strong. He nodded in agreement. As expected, you chose the breath of fire. Young Jin was confused. What? Ji-won nodded quickly. Okay, I know. He moved closer to adjust his stance. Now, hold your sword carefully. To learn swordsmanship well, the starting posture must be correct. Suddenly, a few friends approached. What are you two doing here? Jin immediately threw the sword aside. Ji-won miserably slid after it. She asked, what exactly are you two doing? He mysteriously adjusted his glasses. Jin said he wanted to get stronger. So he asked me to teach him a few moves. He angrily retorted, when did I say that? Ji-won confidently replied, because I heard the screaming desire. In your heart, that's why. He enthusiastically proposed. After school, do you want to go to the stadium to practice more? Jin refused. Not today, I have a date. Ji suddenly turned to ask his friend. Hee-soo, do you have a date with him today? Hee-soo shook her head blankly. No. So the two of them widened their eyes and stared intently at him. Jin was confused. Is it that surprising? That I have a date with someone? That afternoon, on the way home after school. Every student who walked past had to turn back to look. What is that? What is it? What is it? Who is that? Is a film crew shooting nearby today? Cheon-ding was waiting right in front of the school gate. There were murmurs, is she a celebrity? The ruffians walking past couldn't take their eyes off her. She's absolutely stunning, so beautiful. Beautiful lady. They casually laughed and joked. Until they met her gaze. Huh? Calling her lady is right, isn't it? Immediately after, every one of them quietly retreated. Oh, no. It's over, we're really done for. Cheon-ding quickly spotted her target. Ji-won couldn't understand. You have a date at 6 p.m.? From now until then. We still have about an hour left. Jin nervously watched the time. No, I can't. Who knows when the door will open? He looked confused. The door? Where did you arrange to meet her? He decided, let's just leave it for tomorrow, then we. A delicate voice suddenly echoed. Cheon-ding appeared to be friendly. As she rushed closer, she suddenly hugged Jin. Under everyone's terrified gaze. Cheon-ding cooed affectionately, sis missed you so much, honey. Ji-won couldn't believe it, quickly covering his mouth. Jin. Is the date you mentioned? Hee-soo was so shocked her drawing features distorted. She decided to retreat quickly and decisively. We're going first, Jin. He frantically tried to explain. No, it's not like that. Jin screamed pitifully, but no one turned back. It's really not. Cheon-ding had achieved her goal. He was unaware, still screaming. Who are you, lady? Immediately after, Jin felt dizzy. He helplessly surrendered his body to her power. My whole body has no strength left. She gently caressed him. Are you okay, darling Jin? In the critical situation, their two faces were too close. Hee-soo felt a gust of wind. It blew her long, dark hair. So Hee-soo resolutely turned back. She ran while shouting, Jin. Then Hee-soo's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. When she saw the scene, from her perspective, Jin was being intimate with Cheon-ding. Her eyes were full of calculation. Her gaze seemed to want to devour the opponent. Cheon-ding was annoyed, clicking her tongue when a card flew out to block her. Someone calmly walked forward. Speaking in an innocent voice, oh dear. She feigned innocence, acting clueless. I apologize for ruining your fun time. The card from earlier gently flew back to its owner. The one who just arrived was the earthly branch god, great supervisor Tai. I think I slipped. Ji-won had just caught up with Hee-soo, frantically asking. What's going on? Jin sat powerlessly on the ground. The two great sisters confronted each other intensely. Cheon-ding flashed a cruel, calculating smile. There are a lot of spectators here. Are you going to fight? She provoked openly. But doing that would make you awkward, wouldn't it? Tai immediately got angry. What? She burned the card in her hand. Lately, it's been too peaceful. So I've had nothing to do. From the burning fire, a weapon appeared. Back in the day, this happened all the time. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. What was that just now? Cheon-ding sang an admiring remark. Big sister is so cool. Tai was displeased. How am I your sister? She didn't intend to save face for anyone. You lunatic. She remained silent, thinking carefully. But his words of caution echoed. To not interfere with the plan, from now on. Act secretly. Don't let humans find out, Your Grace. Cheon-ding's face darkened as she made a decision. In that case, let your older sister here take care of her younger sister for a bit. Her 9 tails emitted an enchanting aura. As soon as the dream sense spread, everyone started to fall down. Hey! No ordinary human could resist. Hearing his voice, Cheonding's eyes widened in surprise. Ah? I truly didn't expect this. What is this? How are you not asleep yet? Taking advantage of that moment, Tai lunged forward. She thrust her spear down hard, making a hole in the floor tiles. Cheonding was slightly annoyed. Seriously? But her expression showed no sign of boredom. I have no intention of fighting, you know. Because I want to admire beautiful things. A little longer. Tai spun her arm, sweeping an arc. Let me give you one last look then. She gathered power to execute her technique. Tai Lon Hoa. She threw out blazing red diamond-shaped fragments. They accurately lodged into her body. Then they fully incinerated Cheonding. But a pinkish-purple hue quickly invaded the fire. She didn't even flinch, humming, ah. Cheonding stood nonchalantly in the middle of the road, without a stitch of clothing. My clothes are all burned up. Yang Jin was startled, blushing intensely. While she questioned loudly. How dare you attack me with fire? Are you crazy? Answer me. Tai countered with another question. Why did you suddenly descend to the lower realm? Cheonding raised an eyebrow and replied. That bastard told me not to say anything for now. She was slightly surprised. That bastard? She shrugged, sneering disdainfully. And even if I told you all, you wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. Tai was impatient. Speak quickly before I tear open your chest. Cheonding gave a cunning smile, calling her crude. Crude, huh? She wasn't provoked at all. Am I more crude than you, I wonder? Seeing her tricks were useless, she fell silent again. It's time to leave. Tai used fire to cover her hand, revealing the snake skin underneath. She swung hard to scatter scales around. Tai continued to use the old move, attempting to surround her. Tai Lon Hoa. But it was too late, Cheonding had vanished. Seeing she was gone, she retracted her weapon. Yang Jin was still kneeling weakly on the ground. Tai reached out her hand toward him. She lifted Yang Jin's face to examine him. Is that you? The kid that great supervisor T mentioned? Tai looked quite interested. Remarkable that you can resist the illusion magic without divine power, isn't it? A faint voice called, Yang Jin. Hisu struggled to sit up. Are you okay? She immediately jumped to a conclusion. Your girlfriend, huh? What is this? You're doing better than I thought. Yang Jin quickly denied it. No, she's not. The other students were also gradually regaining consciousness. What is this? Where is this? This is school, right? Ji-won blankly adjusted his glasses. Why don't I remember anything? Huh? Tai felt that the space was no longer private enough. Shall we move to another place? She brought the whole group to her apartment. While making coffee, Tai introduced herself. I am the god ranked 6th among the 12 earthly branches, Tai. My title in the heavenly realm is Great Supervisor. The three sat obediently at the table. My name in the mortal world is Saare. Ji-won's mouth was agape. The 12 earthly branch gods? She created a comfortable atmosphere. You can call me Great Supervisor. Or Uni, older sister, or Jagiya, darling sister, it's up to you. Just call me whatever you like. They looked confused. Great Supervisor. Hisu immediately linked the information. Then the person from a moment ago is also. She surprisingly came to a conclusion. That person is also a god. Like the Great Supervisors? Tai confirmed, yes, a god. She added a few more details. But not from the earthly branches. Tai mentioned a new concept, the celestial stems. No one understood. Celestial stems? She calmly answered the question. They are the high supervisors of the heavenly realm. Ji-won guessed. So the high supervisors have a higher status than the great supervisors? Yang Jin frowned in confusion. The high supervisors? She sat down to sip a mouthful of coffee. Gap, Yul, Bing, Ding, Mu, Ki, Jiang, Sin, Im, Gai, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung, Xian, Ren, Goe. In the mortal world, they are often known by the name celestial stems. There are 10 of them. The god you saw earlier is one of them. She said the name that the kids might know. Ding Hu Zushi. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Who? Hu Zushi? The leader of the nine-tailed foxes? Hisu couldn't understand at all. Why are those people targeting Yang Jin? Tai placed her cup down on the table a little too hard. She crossed her arms and sat more comfortably to discuss the matter. We are still investigating that. As for why the high supervisors of the heavenly realm have descended to the lower realm, all 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked in one direction. The reason seems to be you, Yang Jin. Tai kindly asked Yang Jin for his opinion first. Can I talk about this openly in front of your friends? Ji-won spoke first instead of him. No problem. He was full of determination to find out. We already know all the normal stuff. Didn't he often get targeted by demons? Hee-soo was also not completely unfamiliar. Since Yang-jin is a divine artifact. She grasped the situation. In that case. Tai spoke bluntly and comfortably asked. I'm sure you all know that Yang-jin is a soul. That shouldn't exist, right? And also the fact that the real owner of that body is the dog that's always following the kid around. The two immediately froze in shock. This time, it was finally Yang-jin's turn to speak. No, we didn't know about that. The scene switches to Cheonding's villa. The masked men were always on standby. She returned. Her whole body radiated spiritual energy. Mi-9 ran out frantically to greet her. Lady Cheonding. Her face flushed with excitement. How could you appear in such a beautiful form? Cheonding had noticed Yang-jin's existence. What was up with that kid? She recalled the scene from earlier. Why was he completely unharmed? Even though it's Thin's body, the soul inside is still human. Even gods, if they lower their guard, will have their souls sucked away by me. She let out a crazy smile, unable to hide her towering rage. A human dared. Hee-soo spoke hesitantly, wanting to ask. That thing? She still hadn't known the whole story. What do you mean? Yang-jin, Tai was also shocked. What's wrong? She exposed Hee-soo bluntly. Didn't you know everything already? Tai's sharp eyes saw right through her. You're a shamaness. So you must know. She pointed out without any reservation, the fact that the body and the soul of that kid don't match. I'm sure you also felt that the body was empty like a hollow shell, right? Tai nonchalantly explained the reason. That's also the reason why the demons like to target that kid's body. Because the real owner of that body isn't inside. Isn't that right? Hee-soo didn't understand. Then, she couldn't believe this. Do you mean that the original owner of that body is his ancestor? This time, she was surprised. Ancestor? Did that guy say that? Tai covered her face, bursting into laughter. And she reached out for the coffee cup again. Great Supervisor Thin really knows how to be a comedian. Tai partially conceded the idea. But in a way, it's also true. Because the humans who created that altar are the descendants of the current families. Ji-won heard a few new words again. Altar, she analyzed, and Yang-jin. You are a descendant of Thin's family. But if not. In a flash, a strong rush of wind swept through, leaving the two stunned. She still held the coffee cup in one hand. The other hand tightly gripped Yang-jin's neck. What exactly are you, kid? Tai's sharp eyes probed. Are you a demon? She wasn't completely joking. Your aura, Yang-jin. Even including the fact that you approached the black dragon and coexisted with it. Tai had noticed quite a few suspicious points about you. He stood up in shock. Black dragon? She let Yang-jin know about his benefactor. Because Great Supervisor T guaranteed that you were a mortal soul. I temporarily let it go, but I haven't completely removed my suspicion about you yet. Cruelty flashed in her blue eyes. So what should I do? Tai tightened her grip a little more. If I just exorcise the kid now, we can find out his identity right away. She spoke gravely, tempting him. You're curious too, aren't you? Is he truly human or a demon? Hee-soo quickly stepped forward, grabbing Tai's hand. She declared loudly, firmly asserting, Yang-jin is human. She looked confused, her face full of shock. Oh my. Hee-soo repeated it again. That's right. Ji-won took out various pieces of equipment. If Yang-jin were a demon, my equipment would have reacted and been screaming continuously by now. He asserted firmly. Honestly speaking, the altar or the black dragon, I don't understand what any of that is, but Ji-won spoke up to guarantee, clearly showing his trust. If any of you intend to harm Yang-jin, our friend, he decisively drew his sword. Then you will have to face me first. Despite trying to appear strong, Ji-won's legs were trembling. Tai lowered her eyes to observe, briefly surprised. Is that so? She lightly flew toward him, causing Ji-won to fall over. Yang-jin frantically cried, Ji-won. He still tried to hold on to his sword. Trembling, he challenged, bring it on, sister. Tai burst out laughing. She let go. Hee-soo had jumped onto the table, ready to help. Just kidding, just kidding. Harm what, and harm whom? Tai smiled, revealing the truth. That kid is a human whom we must protect and take care of. She glanced at Yang-jin. Teasing, I'm sure Yang-jin will be reassured, right? His support group. Are such formidable friends. What is that outfit? His phone vibrated. The name on it was Great Supervisor T. Young Jin answered the phone. Great Supervisor. He spoke up, urging. Where are you? It's already past 6 p.m. He checked his phone. It was indeed late, but Young Jin was surprised. It's only 1 minute late. He hastily put his backpack on. I'm at Great Supervisor Tai's house. A beam of light appeared behind them. Tai gave a seductive, mocking smile. Seriously. It's a woman's house, yet he keeps barging in uninvited. Young Jin looked back in surprise. He hadn't hung up the phone yet. He was shocked to see T appear. Great Supervisor. Ji-won adjusted his glasses in astonishment. Is this quantum teleportation or a black hole? He asked Tai directly, with a hint of reproach. Why did you bring him here? She explained. This kid was almost dragged away by Cheon-ding. Know the facts before you talk. T frowned tightly, observing. What is this? He saw the shirt and immediately understood. It seems something has happened, hasn't it? T decisively walked closer, grabbing Young Jin's hand. Then he threw him straight into the gate. Young Jin panicked. Wait a minute. Everyone failed to react. Young Jin. He turned to Tai, requesting, come to the meeting now. She refused. No, I have my own schedule. I'll text Nabi later if anything comes up. T left quickly without further argument. Hisu spoke hesitantly, calling out, Great Supervisor T. He recognized her. T was quite surprised. What is this? Do they know each other? Hisu worriedly looked for a way to speak. Yes. She decided to try. To speak frankly about Young Jin's specific situation. I already know everything. T annoyed him, glancing toward the culprit. She avoided his gaze, feigning innocence. Hisu sincerely asked, her attitude very earnest. Can we help him in any way? Just a little bit of help is fine. Ji-won also stood straight. We want to contribute. The two tried to appear valuable. We still have a lot of advanced equipment we haven't used. We've also fought demons before. She felt indebted to him. Because Young Jin always protects us. Hisu clenched her fist to express herself. He remained silent beside her, as if agreeing. So this time, we want to be the ones to protect him. T just asked back indifferently. Protect him how? He bluntly pointed out the crucial issue. You are just humans. T calmly analyzed in detail. Bodies made of flesh and blood. An existence with limitations. Her face showed deep unwillingness. He continued to speak. But T kindly advised both of them. If you truly care for Young Jin, then abandon that thought. Because he understood the current Young Jin too well. T spoke firmly, asserting confidently. He is not strong or free enough to bear the weight of your determination. He looked up at the two people. T did not miss Hisu's tightly clenched hands. That desire to protect. The truth he spoke made her stunned. On the contrary, it might become an obstacle that holds him back. Engrave that into your heart. Tai voiced a slight reprimand. Brother, you're being too harsh. T didn't care. Take the kids home safely. She turned her gaze toward the two of them. Especially Hisu, who was in a very low mood. They returned in the late afternoon. The sun was about to set. Ji-won walked along, exclaiming. Today, so many miraculous things really happened. It's like I'm watching an anime. He kept rambling excitedly. I never thought I'd witness those scenes firsthand. The portal just now, too. If I get a chance, I want to try entering it. Hisu was distracted, recalling Tai's words earlier. Kids, Young Jin said he fights to protect you all. Didn't he? So if you put yourselves in a dangerous situation again, she analyzed more carefully. Then what will his position be? Young Jin really did say that. It's even more dangerous because you guys are here. Ji-won was still immersed in his own world. So many things to write down in my hunter's diary. Since the camera couldn't record it. Hisu spoke gravely, asserting, Young Jin. Compared to what we thought, she sadly concluded, the battle he's in is much more dangerous. His eyes sparkled. But you also thought he was cool, didn't you? The one who goes against the natural order. Hisu spoke up to remind her friend, Ji-won. This isn't a comic book, this is reality. Ji-won corrected himself, I'm sorry. She bowed her head slightly, her voice subdued. Even though things were so serious, he still endured it alone. Without telling us anything. He remained silent, not contradicting. Ji-won thought so too. Hisu's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. If anything were to happen to Young Jin, he quickly cautioned her. She quickly cursed her own ill-omened words. Hisu was extremely remorseful, hanging her head. Ever since that ghost girl incident, I've only caused trouble for Young Jin. She wanted to help but felt helpless. I want to use all my strength to help him. But as the great supervisor said, if we get into danger, Yang Jin will struggle even more. Hisu fiddled with her fingers. Right now, I truly can't do anything. Ji-won loudly denied it. What are you talking about? He adjusted his glasses, asserting confidently. If there is a god's domain, there must also be a human's domain. We can still help Yang Jin. Ji-won had a very positive way of thinking. Even if we can't fight like the gods, from the position of humans, we can still support Yang Jin. He made Hisu feel motivated. Wasn't that what the great supervisor meant? That we should leave it to the gods and return to our daily lives? Ji-won pictured a beautiful and peaceful future after the war ends, so Yang Jin can return to a normal life. He reached out his hand toward her. Ji-won announced with full confidence. Must become the strength that supports him. I always believe that Yang Jin will win. Under the sunset that dyed the sky pink, the peaceful row of houses was sinking into a quiet evening. In the room, Jin was sitting on the bed. His ears perked up, thinking intently. A moment later, he stared intently at his small hand. Jin suddenly recalled a day in the cold gray mist. He was standing there. His cloak flared up as if caught in the wind. Jin looked at his hand and kept thinking. His sharp golden eyes appeared, carrying an unspoken tension. And then a small sound rang out. His golden eyes narrowed slightly, as if Jin had detected something suspicious approaching. Dujon stepped forward, stopping right at the glass door. He bowed and spoke, "Your Grace, great supervisor." Inside the simple room, he looked at him with worry. "Your complexion doesn't look very good. Is something troubling you?" Dujon patiently waited for Jin's answer. Finally, he softly spoke, "You." Jin sat huddled, looking helpless, and asked in a low voice. "How do you know this is not my body?" Facing him, he calmly replied, "The bodies of the gods, I know that. The gods are born in human form." Jin paused at this. "Born?" He looked at the artifact and spoke softly, but sharply. "You express yourself as if we are truly human. You have a knack for joking, don't you?" The atmosphere became heavy. Dujon bowed his head, his voice low, "I apologize." Jin's voice suddenly deepened, "That's right." The scene shifts to an image of him fighting fiercely. He spoke. "That human body should have been mine." Jin continued to speak, with a hint of dissatisfaction. "So even if I regain my power, I cannot use it fully, because this dog's body cannot withstand that power." He then looked at the opponent and asked directly, "Then why don't you return to your original body? Wouldn't that be better?" He softly replied, his voice pensive. "I've tried a few times." The atmosphere immediately grew quiet. Both sat silently in the quiet room. Jin continued, his gaze slightly sorrowful. "But perhaps the way things turned out is due to the arrangement of the heavenly order?" At this moment, Dujon bowed respectfully. He spoke in a deep, steady voice. "If there is anything I can assist with, I am very willing to help you. So do not hesitate to command me. Anything at all." Hearing this, he looked up and narrowed his eyes with suspicion. "Anything at all?" Immediately, a cooking video was shown. The voice from the video rang out faintly. "The amount of water is very important. The water level in the pot should be about the height of your little finger joint. One finger joint, about 3 centimeters. The old lady's method of cooking noodles. The instant noodle artisan with 25 years of experience. Cooking with grandmother." Jin wore a serious expression, holding the tablet in front of the black-haired young man. His voice was indifferent. "Can you follow this?" The voice in the video continued, "When the water starts to boil." He hesitated slightly but nodded. "I will try." The scene changes to the purple-pink evening sky. Outside the peaceful house, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. "Idiot!" T swung the scary red broom and rushed over, relentlessly questioning. "Who told you to offer to trade the dragon with that guy, Yang Dash?" Jin pitifully held his head in panic. The dining room was chaotic. He slumped onto the table, and he was holding his head. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, "Dujon, get water quickly." Yang Jin held his head, sighing, and mumbled his defense, "But Your Grace said the white dragon was better." He also spoke up, "Well, he's not wrong." T took the glass of water while saying in a low voice, "But that doesn't mean I told you to swap it. I clearly said it last time." He suddenly recalled him speaking earlier, advising, "The best method is to make the white dragon your left arm. As for the black dragon, just pull it out and eliminate it." Pausing for a moment, T immediately asked with an angry, yet worried, voice, "Why did you act on your own initiative?" His face remained calm, but his words made the atmosphere awkward. "You didn't inform me. And already went to talk about it with Thin." Jin quickly explained. I don't know your number, so how could I contact you? So things just turned out that way. Seeing him still sitting there holding his head, T reminded him, I didn't hit you. Sit up straight. As soon as Jin sat up straight, his deep voice rang out. Like a warning. You yourself were once afraid. Worried that your ancestor would do something bad when gaining power. At this point, T explained more clearly. And the black dragon is a very dangerous power. So if your ancestor gets it, what will happen? He suddenly asked curiously. So, can the black dragon defeat the white dragon? That question made him incredibly angry. The scene opened up to a flower garden, accompanied by a gentle but helpless lament. Why? Would you let them fight? At this, T became silent and thought. But let's leave that for later. I can't understand the white dragon's action. He looked straight at Jin. Then he asked a confusing question pensively. Why did it choose to let the black dragon remain in the human body? Having just been hit, he could only scratch his head and sigh. In any case, what would change even if I got hit? T looked at Jin and thought to himself. White dragon, what are you thinking? He still maintained his stillness. Confused, he questioned himself. But what should I do now? Should I go look for another dragon? A little later, T spoke up. Take it slow. There's still another way. More importantly, that sentence immediately put his heart at ease. He was still sitting properly. Softly asking the question directly. I heard you ran into Cheonding earlier. Did you fight? Jin flinched and replied softly, The image of him being forcibly kissed flashed in his mind. Jin's face clearly showed awkwardness. He tried to explain, it wasn't exactly fighting. It was just, nothing happened. T tilted his head and asked. Then why are you wearing the divine uniform? Hearing him ask about this issue, he flinched slightly and replied. I suddenly don't know why I pulled this out. That's right. Jin immediately asked him back. Why didn't you say that divine uniform belonged to you? Because of this, my ancestor found out. Hearing him say that, T calmly replied, so what? He bowed his head slightly now. His voice was cold, since he already knows. T looked up with a cold, mocking smile. His eyes narrowed as if calculating. He can't do anything to me anyway. Next time, just inform him and feel free to come here. He could only reply softly, yes. The atmosphere softened. Jin put his hand on the table and spoke pensively. That's true. My ancestor also told me to come and learn a few things from you. Yes. He frowned slightly. His sharp eyes listened to every word he said. My ancestor also said that you are the smartest person among the earthly branches. T let out a faint laugh upon hearing this. How ridiculous. Jin asked back, slightly confused. Yes? He then continued to speak. Have you heard Great Supervisor Tai talk about the celestial stems? He was slightly stunned upon hearing that. I heard they are the high supervisors. So they must be stronger than you all, right? But instead of answering Jin, he forcefully put the glass of water down on the table. Then he stood up and spoke coldly to him, let's go for a walk. Just to digest the food. The sunset scene opened up, the sky stained with orange-yellow. On the stone-paved road, basking in the evening sun, T carried a bucket of water and walked ahead. Jin was walking. He suddenly spoke up. Jin. Tell me the names of the 5 types of qi that make up nature. He nervously scratched his head, trying to recall, then answered hesitantly. Water, fire, that is, earth and wood? At this moment, Ti's voice rang out firmly. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 things are the 5 elements, Wu Xing. Every word he uttered made Jin slightly dazed. A drop of water fell from a leaf, creating a peaceful scene. Ti's voice still rang out. Steadily, they are the basic qi that makes up nature. Immediately after, the image of the yin-yang spiral appeared against a dark background, and they were divided into yin and yang. At this point, he concluded, that is the celestial stems. Against the blazing yellow sky, a mystical symbol appeared. The spirit beasts of the great land rose from the smoke. They are what the first heavenly god created. They are the source and beginning of the power of all things. Hearing this, he widened his eyes and asked, what? As they stopped on the stone-paved road, T walked beside him, continuing the explanation. That is why their mere existence carries an overwhelming status. Hearing that, Jin pondered and softly asked. So they are incredibly powerful? He tilted his head. His eyes seriously looked straight ahead. Ti's voice was calm. The problem lies in that very strength. The scene shifted to a fierce energy vortex. As if wanting to tear space apart. Because they were too pure and primordial, they began to clash with each other. His face was calm, but his eyes were full of meaning. And what was created from that conflict is us. The earthly branches. We are the existence that received the celestial stem's power and maintain the balance of the 5 elements. Immediately after, the image of the 8 celestial stems appeared, separating into groups. The 5 elements, which originally operated separately, were connected harmoniously by the second heavenly god. Young Jin, hearing this, asked back confusedly, "So? Your order was decided by a race?" Hearing his question, he was slightly surprised. "Huh?" Young Jin, seeing this, spoke up to explain. According to the legend, the rat climbed onto the ox's head to come in first. A voice suddenly rang out, startling him. "That's the fable that Big Brother hates the most." The other person softly said, "The dragon is described as being extremely kind, while the rat is described as being extremely despicable." T turned his back, holding the broom, and spoke. "Anyway, the celestial stems, to put it simply." His next sentence stunned young Jin. "You can just think of them as our seniors." His voice was hesitant. "In that case?" T nodded slightly, reluctantly advising, "Don't worry too much." The two continued walking. As he walked, he spoke up, "On the contrary, since we already know that the people behind it are the celestial stems, we don't need to think too complicatedly." At this point, Ti's eyes became sharp. A god who wants to set foot in the mortal world must first have heavenly will. Stopping for a moment, he continued slowly. "Perhaps it's to bring the distorted order back to its original flow." Hearing that, young Jin immediately asked curiously, "Bring it back?" At this, T softly explained. "That means eliminating an existence like you. Something that should not have appeared." His face suddenly darkened after hearing that. A moment later, young Jin asked softly, a little worried, "Do we really not need to worry?" He walked along, slowly replying, "Moderately is enough." Hearing that, he was surprised. "Moderately?" But then a feeling of worry rose in young Jin's heart. "But there are 10 of them. Will it be okay?" Ti's icy voice cut him off. "There are currently only 9 gods in the celestial stems." Young Jin's eyes immediately widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He held up his fingers one by one to count, gap, yul, bing, ding. Seeing young Jin like that, he continued to explain, "Among the celestial stems, before we were created, the orb was full of colors, exuding a powerful spiritual aura. There was a god who regulated the conflicting chi of the 5 elements and quelled the chaos that once existed. That is the jewel currently on Jin, the Mao of the celestial stems. The noodles seem to be completely cooked, and the current earthly branch god." Jin's face became serious. His 2 hands were clenched tightly. "That is Thin, the dragon god of the celestial stems, Mao." The more young Jin listened, the more dazed he became. "Ancestor? You're Thin, originally." He stood before the heavenly Yul, his face suddenly sinking. He smiled faintly. "Fortunately, that is the celestial stems, the Qilin god, Yul." Dujan, with his blue eyes, was looking out the window. As if contemplating something, a voice suddenly rang out. "Long time no see." The heavenly Yul appeared in a cloud of white smoke. His face clearly showed a cold expression. He softly called out, "Heavenly Mao, Mu." Jin maintained his cool expression, slightly surprised. "Heavenly Yul?" His eyes now clearly showed surprise. Heavenly then smiled joyfully. "You still remember me? That makes me happy." Suddenly, his voice rang out. "You bastard." The tone was far from his joyful one. Jin's face darkened as he asked, "Why have you descended to the mortal world?" Heavenly didn't seem to care much about his attitude. He replied, "I came down here because I have something to do." Hearing him say that, Jin clearly showed a contemplative look mixed with curiosity. "Something to do?" Heavenly did not answer the question, only smiling faintly. "Today, I only came to say hello for a moment." His eyes now clearly showed a thoughtful, complicated expression. Jin slowly spoke, "I have something I want to ask." Hearing him say that, he gave a mysterious smile and replied softly, "If you're asking about the thing I need to do, I cannot tell you right now." But Jin denied it. "No." He unexpectedly asked about the garment Heavenly was wearing. "Why are you wearing such strange clothing?" That question annoyed him. "My clothing?" Heavenly stroked his chin, slowly analyzing. "Strange? The one who's strange is you, Heavenly Mao, Mu." He looked at Jin's long black hair and ancient black outfit. He then spoke up, remarking, "Anyway, you've been sealed for thousands of years, so I somewhat understand. But you really look outdated." He was originally the trendsetter in the heavenly realm. When he heard Heavenly call him that, he immediately shouted angrily, "What? How dare you?" He closed his eyes contentedly and happily. He spoke, "Well, I'm leaving now." Suddenly, Jin quickly drew his sword. He held the blade close to Heavenly Yi's neck. Seeing Jin so angry, he slightly tilted his head, smiling cryptically. "Being called outdated makes you this angry?" He was quite displeased with Heavenly Yi's attitude. He then spoke up, reminding him, "That thing you need to do." Jin's eyes were sharp as he asked him directly. "Does it concern my body?" Heavenly Yi was not very happy now, but spoke up, reminding him. "You said you would only ask one thing." Seeing his expression wasn't good, he decided to let it go. "Well, fine. Luckily, it seems you are still healthy." Not lingering any longer, Heavenly Yi looked at Jin, smiling gently. "See you soon." Having said that, he instantly vanished in front of him, only leaving behind a cloud of white smoke. Jin seemed used to this attitude, so he only slightly frowned in the sunset scene. Young Jin looked at T. He spoke with confusion and curiosity. "Celestial stems? The ones who attacked me, my ancestor is on the same side as them?" He recalled the previous moment and fell into contemplation. Then the story of him claiming to be the strongest wasn't a lie. His voice clearly deepened. The one who awakened Thin, who was sealed, must also be a celestial stem. But what T said next was what truly stunned young Jin. "There's a silver lining in the misfortune. The most formidable power, the Black Dragon, is currently with you." The fact that Thin lost his memory, his eyes now held a hint of fatigue. Being confined in a dog's body, he cannot use his power freely. That sentence surprised him. Cannot use it freely? Yang Jin was slightly skeptical. But he still uses his power very well. That's not right. It was at this exact moment that he seemed to understand the 16-year-old rule. "You once said, because my ancestor is a celestial stem, he wasn't affected?" "You once said, if he uses power before the body reaches 16 years old, that body will be torn apart." Without letting T say anything, Young Jin continued to analyze. A dog's age can't possibly be 16. That sentence made him sigh, and he didn't forget to glare at him. T quickly spoke up, changing the subject. "Has Thin ever used his power in front of you?" Young Jin scratched his head and replied to him. Before finding the White Dragon, he never used it. Recently, after using the White Dragon's power to blow away the masked people, he was still perfectly fine. T then continued. "The White Dragon is the power of protection and restraint." Gazing at the flowers in front of them, his soul felt much lighter. T continued to explain. "Perhaps because of that, it prevented the collapse of the body and reduced the amount of divine power released outside." What a hack, indeed. Hearing this, he suddenly asked worriedly, "If that's the reduced power, then how powerful?" Hearing that, he didn't deny it. "Yes." Ti's voice became serious. "The power of Thin. When not under any constraints." He suddenly spoke up, stating. The consequence, which made Young Jin freeze. He himself is a calamity. T stared intently at the flower bed in front of him, softly explaining everything. He seemed to understand this matter very well. If the power of the remaining dragons also falls into the hands of Thin, and he, along with the celestial stems, decides to correct the heavenly order. Speaking of which, T turned slightly toward him and spoke, "Then you think what will happen?" That statement seemed to have made Young Jin realize something. "Did you understand what I just said?" He turned to face him, speaking gravely. "For you, the power of the dragon is no longer an option, but a power you must risk your life to obtain. To do that." Those deep, sunken eyes carried a hard-to-hide thoughtfulness. He didn't hesitate to pull a trick, then. "Then he's not the Mu of the heavenly stems. Consider him the thin, earthly branch, just like me." After a brief pause, T continued. "That's how you'll be able to take advantage of him." Hearing this, Young Jin's eyes suddenly changed. After hesitating for a long while, he spoke up, probing. "I heard you're a heavenly stem, Grandpa." That statement froze Jin for a moment. He looked stubborn and sighed softly. "T Dai Jayam again, dared to tell you?" Immediately, Young Jin challenged him. "Anyone can say it, right?" But right at this moment, he couldn't help but speak up in reproach. "Seriously, how many other things are you hiding from me?" Facing Young Jin, Jin simply replied casually, "Well, you didn't ask." The answer made him angry, and he yelled, "What?" Young Jin's voice echoed in his ear again. "Do I have to go find some heavenly stem and ask, is Emmy a heavenly stem, or something?" This made Jin frown in exasperation. The previous image came back to the boy's mind. Young Jin immediately retorted, "Besides, what did you tell me at first?" You mentioned the 12 primeval gods, and the thin, earthly branch god. Right? But Jin calmly replied. But I really am an earthly branch god. That statement left the boy speechless. Ah, that's true. Jin, with a grumpy face, spoke up to question him. But is that a reason for you to get so mad? But Jin firmly replied, yes, leaving Jin speechless. Suddenly, a shocking secret was revealed by the boy. Because the heavenly stem is the culprit. Jin frowned curiously. What? Not letting Jin stay curious for long, Jin immediately stated the reason. The one who is targeting me is a heavenly stem. I was also attacked today on the way home from school. Hearing this, Jin was slightly surprised and said, is that really the case? Seeing Jin's attitude, the boy grumbled back, what do you mean? Jin calmly replied, those guys. Jin's eyes showed a look of understanding. It seems they're doing this because of me. Seeing Jin looking worried, Jin spoke up to reassure him. Next time we meet, I'll talk to them definitively. Don't worry. Hearing Jin say that, the boy was slightly surprised and thought to himself. That easy? Jin asked again with anticipation. Will you speak up for me? Jin smiled softly and slowly. Announced, as it happens, today, the Anet of the heavenly stems also came by here. The boy heard that someone had come by, and quickly dialed the number to call Jayam. Jin held the phone in his hand and said frantically. You're now preparing to steal this nephew's body. With the heavenly stem, aren't you? Jin saw this situation, and replied irritably, that. Tune again? He kept his annoyed expression and sighed softly. I already told you last time. The boy broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes wide with surprise as he listened to every word Jin said. I'm no longer interested in your body. Anyway, don't worry too much. Jin said with a serious expression. With just one word from me, they won't target you anymore. Jin replied with suspicion. How can you be so sure? Jin, with sharp eyes and pointed teeth, confidently declared. Because among the heavenly stems, I used to be the strongest one. Hearing this, the boy only replied. Yes. Jin looked at him with an incredulous expression. I'm sure I believe you. Jin replied with a helpless look. Please believe me. What more do I have to do for you to believe me? The boy cleared his throat and said, well then. So Jin immediately made a condition. Next time we go look for the next dragon, will you let Lord Jayam come along? Jin quickly agreed, I got it. Hearing this, the boy exclaimed in surprise, really? Jin, with a serious expression, also set a condition. As long as that guy isn't too wary of me, it's no problem. A moment later, he wondered. But this kid, why does he respectfully call Jayam? To the point of adding Lord to his title. And I'm just a normal ancestor, Young? The more Jin listened, the more helpless he felt. He thought, is he really as dangerous as Jayam said? Jin sternly made a request. You must call me ancestor, sir, you know. Looking at Jin's attitude, the boy thought, he doesn't look dangerous at all. His words about not being interested in this body seem sincere, too. Remembering the scene before, Jin's thoughts echoed. When I got the power, he also protected me. He even said I could go with him to find the dragon's power. The space was shrouded in a cold, red hue and the presence of an unknown crowd, which made his mood heavy. On the contrary, if I keep doubting and keeping my distance, will he side with the heavenly stems? If it were me, I would probably do the same. Jin's face was grumpy, his eyes clearly showing annoyance. Mr. Jin secretly thought. And although I don't know if it's true, if he is the strongest among the heavenly stems, wouldn't pulling him to my side be much better? Seeing the boy deep in thought, Jin suddenly asked. Were those the only words Jayam said to you? At this moment, Jin suddenly remembered T's previous statement. You must take advantage of thin, Chin. The boy then asked back. So what did you talk about with that heavenly stem? Jin remembered her previous words, you look so tacky, which sank his mood. Just a brief greeting. A silent moment appeared between the two. Suddenly, Jin looked up and asked softly. Can I ask you something? That question surprised Jin. What? Jin spoke up with an innocent look. Is my fashion sense really that tacky? The boy didn't mince words and firmly replied. You're only just realizing it? Can I ask you a question? Jin held up a frying pan and raised his voice slightly. What did you stuff into your mouth? Instant noodles again, right? The boy looked at him, who wore a helpless expression, and asked further. Exactly how did you eat instant noodles? Jin confessed that he ate it in the troll style. Hearing that, Jin said sternly. Wipe the noodle broth off your face first. The boy was too helpless. And thought to himself. If Tae-jayam saw this appearance, he'd probably change his mind, too. A mystical night scene with a star-filled sky appeared. The next day, the sky became much clearer. Outside the school, a voice rang out. Class 1 to 3 has a new transfer student. Did you see him? At this moment, the classroom was extremely lively. One person whispered, he looks so strange. The person next to her wondered when she heard that. How strange. But before she could answer, the other person interrupted, quiet. Girls, there's a rumor that he was forced to transfer schools. Because he beat someone up. The hallway wasn't much better. An excited voice kept ringing out in the classroom, oh. The other person was equally excited. I want to take a look too. Meanwhile, Jin was walking and thinking. I should have brought Ancestor along with me. He walked to the front of class 1 to 3. His thoughts suddenly echoed. If the heavenly stem came to attack again, he would know how to handle it. But, Jin reached out and opened the door, still thinking. Bringing a dog to school is a bit much. As soon as he opened the door, the figure of Tuit, Shu, appeared right before his eyes. He was so scared that he fell straight onto the floor. Two female students saw this and kept whispering and pointing. There he is. Jin's eyes were filled with confusion. Sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Tuit suddenly delivered a strong kick right next to him. She saw Jin's face. Like that and sneered softly. Tuit's face at this moment was terrifyingly dark. She flashed a wicked smile. Tuit continuously approached him, making Jin's face lose all color. Someone's voice rang out. That transfer student in class 1 to 3. The whole hallway was buzzing at the sight of Tuit pinning Jin. What is he doing, though? Is he trying to? Suddenly, her hand reached out towards him. Tuit flashed a happy smile and greeted him, are you okay? The boy's expression couldn't help but stiffen in confusion. The murmurs rang out, what? What's going on? What's the matter? The friends in the classroom also poked their heads out to see. A girl again? That's Jin for you. Feeling ignored, her face darkened slightly. In classroom 1 to 3, an introducing voice rang out, guys. Du Kyung, standing on the dais with Tuit, told the whole class. Let me introduce her. This is Kang Jang, a new transfer student in our class today. Hearing this name, some female students began to whisper. Is that girl? The girl who fought and was forced to transfer schools? That sounds scary, and also. Du Kyung sternly corrected everyone's attitude. I've heard some unpleasant rumors about the new student. Those are not true. I hope you all stop spreading them. But the chatter could still not be stopped. If Du Kyung said so, then it must really be a false rumor. But she just transferred and she's already acting high and mighty, isn't she? In the back of the class, they kept passing on negative gossip. She was just about to hit Jin, though. True. This immediately reached Du Kyung's ears. Jin? Is it true? The boy coldly said, yes, startling her. Hearing this, the classmates burst out, see. Tuit angrily shouted. Hey, everyone. Startled by the loud noise, she raised her voice to question, he said. He tripped himself. Do you know him? He denied it, not at all. The chubby boy in the front mumbled. This is just like the opening of a school drama movie. Also, some girls started teasing. Why is he wearing an eye patch? Does he have a sty? That's to seal his power. Tuit calmly explained, this eye of mine is blind. She awkwardly tried to make an excuse. Hey, you just laughed. You said that eye patch looked like a concept. Tuit's voice in the classroom rang out from outside the classroom. Hey, you sitting right in front of Jin. The boy was suddenly called by name. He was slightly awkward, me. She bluntly made a demand, move over. Yes. Just as he was about to give up his seat, Bok Long, White Dragon, spoke up. Stay put. The two kept arguing back and forth, leaving the boy in the middle flustered. Get out of the way. Stay put. Get out of the way. Stay put. Finally, the boy made a suggestion. The one who talks to me nicely is the one I'll listen to. Right after that, both of them simultaneously exclaimed. Jian Ho. Please, stay put, Jian Ho. A Jang wants to sit here. The result, after a moment of argument, was that Tuit got to sit in that position. After settling down, she turned back and glanced at him. Tuit recalled their previous conversation. T had said that the heavenly stem was targeting Jin's body, so they would take more aggressive actions. So we have to act, too. So he made a request. You should transfer to Jin's school. This decision made her strongly resist, me. Why me? T glanced at her. And gave a convincing reason. You're the only one who can be in the same grade as him, right? But Tuit was still unconvinced. Is that the reason? At this point, T added one more thing. I heard you also met Jin. Seeing her not respond, T intended to change his mind. If you don't like it, I'll ask no, woo, di jayam. Tuat immediately spoke up urgently. When did I say I didn't like it? Her strong reaction made T stop. Well, what do you want? In the end, Tuat had to agree to everything. Fine, I'll go then. What more do you want? Suddenly, she called softly, hey, Jin. Tuat opened her mouth to say something, last time. But the boy cut her off unexpectedly. Don't tell me you're stalking me again, are you? Being hit where it hurt, she immediately became flustered. Me? Why would I stalk you? To avoid embarrassment, Tuat deliberately leaned closer and lowered her voice. I'm here to supervise you. If you use the Black Dragon's power, I'll kill you. That's stalking, too, isn't it? She turned her face away to correct him again, it's supervision. Supervision is also annoying. I don't like it either, I'm just doing it out of necessity. Hearing that, Jian Ho, standing nearby, sighed, is he at Sundeer? Just then, Lee Hai-soo opened the door and walked in. Jin. The people in the class chuckled. Jin's good wife has appeared. Seeing the white dragon's collar being grabbed, she froze. Things are starting to get interesting now. A little later, after leaving the classroom, Lee Hai-soo asked curiously, who was that classmate just now? The boy answered calmly, that's Tuat Daijayam, who came to supervise me. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised. The Sir Daijayam? This reaction made the white dragon wonder. I thought you would have recognized her. Lee Hai-soo looked bewildered. Me? He explained. You're a shaman. Can't you see those things? You can even see the ancestor's soul. She immediately realized that he had misunderstood that matter. Therefore, Lee Hai-soo clarified her ability. It's true that I can see the ancestor's floating soul, but I can't see the other gods. I can't see Daijayam either. Suddenly, a third voice rang out, continuing her sentence. Because that dog isn't Thin's body. They looked up and saw Tuat sitting on a tree branch, having been there for a while. So that's why the soul was able to escape like that. Lee Hai-soo's eyes widened in surprise. She sternly warned him. Hey, girl, stay away from him. Tuat jumped down from the tree. Jin. She chastised him severely. You must always be within my sight. You're having too much fun. Dating, even. What nonsense are you talking about? Tuat pointed her finger and reminded him, don't use that word, nonsense. At this moment, Lee Hai-soo hesitantly spoke up, Sir Daijayam. I'm sorry, but why are you doing this to Jin? She mimicked him, why? Immediately after, Tuat spoke harshly and clearly. Don't you know he has the black dragon inside him? It's very dangerous, so stay away from him. She pointed directly at the boy and said. Right now, he's a ticking time bomb. No one knows when the black dragon will emerge. Because he himself can't even control it. What? Lee Hai-soo spun around the white dragon. Jin isn't dangerous at all. I don't know what you see. That makes you say he's dangerous. Tuat shouted, I'm not kidding. Her face darkened. That power can send every human in this school away. At this point, the boy spoke up to clarify. It only appeared to defend itself. Because you tried to kill me at that time. The surprising detail being revealed stunned her. What? Sir Daijayam, is that true? The white dragon confirmed, yes. She attacked first. Lee Hai-soo was confused. Tuat immediately yelled angrily. Saying that will make people misunderstand. The boy's attitude was utterly nonchalant. Misunderstand what? She wanted to refute the whole story. Do you want me to tell everything? Afterwards, in front of Tuat, the boy recounted everything to Lee Hai-soo. He didn't apologize and even blamed me. After the boy finished telling the story, she put her hand up to block the white dragon. From what I see, Lee Hai-soo sternly reversed the situation. The dangerous person here seems to be Sir Daijayam. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed as she questioned her opponent. You hurt Jin, so why aren't you apologizing? At this moment, Tuat was completely silenced. The entire scene was witnessed by the classmates. Those two girls are fighting over Jin, right? It must be true. Exactly. They whispered enviously. Did he save the world in his past life or something? Oh God, I wish I could live one day as Jin. I could make both of those girls happy. Below, Tuat only reacted a moment later, what? What are you saying? Hey, he wasn't hurt, he just fell. But her attitude was still very firm. But Sir Daijayam was the one who pushed him down. So you still have to apologize, don't you? She refused, he only fell down, why should I apologize? Tuat pointed directly at the boy, trying to excuse herself. He's perfectly fine. Besides, the black dragon can heal those minor injuries completely. She let slip the words in her excitement. He's not even human. The moment the words left her mouth, Tuat realized she had made a big mistake. Lee Haisu became flustered. Sir Daijayam's words. The boy cut her off, he's right. I'm not really human. She quickly called after him, Yongjin. Before chasing after him, Lee Haisu paused briefly. Sir Daijayam. Her face was utterly serious as she requested. I hope you absolutely must apologize to Yongjin for the words you just said. After saying that, Lee Haisu turned and left Tuat standing there alone. As the scene shifted to a park, a statue of a man with sparrows landing on it was sitting and reading a book when a voice next to him cried out. What? Noah's face was distorted as he spoke to the person on the other end of the line. What? You let Tuat Daijayam transfer to Yongjin's school? Are you an idiot? The one close to Yongjin is me. He covered his face in exasperation. I'm the one who should have gone. A Jang tried to kill him last time. What if she causes trouble again? A while later, No decided, I'll transfer schools too. Hearing that, then turned to him with an attitude. Is the school your playground or something? Transfer, my foot. He casually poured a bucket of cold water on Noah's plans. Dream on about your next life. No wailed bitterly. In the next life, Yongjin will be dead and gone. Then scorned, that's a venomous tongue, indeed. No wept profusely. I want to transfer schools too. He walked quickly on the tiled floor. Tuat's words echoed in his ear. He's not even human. His silhouette was lonely. His hand squeezed the empty soda can tightly. A phrase he had heard before popped into his head. The body of the gods is almost like. His face held a brief look of sadness. A molded vessel. Tuat sat alone on a bench. She was silent and pensive, thinking about the boy's previous look. I didn't say anything wrong. In her heart, Tuat tried to comfort herself, that's right, though. However, his sad, troubled face interrupted her thoughts. But she sucked on her lollipop and wondered, why did he make that face? His phone screen displayed a message. Interface with No Daijayam on the other side. He quickly typed, read it already. No Daijayam messaged, asking, Yong, are you busy today? I know you're free, so come hang out with me. I'll bring Thienma, heavenly horse. Seeing the sticker the other party sent back, he sighed in exasperation. Suddenly, the white dragon looked up. Immediately after, he made eye contact with Tuat, who was just turning around. To avoid embarrassment, she suddenly blurted out a strange sentence. Who do you look like? You're so ugly. The teacher immediately spotted the two students in the back. He unintentionally became the center of attention. Save the romance for after school. Isn't that Yongjin again? Kwan Yongjin. A moment later, the dismissal bell rang. Yongjin didn't hesitate. He slung his bag over his shoulder and turned to leave. Tuat immediately turned around and said, wait for me. Let's go together. She hurried after him, calling loudly, Kwan Yongjin. Are you ignoring me? Suddenly, Yongjin spoke up, from now on. He continued to make a string of demands without turning back. Don't act like you know me, and don't follow me. She immediately objected, you're being so harsh. I can't do that, Tuat. She even emphasized again, I came here not just to supervise, but also to protect you. Daijayam himself requested it of me. This time, Yongjin decisively took out his phone. Then I will tell Daijayam for you. She was bewildered, what? The boy said nonchalantly. You don't want to be here, but you were forced to come here. Seeing his attitude, Tuat started to panic. No. I heard that Din has already sought you out. It's very dangerous. Yongjin immediately cut her off, so what? His demeanor was utterly sarcastic. Like you said? This body isn't human. Even if I'm attacked, I'll recover quickly. These words completely caught her by surprise. Tuat tried to call after him, hey, that. But Yongjin had already run off. He also warned, if you keep following me, I'll report you for school violence. At this point, she didn't dare do anything more. She stood in the street with a bewildered expression. Several groups of students were walking home. Yongjin looked up aimlessly at the sky. The sky was vast and clear. A few small wisps of clouds floated by. He mused to himself, no matter what. It can't be, right? Surely not. Thinking of no, Yongjin muttered to himself. He's probably not riding that thing here, is he? A fierce engine sound roared on the street. He turned in surprise to look in that direction. Immediately after, Yongjin saw a motorcycle speeding towards him. The bike stopped. A pair of leather boots stepped down onto the empty ground. No held the accelerator with one hand and took off his helmet with the other. Finally, he just lifted the visor, joyfully. Introducing to the boy. This is Heavenly Horse number 2. Seeing Young Jin's expression, No excitedly said. Too cool, so you can't close your mouth, huh? Then he tossed a helmet to the boy. Get on the bike. Young Jin asked blankly, Where are we going? He replied, Because I have some friends who want to meet you. No squinted and smiled. So we're going there. Before setting off, he even casually took a photo and sent a message with the content. Kidnapped. On the other end, the hand holding the phone was shaking. Sue suddenly yelled in panic, He's here. Mao asked curiously, What? She said hastily, He's coming soon. What do we do now? Seeing her demeanor, Mao immediately comforted her, You were upset because you couldn't get a chance to apologize, but this is great. Although Sue is still not completely at ease. But what if he shows hostility as soon as he arrives? What should I do? Mao calmly replied. Then just bow down and apologize. A plate of sweets was placed on the table. Sue smiled sweetly and asked herself, I wonder if he likes sweets? Dao held up the plate of cakes, weeping and begging. I'll buy all the items in your store. Take them all out for Young Jin to eat. She really took out a calculator and did the math. That will be 368,000 won for the customer. Mao picked up a piece of cake and enjoyed it first. Thank you, Dao Dai Jiam. I'll eat well. The scene shifted to a house in the forest. The sky was gradually getting dark. 2 people in black cloaks stood outside, muttering. It's been days, and all we do is stand here staring at the wall. We've also tried our best. Honestly, that wasn't exactly our best. One of them kept quiet when he heard that. Quiet footsteps patted on the floor. A white-haired person was holding a glass of wine. He heard a respectful call, Lord Thien Din. The masked subordinate reported. The guest has arrived, sir. He continued to speak. I will have those others retreat. The figure agreed. Go on. Before leaving, the masked man carefully apologized. From next time? This subordinate won't let this happen again. Thien Din didn't consider this a major issue. It's alright. Because that's the only way that jerk behind you will be driven mad. And come here to play every time. The moment he finished speaking, another masked figure appeared behind him. He faced Thien Din. Seeing this, the masked subordinate understood and left. Then, this subordinate will take his leave, sir. The masked man wore a bizarre smile. You've gone out and made quite a magnificent show, haven't you? Thien Din raised her hand to her mouth and spoke loudly. Well, you told me to take action myself, didn't you? It's true, as you said, he is an interesting child. Suddenly, he lunged forward unexpectedly and grabbed her neck. Her breath was choked. Thien Din struggled to swallow her saliva. His voice deepened, carrying a threat. What game are you playing? You could have easily brought him here. He pressed her down onto the chair with his whole body. From you, the leader, to your low-level henchmen, you're all a disorganized bunch. Are you two playing a spy game? The eyes behind the mask glowed red, looking terrifying. Just because of the commotion you caused, the carefully arranged situation has been ruined. Suddenly, Thien Din parted her lips and laughed triumphantly. Should I cause a little more commotion? Her expression was very provocative. Next time I appear, I'll talk about the heavenly mandate, shall I? But I don't have a habit of stepping on ants. Her long, slender hand slowly reached towards his chest. I've warned you, okay? Thanks to me, should you fight or should you run away? Immediately after, he tightly grabbed that hand and slammed it hard onto the armrest of the chair. The force of the hand on her neck increased, leaving red marks on her skin. Don't look down on me, he warned, after your failures, the succeeding gods like us have been refined into a better form. Hearing that, she not only wasn't afraid but even chuckled. Even so, the essence remains the same. Thien Din raised her eyebrows and looked playfully at her opponent. If you didn't have our power, you would just be an imitator. The pressure around him dropped, bringing with it a dark aura. This arrogance. Thien Din's face flushed red from the alcohol. Near her ear was his threat. One day, it will destroy you, Thien Din. Immediately after, she unleashed her white tails. The bushy tail flicked behind his back. A few others playfully wrapped around Thien Din's front. She used her alluring appearance to provoke her opponent. Go ahead and try to destroy me right now. Seeing this, he helplessly uttered a single, fine. Sure enough, the hand on her neck gradually loosened. He had completely vanished. Achieving her goal. Thien Din smiled faintly. A despicable one, indeed. The scene shifted to a small cafe. The motorbike will stopped in front of the door, which had a closed sign. At this moment, Dao had already thrown her head down in defeat. Walking in and witnessing this scene made Young Jin and No extremely surprised. No frowned and asked, What are you doing? Mao, standing on the side, spoke her thoughts for her. She's begging for forgiveness. A fork stabbed hard into the cream cake on the table. Just as No opened his mouth to put the cake in, he was suddenly pulled back by a hand. You can't eat that. It turned out to be Dao. With sparkling eyes, she held the piece of cream cake out in front of Jin. Jin, this is the one I bought for you to eat. The boy hesitated and replied, then, I invite everyone to eat. Dao exclaimed, you really are a living bodhisattva. No was also helpless. I'm truly speechless. Jin looked at Mao, who was eating cake, and hesitantly asked, you are also Sir Heavenly Great Jiam, right? She smiled brightly and replied, sorry, I'm a bit late in introducing myself, aren't I? I am the earthly branch god Dao, Yo. My human name is Yuzhong. Just call me whatever you're comfortable with. Furthermore, Dao stood up and clapped her chest confidently. I guarantee that if it's Jin's request, I will fulfill absolutely anything. The boy was startled. Oh, no need. She shouted loudly, please give me a chance to make amends. Please. The boy was confused. Well then. Dao, hearing Sister Yuzhong, felt touched. He called me Sister Yuzhong. Jin's voice rang out steadily. Please buy me a new uniform, eh? I'll buy you 10 sets, sister. She asked suspiciously. But why a uniform? Jin answered honestly. You ripped my old one, sister. And now I only have this one set left. No exclaimed. What were you thinking, tearing the kids' clothes? Immediately after, Dao bowed her head and slammed it onto the table. I am truly sorry. It must have hurt you badly, right? At that time, when I heard about the Black Dragon's appearance, I lost my mind. No shouted, are you going to smash your head open or something? Mao witnessed it and forced a smile. The boy replied calmly. It's okay. Jin's face was glum. Anyway, this isn't a human body. I just need to sleep and wake up, and I'll be completely fine. Mao saw that the boy was not well, and immediately placed her hand on Jin's hand, calling him Jin. Mao said sternly to reassure him. Your body, Jin, is different from ordinary people because of the Black Dragon. Therefore, you absolutely must not take any body injuries lightly. The boy was startled, his face confused. Yes. Noah's voice rang out. If the Black Dragon is removed from your body, you'd just be a normal human. He laughed teasingly. You shouldn't become hardened to getting injured, okay? Jin gave Noah a look of irritation, unable to speak a word. He slowly said, but thinking back, the times I've been injured have always involved you sirs. Jiam. Mao smiled brightly to comfort him. Anyway, you, Jin, are now perhaps only a little more special than ordinary people. Her face was affectionate. You are clearly a human being. You are clearly a human being. With a voice full of determination, we will help you, Jin, return to the life of a human being. Today? Startled. You are Mao? She replied, I am the 4th earthly branch god. Mo. My name here is Yungoi. She happily took his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, a finger poked Jin. Immediately after, a hand gently touched his forehead. It was Sue. She exclaimed, it's true. This really is the body of Thin. She immediately inched closer to Jin. The two are strangely similar. Although the dragon is a bit awkward, their personalities are completely opposite. So it's interesting. Jin, I want you to know that the awkward one my sister mentioned isn't you. She smiled and introduced herself. I am the earthly branch god Su, Cho. My name here is Jiyu. Su tilted her head and smiled brightly. Outside the cafe, the sky was gradually darkening. As time passed, the sky began to get dark. The moonlight shone everywhere. The cafe had also closed for rest after a long day of work. Dao was busy washing 8 plates in the kitchen. Mao sat with her chin resting on her hand, deep in thought. Jin, on this side, was sleepy and fell asleep on the table. Mao appeared in his mind without him knowing. May I ask a question? Jin's mouth moved slightly. My parents passed away when I was very young. Returning to reality, Mao slowly moved closer and sat next to the boy. Her eyes were downcast, and her stark white eyelashes trembled slightly. Is it because of me that you are currently in this deep sleep? Her hand touched Jin's forehead. Is it because I am the one who shouldn't have existed? Mao's body flashed and gradually became transparent. No. Whatever happened is not your fault. The hand on his forehead glowed. No matter what happened in that accident, it is not a sin that you, Jin, must bear. Jin's memory flashed. His parents were smiling, sitting in the car. Then a moment of horror when the car flipped. Afterwards, his relatives shouted in anger and criticized Jin. Mao appeared in the boy's memory. It turns out he has been trapped in this memory. and living with a sense of guilt. Until now. Only fragmented pieces of memory remained. She closed her eyes and her body glowed. I'll take a moment for my 7 bows. Right after that, Mao opened her eyes. The sight before her made her skin crawl. Mao appeared inside the car. Her eyes glanced towards the passenger seat. A young Jin was still innocent, smiling, and lively. Mao looked at the boy, her heart full of affection. It turned out this was also his happiest memory. Suddenly, her eyes froze, and her face was horrified. A monster appeared right in front of the car. It was utterly gruesome. Its 3 bright eyes stared intensely inside the car. Mao's face was stunned and shocked at that mark. The monster growled. Its feet kept poking into the car. Mao was terrified, her face turning pale. Her eyes were full of fear. This is only a memory, so I can't interfere. The car flipped over, spinning. Mao witnessed everything from beginning to end. She stood there petrified, as if turned to stone. Her heart was aching. Tears flowed down without her knowing when. The 2 beasts were still groping for their prey. Right after that, they pulled the boy out of the car. She desperately screamed Ian Jean. Suddenly, a flash of light shot out, making the beast vanish. Right after that, Hoi appeared and hugged the boy tightly. Mao froze, her eyes wide with surprise. She stared intently at Hoi, the great guardian. At this moment, murmurs arose, "Oh my god. It seems there was an accident just ahead. The car is completely flipped over." Mao looked blankly in their direction. "Hey, Mr. and Mrs. It's very dangerous. Get out quickly. Call 119 first." The people lamented. "Oh dear. Is the child okay? Is there someone else inside the car? What's going on?" The car was now on fire. Thankfully the child was rescued. Ian Jean cried and screamed in despair, "Mom. Mom." She witnessed everything from beginning to end, standing motionless. Her hands clenched tight. The 2 photos of his parents were neatly placed side by side. The relatives were distraught, continuously criticizing Ian Jean. Mao looked at the boy's small body. "So that's how it is." She slowly stepped forward. Because it was too difficult to bear, his memory. Mao embraced Ian Jean as a word of comfort. She stroked his head soothingly. "This memory. I will seal it up one more time, okay?" Just then, the boy Ian Jean. Thick, dark currents of energy surged up. Mao opened her eyes cautiously. Her sharp eyes glanced around. "It's the black dragon." He smiled eerily. "I've seen everything. Mao, that brat has a very interesting memory." A long, sharp sword appeared. "Don't even think about playing tricks, black dragon." Right after that, Mao returned to her true form. Thick energy emanated around her, enveloping her body. Mao held the sword tightly and raised it high. The black dragon was completely unfazed. Mao's voice was resolute. "I will definitely kick you out." Her eyes were full of determination. Of this child's body, Mao was not afraid at all. She pointed the sword straight at the black dragon. He looked down. "Even if you fight me in this place, only Yong Jin's spirit will be harmed." She retorted fiercely, "No way." Mao's eyes were full of resolve. "Only you will be hurt." Her sword flashed. Suddenly, a hand slowly reached out, making her surprised and startled. The person was none other than Ian Jean. The boy Ian Jean, his hand slowly lifted, and then lowered. Immediately after that, around the black dragon, he was surrounded by colorful strands of fabric. Mao stood still, her face bewildered. His eyes looked down, and he smacked his lips, letting out a tsk. Ian Jin's hand gently placed on her forehead. The corner of his mouth curved up into a smile. Immediately after, a blinding flash of light erupted. In reality, at this moment, she was startled, her hand dropping. Her face was blank, not understanding what was happening. "Did you push me out?" Mao recalled the scene from earlier. "And that other thing, that is completely unreasonable, isn't it?" She fell into contemplation. If he were just an ordinary person, the black dragon would have devoured him alive a long time ago. Ian Jean was still sleeping soundly, unaware of everything. His head had somehow ended up resting on Mao's body. Ian Jean slowly opened his eyes. He was groggy, and saw the figure of his mother. Ian Jean unconsciously muttered, "Mom." Mao smiled and greeted him, "Did you sleep well?" His eyes widened in surprise, speechless. Immediately after, he sat up in a panic. "You must have been exhausted. You didn't even notice me carrying you on my back." The boy, Yong Jin, looked through the window. Great guardians No and Dao had already left. He asked blankly, "Where is this?" Mao casually replied, "Jeju Island." "Jeju Island?" Yun Jin screamed when he heard it, "Jeju Island?" His face went pale as he asked, "Why am I here?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Yun Jin's startled attention. "Indeed, you are that child." It was Hoi. He smiled and said, "Long time no see." The boy was still confused, not understanding anything. Boy Yongjin. Hoi looked down. Seeing you living so well, I'm truly grateful. Yongjin was confused, shaking his head. Who are you? He smiled brightly and answered, a tall uncle, perhaps? Night fell. Stars twinkled in the night sky. Mao hesitantly said. It was the same that time. She spoke towards Hoi. But her eyes were still fixed on Ian Jean. It wasn't that they intended to cause chaos in the mortal world, but an action with another purpose, wasn't it? His eyes dropped, quite a while ago. It seems the heavenly stems. She listened with a dejected expression. Had already started targeting the boy Ian Jean. Both turned their eyes toward the boy who was eating. But there's something very strange. He was suspicious. And asked, Great Guardian Mao, don't you feel something is off? Stating his conjecture, after that incident. Until before he turned 16, the boy Yongjin didn't encounter similar things. She was thoughtful after hearing him. If their only goal was to correct the natural order, then afterwards they should have taken more action to eliminate him. Mao nodded, it is strange indeed. I also don't understand why they stopped targeting the boy Yongjin, considering that ever since the accident, he has always been left alone. Hoi glanced around. If the heavenly stems had intervened 15 years ago, then Thin's seal could have been broken. At any time, he continued, coincidentally, the timing of the seal being broken was right before the 16th year arrived. What I say next is only a hypothesis. Hoi's face became serious. The original purpose of the heavenly stems and that mysterious force. I'm afraid it wasn't the boy Ian Jean, but Thin's body. The body that can use divine power. Mao froze after hearing it, her eyes wide. What? He maintained his calm expression. I think the heavenly stems have discovered the 64-season rule. 64 seasons is also 16 years. Hoi's words made her unable to believe it. I mean, the condition to use that body. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. I think we should share this with the other great guardians as well. He subtly shrugged. You still don't understand what I mean? Mao's face was pale. Great Guardian Mao. Hoi continued, the ones who know that information. His words petrified her. Are only the earthly branch gods. Mao's voice became stammering, what do you mean? Her face darkened, once I put forth that hypothesis. I cannot share the information with the other great guardians anymore. Mao trembled and called out, Great Guardian Hoi. Even though everything is just speculation, cold air radiated around him. But if there is any suspicious point, it's reason enough for us to be cautious. But Hoi Dai Jiam. Mao's face was pale, covered in nervous sweat. It was the monsters that killed people. Hoi was skeptical. You mean, Mao Dai Jiam? She slowly calmed down. Because the marked monsters directly killed people, you think it couldn't be done by an earthly branch god? Hoi continued, even if they didn't directly act. At the very least, an insider could have appeared and provided minimal information to the other side. Mao's hand clenched tightly. The two sank into a quiet space. Neither of them said a word to each other. His voice rang out, breaking the heavy atmosphere. So, based on this assumption, I will investigate further and report back to T. Dai Jiam. She hesitated. If it's T. Dai Jiam, Hoi smiled faintly when he heard Mao's words. Then he probably won't be suspicious, right? Her face also relaxed, a smile blooming on her face. Then Mao asked a question that stunned Hoi. But I also know everything now. Are you still okay? He smiled kindly. Yes, because Mao Dai Jiam is such a clear and honest person. But if the rumor spreads, it will be Mao Dai Jiam's fault, okay? Mao stared intently at the teacup under the table. Hoi Dai Jiam. She looked up, her face sharp. I also have some information I want to share with you. Although I'm not entirely sure. The teacup was lifted. There is something inside Yongjin's inner world. Hoi looked blank. You mean the black dragon? No. There's something I can't explain. She continued. I don't know if it belongs to Yongjin's subconscious. Or if it's something else. I still can't conclude anything right now. But, Mao recalled the scene at that time. It didn't give me a negative feeling. Her head bowed slightly. And it pushed me out of Yongjin's inner world. He was astonished, unable to believe it. Pushed you out. Mao avoided eye contact and hesitated, yes. At night, gentle breezes swept through, causing the leaves to sway with the rhythm of the wind. Beautifully and solidly designed roof tiles were. Yongjin bowed deeply. Then, goodbye, sirs. He stepped into the one-way portal. Before fully entering, Yongjin turned back and asked suspiciously. Isn't this T. Dai Jiam's house? Hoi chuckled awkwardly. It would be better if I connected directly to your house, Yongjin. But I have spatial limitations. Mao smiled brightly to reassure him. I already told T Dai Jayam in advance. He must have opened a direct gate to your house. Jin, already. The boy walked through slowly, reassured. Suddenly, a voice called, Jin. Jin turned around with a start. It was Hoi. He smiled. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Hoi continued, considering that, currently, only the appearance of Thien Din has been confirmed. I don't think all the heavenly stems are acting yet. He laughed. Furthermore, compared to her rank, I am much higher than Thien Din. Mao also chimed in with praise. That's right, Hoi Dai Jayam is extremely strong. So rest assured, okay? The boy was bewildered. No, not at all. The scene changed. Tai, Si, was standing pensively in front of a door. Her eyes drooped. Oh, the two Sirs Dai Jayam. Suddenly, a figure burst out, shattering the glass door. My ancestor, Jin, froze, having encountered another heavenly stem. Mao heard this, froze, and her eyebrows furrowed. Hoi's expression on this side was not pleasant either. His eyes were wide. Tai was tightly pressed at the neck by a strong hand. A large figure was leaning on her. He had bright white and sharp teeth. It turned out that person was the heavenly stem. His face was fierce and full of excitement. Heavenly stem, the invulnerable god heavenly stem. The heavenly stem pressed Tai down onto the floor. She gritted her teeth, trying to resist. His voice rang out above her head. Long time no see, sister. Bok Thien Can gave a bizarre smile. His sharp teeth were revealed. I heard you played with Thien Din last time, sister? He placed one hand across Tai's neck. His attitude was utterly mocking and playful. Play with me this time, facing such a lunatic. She replied with a smile. Today's business hours are over. Dear customer. Thien Can felt utterly confused. I'm your customer, you think? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Not you. Then stood against the light, radiating a brilliant aura. She's talking about me. Immediately after, the staff he held was swung down. He flashed a mischievous smile at his opponent. Long time no see, huh? Thien Can didn't turn around. His hand accurately grabbed Then's weapon. Then he turned his head and called his name, Then. The two immediately lunged into a confrontation. Thien Can spun around, planning to sweep with an attack, but then quickly darted forward. His vision suddenly changed. His pupils contracted very quickly. Right. Delivered a powerful punch right to Thien Can's face. The half-smoked cigarette fell to the ground. His broken blade was placed close to Thien Can's neck. The corner of Then's mouth curled into a sudden smile. Can you do it or not? The expression on Thien Can's face immediately stiffened. When he saw the blade getting closer and closer, Tai, too, leaned out, wide-eyed, to watch. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Then a huge explosion rang out. Simultaneously with Then's decisive blade. She called out loudly to him, hey! Then tilted his head back, asking, what? Tai angrily stepped forward and yelled. This is my store. He casually replied. I'll fix it up for you, what's the big deal? While the two were arguing, a third voice rang out. Wow, surprisingly, Thien Can is completely unharmed. I thought you wouldn't be able to use your power properly while trapped in a human body. That hurt more than I thought. Seeing this, Then became even more excited. His smile carried a sense of exhilaration. He lightly placed his hand on Baka's shoulder. Very quickly, the clothes on Then changed. He put on a red robe with a golden pattern. God of War. Next, he quickly threw out another knife. Looking at the sharp weapon tip approaching him, Thien Can was not worried. It won't work. But immediately after, Then unexpectedly jumped up and grabbed the hilt of the sword. This action stunned him completely. Not giving Thien Can a chance to react, he extended his leg and kicked his opponent's side. Seeing that he still managed to put up a hand to block it, Then praised him, you still managed to block it, huh? His face looked utterly provocative. He started to bring up old arguments. Remember the old days? When you got beaten to a pulp? Having said that, Then quickly pulled his leg back. The sword hilt in his hand emitted a soft glow. With a bang, he grabbed his large saber and jumped behind Thien Can. Heavenly metal. Then saber slowly became streaked with a bright yellow light. The huge saber then descended with power upon Thien Can. His voice rang out, stopping Then in his tracks. You're the one I was most looking forward to meeting. Thien Can blocked the blade with one hand. He gave a disdainful smile. But I'm truly disappointed. Having just finished speaking, he quickly clenched his fist and punched him straight in the chest. Then, the sword in Then's hand fell powerlessly to the ground. The unexpected reversal made Tai shout in panic. Suddenly, Thien Can exclaimed with surprise. What is that? Looking at the injury on the arm he put up to block his chest, He couldn't help but be surprised. I haven't even gone all out yet. Then's left arm was punched until it was red, and the bone was bent. Did you really become human? He didn't care about the distance. Cha's face darkened, asking why he had come here. Tiankin shrugged, showing helplessness. Your serpent woman interfered with the heavenly court first, didn't she? So I came to interfere with you a bit too. Then he pointed the spearhead towards the opponent. But you are too weak, so I've already lost interest. Suddenly, Tiankin bid farewell, deciding to leave. I'm leaving. As he turned his back, he suddenly paused for a moment as if he remembered something. Tiankin offered a cunning smile, seemingly making a point. I heard that in the mortal world, you need to be in a certain specific time frame for you to fully utilize your abilities. Is that true? Then still kept a cold face, listening to the opponent's remark. We can meet again at that time. I can fight any time. Suddenly, a flame slowly rose up in his room. He stepped back slightly, a little surprised. Hot. And the one creating those flames was Tai. There's no need to meet again. Her expression was cold, her hands controlling the flames. Don't even think about leaving here. Right after Tai gave the command, Tiankin was immediately surrounded by flames. Fire snake. Her voice carried firmness, firmly questioning the opponent. Speak. Each word uttered. The ring of fire tightened, making Tiankin uncomfortable. What is your purpose? Then stepped beside her, watching and assisting. And who told you about the so-called time? Seeing that the opponent had no intention of speaking, Tai narrowed her eyes, carrying danger. Not answering, huh? The ring of fire tightened again, causing Tiankin pain. Despite being in a disadvantaged position, he was still able to open his mouth to mock. Big sister, you've become more pathetic than I imagined. Tiankin clenched his hand, the ring of fire was gripped tightly. He threw a punch into the air. Tiankin used his ultimate move, break, to fight back. Then quickly embraced Tai, protecting her from the massive surge of power. A moment later, all that remained was a massive, concave earth mark. And Tiankin had vanished. He glanced around, dissatisfied. That's really annoying. That evening, at the well-lit villa, that monkey is coming back soon. No poured a glass of wine while smiling slyly. Let's finish this one and clean up. Destroy the evidence. Dao was a bit contemplative. I suddenly had a thought. She was scrolling on her phone, while subconsciously talking about Yong Jin's existence. What if the cycle of the non-crying child has ended? What then? These words made him suddenly freeze. Great General Dao, what is your chicken head talking about? Logically, however, Dao cut him off. Wait. Let me finish first. She sat up straight. The reason we consider it logical, isn't it because it's a flow? That even with power, we can't stop it? Dao's expression was utterly serious. Try to think simpler. The flow has already changed, hasn't it? No listened attentively. In a body born from a human, there is a human soul. He continued the conversation. To be precise, that is not a human body. She also seemed to agree. That's true, but what was born in the body is a human soul. And if that's the case, could it be that? Dao continued to present her thoughts. The human soul will also enter our next bodies? And after that, humans will continue to be born. So, the more she spoke, the more excited she became. That means our mission in the mortal world is over, and we will return to heaven, won't we? Once again, no dash that dream. Well said. But that AI couldn't return to heaven, could he? He reminded her of that character. Great General Thin? Dao scratched her head foolishly. It probably won't be the same, right? Making us enter the body of a dog is a bit. No placed the empty wine glass on the table, with his hair obscuring the expression on his face as he said this. When I say this, I also feel guilty towards Yong Jin. But no spoke frankly, to say that Yong Jin is completely human is still a bit vague. She hugged her knees and lay back on the sofa. That's not wrong. That body was originally a divine body. He interrupted. The problem isn't there. Noah's eyes were pensive. Suppose that at that time, he wore Great General Tai's divine attire. He presented a sensitive viewpoint. But the way he used his divine power was too easy. Every word spoken stunned Dao. Honestly, the words that Great General Mui said. At that time, Mui's words seemed to pop into his head. If he was just an ordinary human, he would have been devoured by the black dragon long ago. It's not something we can just ignore. She immediately sat up straight, warning. If you dare say, Yong Jin is a demon, I'll kill you. Of course, no didn't mean that. Yong Jin is definitely not a demon. He glanced up at her. But you? Noah's words carried a truth. Do you think a demon would be strong enough to suppress the black dragon? He returned to the private villa in the evening. At this moment, Tai and Then were walking into the living room together. Suddenly, he looked up and noticed something strange. Out of nowhere, two weapons appeared, ready to be launched for an attack. In front of them. Then, No and Dao were preparing to face each other. What are you two doing? She immediately got angry. Accusing, this jerk. Told me to try to die to check the flow of the divine order. Why don't you do it yourself? He immediately countered, no way. I'm busy playing a game that's coming out next year. I've waited for so long, I want to keep playing. Then rubbed his head, quietly yelling. Both of you stop goofing around. Seeing Tai appear next to him, Dao jumped down from the balcony. Great General Tai is here too? She greeted politely. You're here too? Only now did she notice Then's injury. Wait, what happened to your arm? No also withdrew his fighting stance. Bowing respectfully, Great General then. Then he tapped the hilt of his sword on the ground. Drawing everyone's attention. Facing Dao's confused expression, No said seriously. Please, I beg you, focus on what I'm about to say. He began to present his point of view. Although this body is a divine body, ultimately it is different from our true body. It is no longer a body created by the altar. No explained clearly what he was worried about. And it's also been a long time since we properly used our power. She couldn't help but wonder. Why suddenly? He continued. And we don't need a condition to activate our power like Great General Tai. No clenched his hand. We have lived leisurely, like normal humans for a while now. But from now on, we must practice to harmonize this body with the divine power. His appearance was extremely determined. Because no one knows Thien Can's true purpose for descending to the mortal world. Is it really just Yongjin alone? I don't think things will be that simple. The solemn atmosphere was immediately broken by Then's question. Hey, you dog, are you drunk? Why are you acting so serious? Hearing this, Dao also spoke up in opposition. I knew it. You're completely wasted, aren't you? No wonder you suddenly went crazy. A moment later, after No had collapsed on the sofa, asleep, he picked up the half-finished bottle of wine. Lamenting, that cursed horse drank the whole bottle. Then also poured himself another glass of wine. So, the issues he mentioned earlier. It's not that he doesn't care. If this body disappears now, will we return to heaven? At this moment, Tai came up with an idea. If you want to check, try contacting Great General Dan. He's the one with the least attachment to the mortal world, isn't he? Dao complained. To be honest, who is attached, sister? We've been so annoyed and frustrated by this body, haven't we? Then looked up and recounted, the last time I saw Dan, he was already an old man of 70. Since then, it's been over 50 years with no contact. She had another thought. I wonder if Hoi Daijayam or Tuat Daijayam know his whereabouts. But first, let's just tell them the situation. Suddenly, he interrupted, no. Then put the empty glass down on the table. His expression was serious as he instructed. We must limit sharing information with the other earthly branch gods as much as possible. Someone immediately asked in confusion, why? Tai spoke up to resolve the confusion. Thien Can knows clear information about us. Things like the time frame, when we can unleash our true power on earth, and matters related to the altar body. She sat dazed and bewildered, listening to those words. When he said I was trapped in a human body, that sounded very suspicious, too. From the very beginning, the way he kept bringing up my true power. He added, those weren't words spoken after he was sure of the information he knew, but rather that he wanted to confirm what he had heard. Dao immediately interrupted, even so. If we only rely on that to suspect others. Tai tried to mediate, it's not certain yet. It's just a hypothesis. She recounted, when I asked Thien Can about his purpose for coming to Earth, he answered that he wasn't allowed to say yet. He must be referring to the person who provided the information. And that person definitely knows the earthly branch gods well. Then picked up the full glass of wine on the table. He slightly raised his voice, interesting. And the corner of his mouth curved into an enigmatic smile. There's an insider among the earthly branch gods. She said sternly. You must be crazy. This time, Tai spoke of another possibility. As No Daijayam said, their goal may not only be Kwan Yongjin alone. Dao listened blankly and confusedly. But surely, to achieve that goal, Kwan Yongjin is needed. So what we can do now is just continue to keep an eye on the people around him. The scene changed to the next day. The sun was shining brightly. Yongjin sat dejected, holding an orange in his hand. Gong Jiwon was executing a wooden sword move, horizontal slash. He walked over and handed the staff to Yongjin. Now, you try to do it again. The boy's face was reluctant. Hey! Yongjin complained. Can't we stop this training thing at school? Gong Jiwon emphasized. Cultivation doesn't distinguish between places. The boy still tried to persuade him. From now on, just let me handle it myself. I've generally grasped the basic stances. His hand tightly gripped the sword. No. He looked serious and determined. He promised, in a short time, I will make you as strong as possible. Jin wondered why. Gong Ji-won replied. Because no matter how well I wield a sword, I cannot overcome the limits of a human. But you can do that. Therefore, I intend to pass on everything I have to you, so you can protect yourself. If you can't escape fate, then fight bravely. And most importantly, win. Gong Ji-won held the wooden sword out in front of him. Unexpectedly, Jin called him out. You have it all noted down in your phone, don't you? He criticized. Honestly, you don't know anything about romance, Jin. Jin also didn't give him any respect. You find this situation interesting? So you're doing this, right? Just then, a laugh came from behind. Hey, you lowlifes. A spinning basketball was hurtling towards Gong Ji-won. Jin quickly grabbed the wooden sword. He ran over to block it. He struck the ball with great force. Sure enough, it ripped open, hissed, and fell to the ground. The people immediately froze. The basketball exploded. How is that possible? Zhang Shihu's mouth twitched. What just happened? He chuckled faintly, trying to cover it up. It must be because this basketball is old, perhaps? That's why. It looks kind of dirty. But the two guys with him didn't think so. It's brand new. It's this inflated. Gong Ji-won, on this side, clapped continuously in admiration. Jin, you just saw the horizontal slash move just now, and you've already grasped it. Zhang Seo walked over to provoke him. Jin has really grown up, huh? The boy strongly brandished the wooden sword in his hand. Jin's face was full of danger. Don't pick a fight with me anymore. Get lost. But Zhang Seo just sneered, ignoring him. So imposing, huh? Zhang Sihun sneered, since you started hanging out with those Dujiang trolls. You seem pleased with yourself, huh? Holding a wooden sword and acting all high and mighty. He laughed loudly. And did the teachers give you permission? Probably not, right? Having said that, those people immediately ran off. Gong Ji-won said. Anyway, a lot of people are watching at school, so let's find another place to practice. The boy's face was stiff. You're only realizing that now? Gong Ji-won calmly replied. I didn't expect those bullies to rush over and steal the spotlight like that. He rubbed his chin. But it is strange, isn't it? How can someone with an indistinct presence like Jin attract the attention of that bully? Gong Ji-won pieced together the events. In these situations, if it follows the usual trope, they were best friends when they were little, and then turned against each other because of some misunderstanding. Jin denied it. We're not friends, and there's no misunderstanding either. Suddenly, a voice called, Jin. Tuat appeared from nowhere, and snatched the wooden sword from his hand. Her face was serious as she interrogated him. What did you just do with your left hand? A drop of sweat ran down Jin's cheek. I didn't use the black dragon's power. Hearing that, Tuat didn't believe him. But you still managed to burst the basketball? If a dog walking by heard that, it would probably laugh. I should laugh first, actually. That's because you don't know, sir. Daijayam. Inside Jin. There is something even stronger than the black dragon's power. What? Stronger than the black dragon? What is it? That is the sword of the heart named Will. I told you not to talk to me when we are at school. I don't like it. You tell me not to talk to you and I have to obey? Why should I do that? Am I a kid or something? Seriously, and what do you mean by training? You think just by doing those things, you can become stronger overnight? You must have been eavesdropping on our conversation all along. Not eavesdropping, it's monitoring. What's the difference between the two? Anyway, you shouldn't do anything at all. Just accept the protection obediently and that's enough. Why? I already said I will protect myself. You people said I'm dangerous, didn't you? In order not to use the black dragon that you fear, even if it means doing anything, it's all useless stuff. It'd be better if your body just stayed weak, wouldn't it? Someone like you. You think you can control the black dragon? No matter how hard you try, you will only become a good vessel for the black dragon. The swallowing of your ego will not change. Even if you are a grand guardian. This is truly a damn shame. You are even worse than the legends about those stubborn old men who always believe their judgment is right. Don't follow me, Grand Guardian, this is mine. After leaving, Jin looked at his hand and unconsciously remembered the previous incident. If I had just managed to catch it, then it wouldn't be worth mentioning. Tuat's words kept echoing. But you were still able to burst the basketball. Even I didn't expect it myself. Jin could only clench his fist, confirming, one thing I can be sure of. is that it wasn't the black dragon's power. Because every time that power appears, the first feeling is that my arm will be paralyzed. Thinking back, recently, my left arm no longer moves on its own either. A feeling of unease constantly welled up in Yoon Jin's heart. Something is happening, it must be because of my body. It's a divine body or something like that. Moreover, after that incident, the black dragon has also been quieter. After a while, he could only let out a long sigh of relief. Yoon Jin once again was immersed in the classroom atmosphere. Time quickly shifted to dusk. A strange sound echoed in a house. The two boys' faces turned pale when they saw the scene in front of them. A white sheet of paper in front of them was dyed black because the ball hit the ink jar. Bok's son stood stiffly like a statue, covered in ink. The boy nervously looked the other way. San, this was your doing, I don't know anything. Seeing the girl completely covered in ink, San could only stutter, Bok's son, I'm sorry. Only then did the girl look up and ask, why are you running and jumping around like that? There's a yard, a garden. Why don't you go out there but play ball inside instead? The girl's gaze instantly made San and his friend freeze in fear. So scary. Bok's son stood up and gloomily offered, compensate me. Immediately, San was so flustered he was on the verge of tears. But I don't have any money to compensate you. Bok's son said nothing but held up 3 fingers. Every second that passed, 1 finger was folded down. After that, a sharp sound echoed throughout the house. T looked at the kids with a not-so-good expression. What's wrong? Summon the divine artifact, Grand Guardian T. Bok's son complained innocently, it's San. It was all San's fault. San awkwardly admitted his mistake. I spilled the ink. Bok's son cried out, feeling greatly wronged. This is my most precious dress. The boy could only advise, just wash it, it'll be fine. But Bok's son cried even louder. How can these stains be washed out? The boy happily told the girl. Technology is so advanced nowadays, you know. Bok's son couldn't believe it and yelled, what? T, after hearing the whole story, could only let out a long sigh. I'll buy you a brand new dress, exactly like that one. Hearing that, Bok's son happily ran towards him. Really? T saw the girl was too excited and added. But it's late today, let's do it tomorrow. Bok's son took the opportunity to ask for more, then. Since it's summer, by Bok's son. A new jumpsuit dress too, San. Along with his friend. I'm speechless. So this was your real goal. T gently stroked the little girl's head and promised. Tomorrow I will call Director Lai to come. You go with him, okay? Suddenly being handed over to someone else made Bok's son object strongly and struggle. I don't want to go with Director Lai, sir. I said I want to go with you. You have to go on a date with Bok's son. Seeing the little girl burst into tears again, T had to agree, alright. I get it. Now let's go have dinner. Bok's son, go change your clothes. The girl excitedly replied, yes. Meanwhile, San and his friend exchanged looks and smiled slightly, because everything had passed smoothly. The 3 children trailed after T and excitedly asked. But, isn't Mr. Yong coming today? San had heard him say. That because of Mr. Thin, he can't come often. In a small street corner on the other side, Yong Jin froze and dropped his bag the moment he arrived at the door. Looking at the messy orange peels on the floor, Yong Jin's expression hardened. Don't tell me. He ran over and picked up the fruit box, stunned. Oranges? This is the box Hoi gave him. Ion Jin, I have a small gift for you. These are Hong Kim Hung oranges and some mandarin oranges. Take them home and try them, okay? Genuine Jeju Island oranges. He hadn't even had a chance to taste them, and now the box was empty. This left Ion Jin dazed for a moment. My delicious oranges. Are they just oranges? Jin lay on his stomach, recalling the flavor. The taste was similar to that of seeded fruits. But it wasn't bitter, instead it was very sweet. Yong Jin angrily looked at his ancestor. Did you eat all of this by yourself? Jin quickly got up and pushed the huge pot towards the mountain god. I don't know how hungry that kid Dojin was. More than half was eaten by Dojin, wasn't it? Yong Jin knew his ancestor well enough to know he was blaming Dojin. And at the same time, where Dojin was, he was excitedly fishing, completely unaware. Ion Jin, defeated, could only issue a temporary punishment, forbidding him from eating instant noodles. To be forbidden for eating just a little bit made Jin extremely confused. You took a bunch of oranges to school with you, didn't you? Stingy, truly stingy. Yong. Jin held the empty box and questioned him. I brought them to share with friends. But you're a glutton who devoured it all by yourself. Jin knew he was wrong but still trailed after him and asked. That temporary thing you mentioned, how long is that? Yong Jin was still angry, so he just replied, it depends on my mood. You ate so much, and you're still hungry or what? Jin grumbled, scolding him, you truly are a tyrannical little brat. Even if you are my descendant, You will also become a troublesome person later on. Jin didn't reply, but looking at the empty refrigerator, he could only tell himself. Looks like I have to go grocery shopping tomorrow. He took out his phone to check. Only a small amount of living expenses remained. Jin muttered, calculating. It will probably be a bit difficult to find a part-time job now. This remark quickly reached the ears of the ancestor who needed a job. Jin, whose mouth was covered in orange pulp, inquired, "Are you planning to go catch some bugs or something again?" Jin just casually replied, "If there's a job after I go shopping tomorrow, I'll do it. If not, then no." The ancestor seriously told Jin, "I will go with you." But the boy immediately refused, "No way." Deep down, Jin was very worried. Although the grand guardian Tuat is with him at school, now the boy is alone. What if some demon targets him? Or if he runs into the celestial stems, what should he do? At this moment, Jin unconsciously remembered Jin's previous words. "Just one word from me, and they won't target you anymore. Just use thin like the other earthly branch gods." After a moment, he decided, "Alright, going together is fine." Time quickly moved to the next day. Bok's son's short legs stepped out of the car. All three children's faces were beaming with excitement. Director Lai stood behind, smiling and musing. It seems the guardians were really looking forward to this trip. T nodded in agreement, "That's right." He lightly pulled up his sleeve to check the time. Those kids usually like to sleep in, but they woke up so early like this. "We are practically the first customers today." As the group was heading inside, San suddenly turned back to look at T and Director Lai. San and Bok's son vehemently objected. "Director, don't follow us, okay? We just want to go out and eat and play together, right? You always say you don't have time. And then rush us." "Exactly." Department head Lai hesitantly looked at the kids. "But, esteemed young pupils of His Eminence the Grand Overseer." At this moment, T spoke up. "It's fine." He told Department head Lai, "You go ahead." Department head Lai reluctantly nodded. "Then, after you finish your shopping, please call me." Inside the shopping mall, the staff were all looking over with curious eyes. They couldn't help but whisper, "It's only those children going around together. They aren't lost, are they?" After a while, Bok's son placed several dresses on the counter. "I'll buy all of these." The staff members hesitantly looked at the kids. To pay, when they saw what T took out, they immediately fell silent. A private card. The person next to her took it, looking extremely worried. "This isn't a card the kids just picked up, is it?" she awkwardly asked T and the group of young pupils. Little guests, may I ask you something? Where are your parents?" The kids immediately widened their eyes in doubt. "Parents?" The staff member hesitantly asked again. "You aren't with your parents?" Meanwhile, T could only sigh deeply. "I knew it wouldn't be easy." The two staff members looked at each other with concern. "What should we do? Do we need to contact the Lost Child Center?" T turned his back and only left one sentence. "My parents are using the restroom. Let me go call them." After stepping around the corner, a pair of long legs appeared from behind a faint mist. A mature voice rang out, startling both the staff and the children. "Sorry I'm late." As San opened his mouth to call out, "Hyung, brother," he was covered up by the little boy next to him. "You should call him Dad." San immediately changed his address. "Dad." T stood tall, his gaze unchanged. He requested the staff to help him with the payment. After they left, the staff still couldn't believe it. They started doubting again. "Oh my goodness. He looks so young, yet he already has 3 children." The other staff member recalled this with a look of utter surprise. "No, including the kid with the reversed bowl cut hairstyle earlier. That makes 4 children." This made the person opposite her jump. Good heavens, that kid must be around elementary school age. The two began to speculate about all sorts of things. Maybe he's the type who ages slowly? He's already a wealthy tycoon. And he's a father of many children, too. He truly is dedicated to this country. At this moment, a new item appeared at Jin's house. A carrier cage, received for free from the Dangun market. He patted the cage, urging him to get in quickly. "Because dogs are banned from the supermarket. If you want to go with me, you absolutely have to get in here." Jin looked at the cramped thing and cursed silently, but still had to settle down inside. As soon as he lifted it, Jin exclaimed, "It's so heavy." As he opened the door, he quietly told him to use some divine power or something to make his body lighter. Jin, of course, didn't comply and happily replied, "Take this opportunity to train your physique, Jin." Jin complained endlessly. "How can I carry something this heavy?" He took a different route, which made him unaware of someone hiding behind the wall. That person's eyes were fixed on Jin. Just then, a sound rang out, startling the stalker. "Who are you?" Tuat appeared out of nowhere. When he realized he was discovered, he immediately tried to bolt. But in an instant, his collar was grabbed by Tuat. The stalker's hat fell off as a result. Tuat looked at the person in front of her, sarcastically asking, "Wouldn't it be faster to use divine power to escape? Wouldn't it be faster?" She had already sensed the Grand Overseer's scent on the person in front of her.